One of the beautiful things about cameras is that they tend to pick up an awful lot of things, whether those things are meant to be there or not. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 times Star Trek accidentally filmed things you weren't supposed to see. Number 10. Newspaper on the floor, Star Trek the original series, The Lights of Zetar. This comes at around 48 minutes into the episode. We have Spock, Kirk and McCoy sitting around a table chatting when, clearly visible on the floor just behind them, there is someone's discarded newspaper. Now, far be it from us to ever say that, maybe somebody should have checked the shot before they started hitting record, but this newspaper was clearly left behind by somebody who was a little bit unhappy, maybe a little bit disgruntled, or maybe someone who was just looking for a little bit of glory. And seeing as more than 50 years later we're still talking about it, I'm going to say that yeah, they got their bit of glory. Now, it's a bit unclear to see what date is on that newspaper, but it probably isn't 2266, which is when the episode was set. Number 9. Camera equipment where no man has gone before. The second pilot of Star Trek the original series was famous for introducing and then getting rid of Gary Mitchell and Elizabeth Daner, but also giving us Kirk and Sulu and Scotty. We also obviously got Spock in the cage, and we wouldn't get McCoy for another episode yet. Now, while all this is going, it being a second pilot, it's understandable if potentially some things didn't go the way they meant to, such as being able to see equipment in the shot. When Mitchell and Kelso are sitting at the navigation section, there's a moment where the camera pans back and you can clearly see some rigging and tubes that go with the cameras that would have been filming the shot. Now, seeing as we are not used to seeing cameras on the bridge, at least not in these conventional ways, this was clearly an error that should have been chopped out of the episode, but seeing as Star Trek was riding on the high of being given a second shot at the pilot, you know what? I think we'll allow them this little gaff. Number 8. Data's chair needed a wedge of carpet. Encounter at Farpoint. At about 4 minutes into the pilot of Star Trek The Next Generation, Picard is talking to Data when he asks him questions about what they can expect in the future. Data, ever the diligent officer, stands up, turns and begins to speak to his captain. It's a lovely, bright, wide shot which gives us a great view of the ops and con stations, the view screen, and the wedge of carpet that's been shoved in underneath actor Brent Spiner's chair. It's quite a funny moment because, again, similar to the previous entry on this list, this was the pilot of The Next Generation, so things were still being finished and, still being put together, if you like. The fact that they hadn't managed to level off Brent Spiner's chair, but fixed it with a rather ingenious way of doing so, that in itself is quite funny. Probably shouldn't have been included in the shot itself, but hey, maybe this is one of those things where they cut some corners while filming the Galaxy-class Enterprise D. Number 7. Tear in the carpet when the bow breaks. At about 52 seconds into this first season episode of The Next Generation, we again find ourselves drawn toward the floor of the bridge. This time, rather than beside Data's station, it's beside LaForge's station. As Riker enters the bridge from the lower turbolift, the one that's beside the captain's ready room, the camera just nice and quickly pans through the room, giving us a look at the carpet. Well, obviously someone had caught something on the carpet that day, because there was a fairly large tear just behind actor LeVar Burton. It's only visible for a second, and it's perhaps forgivable that they thought this wouldn't be included in the shot, but it does suggest that somebody should have made another pass on that carpet and on that view. I mean, quite frankly, you just can't get the staff these days. Number 6. Face in the Ornament, Unification Part 2. Now, this one is one of the slightly infamous shots from The Next Generation that they did actually manage to fix when it came to the remaster. In Unification Part 2, at about 41 minutes into the episode, Data, Spock and Picard escape from Tasila's office. Now, in the original version of this episode, there is a very shiny, very reflective green ornament sitting on Sila's desk. that ornament manages to reflect the slightly casual-looking face of a man chewing gum, happy out, part of the crew. Now, because this was so clear in the shot, this one is kind of easy to fix when it came to the remaster. Now, of course, when you see the shot in the episode that's been released on the Blu-ray, you can see that that ornament has no reflection whatsoever. It's one of the cool things that they've been able to do with the remaster of The Next Generation. Not that every episode had something like this in it, but with the advancements of technology, they were able to clean up some of those little things that must have annoyed them from the original run. Number 5. Black cardboard squares. This entry comes with a lot of thanks to our friends over at Ex Astris Scientia. In some of the early TNG episodes, we can see that parts of the large displays on the rear end of the Enterprise D bridge are covered with black cardboard. Now, you might be wondering what on earth people were doing going around sticking around blacked out bits of old cereal boxes on the reflective surfaces of the ship for. Well, the important word there is reflective. As the filming at the time was using slightly older style cameras, a lot of light was needed to light all of these sets, and that would often create reflections in the glass along with shadows on the floor. Oftentimes, you would see clearly the bulb from these lights in those black screens. So, these black pieces of cardboard were stuck over these display panels as a way of fixing that, with the hope that the viewer would never notice. However, along comes the remaster. TNG was obviously beautifully remastered when it was released on Blu-ray, which absolutely brought up every single frame to the highest possible standard. However, it also meant everything was much more visible, including these black squares. Now, without any context, these black squares look pretty silly, but in context, I mean, they still look pretty silly, but at least we understand why they're there. Number 4. Blocking tape. The Sword of Kahless. To be honest, it's a bit shocking that there isn't many versions of this gaffe throughout all of Star Trek, because it seems like it would be the easiest little slip-up to have happen. When you're choreographing a scene and trying to organise where to put the camera and where to put the actors, it's most common that you'll put a marker down on the floor, whether that be an actual marker, like some sort of colouring pen, or masking tape, which would also be the most straightforward way of doing it. When John Colicos' core is waking up, this is just after the opening credits of this episode, he is passed out on the floor. Jadzia Dax walks into the room and begins to lift and help him up to his feet. As the camera pans, the marking tape for the floor is very clearly visible, and it stands out because we haven't really seen this masking tape being used in DS9 so far. Although, to be honest, we wouldn't be massively shocked if Chief O'Brien always carried a roll of it somewhere around in one of those pockets of his. Number 3. Nika the dog, ex post facto. There are many things I love about my job, and there are many things which are strange about my job. But when I say that I spent a bit of today looking at screen grabs of a dog's private parts, I've got to say it's somewhere in the middle of where I've been with this role. In the first season of Star Trek Voyager, episode Ex Post Facto, Tom Paris is framed for a crime he didn't commit. The way that he is exposed is the fact that Nika the dog is not used to him in the apartment, but is used to one of the other characters. So, what's wrong with this scene? Well, Nika is referred to as a female dog for the entirety of the episode. When Nika the dog runs into the shot, Nika is very obviously a male dog. I mean, why make such a point of it if you just knew that some poor guy was going to have to go and take a screen grab of this in the future? Do you know what? It's fine. I'm over it. Number 2. Chewing gum on duty, drone. At about 34 minutes into this episode, the drone, which was created from a fusion of Seven's nanoprobes and the Doctor's mobile emitter, accidentally sends a proximity alarm to the Borg collective, which alerts them to their presence. Now, when Seven awakes to find Janeway and a whole troop of security officers standing fully armed in front of them, she is understandably alarmed. everything is very tense and serious. She's informed by the captain to wake the drone and to ask why he's done this. It is, of course, a automatic thing that's happened, not his fault. Everyone remains tense. That is, of course, except for this one guard, who's clearly chewing gum in the middle of the scene. Probably not Starfleet issue, especially when Chief O'Brien and Dr. Bashir make such a point about how chewing gum was no longer a thing in the 24th century, so O'Brien was able to create his own for Take Me Out to the Holosuite infused with scotch. Number 1. Interesting choreography, what's past as prologue. In one of the climactic episodes of Star Trek Discovery's first season, we see the mirror universe of Captain Lorca taking on the Empress Georgiou. Now they are giving it sucks. She throws a knife directly into his back, which looks quite painful if we're honest. But meanwhile, what's going on around them is that Michael Burnham is having a proper old punch-up with some of Lorca's guards, including Ellen Landry. Now, when the camera closes in on Lorca and Georgiou's final fight, which includes just fantastic swordplay, we see Burnham in the background going toe-to-toe with one of Lorca's guards. Then it closes in and Burnham swings a punch which connects, except that it doesn't. She's about a foot away from the other woman, who reacts as though she's just been slapped in the face. Clearly, this is because this was not meant to be captured in the shot. So, while we're enjoying Lorca and Georgiou go at it, we're kind of now distracted by the fact of doesn't take much to take down some of Lorca's guards.
Hello there, dearest friends. What Culture's Adam Cleary here, and traditionally, the words Star Trek and mysteries are not ones you see put next to each other very often. Having done like 95% of all of its lore building in an era before Easter eggs and before fan forums and all of that, the show's writers tended to just wrap up all its narrative threads rather than leave them dangling. Almost all mysteries that were on the show tended to be self-contained within a singular episode. Yes, sometimes they would leave us a big cliff-hanging finale like Best of Both Worlds, Redemption, Scorpion, Chain of Command. These were the show's traditional mysteries, but only for a couple of months. But when you actually go back and you look over the entire history of Star Trek, there are a few questions that remain tantalizingly unanswered. Now, some are because the story being told didn't require them to be, but others are there because they were simply too good not to revisit at a later stardate. So with that in mind, my name is Adam Cleary, and these are the 10 biggest unanswered mysteries in Star Trek. Number 10, what happened to Ro Lauren? Yeah, it's not very often that Star Trek seems to just forget about a character, but fans of Ensign Ro Lauren could be forgiven for assuming the producer's just memory holder after Season 7 of The Next Generation. After joining the Enterprise's crew and seemingly upsetting every single person on it, she finally completes a harrowing redemption arc about her family and her history and the war with the Cardassians, and then she just jacks it all in and goes to join the Maquis. Then, with Deep Space Nine on the horizon and the whole story about that focusing on the Bajoran-Cardassian strife and the Federation trying to wade in between it, she seemed absolutely tailor-made to make a comeback appearance and just never did. Like, even Voyager's first few episodes focus heavily on the Federation-Maquis relationship, and she was just nowhere to be seen. Now, I can sort of clear this one up for you because from a real-life standpoint, actress Michelle Forbes simply didn't want to return to the show. Producers tried really hard to get her back in. They wrote an amazing part for her in Deep Space Nine, which when she turned down actually became Kira Nerys. Yes, really, but from a narrative standpoint, she'd still be out there. Now, given her feelings towards the Cardassians and the Federation's complicated relationship with Maquis defectors, and of course the entire Dominion war thing, her movements over the last few years would be fascinating, wouldn't they? Number 9, Wesley and the Traveller. Ah yes, young Wesley Crusher was the quintessential Starfleet officer in the making for the entire run of The Next Generation until just one episode he wasn't. Introduced as both bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and desperate to follow in the Federation footsteps of both his mother and his late father, Wesley was giving acting ensign duties upon the Enterprise and looked all set to go to Starfleet Academy and come back a fully fledged member of the fleet. Things, of course, didn't go according to plan for him there, and disillusioned with life in Starfleet, he began looking for some sort of a way out. And then, lo and behold, that opportunity arrived in the form of the Traveller, a mysterious being who explores both time and space. After taking a liking to young Crusher, and no, not like that, he offered to help him explore the universe in ways the Federation could only dream of, and they both promptly left the ship and the show in the process. But then, some 9 years later, Wesley was spotted at Riker and Troy's wedding wearing a Starfleet uniform. So the question is, what happened in those 9 years? Why did he end his explorations with the Traveller? Why did he rejoin Starfleet? What was it precisely about exploring both inner and outer space that wasn't quite fulfilling enough for him? Number 8, the Pegasus Project. Ah yes, everybody loves a good conspiracy theory, and the Next Generation episode Pegasus presented us with one of the show's best. Commander Riker's former ship, the USS Pegasus, was conducting highly secretive, highly illegal tests on a phasing cloaking device when things went quite spectacularly, horribly, disastrously, brutally wrong. Basically, the decloaked in some solid rock, which you don't want to do. Now, given that such a device was strictly prohibited by the Federation-Romulan Peace Treaty, it makes sense that yes, this would be done in secret and the men responsible charged when the reports were made. But we've since heard absolutely nothing about any of that, which does leave loads of questions unanswered. Like, we know this was greenlit in secret. We know it was given to Captain Pressman to test, but what happened to the men responsible? What happened to the Federation-Romulan relations as a result? What happened to the technology itself is something we've never ever been told. Like, the Enterprise proved this thing works. They managed to escape the asteroid by using it, so surely there are implications for that in the future, especially given that relations with the Romulans are, at best, up and down. Number 7, the warp speed limit. In the Next Generation episode, Force of Nature, the Federation are told the prolonged use of warp travel is beginning to tear the very fabric of space apart, and that the damage may very soon be irreversible. Now, obviously presented with such a trifling matter, the Federation Council makes the following statement. Until we can find a way to counteract the warp field effect, the Council feels our best course is to slow the damage as much as possible. Therefore, areas of space found susceptible to warp fields will be restricted to essential travel only and effective immediately. All Federation vessels will be limited to a speed of warp 5, except in cases of extreme emergency. Wow, gee gosh darn boy oh howdy, that sounds important. And yet from that episode onwards, we see almost countless examples of Federation vessels just doing whatever warp speed they feel like. It happens in the Next Generation, happens in Deep Space Nine, and by Voyager, it appears to have been completely forgotten about. Now, yes, when I did the article version of this, some people in the comments were like, hang on a second, they did kind of solve this, because Voyager's folding warp nacelles are designed to counteract that problem, but okay, fair enough, that's an Intrepid-class starship. What about the thousands of others that we've seen? Number 6, Vigia. For a while, it was sort of taken as read that the origins of the mysterious Vigia were directly linked to those of the Borg. Like when the probe fell into the black hole and emerged to find a race of machine people who made it one of their own and sent it back to its creator, everyone was like, ah yes, that sounds like an early form of the collective. However, that has since been disproved, and whispered this bit, because the Borg aren't technically a race of machine people. They're cyborgs. The clue is in the name, and that leaves loads of Vigia's origin questions still unanswered. Who was this mysterious race of machine people that the Voyager probe came across, and how were they able to reprogram it to learn all that is learnable? If there are a species of entirely artificial life forms somewhere out there, and Starfleet knows about them, would it not follow that they would move heaven and earth to try and locate them? And I mean, that coupled with the idea that they think they may have given birth to a new life form when it merged with Decker, surely there could have been entire seasons of television dedicated to exploring the questions that were raised in this film, rather than simply, oh, I don't know, forgetting about them. Number 5, the Whale Probe. Alright, I'll keep this one relatively brief. In Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, a giant cylindrical probe dwarfing starbases, starships, and everything else arrives at Earth, starts to ionize the oceans, attempting to contact the humpback whale species. Then, when it gets a call back, it just leaves. The hell. The thing was from an unknown location. When it departed, it headed to an unknown destination. It was unknown in origin, unknown in species, unknown in intent. It just wanted to talk to some whales, and then when it did, it left. Now, why the hell do we not know more about this? Like, this thing fascinated me as a kid. Like, the questions it raises. Like, a whale's part of some other spacefaring civilization? We just didn't realize it? Is it ever coming back? Did it mean to damage Earth while it was doing it? Who the hell made it in the first place? What kind of a species would design a spacefaring vessel in such a simple way? Number 4, the Nexus. Now, the Nexus, or at least the entry point to it, is a very destructive temporal energy wave that passes through our galaxy every 39.1 years. Now, in 2332, the Enterprise B was nearly crippled attempting to save 2 refugee ships from its clutches. In 2371, both Kirk and Picard emerged from it to save the 230 million strong population of Viridian 3 from being wiped out by it, and in 2410 it will return again, and that is just a little over 10 years from when Picard is set. Now, given the potential implications of actually using that thing, you could, oh I don't know, for example, use it to jump to literally any point in time or space and affect the entire course of history. Someone's gonna have to deal with that if any Star Trek series ever makes it round 10 more years. What is its true power? Where does it come from? And who might be plotting to use it for nefarious purposes? Loads of stuff. Number 3, the aliens from Schisms. Yes, easily one of Star Trek's most underrated episodes of all time. The Next Generation crew is abducted in the night by mysterious alien creatures who perform a series of grisly and horrifying experiments, leading to the death of Lieutenant Hagler. Now yes, while Commander Riker, hero that he is able to escape this pocket universe and close the rift behind him, which was enabling the abductions in the first place, we don't actually learn anything about the creatures or their motives or anything like that. Instead, they just release a singular energy pulse that flies out of the ship and off into space, and we never hear about it again. Just gonna quickly act out what they say. Have we any idea what came through the rupture before we were able to shut it down? No, sir. We were unable to track it once it left the cargo bay. Maybe it was a probe of some kind. Possibly they were simply curious, explorers like ourselves. Ensign Rhaegar and I were lucky to escape with our lives. Lieutenant Hagler is dead. Whoever it was sent that thing was more than simply curious. Neither the Next Generation, nor DS9, nor Voyager ever went back to the well on this one, meaning the origins of these strange and mysterious amphibian-looking creatures remains unexplored. Number 2, the origin of the Borg. Okay, so straight up here, no matter what future Star Trek shows we get, no matter who gets to write them, one rule they should stick by forever is this: never ever explain the Borg. The franchise's most terrifying, if not quite most iconic enemy has remained so precisely because we don't understand their origins. There is a mystery to the fear. First introduced in the Next Generation as a way for Q to prove that humanity was not ready for the challenges that lay ahead, they've since become one of the most important founding parts of Star Trek lore. A singular collective consciousness that is galaxy spanning, has trillions upon trillions of members, but still speaks with a single voice and works towards a single purpose. But that's pretty much all we know about them though. Like non-canon origin stories and that whole Vija rumor to one side, the writers of the show have seen fit to never actually answer any questions about where they came from, and thus the mysteries remain, and so they should forever, in my opinion. Number 1, Guinan and Q. Arguably the two most mysterious characters to ever appear on The Next Generation, Guinan and Q apparently have a history all their own, hundreds of years before they met again on the Enterprise. The former, serving now as the ship's bartender, was an Alurian refugee who was rescued from the destruction of the Nexus by the open arms of the Federation following the Borg destruction of her homeworld. The latter is a being of near complete omnipotence who just likes winding Picard up. However, in Season 2 of The Next Generation, a chance encounter between the two sees these hostilities renewed, with both adopting incredibly defensive stances like two snarling cats. And Q in particular offered a very, very curious phrase. Picard, if you had half the sense you pretend to have, you would get her off your ship immediately. And if you like, I'd be more than pleased to expedite her departure. This creature is not what she appears to be. She's an imp, and where she goes, trouble always follows. Now, given the respective powers of both these creatures, an exploration of what led to this mutual animosity would be fascinating for long-term fans. And on a personal note, I would just like to know what it is that Guinan can do that means even a creature of Q's power has to tread lightly around her. That fascinates me.
Sometimes in Star Trek something will happen that should absolutely shatter all of our views of the universe forever, and then is promptly forgotten in the next episode. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 episodes that should have changed Star Trek forever, but didn't. Number 10, By Any Other Name, the original series. In By Any Other Name, the Enterprise is commandeered by the Kelvins, a group of aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy, who, having subdued most of the crew, set a course for their home planet. Under normal circumstances, this journey would take thousands of years, but thanks to a few modifications to the warp engines, they predict it will take less than 3 centuries. Of course, Kirk and company are able to retake the ship long before the Kelvin's voyage can be completed, but the advanced engine modifications remain. They are, however, never mentioned again. The Kelvin modifications would certainly have been handy on, Voyager. That show began with the title vessel stranded 75,000 light years from Earth, with a return trip estimated to take 70 years at maximum warp. If Voyager Voyager travelled as fast as the Enterprise did in By Any Other Name, however, the journey could have been finished in just 9 years. Number 9. Unnatural Selection, The Next Generation. The plot of Unnatural Selection involves a DNA-altering disease which causes rapid aging. Before long, the disease has affected the unfortunate Dr. Catherine Pulaski, and the episode becomes a race against the clock to find a cure before the cantankerous doctor succumbs to old age. At the last minute, a potential cure is discovered by taking a sample of Pulaski's DNA before she had the disease, and using this in conjunction with the transporter, the effects of the disease can be stopped. Naturally, it's a risky procedure, but the crew is out of time and has no other options, so they go with the experimental treatment. Thankfully, it works, but it comes with a caveat. Not only does the procedure eradicate the disease, it reverses the symptoms, reverting Pulaski to her earlier, younger appearance, while retaining her memories. Despite the fact that it all but guarantees long life, and possibly immortality, for some reason, the discovery of this fountain of youth is never, ever mentioned again. Number 8. Plato's Stepchildren, the original series. This 3rd season episode of Star Trek is, of course, best known for the boundary-breaking kiss between Captain Kirk and Lieutenant Uhura, but it also involves a discovery that should have had profound implications on the Star Trek universe. Answering an urgent distress call, the Enterprise makes contact with a race of beings called the Platonians, who possess powerful telekinetic powers. The source of their amazing abilities? An element called chironide, which is found in the planet's vegetation. McCoy is able to synthesize this element with ease, and after injecting Kirk and Spock with it, they quickly develop telekinetic powers of their own, which they use to overcome the Platonians. The magical element of chironide, however, is immediately forgotten, along with the ability to provide anyone with short-term telekinetic powers after a simple injection, which would have been a phenomenally useful skill and would have come in particular handiness when it came to, say, ground assaults against the Klingons or the Dominion. Just a thought. Number 7. What Are Little Girls Made Of? The original series. Androids popped up in several episodes of the original Star Trek, but perhaps the most sophisticated ones appear in the Robert Bloch penned hour What Are Little Girls Made Of? Not only do they perfectly replicate the human form, or at least the human exterior, but they, somewhat relevatory, also display a range of emotions. At the end of the episode, all the androids are destroyed, but the equipment used to manufacture them remains intact. The episode and its androids, however, are never mentioned again or given any follow-up. One can't help but wonder if a visit to XO3 might have sped along Dr. Noonien Soong's own development of androids, which decades later is somehow revolutionary, or aided Data in concluding his quest for emotions long before he finally did in Star Trek Generations. You have to suspect that such groundbreaking work would have at least been chronicled somewhere. Number 6. Bar Association, Deep Space Nine. This one is interesting because the story element in question is really just a throwaway gag when it comes to the episode as a whole. When Rom and the rest of the staff in Quark's bar go on strike, Quark briefly tries to replace his employees with the aid of a holographic waiter program he purchases from a Lesepian. This works for a while, but it turns out the technology's imaging system is affected by certain energy sources, which forces Quark to find other means of ending the strike. It makes for an amusing gag, especially when one of the waiters dematerializes and drops a tray of glasses in front of Odo, but it gives rise to a few questions. Holograms need holographic projectors, and before and after this episode, those have been shown to be exclusively found in DS9's holosuites or holocommunicators, which I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about because Star Trek certainly doesn't. So, just how is this program running? Even if the technology had a few bugs, holograms able to operate independently of the holodeck would sure have been useful on Voyager, where the Doctor spent 3 seasons confined to sickbay because the rest of the ship lacked holographic generators. Number 5. Court-martial, the original series. When Captain Kirk is put on trial in court-martial, each of the witnesses must put their hands on a lie detector while they deliver their testimony. In doing this, the computer will be able to detect even the slightest inaccuracy in their statements. This is a hugely useful device for any court-martial situations, or when the crew suspects any duplicitousness or shady hidden intentions in strangers. It would also be particularly helpful in weeding out any imposters on board the Enterprise, since asking them their intentions will quickly lead to their detection, though of course that would require a wide-ranging change in the policy to include regular all-crew mandatory screening tests, which probably wouldn't have been very good for morale. To be fair, this lie detecting device does show up in a few other episodes on the original Star Trek, but by the time Star Trek The Next Generation rolls around, it seems to have been completely forgotten. There are certainly a few courtroom dramas in the later series that would have been cut short if someone had remembered to haul a lie detector out of storage and find out who was lying. Number 4. Cathexis, Voyager. This one's a bit unlike the others, since it hasn't been introduced then forgotten. Instead, it's been introduced, forgotten, reintroduced, forgotten again, etc. In Cathexis, Tuvok has to stun a number of people in only a split second, a feat he achieves by using the phaser's wide beam setting, of course, which was never actually introduced as a new feature, that was only available to Tuvok. This phaser setting can stun or kill a number of opponents over a wide area with one shot, but it has frequently been forgotten when the episode demands it. For example, the Siege of AR-558. In this episode, a group of Starfleet officers armed with phasers protect a fixed position against a Dominion assault. Rather than bombard the enemy with a few phaser shots over the wide beam setting, however, the battle is fought much more traditionally, one shot at a time. If only someone had remembered the wide beam setting, casualties could have been much lighter. Number 3, the Pegasus, the Next Generation. In the Pegasus, we discover that a few years before the events of Star Trek The Next Generation, William Riker was involved in a secret and illegal, since it violates a treaty with the Romulan Star Empire, experiment in phased cloaking technology aboard the USS Pegasus. Over the course of the episode, the cloaking device, which not only renders ships invisible, but allows them to pass through solid objects, in a frankly ridiculous two-finger salute to science, is recovered and successfully used by the Enterprise D. It stands to reason that the Federation abandoned the technology after this incident to appease the Romulans, but it certainly would have been useful during the Dominion War later on. It's not hard to imagine the Romulans revising the terms of the treaty during the war if the addition of an interphasic cloaking technology to key vessels could have brought it to an early end. Number 2, Mortal Coil, Voyager. While on a shuttle mission with Paris and Chakotay, Neelix is struck by an energy bolt and dies. 18 hours later, the shuttle returns to Voyager, the Doctor examines the body and he pronounces there was nothing that could have been done. Captain Janeway begins making plans for an elaborate Talaxian funeral. Not so fast, says 7 of 9. Her Borg nanoprobes could be used to revive Neelix. The crew is naturally incredulous. After all, Neelix isn't on life support. He's dead, Jim, and has been to close for an entire day. Nevertheless, Janeway approves the procedure and Neelix is swiftly brought back to life. Although there are some initial complications, Neelix must receive injections of nanoprobe once a day to stay alive, the Doctor insists they're only temporary. Considering the injections are never mentioned or seen after this episode, and that Neelix departs from Voyager without a worry a few years later, it's safe to assume that they were very temporary, and at some point he stopped needing them to live. Unfortunately for all of the members of the crew who die after this episode, however, the death-defying powers of the nanoprobes are never mentioned again. Presumably, none of them were as crucial to the ship as the cook and morale officer. Number 1, Threshold, Voyager. I know, this episode probably seems like low-hanging fruit here. It's hard to ignore. Threshold involves Voyager crew building an experimental warp engine that you can reach warp 10, at which speed you move so fast you occupy every point in the universe simultaneously. In other words, if you can reach warp 10, you can go anywhere you want in an instant, and the crew's successful. Tom Paris pilots a shuttle with the experimental engines, which far outpace Voyager's maximum velocity and eventually break the warp 10 barrier. However, there are complications. Paris begins feeling ill, and before long begins mutating into a new life form. Eventually, the Doctor derives a treatment by bombarding Paris's mutated DNA with anti-proton radiation. He should revert to his human form. There are some complications, which are almost too silly to describe. Paris kidnaps Janeway, takes her on a warp 10 flight. The two evolve into salamander-like creatures, mate and have offspring. But eventually the Doctor is able to use his treatment to return the Lieutenant and the Captain to their human forms. In other words, the only complication from warp 10 travel can be reversed by a simple medical treatment. But, for some reason, the crew abandon their new discovery, which could get them back to the Alpha Quadrant in short order, albeit with some temporary side effect involving the social awkwardness of knowing you had slimy fish sex with the Captain, and never mention it again.
We all know what the first duty of every Starfleet officer is. We've had the lecture from Picard. Of course, we could always opt instead for Garrick's definition of the truth. However, with nearly 6 decades of success and a multitude of new adventures on the horizon, you certainly can't accuse Star Trek of a lack of imagination. And if TV and film is the art of trickery in the pursuit of believability, then it is, en contraire, all lies, especially the truth. With more scenes and scenarios than you can shake a Klingon paint stick at, we certainly have plenty of these professional porkies to be impressed with. Think of Riker giving the order to fire at the end of The Best of Both Worlds, Kirk and Spock seeing the faces of the Romulans for the first time, Janeway's first and last set a course for home, Sisko and Defiant standing off against the Dominion fleet, or Archer fleeing the exploding Xindi weapon, to name but a few. Some Star Trek moments, however, as remarkable as they already are, only gain in stature when you learn of the effort, ingenuity, skill, sacrifice, and occasionally the arguments it took to make them. The real truth behind the following scenes will make you watch them with a newfound sense of awe. With that being said, I'm Bree from TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek scenes even more impressive when you know the truth. Number 10, Shuttlepod 2. One of the best episodes of Star Trek Enterprise's mixed bag first season is Shuttlepod 1. Intended as a money-saving bottle show, it featured no guest stars or background cast and only 6 of the main characters, focusing principally on Lieutenant Reed and Commander Tucker, who, crew are stranded in space. It had all the makings of a rather forgettable episode. Crucially, Dominic Keaton and Connor Trinneer, the pair who play them, are also best friends. Thinking Enterprise has been destroyed and that there's no hope for rescue, the two begin to bicker over their fate. Finally, however, they choose to crack open the bourbon, drown their sorrows, and toast their deceased shipmates, all while freezing their butts off in an acting tour de force. The drunk scene, and indeed every scene in the shuttle pod, is made all the more impressive when you know some behind-the-scenes details. As the two actors discuss in their appropriately named podcast Shuttle Pod, Connor and Dominique received the script for this episode several days in advance. This, as well as their real-life camaraderie, allowed them to rehearse to the point where they were off script, a rarity in television, making the whole thing more like a two-hander play. Furthermore, the shuttle pod itself was cut in half during filming, allowing for more intimate shots. So that the actor's breath would be visible on screen, 6 air conditioning units were used, and dry ice packs placed beneath the set such that filming was only possible in 20-second increments as it was so cold. Number 9. B4's parts. Star Trek Picard has divided quite a few people. Season 1 started a bit too sweary for folks, and ended with someone nodding off while pressing Control V. Season 2 fared a little better in spite of a solid opener. Still, some of the stronger scenes that had fans thankful for the pause button included all the throwbacks to the Next Generation. Who wasn't brimming with glee when Picard visited his vault at the Starfleet archives? For good nostalgia like this, you need a good prop master. On Picard, this fell to Jeff Lombardi. For one rather brief scene in the first episode of Season 1, he seemingly went to extraordinary lengths for his craft. In it, Picard is at the Daystrom Institute to find out more about Daj. At one point, Dr. Agnes Girardi opens a drawer that contains the dismembered Soong-type android and Data lookalike B4. To achieve this, Lombardi decided he wanted to use as many of the old Data parts as possible. The problem with this was that a lot of the old Trek props had been auctioned off and scattered across the world. Rather than build a new model, Lombardi and CBS archivists managed to contact people who had bought these Data parts in the auction. Data's head had been sitting in a crate in Calgary, and his torso a crate in Hong Kong. These were then recovered and used with little to no alterations or touch-ups as B4 in the scene. Number 8. Tension on deck. Alright, this entry will be a little more familiar to you by now, unless of course you've been hiding under a styrofoam rock. Star Trek Voyager changed quite a bit from the start of its 4th season onwards. Kes was out and Seven was in. It was clear that the producers wanted to sex things up a bit, and this, understandably to a degree, ruffled a few feathers. It's fair to say that Kate Mulgrew, Captain Janeway, wasn't at all happy with the arrival of 7 of 9. As the first female captain, she felt she had a responsibility to set the tone for the representation of women in power, and was hurt by the shift in attention to the newer character. Unfortunately, she took this out on Ryan to the point where the latter often felt nauseous before going into work, because it was that miserable. In a 2019 interview, Ryan notes that the scenes with Mulgrew in Astrometrics were particularly challenging for her to act. Yet, when watching, these are some of the most intimate, most emotional, and best played scenes of any episode. Case in point, in the 4th season episode Hope and Fear, Seven reveals to Janeway, in Astrometrics, her desire to remain in the Delta Quadrant instead of returning to Earth with the crew in the Dauntless. While the scene is wrought with tension, both give powerful and nuanced performances. All the more so, given the off-screen drama. Number 7. Bugeaud's Bridge. Kate Mulgrew wasn't the first Catherine Janeway. Catherine Janeway wasn't even the first Catherine Janeway. This title goes to French-Canadian actress Genevieve Bugeaud as Nicole Janeway, for a grand total of 2 days filming on the pilot of Caretaker. Without some on-set problems, we would never have had any scenes with Kate Mulgrew as captain. Bugeaud was an Academy Award-winning film actor and was hired without screen testing. When filming began, however, the radically different mechanics of episodic television proved to be an issue. Multiple takes were required for each shot instead of the usual 1 or 2, and the director was reportedly frustrated with Bugeaud's often strange and underwhelming delivery. Footage does exist of these scenes, and it's true that by comparison with Mulgrew, the performance is a bit lackluster. By lunchtime of her second day, Bugeaud was clearly upset. Held up in her trailer, she expressed regret about accepting the role and desired not to continue. Despite the huge costs involved, the decision was made to move forward without her. This meant they had no captain, and the entire production schedule was upended until they found one. Kate Mulgrew didn't arrive for nearly 2 weeks after production had originally begun. Long hours and a fast pace were required to make up for this lost time, but the mood changed for the better. There was no longer a need for long rehearsals or multiple takes. Bugeaud's bridge scenes were reshot, and the cast began to bond. Number 6. The Rap of Khan. Wrath of Khan is the best of the Star Trek films, and no, I won't be taking any arguments about that. Our scholarly cast of characters quote from Dickens, Milton, Shakespeare, and Melville. Then, of course, we have the less literary but nonetheless etched into cinema history books, cry from Kirk to his nemesis. Whoever said in space no one can hear you scream? Even in Star Trek Into Darkness, the most masterful, most heart-wrenching scene is that of the two old friends saying one last goodbye. Well, at least as far as we know at that point. A few facts from behind the scenes make Spock's death even more impressive, however. Firstly, Leonard Nimoy was none too keen to return for a second film, but it was the thought of being able to play Spock's death that persuaded him. An early idea would have had the character killed off in the first scene until it was moved to later in the script. Spock was also meant to stay dead, but Nimoy had such a good experience that he wanted to return. On the set, the scene was filmed in front of a restricted number of people, and members of the crew reportedly burst into tears during the scene. Nimoy also commented that the reactor room was, in essence, airtight, so the crew had to pump air in for him to breathe. This also had to be turned off in order for Shatner to deliver a line. Number 5. Arena Accident. In the original series' first season episode Arena, we meet the Gorn for the first time. By today's gut-busting Strange New World standards, the Gorn costume may look like it was bought on the cheap from a local Halloween store, and the fight scenes look like they got the work experience guy or girl in to choreograph it, but you know what? It's still a great episode, and it continues to rank among the most popular. Now, making more of an impression than pushing that boulder off the rock face or constructing that cannon is the truth behind certain scenes. During the shoot, Shatner was standing too close to one of the prop explosions when it went off. This left him with particularly bad tinnitus for the rest of his life. Leonard Nimoy was similarly affected, so one assumes this took place during the filming of the scenes on Cestus 3 and Act 1. Shatner has spoken extensively on how this disease severely impacted his mental health, to the point where he didn't know if he could survive the agony until he received habituation therapy. He went on to be the spokesperson for the American Tinnitus Association, an organization he credits with literally saving his life. He has raised money towards research and even spoken to the United States Congress on the illness. Shatner certainly suffered greatly for his art to give us these few scenes. Fortunately, he now manages to live with the condition that it resulted in. Number 4. Life support and laryngitis. The immensely talented and multi-award winning actress Louise Fletcher, who we sadly lost in September of 2022, was iconic in Star Trek for her role as the devious Kai Wynn in Deep Space Nine. She will be deeply missed, and in this entry we'll discover another reason as to why. Wynn is forced to take over, but insists that she needs Bareilles' counsel for the talks to be a success. She strong-arms Bareil and Dr. Bashir into more and more medical procedures to ensure this. Wynn appears in the vast majority of scenes, and it's Louise Fletcher, so they're already impressive. What you probably didn't know, however, is that Fletcher was suffering from a rather bad bout of laryngitis at the time of filming. The actress had to loop all of her lines post-production, which she recalled simply with humor. As producer Ira Stephen Bear noted, we would look at her and say, Jesus, she has no business being up, she should be in bed, but she was a real trooper. This is an absolute credit to Fletcher that her performance remained so nuanced when she was so ill. Her head-to-head scenes with Bashir in the wardroom, for example, is an acting masterclass on how to play duplicity with merely the tilt of a head. Number 3. The Tumble with Tribbles. One of the most memorable and well-received episodes of the original series introduced us to everyone's favorite rapidly reproducing, Klingon-detecting, pesky purring furball, concept names for which included the Fuzzies, the Pufflies, and even the Shaggies. Which, actually, you should try testing that last one out on a UK audience for the name of the asexual little proliferators. The episode makes an impression for its comedic timing and witty puns. The scene in which Kirk opens a hatch only to be buried by a mountain of gorged tribbles stands out in this scene. For this and the entire episode, hundreds of tribbles were made from sewn together rolls of carpet and the odd mechanical toy to make some of them move. The Kirk inundation scene took an astounding 8 takes, and the reason the tribbles kept tumbling is because the crew had no direct line of sight with the actor, so they just continued to throw the creatures one by one to make sure there were enough. In the scene, Shatner can be seen looking somewhat befuddled and bemused as tribbles continue to rain down on him. The in-universe explanation explanation for this was later revealed in DS9 to be the handiwork of Sisko and Jadzia, who were throwing tribbles down the hatch while looking for future Darwin's bomb. Number 2. The Outcast Kiss. This Season 5 episode of Star Trek The Next Generation was first broadcast on the 16th of March, 1992. In it, the Enterprise D encounters a genderless race, the Janai. Commander Riker must work with Soren, who is at first intrigued by human gender roles, and eventually admits that she identifies as female, a criminal perversion on her world subject to psychotectic treatment, i.e. conversion therapy or aversion therapy. The pair fall for each other and share a kiss on the planet, but Soren is arrested and brought before a tribunal. In spite of her impassionate plea that I am not sick because I feel this way, she is sentenced to undergo this treatment. While the episode now feels more like a reflection on gender identity and transgender rights, it was intended as a discussion of homosexuality and discrimination based on sexual orientation. By this point, producers had received numerous letters criticizing the non-inclusion of gay characters. It may equally seem tepid by today's standards, and Jonathan Frakes criticized the decision to not cast Soren as more obviously a male, if they were indeed trying to do what they called a gay episode. But the kiss and the allegory of a bigoted society punishing a supposed deviant is more impressive when you know the bitter reality of the context of that time. The first same-sex kiss on American network television was between two women on LA Law in 1991. It, of course, received numerous complaints and advertisers pulled their commercials. Big surprise! The first male same-sex kiss on a US network was only in 2000 on Dawson's Creek. As for the UK, the first gay kiss occurred on EastEnders in 1989. That brief peck caused an uproar. MPs at the time wanted the soap to be pulled from the air for promoting perverted practices. Now please excuse me as I roll my eyes so hard they fall out of my head. Number 1. Fade In, Space Starship. In the opening scene of the Next Generation pilot Encounter at Farpoint, we are introduced to the Galaxy-class starship for the very first time as it descends down into frame. The final draft of this script, co-authored by D.C. Fontana and Gene Roddenberry, makes a point to highlight the magnitude of the vessel, employing a plethora of adjectives of scale, such as the gigantic new Enterprise, immensity, enormous, immense span of the outer surface, the enigmatic reveal of Captain Picard as he walks from the shadow into the light framed by the Enterprise viewport is not featured in this draft aside from mentions of other introductory angles. The impressive quality of these opening scenes lies not simply in the magnificent special effects and dialogue or the majestic editing, but in the fact that it was a freaking miracle that they made it to air in the first place. If you've watched the documentary Chaos on the Bridge, you'll know the title is a euphemism. Reviving Star Trek for a new series 20 years after the original was a Herculean task. Writers and producers faced enormous expectations with a not-so-enormous budget, the whims and ego of Gene Roddenberry, and some dubious fans who weren't thrilled with the idea of no Kirk and no Spock. Even finding a network proved to be a challenge. Roddenberry also initially refused to write a 2-hour script. Oh, and Patrick Stewart's toupee was flown halfway around the world before they finally decided to just cast him as bald.
When Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, passed away in 1991, the direction of the series changed, and not in any small way either. See, Roddenberry had a very clear idea of what he wanted Star Trek to be. At its heart, his vision of the future was an absolute utopia, a world free of greed, famine, poverty, or prejudice. And indeed, this is reflected nicely in the original series and the early seasons of The Next Generation. When he passed away, people naturally started to bend these rules, and the result was Star Trek Deep Space Nine, a more daring and multifaceted kind of Trek than any that had come before it. With its more varied cast, deeper themes, and unique settings, Deep Space Nine was a momentous leap forward for the franchise, and with its changes to the Star Trek formula came many series after it, carrying on the broader vision of the future that had ushered it in. I am Marcus Bronzy. This is TrekCulture, and here are 10 welcome changes Deep Space Nine made to the Star Trek formula. Number 10. Adopting characters from past series. Admittedly, since the original series and The Next Generation are set a century apart, it would be hard for them to share any of the main cast members, despite many of the original crew still being alive as they shot this. This is not the case with TNG and Deep Space Nine, which run parallel to each other starting from TNG's 6th season. As such, it's easy to see why the writers chose to relocate some of the TNG characters over to Deep Space Nine. The first example of this is Miles O'Brien, a humble transporter operator on the Enterprise D, who is at best a minor supporting character on the show. And as a main character on DS9, We see him promoted to Chief of Operations, and we get to see some intriguing new sides to his rich, down-to-earth personality. Also, Lieutenant Commander Worf, the Klingon fan favourite from TNG, comes to the station in the 4th season, staying for the remainder of the series. We also get to see a fantastic character development for him in DS9 too, seeing a more gentle side of Worf alongside his usual Klingon self. In this new environment, it's refreshing to see more of these old faces that still have a lot to give. Number 9. Silly space fun. Not every episode of Star Trek has to be about brain-bending science and intergalactic space battles. Sometimes the crew deserve a little bit of time off from those god-like threats that seem to show up every other day, or episode should I say, and the inhabitants of Deep Space Nine know how to wind down better than most. Take the Season 7 episode, Take Me Out to the Holosuite, in which Captain Sisko is challenged by a condescending Vulcan crew to a game of baseball in one of the station's holosuites. Sisko, a lifelong fan of baseball, assembles his own crew into the Niners team, and the whole episode is spent following their struggles to get ready for the match. Special shout out to Odo for his "You're out of here!" There's nothing at stake here besides Sisko's pride. No risk of war, no huge sacrifice if they lose, nothing. It's just a nice bit of playing around away from all of the Trek jargon. We also get to see the team really bond, and it's endlessly funny to see these characters way outside of their comfort zones. Other episodes, such as the equally holosuite heavy Bada Bing Bada Bang, do this just as well, further emphasizing that strictly adhering to the series' iconic formula isn't always necessary. Number 8. A stationary setting. I get it, newcomers to the series may initially think, how are the crew supposed to boldly go where no one has gone before if they're bumming around all day on a static space station? Evidently, the writers were anticipating this reaction as Deep Space Nine is positioned right next to a wormhole leading to the Gamma Quadrant, a largely uncharted part of the galaxy, making their mission in the name of exploration quite an important one. Many expeditions are made through the wormhole, which is made that much easier by the introduction of the USS Defiant in the 3rd season. And as the new discoveries are made, more and more people make their way to the station, either briefly or for pretty extensive stays. Deep Space Nine has the benefit of having new life and new civilizations come to them, making for a refreshingly homely central hub in the final frontier. Number 7. Older cultural concepts. With Gene Roddenberry's vision of a utopian future comes an unprecedented opportunity for showcasing ideas and storylines that touch upon the issues reflecting today's culture. Star Trek has always been about equality and diversity, and in Deep Space Nine this is shown in a number of daring new ways. In the episode Rejoined, when Jadzia reunites with Lenara Khan, a Trill woman who formerly married a previous host of Jadzia Dax's symbiote, the two share one of television's first ever lesbian kisses. The message here emphasises the lack of prejudice and homophobia in the Star Trek timeline in a way that both makes sense in the canon and sends messages to the viewers of the present day. The series also tackles racism in an ingenious, multi-episodic arc featuring Benny Russell in a dreamt-up embodiment of the Black American Captain Sisko in 1950s New York. Benny is a writer who envisions a story of a futuristic space station run by a black captain, but the repeated rebuttal of the idea by his superiors leads to his dismissal and eventually insanity. In a setting where such issues no longer exist, it's commendable of the writers to take us back to a time when they did, showing us how far the people of Star Trek have come from where we as a society seem to still be stuck at this present time. Number 6. A main antagonist. Depending on who you ask, it's debatable who this main antagonist is. Is it the Dominion? Is it the Kai of Bajor? Or Gul Dukat, the dangerously unstable Cardassian psychopath? In truth, it really doesn't matter because all three represent something that, until DS9, the Star Trek series had never really seen in the same way before. Sure, the original series had reoccurring enemies like Khan, Harry Mudd, and similarly TNG had the likes of the Borg or Q, but one of DS9's strengths is that it lessened focused on the monster of the week format, thereby giving rise to a number of adversaries that continue to be ever-growing thorns in Captain Sisko's side. Over time, we see these enemies' goals and personalities change, elevating them from disposable one-episode baddies to real threats of equal significance to the crew of Deep Space Nine. As their plans unfold slowly and organically, it's all the more satisfying when they finally meet their match. Number 5. Gold Press Latinum. Much like the stationary setting of DS9, the reintroduction of money into a society that has outgrown the need for it may seem like a step backwards. But It's important to remember though, that there are more than just humans on the space station, and one such race, the Ferengi, can't get enough of their much coveted currency, gold-pressed latinum. For the station's Ferengi bartender Quark, latinum is a huge motivator for almost everything he does. The Ferengi civilization is literally built around its pursuit of wealth, and with its rules of acquisition governing how to maximize profits in any given situation, the crew have been known to, bribe Quark with latinum to get him to perform tasks he never would otherwise. And the Ferengi aren't the only ones to use gold-pressed latinum, as it appears to be in use all over Deep Space Nine. And whilst money was never something that was missed in the series prior to DS9, here it presents new stakes for the characters and new consequences for failure, making an increase in tension whenever it comes into play, especially with Quark's bar also doubling as a casino of sorts. He definitely knows how to capitalize on this tension. Number 4, death that isn't gratuitous. Death of the main characters in Star Trek is not unheard of in any of the series. I mean, the original series had Spock drop off the peg for all of 5 minutes, and the Next Generation Season 1 character Tasha Yar was killed off with a backhand from a bit of slime. Granted, Jadzia Dax's demise at the hands of Gul Dukat is all of a sudden and rather unceremonious, but given her romantic relationship with Worf as well as her symbiotic nature, the effects of her death are felt throughout the whole of the show's final season in a very unique way. The Dax symbiont is implanted into another Trill woman named Ezri, and as a result she gains all of Jadzia's memories along with those of Dax's previous hosts. The closest to Jadzia have a hard time accepting Ezri Dax at first, but with her presence established as an evolution of her predecessor rather than simply a replacement, they gradually come to welcome her as part of the crew. Number 3, strong religious themes. This was one of the things that Gene Roddenberry expressly wanted to avoid in his perfect Star Trek vision, and indeed, TOS and TNG largely devoid of anything overly religious. As far as humans are concerned, science and religion are, more often than not, mortal enemies, at least in their real world, but other species have quite a different approach. As discovered in the show's very first episode, there exists a group of mysterious, vastly powerful alien lifeforms that appear in visions to select individuals that they deem worthy. The people of Bajor believe these beings to be prophets and worship them as gods. Major Kira is especially passionate about her faith, which often brings her into conflict with the religious leader of Bajor, Kai Wynn. Oh, I hate her. What makes her religion so impactful is that it's shown to have kept her going throughout the Cardassian occupation of her home planet when she was a child. In the face of such brutality, she held on to her beliefs, giving her the strength to endure when her parents were cruelly snatched away from her. Number 2, animosity between main characters. Another of Roddenberry's big no-nos for the series was the idea of interpersonal conflicts between characters on the show, and it was originally non-existent. Despite the original series enjoying the amusing back and forth of Spock and Bones, TNG was intended to feature characters without any ill will towards each other whatsoever. Though an interesting concept in theory, here is one of those many instances where the creator just doesn't know what's best, because the occasional row would sneak into TNG after Roddenberry's death, and it really became a standard element of the franchise. And in Deep Space Nine, well, it probably goes without saying that the devious Quark rubs a lot of crew members up the wrong way, particularly the station's head of security, Odo. For the entirety of the series, the two polar opposites enjoy a peculiar love-hate relationship, albeit with far more emphasis on the latter. And then there's Kira's aforementioned clashes with Kai Wynn. They're also a prominent recurring motif. And the decision of Quark's young nephew Nog to apply for Starfleet Academy, well, it's quite the point of concentration on board the station. Many other conflicts present themselves throughout the show, providing that extra level of realism to the interactions between such rich and interesting characters. Number 1, serialized storylines. Now, it might not seem like it, but this one really is a biggie. We're not just talking about end of season episodes to pull you over to the next season. The original series and the Next Generation both followed a formula that largely favoured standalone episodes. In other words, the Monster of the Week formula, which, surprise surprise, was something else that was in Gene Roddenberry's book, was something that he insisted on. This was not a bad thing, and is one of the things that helped to draw in so many Trekkies then, and still helps to draw in brand new Trekkies now. To this day, I mean, the fact that you can walk into a room with it on and start watching an episode and kind of understand what's going on without having someone explain it to you, having to watch the whole previous set of episodes in the season, is quite a fabulous thing. But by opening up the possibility of longer, more complex story arcs, Deep Space Nine's writers tapped into a whole new level of depth within the series. Over the course of the show, there are multiple intricate and interwoven storylines, including the role of Captain Sisko as the emissary chosen by the Prophets, the looming threat of the Dominion, Odo's quest to discover who or what he really is, and Gul Dukat's descent into an obsessive, murderous madman. Although TNG planted some of these seeds first, it's Deep Space Nine that took them and turned them into deep, overarching themes that one single episode couldn't hope to cover. And as each of these predicaments are dealt with, one by one on screen, their impact and scope often leaves you wondering, but how much work is left to do? Perhaps a future Star Trek show will provide all of those answers.
In Star Trek's 55-year history, there are so many scenes which just require a closer look, a little bit of a let's see this again one more time. I am Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and today we are going to go through the 10 most paused Star Trek moments. Starting with number 10, the great bird of the galaxy, the naked now. So in this episode, which is, in fairness, pretty much a retread of the original series episode, The Naked Time, Data and Riker are doing their research to go back through Starfleet history and find out if they can find some sort of, cure for the let's all get really drunk virus that's going around the ship. I don't care if that's the real name for it. That's what I'm calling it. As Data is going through all of these historical records, blink and you'll miss it. There's an image that flashes up on screen, and it's a bird with the head of Gene Roddenberry. The nickname for Gene Roddenberry was the Great Bird of the Galaxy. He is the man who created Star Trek and got everything going and got everything revived. He is God, really, to the Star Trek universe. So it was a really nice way of getting a little cameo for him on screen, but without really shoving it in people's faces. As I say, you really have to pause that frame to be able to see this. Number 9, Dax in the original series uniform. Now, Trials and Tribulations is a just beautiful tribute to Star Trek's 30th birthday. Now, while this was going on, obviously Star Trek Voyager was doing flashback, which had Tuvok and Janeway on the bridge of the Excelsior. But this, they sent the entire main cast of Star Trek Deep Space Nine back to the episode The Trouble with Tribbles, thanks to some absolutely superb video editing going on there. Everyone looks interesting in the 60s uniforms. Some have aged better than others. The uniform that Dax wears is quite nice. It's quite pleasant. It has been added to my Amazon wish list, I'm not gonna lie, but there's no arguing Terry Farrell probably looks a bit better in that uniform than I would. And, well, you know why you pause in this episode. 8. The biggest fleet in Star Trek. This incredible shot combined a lot of real models along with CGI ships as well, and it was also one of the last times that model miniatures were used for filming on a Star Trek series. The closing shot of the episode, this comes just after the Dominion take DS9 and the Defiant and the Rotaran have to basically book it out of there, and they join up with this enormous Federation Klingon task force. You've got battle cruisers and Vorchak class ships, you've got Galaxy class, you've got other Defiant class ships which we had not seen yet, and you've also got Miranda, Excelsior, Akira, they're all in there. It is a fantastically beautiful shot, and it's also really, really short. Now, according to Ira Stephen Bear, it was also wrong. The Defiant and the Rotaran were always supposed to meet up with this fleet, but they were supposed to be heading in the other direction, because the way the episode finishes, it looks like the Defiant and the Rotaran are joining a fleet to come back around and retake Deep Space Nine. And that is not what the producers wanted, because they knew they were going into the Dominion War arc. They didn't want to have a straightaway resolution, which is why in the opening scene of Season 6's first episode of Time to Stand, you see an absolutely nobbled fleet limping back through space. That is alleged to be that amazing shot that we saw from Season 5, done the way they wanted it to. Number 7. All of Enterprise's decontamination scenes. I enjoy a good decontamination as much as the next man, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of them, wasn't there? I mean, kicking off, you've got Trip and T'Pol in there. They're rubbing gel all over each other. I'm saying, I'm watching Star Trek. I don't think I'm watching Star Trek anymore. what is going on? But it was fun. There was fun conversations in these scenes, there was some character growth in these scenes, but this was Star Trek selling sex. That's what this was. They knew exactly how they were going to get some new audience on board, and they did it. It worked. I can't begrudge them that. But it was the first show to be cancelled since the original series. So, call it a draw? 6. How many decks? Sometimes something will be put into an episode as a kind of a joke. You know, it's like, oh, blink and you'll miss it. Maybe going back to, say, the Great Bird of the Galaxy one, that's, you know, there was no highlight really shown on that, but it's still there. It's a nice little tribute. Same cannot be said of this. In Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, the Enterprise A is taken over by Sybok and his followers. Now you've got Kirk, Spock and McCoy are noping it out of there, and what they do is they begin to climb the turbo shaft. And then Spock arrives in his anti-grav boots. Great, day saved. Then, of course, they're too heavy and they start to sink back down again, so Spock hits the turbo boost on these boots. And they fly up. They go past deck 12, deck 13, deck 54, deck 65, deck 54, deck 72. Wait, what? So, not only do they have way more decks than any other ship in the fleet, Enterprise E has decks 24 to 26 to 27, depending on the day, the character, and the film. But 72 decks? 54 comes up twice. These are some weird layout turbo shafts. We're talking Discovery finale kind of turbo shafts here. 5. The Millennium Falcon. The Millennium Falcon was present in the Battle of Sector 001. I say that again. The Millennium Falcon was present at the Battle of Sector 001. John Kroll, who's the ILM visual effects supervisor, was in charge of putting together this scene, and he had also just completed work on some of the digital aspects of the remastered Star Wars trilogy. So, they now had a Millennium Falcon sitting handy. And, cheeky git that he was, he slipped it into the film. So, you'll see it's in the moments before the Enterprise arrives, and there's a beautiful pan of an Akira class, and now I mean it's like that, blink and you'll miss it. But it's there, it is on the screen, and you can have a lot of fun trying to find it. But that is another example of just a joke that was added in visually, as opposed to any mistakes or anything like that. Have fun looking for that one. 4. Future details on screen. Now this one's a lot of fun because writer Mike Sussman got to kind of play with the characters of Archer and Hoshi. When Mirror Archer and Mirror Hoshi, sorry, that's Empress Hoshi to you and me, take over the USS Defiant, they start to go through the historical records of themselves in the Prime universe. And the Archer and Hoshi that we're used to obviously died before the Defiant was launched because it's from about 100 years in the future. We get to find out some details on these little bios. Hoshi apparently retired from Starfleet at the rank of Lieutenant Commander, so she did quite alright for herself. Archer did alright for himself. President of the Federation, Archer 4 is named after him, and also there's details of the defeat of the Romulans to the Federation, Andorian, Tellarite and Vulcan alliance as well. So that is well in advance, of course, of the encounter at Balance of Terror. It really is just a bit of fun that Mike Sussman sat down and fleshed out their characters, but you can find the high-res screen caps of those over on his Twitter account. 3. Commander Remmick's head. Anyone who's seen TNG Conspiracy from all the way back in Season 1 probably knows what I'm talking about here. This is one of the scenes that was banned and got the episode censored to high heaven because both Riker and Picard trained their phasers on this man, fire at him, and they completely ripped the flesh of his skull off. It's a bit much, you know, but the way the camera holds on to it as well, if you pause it at the right moment, you can make sweet eye contact with this man before those eyes explode. Number 2, Constitution class wreckage. 39 ships and 11,000 lives are lost to the Borg. One of those ships was a Constitution class movie era vessel. Now, this was deliberately included by the filmmakers because they wanted to get that message across that even if Kirk had been present against the Borg, there was no guarantee that the Enterprise would have won that. It's one of those clever visual techniques that the show uses, and it uses it again later on, to really elicit an emotional response from the audience. Now, if you think of the USS Odyssey in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, end of Season 2, episode The Jem'Hadar, this is a Galaxy-class starship. We've just watched Galaxy-class starship do its thing for the last 7 years over on Next Generation, and it's taken out in a few seconds by the Jem'Hadar. And again, it's that idea of if Captain Picard had been present, the battle would not have ended any differently. Back to the Constitution class vessel, this is very, very short because it's actually, this scene is repeated in the episode, but the Constitution class is only visible in one of those shots, and it's almost subliminal in the way that it gets that across to the audience of these guys are serious, they've taken Picard, they would have killed Kirk, do not underestimate the Borg. Last but not least, Crusher and Troy's aerobics. So you have Gates McFadden, who was a trained choreographer, and you had Marina Sirtis, and the pair of them are just, for no reason at all, doing aerobics in the middle of a corridor that they have slapped a mirror up in front of. I don't really know where to go with this entry. I mean, pause the moment. There we go.
Some people would give their left arm to appear on Star Trek, and some other people feel like it cost them the equivalent of it. There has been 60 years of Star Trek history, and in that time, hundreds of actors have passed through the final frontier. It stands to reason that not all of them would have had an amazing time. Many have spoken openly about how much of their time on the show affected them and their careers. Some have had such a bad time that they have refused to work with the franchise ever again. So, without further ado, I'm Marcus Bronzy from WhatCulture, and here are 12 actors who hated being on Star Trek. Number 12. Denise Crosby. Lieutenant Tasha Yar was a key character of the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation. She was tough, brave, and strong, filling the role of a security chief aboard a Galaxy-class starship. It looked to be a juicy role to sink an actor's teeth into, and Denise Crosby was brought in to play the part. However, she quickly became frustrated with the way her character was being used, or should I say, underused. She has commented in recent times that she felt that if a matte painting of her legs had been done, it could have been slotted behind the command chairs underneath the security station. That was the impact she felt her character was having based on the stories she was being given. Now, whilst I wouldn't complain about having my knees behind Sir Patrick Stewart during some of his glory years in The Next Generation, there's no getting around that line, is there? Moving on. I can understand her frustration. In what Sir Patrick Stewart has since described as a big mistake, the show failed to keep Crosby on board and she quit before the end of the season. Her character was written out by being killed by Armus, the black slime embodiment of evil. It was both a shocking and underwhelming end to a character with a lot of potential. She was, however, brought back for one episode in the third season's great Yesterday's Enterprise, where we see her in an alternate timeline. Fan reaction was such that Crosby then pitched the idea of Yar having a half-Romulan daughter, Sela, and this daughter would go on to appear in 3 more stories. However, her first year was somewhat wasted in what could have been some real ground-laying work. Number 11. Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Before Lucille and he went off to do some zombie hunting in The Walking Dead, Negan was a Star Trek Enterprise character. However, thanks to the show, he almost quit acting altogether. Jeffrey Dean Morgan appeared in the 3rd season of Enterprise in the episode entitled Carpenter Street alongside guest star Leyland Orser. Now, the heavy makeup required for the Xindi reptilian role was overbearing and claustrophobic, which meant that filming was a miserable experience for him. Morgan later admitted that there were times he would cry in the evenings from frustration, fatigue, and bitterness. Once production was wrapped on the episode, he had decided that acting wasn't for him. However, thankfully, he would take time and change his mind, eventually becoming the successful Negan on The Walking Dead. Number 10, Diana Muldaur. Diana Muldaur has actually appeared as 3 separate Star Trek characters in the franchise. She began her career in Trek on the original series, appearing in the episode Return to Tomorrow. She would later return as a different character in Truth, Is There No Beauty? She described the experience working with the original series crew as enjoyable, feeling a sense of camaraderie. So, coming back to join the crew of the Enterprise would have been a cinch for the next generation. Well, you are wrong. Things were not so smooth when she returned once more, this time as Dr. Catherine Pulaski in the Next Generation's 2nd season. She was brought in as a replacement for Gates McFadden, who had been fired at the end of the 1st season by producer Maurice Hurley. Hurley had strongly objected to McFadden's attempts to beef up her character. This meant Muldaur was walking into a situation where she was replacing a beloved colleague who had been lost in dubious circumstances. It has often been said that the crew of TNG were extremely close for the duration of the show. However, it seems that Muldaur never warmed to the group, nor they her, during her tenure. She basically wasn't feeling the love. On top of that, she was always billed as a special guest star, which doesn't really make you feel part of the family. And once the season ended, she declined to return for the 3rd season. Number 9, Robert Beltran. Robert Beltran was one of the actors who started to voice his criticisms of the show long before it came to an end. He was originally 2nd lead in Star Trek Voyager, a role that had been enjoyed by Leonard Nimoy and Jonathan Frakes. However, he never had the same experience that they had. In his opinion, this was due to the fact that the producers simply forgot about his character after a while. He had been brought in as the leader of a separate group within Voyager crew, but the marquee subplot fizzled out as the show progressed. He was further irked by the introduction of 7 of 9. He felt that the show was beginning to aim for a lower denominator of fan base, using sex appeal rather than strong storytelling. I wonder if he felt the same way after they shared a few on-screen kisses. He felt that Chakotay, along with Tuvok, Tom Paris and Harry Kim, were quickly given less and less to do as the show began to further explain 7's storylines. Once the final season rolled around, he allegedly gave the most wooden performance as possible, as he felt if the show wasn't going to offer him any meaty roles or things to do, well, they didn't deserve his finest work. He was critical of the season finale, quoted as saying, "This is it," once he discovered the ending. And to be fair, I did think the ending was quite abrupt. Anyway, he has softened his views in recent years, but it's safe to say that he was no fan of the show by the time it wrapped. Number 8. Grace Lee Whitney. Grace Lee Whitney was one of the sadder stories when it came to the Trek alumni. She was an actress and singer before being cast in Star Trek, and she appeared in 8 episodes of the 1st season of the original series, playing Yeoman Rand, Kirk's personal assistant. However, she was then released from her contract and then went on to claim that she had been sexually assaulted by a producer and that Leonard Nimoy had been of great support to her at the time. She returned to the franchise for the motion picture after her former colleague DeForest Kelly found out she was unemployed. She appeared in 4 of the movies, 2 internet episodes, and returned for the 30th anniversary special Flashback with George Takei. She also managed to capitalize on her Trek fame by releasing Trek-themed music. She died in May 2015, just months after her dear friend Leonard Nimoy. Number 7, Malcolm McDowell. Dr. Sauron is one of the most hated characters in Star Trek history. He killed Captain Kirk, damn it! Sorry about that, sorry. However, the actor playing him, Malcolm McDowell, liked him about as much as the rest of the fandom. McDowell had long been known to his audience for his performances in films like the iconic Clockwork Orange, but this was the first and to date his only foray into Star Trek. He appeared in Star Trek Generations as a scientist trying to get back to the Nexus, willing to destroy anything in his path to do it. While he plays the character with an endearing subtlety and a quiet rage, McDowell felt the script let him down. In fact, he was quoted by his nephew Alexander Siddig, aka Julian Bashir, as saying that he thought the script was weak, and he himself admitted that he only took the role for the money. Word on the bridge is he turned it down 4 times until the producers agreed to his asking price. McDowell also received death threats from irate fans after the film was released, as they were really unhappy with his character's actions. Perhaps for his own safety, he's avoided returning to the Trek universe ever since. Number 6, Susanna Thompson. Susanna Thompson played several characters during her tenure on Star Trek, appearing in The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, where she was one half of the franchise's first same-sex kiss with Terry Farrell. Later, she appeared as the Borg Queen in Star Trek Voyager's Dark Frontier and Unimatrix Zero. It was the makeup and costuming that Thompson particularly struggled with for these instances. For her first appearance, she was given contact lenses that were so uncomfortable that she thought of quitting outright after the first day of filming. She was in tremendous pain, and coupled with long hours, she felt that she wouldn't be able to do it again. However, she did, and completed filming on Dark Frontier. She also agreed to return for the two-part Unimatrix Zero, but on the condition that she was given new and better contacts and that she could take them out more often than she had been allowed while filming Dark Frontier. She was not available for the series finale, and Alice Krieger was brought in to reprise the role she had originated in Star Trek First Contact. Number 5. Leonard Nimoy. Leonard Nimoy initially had quite a complex relationship with Star Trek. He was cast in the original pilot as the alien character with pointy eyebrows and ears, and his appearance brought criticism from conservative viewers as he was deemed to be satanic. But now, it's fair to say that without Spock or Vulcans, Star Trek would look very different. However, it was exactly his appearance that would become the issue. Nimoy discovered that after the original series wrapped, that his likeness was being used in advertising without his consent, and more importantly at the time, without receiving any royalties. He would grow weary of the constant association with Spock, going so far as to write an autobiography entitled I Am Not Spock. In 1979, as the production was gearing up on the first motion picture, Jeffrey Katzenberg had to beg him to return. Whilst the motion picture was a huge financial success, it wasn't a critical darling, and Nimoy only agreed to return for the Wrath of Khan on the provision that he be killed off. Well, he certainly received his wish. Before production wrapped on the Wrath of Khan, he approached the studio and asked to be brought back for the sequel. He also asked to direct, which cemented his return to the franchise. Before his death, Nimoy published another autobiography entitled I Am Spock, proving his frustrations with the series were thankfully temporary. Number 4. Jeri Ryan. While the franchise is currently enjoying the glorious return of 7 of 9 in Picard, her first stint on the show was not a pleasant one. She was brought in at the beginning of Star Trek Voyager's 4th season in an open attempt to boost flagging ratings, replacing Jennifer Ann Lean's Kez, who producers felt wasn't hitting the right notes with the audience. The cast initially struggled to warm to her, and she has been quoted on several occasions speaking about how another actor made her life quite difficult on set. That actor was Kate Mulgrew. She'd been hired as Star Trek's first leading female captain, and she felt the progressive moves of the producers began to fall by the wayside once the character of Seven appeared. Now, she's been open about her coldness to Jeri Ryan on set, making their scenes together, many of which are really tender, all the more resonant when one takes into account the tensions behind them. Number 3. Wil Wheaton. Wil Wheaton was coming off an already successful career when he appeared in Star Trek The Next Generation as Wesley Crusher. He had just starred in the critical hit Stand By Me and was fresh in people's minds. He was brought into the show to play the character that, unfortunately, many audiences would quickly come to hate. One such audience member was Rod Roddenberry, Gene's son. He felt anger towards Wil, as he felt that Gene was replacing the missing relationship between father and son with the relationship he was establishing with Wil. As the show began to air, Wheaton became the subject of much negative fan reaction and would eventually leave in the show's 4th season. In a recent reunion, Wheaton spoke about his feelings of regret for the way he handled his time on the show. He felt sad and ashamed of the way that he had left, and he felt that for years he was not able to keep up a relationship with his castmates. Thankfully, in later life, he has been welcomed back to the family, returning for 2002's Star Trek Nemesis and currently hosting the after show for Star Trek Picard, The Ready Room. Number 2. Brent Spiner. Another actor who has stepped back into the franchise's old yellow eyes. He was quite infamously killed off at the end of Star Trek Nemesis. This was actually a stipulation of Spiner's, as after almost 20 years, he was ready to walk away from the show. To be clear, not all of his time in Star Trek was a negative experience. He remains very close to the cast and frequents fan conventions. The role of Data typecasted him for a long time, and despite starring roles in films like Independence Day, which was one of the biggest films in the 90s, he's often expressed dislike at the questions he is asked by reporters and fans about his time on Star Trek, especially saying that they lack in diversity. However, as time has gone on and enough distance has grown between him and the everyday aspect of the role, he seems to be happier to look back fondly on his time. And though he may forever be Data in many people's eyes, he seems to have quietly put his feelings behind him and embraced the franchise once more with his appearance on Picard. Number 1. Garrett Wang. To date, Garrett Wang is the only cast member to have had a request to direct an episode refused by the producers. Many of the Star Trek alumni and current cast have taken the director's chair along with Shatner, Nimoy, Frakes and Burton, Stewart and Brooks even. All of them have directed episodes or features of the franchise. So when Garrett Wang put in a request, his denial must have been a bit of a slap in the face. The fact it was denied seems to be emblematic of the larger issue of the Star Trek Voyager series. In the 7-year run of the show, it suffered from ratings issues. Characters were also being underwritten and undeveloped. Perhaps the worst victim of this was Wang. A common joke is that Harry Kim was the franchise forever ensign, unable to gain a promotion, even though he had more experience than half of Starfleet. This is even remarked on in several episodes. However, Wang says that he did ask for his character to be promoted, and the response was, well, someone has to be ensign. Couple this with the refusal of the directing gig and the lack of cast cohesion, there's little mystery as to why Garrett Wang did not have the most enjoyable time on Star Trek. Like many others on this list, he still attends the conventions and seems more than happy to be a part of the show regardless.
Now, I'm just going to be upfront about this. You want to talk mistakes, you go look at some of my early Facebook posts, okay? Yeah. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 dumb mistakes Star Trek wants you to forget. Number 10. Scotty was on the Enterprise B. With both Star Trek Generations and Relics, the 6th season episode of The Next Generation featuring Scotty, there was bound to be a clash of continuity here. Both scripts were co-written by Ronald D. Moore, which makes the error here a little more egregious. In Relics, Scotty is saved from suspended animation in a transporter beam, believing Kirk to be a savior. However, in Star Trek Generations, Scotty is on board the Enterprise B as it encounters the Nexus. This mission was one for the history books, as even Riker is able to instantly identify it as the mission where James Kirk died. In the years that have passed, Scotty's apparent memory failure has been put down to signal degradation while trapped in the transporter. But the truth is far more simple. Generations hadn't been written by the time Relics was airing, and Scotty was a last-minute addition to the film when both Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley either refused or were unable to appear. This is more apparent in Generations than anything, as Scotty's dialogue is much more Spocky than ever, owing to the fact that the Vulcan's lines were handed more or less wholesale over to the engineer. Number 9. I never forget a face. One of the most well-known errors in all of Star Trek takes place in the second movie, The Wrath of Khan. In fact, it's so well-known that 2 people spotted it at the time. One was the actor with whom it was concerned, the other was the director, Nicholas Meyer. When the USS Reliant arrives in orbit of Ceti Alpha 5, believing it to be Ceti Alpha 6, Commander Chekhov accompanies Captain Tyrrell to the planet's surface. There they encounter Khan, the genetically engineered madman who attempted to seize control of the Enterprise 15 years earlier. Though Khan doesn't recognize Tyrrell, he does identify Chekhov by name. The issue with this is that Chekhov wasn't on board the Enterprise during the events of Space Seed. Walter Koenig spotted this error straight away, but fearing a diminished role of the film, he kept his mouth shut. Nicholas Meyer would also come to realise the error, and years later said he could just as easily swapped out Chekhov for Uhura in this scene, but he decided against it, leaving it in as a little nod to the fans who notice. Off-screen, a joke could be heard describing Chekhov as the annoying crewman who held up Khan as the latter was waiting for the bathroom. That's a face we wouldn't forget in a hurry either. Number 8. Which ship was studying the gas? In the opening scene of Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, Captain Sulu records his log aboard the USS Excelsior. He states that the ship is en route back to Starfleet HQ, having completed a 3-year mission cataloguing gaseous anomalies in the Beta Quadrant. Moments later, the ship monitors the explosion from the Klingon moon of Praxis, kickstarting the action in the film. In the climactic battle between the Enterprise A and Chang's cloaked bird of prey, Uhura solves the riddle of how to locate the enemy ship. She suggests using the extra material on board that they have been using to catalogue all of those gaseous anomalies to find the ship's tailpipe. This seems to have been a case of Chekhov's gun moving from ship to ship. According to George Takei, this change, the Enterprise saving itself as opposed to the Excelsior saving the day, was made at the request of William Shatner. Takei claims that Shatner believed no one but Captain Kirk can save the Enterprise. The scene, whoever was responsible for saving the ships, is a thrilling one in any case. Just don't ask which crew was supposed to report on the Klingon plasma emissions. Number 7. 3 timelines, 3 beams, 3 enterprises? The climactic episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, All Good Things, features a breakneck story of temporal hopping, paradox discovering, and family building within the crew of the Enterprise D. It's clearly a triumphant finale for one of the most popular iterations of Star Trek, serving as a stronger script than the first film generations. However, while in the Devron system in the past, present, and future, Jean-Luc Picard initiates a scan from a topographic imaging scanner primarily designed to scan the anomaly that's appeared. Once the event horizon has been breached, it is discovered that the union of all 3 beams is what's in fact causing the anomaly to begin with. They have the exact same resonance frequency as though all 3 were coming from the Enterprise D. In 2 of the time periods, that's accurate. In the past and the present, Picard is aboard the Enterprise. However, in the future, Picard is aboard the USS Pasteur, an Olympic-class ship that is most decidedly not the Enterprise D. While the latter ship does eventually show up, it's not the origin point of the beam. Reportedly, writer Ronald D. Moore noticed this, but left it in anyway, as changing the error would have been way too costly to be feasible. Number 6. Klingon Katinga-class ship in Enterprise. Matt Jeffries designed the original Klingon battlecruiser for the original series, which cut an imposing figure once introduced in Errand of Mercy. When it came time to bring this ship to the big screen, it was given a detail-centric overhaul, as the original model was far too smooth for the close-up shots required for the motion picture. The ship was a new design by the time the Enterprise 1701 encountered around Organia, so when a Katinga-class battlecruiser was encountered by the NX-01 in the first season episode Unexpected, this created a fairly annoying continuity error. Rob Bonshun and Koji Kuromura of Foundation Imaging had built free of charge a new D4 class battlecruiser for the scene in question, yet it was decided that their CGI model didn't have enough windows on it. The producers asked them to redo it, to which they bluntly said no, feeling that this was highly ungrateful. Instead, the Katinga model was used as it was readily available, having been built for Star Trek Deep Space Nine. The appearance of this ship remains a low mark in Enterprise's first season, which was at the time already struggling to find its identity and feet. Number 5. The Ferengi Code of Honor. The introduction of the Ferengi in The Next Generation was a very strange affair. Clearly, they were intended to become series regulars and bad guys to the level that the Klingons and Romulans had been in the original series. In fact, the Romulans were originally planned to only appear long enough to be destroyed by the Borg. Thankfully, that idea was scrapped. The Ferengi, however, they were introduced with a love of profit that would come to define them, that they were also painted as vicious and almost feral beings. Once trapped by the force that bound their ship and the Enterprise D over Delphi Ardu 4, their commander, Daemon Tar, offers a return of stolen technology and the life of their second officer in accordance with the Ferengi Code. The only code that is ever referred to after this, arguably, is the Rules of Acquisition. This is clearly because the Ferengi simply didn't work on screen as intended. They were laughable, described as hopped-up gerbils rather than anything particularly frightening. Armin Shimmerman, who had appeared in The Last Outpost, has joked that he took on the role of Quark in Deep Space Nine to atone for their very first appearance. Having said this, their first appearance could simply have been the writers following the 239th Rule of Acquisition: never be afraid to mislabel a product. Number 4. The design of the Enterprise C. The Enterprise C made her first on-screen appearance in the 3rd season episode of The Next Generation, Yesterday's Enterprise. It was revealed as an Ambassador-class ship believed to have been lost 20 years prior, defending the Klingon outpost of Narendra 3 from the Romulans. It slipped into a temporal disturbance, appearing in an altered future alongside the Enterprise D. Rewinding to Season 1 of The Next Generation, the observation lounge had been seen adorned with several golden models on the wall. These models depicted the previous ships to bear the name Enterprise. Matt Jeffries' designs for 1701 and 1701A were present, as was an Excelsior-class ship, later revealed as the Enterprise B. Then, a class of ship that had never been shown before sat between B and D. This was designer Andrew Probert's original design for the Ambassador-class ship. It had a hull that was more evocative of the Excelsior class, while the nacelles and deflector dish were closer to the Galaxy class. The saucer section was circular, a design aspect that held over on the on-screen version. While it came time to produce the Yesterday's Enterprise, the budget didn't stretch to building an entirely new class of ship. Therefore, the Ambassador class as depicted was something of a kit bash from readily available models. Number 3. 2 decades of peace. The timeline of the Klingon and Federation peace treaties has been a bone of continuity contention for some time in Star Trek. To start with, Star Trek Discovery depicts the dreadful Klingon Federation War of 2256. Later, the original series, war is breaking out as the Enterprise travels to Organia. There follows a period of hostility up until the Khitomer Accords of 2293. However, However, in The Way of the Warrior, set in 2372, Dr. Bashir states baldly that there had only been 2 decades of peace with the Klingon Empire by the time Gowron decides to invade Cardassia. The Federation's decision to condemn the assault leads to the dissolution of the treaty. When, then, did the Federation and the Empire enter into a cessation of hostilities? There are a couple of options. First, the attempt by the Enterprise C at Narendra 3 led to a deepening of relations between the two, while the Klingons and Romulans were further divided. That took place in 2344, which would roughly fall into Bashir's timeline. Yet this still ignores the Killam Accords of 2293. While a second set of accords were drafted, the first had never been dissolved. Therefore, without an establishment of a far stronger alliance stated on screen, Bashir was correct in Trials and Tribulations when he stated he was a doctor, not an historian. Number 2, the Borg priorities change. The Borg had a somewhat stilted entry into Star Trek canon. They were originally conceived as the parasitic race who were teased in Coming of Age and then introduced in Conspiracy. The idea of colonies being scooped right out of the ground was then introduced in the Neutral Zone. However, their design and drive was radically overhauled for their first appearance in Q Who. They became the cybernetic beings that the audience would come to know so well. As many will be well aware, the main drive of the Borg would be to add the biological and technological distinctiveness of all other races to their own race. Check that word, biological. In Q Who, Q states clearly that the Borg have no interest in the Enterprise crew. He maintains that they are only interested in the ship's technology. This would come to be a continuity error by their very next appearance, in that next appearance being the best of both worlds. From that episode on, assimilation would become their main drive. It's highly unlikely that Q, the omnipotent being, would be unaware of the Borg's drive to assimilate all civilizations, so this is simply a mistake in the history of the collective. Number 1, the Eugenics Wars. The Eugenics Wars were a series of conflicts that took place on Earth between 1992 and 1996. They spawned Khan, the Superman who controlled much of contemporary Asia at the time. Once it became apparent that he would lose the wars, he and dozens of his followers escaped Earth aboard the SS Botany Bay, a sleeper ship that would be discovered 200 years later by the Enterprise. Any time that genetic engineering is mentioned in Star Trek, Khan's name is usually brought up, which means his existence and that of the wars is a firm part of Star Trek history. So when episodes like Voyager's Future's End and 1159 take place in the 90s, it's distinctly odd that the wars receive no mention at all. While it's conceivable that the United States wasn't involved at all, it does seem somewhat strange that there would be no mention of them, nor any depiction of their impact. Even Deep Space Nine's past tense, set during the early 21st century, makes no allusions to them either. This leaves them in the odd position as being an ingrained part of Star Trek's history, and yet one that is deliberately avoided whenever time travel brings the various crews anywhere near their start or end dates.
Being a family-friendly show that usually tries to instill values of hope, cooperation and goodwill to all species, Star Trek doesn't tend to court too much controversy. Indeed, the show's more notorious moments tend to arise in pursuit of pushing a noble social cause, or society simply not liking what's reflected back at it through the mirror of an episode. Still though, having run for over 50 years and with hundreds of episodes to its various names, sometimes lines get stepped over. Whether that's a boundary that got pushed too far, a storyline that was too close to the cultural bone, or simply just tastes and standards differing from place to place, occasionally the show isn't allowed to boldly go anywhere at all without major changes being needed. It hasn't happened often, but pouring back through the annals of Star Trek lore does yield a few such examples of TV networks and other broadcasters giving episodes of the show a firm bashing with the old banhammer. Some have been fixed over the years with creative editing, but others still can't be aired in their original guise even today. My name is Adam Cleary and these are 10 Star Trek episodes that were banned. Number 10, Miri. First of a 4-parter here with episodes of the Star Trek original series that were deemed unsuitable for audiences by the BBC. While each has their own offending themes and scenes, the core of the problem was that the UK broadcaster thought of Star Trek as a children's show, and would thus screen it for anything it felt too mature a topic. Easily the tamest of the 4 is Miri, a season 1 episode that sees the crew encounter a Lord of the Flies inspired society comprised entirely of children. All the planet's adults have perished from some lethal unknown plague, and the episode does throw in the odd violent scene, but besides that, there's nothing remotely troublesome from a visual perspective. The problem with the episode though was that it focused on large groups of orphan children facing their deaths from either the virus that killed their parents or just simply starvation. The BBC insisted the episode didn't do enough to soften the edges of this grim subject matter and refused to show it. Number 9, Whom Gods Destroy. Now you'd think, with a name like Whom Gods Destroy, that this episode would earn the ire of censors for gratuitous uses of violence and or lightning bolts. But it was actually on the grounds of salation that the BBC decided it wasn't suitable for the British viewing public. This season 3 episode, you see, introduced us to Orion slave girls. Weirdly, the episode also featured an extended scene of torture with Kirk subjected to all manner of unpleasant treatments at the hands of their captors. That was apparently absolutely fine though, but the slightly risque dance performance from Marta was a step too far for British sensibilities. Again, given that they regarded the show as primarily being for children, having a slave woman gyrate her hips in the direction of a Starfleet captain before later boldly going down his tonsils was too much of a stretch for the BBC. However, it wouldn't be the last time that the kiss would get the show in hot water. Number 8, Plato's Stepchildren. Now, you've undoubtedly already heard of this episode. It contains one of the most groundbreaking moments in Trek history, as well as a seminal incident in the story of the American Civil Rights Movement. Kirk and Uhura, imprisoned by a Greek-worshipping civilization, share the first ever interracial kiss on television. NBC originally had no issue with the scene, but worried that local stations in the Deep South would be outraged by it. To their surprise, virtually no complaints were formally made, but the BBC elected not to show the episode when it was syndicated across the Atlantic. The reasons for this are only truly known to the censors board at the time, but the official explanation given was that they found the episode to be too violent. Now, while there's certainly no shortage of action in it, there's nothing in there you wouldn't expect to find in the majority of other episodes. And while I'm not saying it's far more likely that they feared some kind of conservative backlash, I am thinking it extremely loudly. Number 7, The Empath. When the BBC chose to ban episodes of the original series, it always smacked of stuffy, uptight hand-wringing. One time they might actually have had a point, however, was concerning the season 3 episode, The Empath. This still has the power to induce a wince in audiences nearly 50 years later, and didn't make it to air in the entire country until 1994. In the episode, while visiting an apparently doomed planet, the crew is repeatedly subjected to torturous experiments by its inhabitants. It's not graphically shown, and the majority of the horror is left to the descriptions, but the graphical nature of what's said allows the audience to paint a horrific picture in their minds. The episode was banned by the BBC. However, the critical reception it received in America led to scores of fans petitioning the broadcaster to show it and the other episodes. They responded, "There are no plans to screen the 4 episodes because we feel they deal most unpleasantly with the already unpleasant subjects of madness, torture, sadism, and disease." Number 6, Conspiracy. There are many ways you might choose to describe the Next Generation, but a borderline Cronenbergian venereal horror is probably not one of them. That was until episode 25 of season 1, when an exploding man and the alien living inside his body shocked audiences across the world. Uncovering a plot by parasitic aliens to invade the Federation, Picard and Riker are forced to kill Lieutenant Commander Remick, whose head explodes when it's hit with a sustained phaser blast. No, seriously, it actually just explodes. They used meat and fake blood and just blew it up on the set. Then, with the host body destroyed, the mother parasite dissolves his chest and emerges to confront the pair, looking every inch the nightmare fuel of an 80s body horror puppetry department that it is. NBC moved it to the 10 PM slot. It carried a warning before all broadcasts in Canada, but the BBC, predictably, just refused to air it. Number 5, Rejoined. Strictly speaking, the episode Rejoined was never fully banned from being broadcast. However, several distributors, notably those in the southern United States, refused to air it unless a particular scene was removed in advance. The scene in question being, at the time, Star Trek's first openly gay kiss. The idea behind the episode, and specifically the relationship between Jadzia Dax and the wife of her former host, is complex. The writers wanted to present the situation as being controversial to Trill society, but with no issue being raised about their sexuality whatsoever, thus holding up a mirror to society in the time-honoured Star Trek way. Despite a near universal level of critical and cultural praise for the episode, it still didn't sit well with certain sections of the audience, and the kiss was removed on certain networks. To this day though, Terry Farrell, who plays Dax, regards it as her favourite episode of the show and one of the most important things she has ever done in her career. Number 4, To the Death. As with Rejoined, this Season 4 episode of Deep Space Nine never managed to incur the full wrath of a TV station broadcast ban, but required extensive editing in order to make it to air. It holds the dubious distinction of being the first Star Trek episode to be censored for having too much violence, with a whopping 45 seconds of one fight scene being removed. Forming an unlikely and fragile alliance with a crew of Jem'Hadar, Sisko and co attempt to fight their way through a series of caves to an Iconian gateway purely through hand-to-hand combat. In the original cut, 52 Jem'Hadar were killed, but with extensive editing that was trimmed to 20 at the cost of 45 seconds of footage. The BBC, at the time showing Deep Space Nine in an early evening slot, asked for further reductions before agreeing to air it. On both sides of the Atlantic, the episode received more complaints about the awkward, choppy way it was cut than it did the violence it showed. Number 3, the Icarus Factor. One final example of BBC interference here, and it concerns the Icarus Factor, an early episode of The Next Generation where, amongst other things, Worf is troubled by having missed an important Klingon rite of passage. In the end, his pals create a holographic representation of the ritual and stand and watch as Worf walks through a figurative valley of punishment. He's repeatedly jabbed with Klingon implements called pain sticks before crying out in anguish and declaring his true feelings. It's a very, very tame scene by today's standards. Despite this being a situation he's enthusiastically consented to, the BBC once again classified it as a scene of gratuitous torment or torture, and refused to air it in their family-friendly 6 PM slot. After extensive editing was undertaken to film around the pain sticks, it eventually went ahead. Number 2, Patterns of Force. There's not really much more I can do to explain this inclusion beyond simply showing you this image of the crew and you just figuring it out for yourself, but whatever, in for a penny, in for a pound. Despite wanting to protect the precious children of the United Kingdom from violence, torture, disease, starvation, women's shoulders, and a kiss between two consenting adults, the BBC saw no issue whatsoever with an episode that saw the Third Reich faithfully recreated on an alien world, and as a consequence, our intrepid crew dressing up as Nazis to infiltrate their ranks. The vast majority of broadcasters were happy to air the episode without any changes, but German networks, understandably reluctant to trivialise the matter, placed a blanket ban on it. It did finally air on the ZDF Neo channel in 2011, a little over 43 years after it was originally released. Number 1, The High Ground. While the BBC absolutely loved taking the red pen to episodes of The Next Generation before they'd air, when it came to Season 3's The High Ground, they categorically refused to air a single minute of it, purely because data refers to the Irish unification of 2024. Now, if you don't understand why that would have been controversial at the time, then I don't really want to explain it to you, because I'm pretty sure even me just talking about it might somehow make it worse. Basically, when the episode aired in 1990, the UK was still nearly a decade away from the historic Good Friday Agreement that ended most of the violence of the Troubles, a political conflict in Northern Ireland that had been ongoing since the 1960s. The comment about unification, fictional as it may be, was a little too close to the bone. At the time, the issue was so highly charged. I mean, within a year of this going out, the IRA attempted to assassinate the British Prime Minister, that the BBC decided that any episode of any show tackling the moral conundrums of terrorism wasn't appropriate viewing. The Irish line was used as the main reason, but the entire episode's cut and thrust was the more pertinent problem.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Pause. Yeah, that's R2D2. I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 more most paused Star Trek moments.
Number 10. Klingon cleavage. I don't think anybody was quite expecting, when they went into the episode of Discovery, Into the Forest I Go, to see quite what we saw. Really? We'd seen Lursa and B'Etor and the interesting uniforms that they were put into back during The Next Generation and for a hot minute in DS9 and Generations. But I don't think anybody was ready to see L'Rell completely out of uniform and astride Tyler. Mostly because in Star Trek we're just not used to frontal nudity, quite frankly. I'm not saying it wasn't pleasant, but it was unexpected. 9. Star Trek and Doctor Who are one happy family. In the Season 1 finale for Star Trek The Next Generation, The Neutral Zone, we have 3 20th century humans wake up after cryostasis for, well, I suppose, the guts of 300 years. Now, understandably, they're having a little bit of trouble in adjusting to life, so Councillor Troy sits down with Claire Raymond and starts to try and trace her family back. There's actually two versions of this, so technically you could have two different entries, because when the episode was remastered, they changed it up a little bit. Initially, they had William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, Tom Baker, Peter Davison, and Colin Baker were all listed as members of the family in Claire's descendants. Again, you have to pause it to see it. There's a lovely way of linking the two franchises. 8. T'Pol's bum. I mean, it is what it is, guys. But in the season 3 episode of Enterprise, Harbinger, T'Pol and Tucker have had this kind of simmering relationship boiling for the whole season. They have been engaging in Vulcan neuropressure sessions, which is effectively massaging each other. In this episode, it goes a little bit further. Effectively, T'Pol sees Tucker getting on very well with one of the Mako recruits, and so she sleeps with him. And then afterwards, quite coldly says, "Thanks for that." Poor Tucker is left a little bit all over the place, really. But I mean, 7. Picard Speedos. Captain's Holiday is one of the most fun episodes of The Next Generation because it's Patrick Stewart acting almost completely out of character. I mean, Captain Picard had been this stalwart, steadfast captain of the ship. Suddenly here he was lounging back in his Speedos. I would be lucky to look that good in a pair of Speedos. This whole episode was just about having a bit of crack and about loosening up. It also introduced Vash into the franchise. She was a lot of fun in The Next Generation. It also introduced Max Grodenchik, really hope I pronounced that correctly, who wasn't playing Rom this time around, but most certainly was playing a Ferengi. It's a very low stakes episode. It's a very fun episode, and if anyone is up for a bit of Jamaharan, just pass it my way. 6. Starship Graveyard. A slight change of mood here. In Unification, the Enterprise is investigating the disappearance of some Vulcan ships. They go to the Quailor 2, effectively dumping ground for dead ships. And there is an absolutely, it's a gorgeous shot for people like me who just like looking at ships. You have a Klingon Katinga class battlecruiser just sitting there in front of the screen. It's really quite lovely. Hey, wait a minute. What are those ships? Well, it's only one of the prototype models of the USS Excelsior and the Ralph McQuarrie USS Enterprise. That model of the Enterprise had in fact appeared in Star Trek before, specifically in Star Trek III, The Search for Spock. But this was a fantastically fun reuse of models that, for better or worse, might not have ever found their way to the screen. Again, blink and you'll miss it moment, but it's a really nice way of just honouring a lot of the work that goes in behind the scenes that doesn't necessarily get a light shone on it sometimes. 5. What ship is that? In the season 1 episode of The Next Generation, The Battle, we see a little change happening to the decor, which actually has a lot to do with the plot of the episode. The Ferengi daemon Bok presents Picard with a present, and it is in fact his old ship, the USS Stargazer. Now, for the entirety of season 1 running up to this point, there had been the traditional yellow 4-nacelled model in the captain's ready room sitting on a plinth. That was the USS Stargazer. When the Stargazer itself is revealed on screen, 4-nacelled, not yellow this time, but it's that 4-nacelled Constellation class ship. However, in this episode, that model on the plinth got changed to a Constitution class ship because at seemingly the 11th hour, they decided, nope, Stargaze is going to be a Constitution class ship, that's it, that's the end of it. Thankfully, along the way, they changed their minds. Now, some filming had already been done, hence the existence of the model, but also, they had already recorded LeVar Burton saying, that's a Constitution class ship. So they had to come up with a name of ship that would match as close as possible what he was saying, which is where Constellation class came from. Even though in the episode, Picard seems to have just let go of his love for the Stargazer and stuck a model of the old Enterprise there instead, well, they bring it back. Ah, that's just lovely. 4. 7 of 9 is having none of Q's nonsense. In the episode Q2, we finally see a little bit of a follow-on from Q and the female Q's baby. Obviously, as we know, Q had tried to father a child with Janeway. Janeway was not massively interested. So, himself and the female Q, played by Susie Plaxton, conceived a child was born, everybody's happy. A couple of years later, Keegan Delancey, John Delancey's son, appears as this adolescent Q. What would you do if you were a young man with no moral compass and godlike powers? He appears in the cargo bay and with a click of his fingers, 7 of 9 is totally derobed. And it's done brilliantly because she turns around and it's just, okay, I'm naked now. So, I love the way this entire scene is handled because the way they set up the character of little Q, yes, that's absolutely something he would do. And the way they've set up the character of 7 of 9, it's not, I don't care if I'm wearing clothes or not, it doesn't affect how I'm doing my job. It was a brilliant move and a very paused moment. 3. Jean-Luc Picard does not do his own stunts. In The High Ground, which is an episode we have covered to death on this channel, there is one little moment that doesn't tend to get a lot of appreciation, and that is for the wonderful stunt double who stood in for Patrick Stewart that week. He looks nothing like the man. One of the great things about being a stunt double on any show is that a lot of the time you turn up, you do your work, you don't kind of have to worry about some of the things that, the lead actors go through. Because, you don't have to do close-ups, for example. This bloke, he fills the screen, and it's one of those things that the remaster of The Next Generation brought more attention to than it really should have. Now look, this is far from the only time that a poor stunt double ever stood in for a captain. Any time with Kirk. 2. Trips untook? In the early episode of Enterprise, Acquisition, we're introduced to 2 things. We're introduced to the Ferengi, and we're introduced to Trip Tucker saving the Enterprise in naught but his boxers. Did someone just go through my Christmas wish list or something? I put a request in for this one, I'm just gonna say. Number 1, the facepalm. How this didn't make the first list, I don't... Oh, hang on, I wrote that list. Anywho, in the 3rd season episode of The Next Generation, Deja Q turns up on the bridge of the Enterprise completely starkers, hanging in midair. They're a little bit like, what are you doing here? Go away. Because they're dealing with other things. They'll find out later on some of these things are connected. Now, Q, being Q, has no interest in what they're going through because they need to look after him now. He makes his demands and he announces what's gone on, and Picard is just like, really? Today? It became an iconic moment, and then when the internet became what the internet is, it became an instant meme. It's a brilliant moment. It's one of the most recognizable images from all of The Next Generation, and it is number 1 on our list today.
Star Trek lore is so expansive that it's easy to get confused or surprised at times, even for hardcore fans. From weird Federation laws that you may not know of, to mind-bending scientific discoveries that are widely ignored, to cool details of Starfleet life that most people don't think of, this list will be looking at all of Trek history and counting down 10 of the most important aspects of Star Trek lore that people barely ever talk about. And so, with that in mind then, I'm Ellie with TrekCulture, here with 10 important Star Trek details that are almost never mentioned. Number 10. The genetic manipulation ban. Anyone who isn't familiar with the history of Star Trek may be confused by the lack of any advancements in genetic manipulation, considering the fact that we're actually very close to making it a reality in present day. However, if you look into the lore, especially the backstory of Khan, the stunted development of this technology actually makes a lot of sense. Khan, along with many other individuals, were genetically enhanced at the end of the 20th century and turned into genius super soldiers. This started the Eugenics War, one of the most brutal conflicts of Earth's history, during which augmented troops took control of huge parts of the planet and nearly plunged humanity into another dark age. After this war, humanity decided that the risks of genetic engineering far outweighed the benefits, and subsequently banned all DNA manipulation except to correct life-altering ailments. Genetic engineering is still practiced through a black market, which is how Dr. Bashir was able to get his enhancements as a child, but it is highly illegal, frowned upon, and hard to come by. Number 9. Earth's planetary government. You may have noticed that when visiting Earth, characters are able to travel anywhere on the planet instantly using public transporters, as we saw in Star Trek Picard, without the need for any passports or hassle at all. Additionally, all of Earth in Star Trek seems to have the same or similar laws regarding freedom of speech, anti-discrimination, and a universal standard of living. The reason for this is that Earth was actually united under a one-world government sometime during the 22nd century, largely as a result of the cultural shift towards cooperation following first contact. As we've seen from the Mirror Universe, a one-world government can be dangerous because if not properly democratic, it concentrates power in the hands of very few and can quickly turn authoritarian. But in the Prime Universe, the world government, known most commonly as United Earth, serves only to enforce basic human rights and protect the planet. Individual countries like Canada, China, and France are all allowed to keep their names and cultural identities, but all countries simply committed to working towards mutual prosperity. The change was due to many factors, such as the invention of limitless energy and food, the near extinction of humanity due to war in the past, and the good example given by the Vulcans of a successful one-world government. Number 8. Starfleet microscopic identification codes. The Voyager episode Distant Origin showed us something very interesting about Starfleet's uniforms during the time period. 2 Voth scientists found one of Voyager's uniforms along with the skeleton of a member of the crew and used these findings to locate Voyager in an effort to prove that the Voth and humans shared a common ancestor and came from the same planet Earth. Later in the episode, we learn that this theory is actually true. The Voth were descended from dinosaurs who escaped the extinction event millions of years ago, who went on to evolve and become one of the most powerful empires in the galaxy. What's interesting is that when examining the uniform, the Voth scientist located what he called a microscopic identification code. It's likely that this is a form of military dog tag for Starfleet officers as a way to identify them in the event of their death. The ID shows the name of their ship, the USS Voyager, and some numbers that are likely a custom identification number assigned to everyone in the crew. It's interesting that Starfleet still uses something similar to dog tags, but apparently on a microscopic level, probably to hide the information from enemies. Number 7. The disappearance of movies and television. TV shows and movies remained on top of the entertainment market into the 21st century, and even during Star Trek Enterprise, movies were popular. The crew had a movie night, but at some point after Enterprise and before The Next Generation, TV and film fell out of fashion. The most likely explanation for this is the invention of the holodeck. With holodeck technology, you don't merely watch the story unfold, you are actually part of it, playing a character that you usually have to research beforehand. This was a logical evolution of entertainment, comparable to when television replaced books as the most common media format. We saw in Voyager that some history buffs like Tom Paris like to make or collect vintage TV sets to watch old movies on, but at this point it was mainly a novelty reserved for people with a passion for historical storytelling, much like modern people who like to collect vinyl records. Number 6. Longer human lifespans. It comes as no surprise that due to centuries of medical advances, the human lifespan has drastically increased by the 22nd century and beyond. This came in large part due to the eradication of common causes of death like cancer and starvation. During the time of Star Trek Enterprise, the 22nd century, humans could expect to live around 100 years on average, compared to around 73 years in modern times, according to the United Nations. In the Next Generation, the 24th century, this expectancy rose to around 120 years, with some individuals even reaching beyond 130, such as Leonard McCoy, who visited the Enterprise D in Encounter at Farpoint at 137 years old. Some humans were able to live much longer through the use of illegal genetic manipulation, cryostasis, or other methods, but apart from these exceptions, McCoy is the oldest person we've seen on screen so far. Number 5. Borg assimilation of Starfleet secrets. As most fans know, the Borg can never invent or learn. They only evolve by stealing information and technology from other cultures through assimilation. When someone becomes a Borg drone, their entire mind and all their memories get shared with the collective. It should come as no surprise then that after all of the Starfleet officers and starships assimilated by the Borg, the collective has access to a lot of Starfleet's greatest secrets. For example, the Borg assimilated Captain Picard in the Next Generation episode The Best of Both Worlds. This means that they would know all of his security codes, every top secret mission he has ever been part of, and basically every secret shared with Starfleet captains, such as the Federation's policy on omega molecules. In the Star Trek Picard episode Penance, we learned that the Borg, or at least the Borg from the altered timeline, are aware of Q. It's not confirmed, but they could have learned about the Continuum from Picard, as he was assimilated long after first encountering Q. Number 4. Starfleet's death penalty. Starfleet and the Federation have reputations for being very humane with prisoners. They do not practice torture and usually prefer to rehabilitate violent people through therapy rather than locking them up. Despite this, there remains one crime we know of that was once punishable by death in the Federation. After Captain Pike's visit to Talos 4 in the original series pilot episode The Cage, Starfleet deemed the powers of the Talosians too powerful to be public knowledge and classified them under General Order 7, which simply stated no vessel under any condition, emergency or otherwise is to visit Talos 4. The punishment was death. Starfleet feared what people would do to the Talosians to harness their ability to make dreams reality, and also what the Talosians would do to them in return. Because of this, they thought a highly severe penalty of death would be a good deterrent. However, the only time Starfleet found someone to be in violation of General Order 7, Spock, in the episode The Menagerie, they decided to let him off. Presumably, this law was done away with after The Menagerie, as Picard stated in the Next Generation episode Justice that Starfleet has no death penalty. Number 3. Exceptions to the Prime Directive. The Prime Directive, also known as General Order 1, was created by Starfleet sometime before the original series. It simply states that Starfleet personnel must do everything they can, even sacrificing their own lives, to prevent unnecessary interference in the development of alien societies, even if their interference could greatly help these people. This directive is perhaps the most important rule in Starfleet, especially when applied to pre-warp civilizations who Starfleet are banned from revealing themselves to. If a less technologically advanced species suddenly gained access to all of the science and advanced weapons of the Federation, the results could be catastrophic. There were exceptions to the Prime Directive, however. Starfleet ships were allowed to save pre-warp societies from certain destruction by asteroids or alien invaders, but never interfered with their development or made their presence known, only prevented apocalyptic events. Another example is the beginning of Star Trek Into Darkness, when the crew prevents a massive volcano from going off and killing a pre-warp society. Number 2. Human extrasensory perception. Star Trek is known for its realism, but there is often a fair amount of pseudo-science mixed in to keep things interesting. In the original series episode Where No Man Has Gone Before, we learned that extrasensory perception, ESP, is real, and that Starfleet even had tests to determine someone's level of ESP power. Extrasensory perception basically describes someone's ability to sense things beyond the standard 5 human senses: touch, sight, sound, taste, and smell. These abilities can include telekinesis, telepathy, and precognition. ESP is almost always very weak in humans, though there were ways to unlock the power. In Where No Man Has Gone Before, when the Enterprise travelled beyond the edge of the galaxy, an energy field activated the mental powers of Gary Mitchell and Elizabeth Denner, who slowly began turning into godlike beings, using their ESP powers to bend reality to their whims, before eventually being defeated by Kirk. So while human ESP is typically nothing than impressive, much less powerful than a Vulcan or Betazoid, it is interesting to know that these powers are present and that Starfleet actively screens all officers to determine their ESP levels. Denner even claimed that some humans were able to sense future events, accurately guess the backs of playing cards, and even see through walls on occasion. Number 1. The Warp 10 Barrier. In the 24th century, warp speed was segmented into different warp factors from 1 to 10. Warp factor 1 is light speed and 10 is infinite velocity, meaning that the vessel would be travelling so fast that it would occupy every point in space simultaneously. Warp factor 10 was only achieved once in the Voyager episode Threshold. The technology was deemed too dangerous to use because it had interesting effects on human evolution and turned Tom Paris into a horrifying lizard, but most fans like to pretend that Threshold never happened. The speeds of warp factor accelerators increase exponentially, meaning that Warp 2 is vastly faster than Warp 1, and so on. Starfleet ships in the 24th century can reach above Warp 9.9, and Voyager can even get up to 9.975, which may seem close to 10, but it is actually incomprehensibly slower. In the 23rd century, during the original series, Starfleet used a different scale for calculating warp speed, which is why, in many episodes, the Changeling, for example, the Enterprise travelled at warp 10, 11 or higher.
Right, let's get this out of the way. No, Wesley Crusher will not be appearing on this list. The simple fact is this: Wesley is not the hated character that his reputation suggests. While he was definitely a shaky character in the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation, he's evolved now to the point where he could be very well the mascot, or indeed flag bearer for the series. The fact is as well that the writing improved as the episodes went by. Now that that's out of the way, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are the 10 most hated Star Trek characters. 10. Michael Burnham. The first season of Star Trek Discovery was, though not always, not the finest piece of work ever committed to screen. The visuals were fabulous, and it was clear that a lot of the time, effort and money had gone into designing the sets and aesthetic of the show. However, one aspect of the show suffered in the first season, and that is Michael Burnham. The backstage drama of the first season spilled into the writing of this character, and as such, a lot of her early episodes were written poorly. The fact that a Starfleet officer commits mutiny aboard a ship, resulting in her captain's death, for some reason, it just rings hollow. The show then proceeds to remain dark and offer Burnham very little to do beyond attempt to rectify her errors. It would take the entirety of the season for the character to truly come to life beyond guilty mutineer. This entry is focused entirely on the way the character was written, though. Sonequa Martin Green does stellar work in the first season, doing her absolute best to make the audience care for Burnham. Thankfully, the second season of Star Trek Discovery saw an immediate upswing in the skill of the writer's room, and Burnham has now become a far more likeable character, one easier to root for. With her promotion to captain by the close of the show's more positive, if slightly inconsistent, third season, fingers are crossed for brighter things on the horizon. 9. Neelix. Ethan Phillips has consistently been hailed as one of the nicest people who ever worked on the Star Trek Voyager set. A character who was a local in the Delta Quadrant was definitely needed on Voyager's arrival, so the idea of a local merchant joining the ship was a perfect step. Phillips gives it all he's got, and he manages to have some truly heroic and funny moments through the run of the show. However, as the year went on, his usefulness declined. So too did the writer's interest in fleshing him out. He was given more interesting stories in the first 2 to 3 years of the show, but with the departure of Kess in particular, there just seemed very little for him to do other than prepare the meals and try to lift people's spirits. Though he was a fairly solid background character for the show's run, Neelix potentially suffered the most from the introduction of 7 of 9. While some main characters faded a bit with her arrival, Chakotay and Kim spring to mind, Neelix was all but relegated to the mess hall, only popping up here or there before disappearing again. A shame to see a character who could have brought so much be fobbed off, yet forced to remain as an example of better things that might have been. 8. Shinzon. Back in 2002, Star Trek was about to enter its darkest period. The box office bomb that was Star Trek Nemesis, combined with the cancellation of Star Trek Enterprise, placed the franchise in a limbo bordering on death, as there was then no plans to bring it back in any way. Shinzon is perhaps too easily written off, simply as he appeared in a less than stellar film. Tom Hardy's portrayal is earnest and sincere, doing his best to face off against Patrick Stewart, even if at the time the veteran actor's screen presence far exceeded his own. However, even with the tremendous effort on Hardy's part, the writing simply wasn't strong enough to justify what was happening in the film. Added to this, the scenes of sexual assault brought his character from tragic villain to supremely unlikable, which stripped the plot of any kind of sympathy for this being. Shinzon unfortunately succeeded in one of his plans. For almost 18 years, he was responsible for killing the next generation. Their stories, at least. Thankfully, Star Trek Picard and Star Trek Lower Decks have been able to right some of these wrongs. 7. Dr. Pulaski. Dr. Catherine Pulaski, as played by Diana Muldaur, was meant to be something of a new Dr. McCoy. Coming into Star Trek The Next Generation's second season to replace outgoing Gates McFadden, who had been fired by producer Maurice Hurley. Muldaur is a fantastic actor who brought a maturity to the role. However, the writing immediately let her down by making her too much like McCoy. There was no relationship there to bounce off between her and Picard. To say she treated Data badly is underselling just how badly she treated him. The character simply never fit with the rest of the crew, despite the best efforts from Muldaur. She has since come out and spoken about how she didn't enjoy her time on the show. She never gelled with the rest of the cast, who were themselves still reeling from the loss of Gates and, in a way, the loss of Denise Crosby. The first 2 years of Star Trek The Next Generation have been detailed in the fantastic, illuminating documentary Chaos on the Bridge, a must-watch for any fan of the show. 6. Barclay. Reginald Barclay has had some fantastic moments throughout his run on Star Trek. His best moments come in Star Trek Voyager, with his relationship with the Voyager crew, or their holograms, being a particular highlight of his character. However, despite these stronger moments, Barclay was never truly a great character on The Next Generation. His first appearance brought some great comedy to the series. Seeing the main cast dressed up as swashbuckling duelists was a treat, though Barclay himself was less interesting. His next episode, The Nth Degree, was certainly a step up in terms of the writing and the acting quality. It's possibly one of his best episodes. Realm of Fear was then a step down, simply teasing out his neuroses again, this time about the transporter. While the idea to explore the nature of the transporter was a highly interesting take, seeing it from Barclay's point of view lessened the impact of this story considerably. Genesis is still responsible for some of our greatest nightmares. Dwight Schultz, much like his character, never seemed to truly fit with the Next Generation crew. Over on Voyager, both he and the character seemed to have a better time forgiving some of the past crimes made with the character. 5. Naomi Wildman. To be very, very fair here, Scarlett Pomers was a very nice young lady who did her very best. Naomi Wildman was by no means a fan favourite character in Star Trek Voyager. The idea of a child on board Voyager made perfect sense, as it truly hammered home just how long the ship would take to get back to Earth. As evidenced in the episode Shattered, the ship could very believably be manned by the next generation of their own crew as the years went by. However, the characters seemed to simply exist to deliver a few lines, help a main character realise something that they hadn't previously thought of, and then that would be it. True, the character was in one of Janeway's iconic quote moments: "Keep your shirt tucked in, go down with the ship, and never leave a man behind." But the usefulness and interest in this character waned as Season 7 went on, with Icheb becoming a more engaging, younger generation character. With all due respect to the idea of Naomi Wildman, the execution of the character just did not pay off. 4. Soren. This one feels almost a little strange to include, as one of the reasons he's among the most hated characters is that he did exactly what he was written to do. He killed Captain Kirk. This led, bizarre as it sounds, to actor Malcolm McDowell receiving death threats from fans who clearly struggled to differentiate reality from fantasy. However, to add to this, McDowell never felt truly happy with the film. While he delivers a characteristically strong performance, he felt that the script was not up to scratch. This is something that writers Ronald D. Moore and Brannon Braga also agreed with, admitting that their previous effort, All Good Things, was the superior script. Love for Star Trek Generations has grown in the almost 30 years since its release. While Soren may now be the speaker of some truly great lines, "They say time is the fire in which we burn," there are still those out there who will forever resent the man who killed their childhood. You simply can't please everyone. 3. Kes. Even on paper, this character doesn't and shouldn't work. A race of aliens who only live 9 years, told through the eyes of a young woman who is barely 2 years old, yet is in an adult relationship with a man 30 years her senior. Not only that, but Neelix and Paris fight over her affections? She is a child! Based on this character outline, Jennifer Leon had one of the hardest jobs in the entire cast of trying to sell this character as believable and one who the audience could root for. There are some great episodes, Before and After and Warlord, but unfortunately too many bad ones to properly examine. Her departure at the start of the 4th season was, in reality, a blessing. This was a true case of there simply being nowhere else for her to go. Now, although there was debate on whether it should be Kes or Harry Kim who would get the chop, in hindsight Kes was the obvious and correct choice. Her return to the 6th season seemed to upset many fans, yet Fury is nowhere near as bad as some of her earlier episodes, allowing the character a closure that, though perhaps it didn't feel earned, was still certainly welcome, and better than some others in the franchise. 2. Lwaxana Troi. Majel Barrett has been both very lucky and very unlucky in some of the parts that she has played in Star Trek. She's voiced Star Trek's computers for the 60s, 90s and early 2000s, appearing on screen as well as Number 1, Christine Chapel, and of course, Lwaxana Troi. It is in the character of Lwaxana that she has perhaps fared least successfully, even with her time as number 1 being so short. Lwaxana was meant to breathe air into the scenes and episodes she appeared in, yet from the off she was overbearing and brash, loud to the point of obnoxious, and very rarely interested in the comfort of those around her. She regularly embarrassed her daughter and, though it did bring some comedy, Captain Picard as well. This is not to say that she was not involved in some wonderful episodes. Dark Page is an excellent depiction of grief, told through the eyes of a grieving family, and her relationship with Alexander Roshenko is simply lovely. However, episodes like The Muse, Manhunt, and Fascination did little to help endear her character to the audience. Although, to be fair, the scene she shares with Odo in the turbo shaft is, on its own, a beautiful moment of understanding between these two interesting characters. 1. Narissa. Honestly, is there anyone who loved this character in Star Trek Picard? Now, Peyton List does her best with extremely poor character writing here, attempting to tease out a kind of personality in a role that offered none. She was evil Romulan lady. That's it. That's the character bio. What little hope there was for some kind of arc came when the audience were shown her undergo the admonition, absorbing the nightmare prophecy of the galaxy's destruction, which led surprisingly to her tender scene with her aunt. And then all of that is undone quickly as evil Romulan lady becomes the characterization again. It was a massive swing and a miss, a truly regrettable set of decisions that brought her to this. Her final moments, facing off against Seven, served as a bland fight with a much stronger character. Her apparent death came without any real acknowledgement or marking. As this is Star Trek, death is very rarely permanent, so it's possible that Narissa will return in the second season. If that's the case, it's with genuine hope that she will be given a stronger arc, something with an actual journey for the audience to follow. She has, or will have by then, learned that the admonition is a load of horse manure. How would this affect her character, who based so much of her actions around it? Fingers crossed that there will be a far better character in Star Trek Picard Season 2, also named Narissa.
When you're on Starfleet business, getting down and dirty is just the thing that has to be done. And for a long time, it's been thought that the devastation at Wharf 359 would be the worst that Starfleet would have to face. But as you're about to see, there were and there still are many enemies out there, and they're all desperate to take a bite out of the mighty Starfleet. And the entries on this list depict losses in both manpower and morale, so grab some chocolate ice cream, some chocolate fudge cake, hell, put some chocolate sprinkles on it as well, because it's time to take some big L's with 12 of the biggest losses Starfleet has ever faced. Number 12. The destruction of the USS Odyssey. Whilst the USS Odyssey may only be a single ship, this attack by Jem'Hadar was the depiction of just how destructive this new enemy was going to be. I mean, it was a beautiful Galaxy-class ship, the same as the Enterprise D. These ships are designed to be robust, long-lasting, and also are meant to be able to put up a decent fight as well. And it, well, quite frankly, got pasted very quickly. Now, this echoed in logic depicting the broken hull of the Constitution class in the aftermath of Battle of Wolf 359, which I'll come back to later. Anyway, both of these depictions had served to let the new audience know that had Kirk been at Wolf 359, or Picard in the Gamma Quadrant, that their experience and skill would have come to naught against this brand new foe. Number 11, the loss of Deep Space Nine. At the close of the 5th season of Star Trek DS9, things came to a head between the Federation and the Cardassian Dominion Alliance. With plenty of posturing and the eventual mining of the entrance to the wormhole, the board is set for all-out war, something Star Trek had never shown in such detail. The first battle of the war doesn't go well for the Federation either. No reinforcements are available to help defend the station, and that leaves the crew with only the Defiant and the Rataran as support vessels. A fleet of Dominion ships surrounds the station quickly and overwhelms the station's defences, leaving Sisko with only one choice. A choice that pains him: abandon station. But before the Federation personnel and Garak leave, Sisko reveals that a Federation Klingon task force used the distraction to destroy all of the shipyards on Taurus 3. Whilst that victory eased the burn a little bit, the loss of Deep Space Nine was one of the first greatest losses of the Dominion War. Number 10. The Battle of Beta Z. The episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, In the Pale Moonlight, is often seen as a game changer. not just in this series, but in the whole franchise, because it's easily one of the darkest episodes up until this point, really until Discovery came along. Anyway, Sisko embarks on a dangerous plan to bring the Romulans into the war, based on the continued losses that the Federation are facing against the Dominion. There is a moment of doubt, however, though, where he worries if the plan has enough merit. And the Dominion answer that question for him. They invade Beta Z, one of the core worlds of the Federation. They take the 10th Fleet completely by surprise, managing to secure the planet within 10 hours. While the loss of the planet alone is enough to justify a place on this list, it's also the strategic power that it gave the Dominion afterwards. After this loss, they were able to attack Vulcan, Alpha Centauri, and Andor Antella. Number 9. The Breen attack on Earth. The Breen proved themselves to be both powerful and fearful in a very short time in Star Trek. The assault on Starfleet headquarters, whilst not as devastating as the loss of Beta Z, was a strike against the morale of the Federation alliance, one that is keenly felt throughout the quadrant. General Martok sums up the situation perfectly. Not even a Klingon empire had ever dared to attack Earth. And on that day, they learned something about the Breen. Number 8. Wolf 359. Although Starfleet would incur greater losses in battles that would come in the years that followed, Star Trek was utterly changed by the Battle of Wolf 359. This was Starfleet's first large-scale encounter with the Borg. This was also, of course, the assault that was led by Locutus of Borg, which would forever have a lasting effect on Captain Picard. I mean, Star Trek had spoken about war before. The original series had let the audience know of a Romulan war that had preceded the entire series, whilst in continuity of the Cardassian border, wars had only recently finished by the time of the Borg incursion. In both of these examples, Starfleet was somewhat evenly matched with their enemies. The Borg, however, they carved their way through Starfleet on their way to Earth with a total of 39 starships and 11,000 lives lost in the fight. Savage. Number 7. The 7th Fleet. Ira Stephen Bear, the only person I know who can make a purple goatee work, had been disappointed by the final shot of the 5th season of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. It depicted an incredible alliance of Starfleet and Klingon vessels turning around, ready to face the Dominion and kick some booty. So he quickly made some decisions to change the opening of the 6th season. The first image from A Time to Stand shows a battered, battle-damaged fleet limping through space, finally free of the pursuing Dominion force. The crew is beaten down, with O'Brien saying he's getting very tired of having to be the ones that are doing the running, and Martok and Sisko gather in the mess hall in a very somber way, and Dr. Bashir enters the room with news of the 7th Fleet, an invasion force that was sent to the Cardassian space comprising of 112 Alliance vessels. Out of those 112 Alliance vessels, only 14 ships made it back to Federation territory. The men understand the dire nature of this news, with Sisko's anger boiling over before the end of the scene. Powerful stuff. Number 6. The Second Battle of Chintoka. In the later days of the Dominion War, Star Trek Deep Space Nine went all at it when it came to depicting the horrors of war. The siege of AR-558 depicted some of the human costs of war, showing the real trauma from the trench warfare that some soldiers were forced to engage whilst trying to hold on to that Chintoka system. However, the Dominion sought and acquired a new ally, the Breen. Now, the Breen had dotted the franchise in earlier references to the Next Generation, and we hadn't really seen them appear. However, they first appeared in Deep Space Nine Season 4, and their ships appear in the 7th season. They had a devastating technology that basically drained all of the power from the Federation Alliance vessels, including the USS Defiant. With main power down and no way to re-establish it, all shields, weapons and containment fields failed to operate. The crews of every ship in the fleet were forced into escape pods, being sent home to spread fear with stories of what had happened. Number 5. The attack on Mars. This devastating attack was believed to initially be orchestrated entirely by malfunctioning synthetics, and it saw both the destruction of the surface of the planet of Mars and the Utopia Planitia shipyards, along with the deaths of 92,000 people. The attack was in fact planned by the Romulan Zat Vash, a highly secret faction of the Tal Shiar. Their sole mission was to exterminate all of synthetic life in the galaxy, no matter the cost. The fleet that was being built on Mars was designed to save the Romulan Empire from the supernova that threatened to engulf it, and the destruction of the fleet ensured that millions of Romulans died. It also led to the departure of Admiral Picard from Starfleet, which is another huge loss for a once proud organisation. Number 4. The Battle of Cardassia. The final push of the Dominion War sees the Federation alliance finally invade Cardassia, pushing for the central core of the Cardassian Union. However, despite the huge fleet of Starfleet, Klingon, Romulan, and later Cardassian vessels that take on the Dominion in the orbit of the planet, there has already been a tremendous cost. The Alliance fleet loses a third of the forces they brought with them to attack the Dominion, and that is a potentially fatal blow. It is in fact only because of the Cardassians switching sides in the 11th hour that they were not completely overwhelmed, though the Cardassians themselves then face a horrendous loss. The Dominion, as punishment for the Cardassians' betrayal, begin levelling cities. Before the sun sets on the last day of the war, 1/3 of the Federation forces have been lost, along with 800 million Cardassian citizens. All because Gul Dukat was tired of piloting a bird of prey. What a prick. Or should I say, patach. Number 3, the Klingon War, 2256 to 2257. The Klingon War of 2256 to 2257 was a diverse storyline in Star Trek Discovery, as it dominated the majority of the first season. It also ensured that the optimism of Star Trek was completely missing for most of the episodes of Season 1, which they made up for in later seasons, and hopefully with Season 3. Starbase 1 is heralded as something of a last safe space in the Federation territory. Admiral Cornwell takes command of the Discovery on their return to the Prime Universe, bringing the crew up to speed along the way. The Klingons have devastated a third of Starfleet forces. The loss of Starbase 1 and the 3 support starships surrounding it eliminated all 80,000 people, including much of the Starfleet Admiralty. Peace comes to the Alpha Quadrant shortly after this, after L'Rell holds the Klingon Empire hostage with a bomb in the centre of Kronos, but this is still one heck of a loss. Number 2, the loss of Vulcan. In the 2009 feature film, we see the loss of the home planet of one of the foundations of the Federation. Nero, a mad Romulan who comes back in time from the future to basically destroy Spock's life, and obviously all of the Vulcans living on Vulcan, uses mining equipment to drill into the planet's core, launching a deadly red matter to create a black hole. There is nothing, once this is done, that can be done to help the planet, despite the ships that are sent there by Starfleet to help them. Now, whilst the film opted for some action over some character development at this stage, the scene as the Enterprise comes out of warp to find the desolation of the Armada is a chilling moment. We see the Constitution class ship almost colliding with the wreckage of the other vessels before quickly being overpowered by Narada. This was a cold moment in the film, one that showed the crew of the Enterprise and the rest of the Federation that Nero had a power that they couldn't even fathom until this point. Number 1, the Xindi assault on Earth. 7 million people on Earth dead. The Xindi assault on Earth, caused by false information fed to them by beings from the future, becomes the single most devastating attack on Earth by an alien species in the history of Starfleet. Now, it's a complete tragedy from start to finish. The Xindi were acting for their own self-preservation, only to later discover that they were misled. The Enterprise is recalled to Earth. In the wake of this attack, they're travelling at maximum warp whilst they desperately try to find out if they've lost anyone. For Trip Tucker, the worst is confirmed. The weapon that they use cuts a path from Florida to Venezuela, and his sister Elizabeth lived in one of the zones that got hit the hardest, and she died in the attack. Now, an attack on Earth is an attack on the soul of Starfleet, and Trip's tragedy represents what many Starfleet officers had faced after this, struggling to find purpose to go on. They could be left asking themselves, what, without loved ones on Earth, or even Earth itself as they remember it, what's the point? It would take a long time for Starfleet and Xindi to find common ground, and there's a lot of blood that is spilled before this can happen, which for me makes it one of the biggest losses Starfleet has ever faced.
Now, while everybody here at TrekCulture loves Star Trek more than, say, the doctor-recommended healthy amount, that doesn't mean we haven't spotted a couple of mistakes along the way. With that in mind, I am Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 13 silly mistakes you won't believe made it into Star Trek movies. 13. Magically repairing console. Part of the main drive of the second half of Star Trek the Motion Picture is the fallout from the death of Lieutenant Ilia. While she may simply have been assimilated by V'ger, the fact is a living, breathing member of the crew is taken away. This is preceded and perhaps caused by Spock's actions to save the ship. Honestly, does this man ever tire of saving the Enterprise? While the probe moves through the bridge, Chekhov is burned quite badly, displaying its perceived destructive intent. So, when it approaches the science console and begins rapidly scanning through the entire library of the ship, there's no indication that it will do so peacefully, nor use the information it gathers for nefarious reasons. Spock jumps in and smashes the console with his hand, breaking it apart and severing the connection. V'ger is less than pleased and begins shocking the Vulcan badly. However, had it waited a moment and turned back to the science station, it would have seen a magically healed console. The damage that Spock visited on it is gone in the next moment. Obviously, this is just an error in continuity. Or, the Enterprise healed herself because of course she did. It's up to the Final Frontier's god to make that call. 12. Magically disappearing glasses. Keep an eye on the glasses because it's not the only time that they'll appear on this list. For their first slot though, McCoy's birthday present to Admiral Kirk definitely raise a few eyebrows in the latter half of the film. The Wrath of Khan celebrates the aging of the principal cast, whereas the motion picture went to lengths to hide the obvious time that had passed for them. Here, some of the hair is tinged with grey, some of the waistlines are a little expanded, and, in Admiral Kirk's case, the eyesight just isn't what it used to be. Kirk is allergic to the standard treatment for failing vision, so McCoy gives him a pair of antique spectacles instead. Later in the film, as Kirk and the rest of the escape party from Regular One are sitting in the Genesis cave, David claims that there is no time to sit around. Kirk, wearing his new specs, checks his watch and assures him that, oh yes, they do have time. Mere moments later, he looks up and the glasses are gone. Well, it's absolutely possible he simply took them off. It's a little bit more likely there was a bit of a continuity gaffe here. 11. Kirk fails the gun show. In Star Trek III: The Search for Spock, when the Enterprise finally arrives back at Earth, the crew head to Admiral Kirk's apartment to toast fallen comrades. During that toast, Sarek, Spock's father, arrives and demands to speak to Kirk alone. Jumping to attention, the rest of the crew file out. Sarek is there to berate Kirk for leaving Spock's body behind on Genesis, despite his death. Kirk, understandably, counters that there was no reason not to leave his body due to his death. There follows an extremely interesting discussion about Vulcan mythology and yet more strange attributes to the species. However, audiences can be forgiven for being a little distracted. It's well known that Kirk was a collector of antiques. However, the magical moving gun is one of the lesser known historical artifacts. In the display that stands behind Kirk and Sarek in the apartment, you can see an example of how they start to change positions on the wall. Clearly, Mark Lenard's scene was filmed at a different time to William Shatner's, and in the 80s, it was a bit harder to simply take a picture on your phone to ensure continuity. 10. Kirk's glasses aren't that valuable in 1986. In Star Trek II, Dr. McCoy gives Admiral Kirk a pair of reading glasses for his birthday. While Kirk is a bit glum to receive them at this point, feeling like this is the Doctor's way of reminding him how old he is, the glasses themselves form an important part of the plot in Star Trek IV. Once the crew of the HMS Bounty finds itself in 1980s San Francisco, they realise quickly that to get anything done, they're gonna need money. Kirk comes up with the bright idea of selling the very same glasses that McCoy gave him to an antique dealer, as by this stage they will still be very valuable. He and Spock visit the dealer, who confirms that they are 18th century and quite valuable, then stiffs them on the amount on account of a broken lens. However, he may have been a bit worse at his job than they knew. The style of glasses that Kirk is offering was not available in the 18th century, owing to the moulded plastic nose grip and temples. They are much more likely to be early 20th century glasses. The crew were lucky to get $100 for them. 9. How many decks? This is both one of the most well-known and egregious errors in the entire Star Trek movie franchise. The deck numbers on the Enterprise A are completely wrong. They should be descending rather than ascending, the higher that Spock brings McCoy and Kirk. If you thought we were going in a different direction with this one, that's fair. However, the numbering of the decks in the Enterprise A goes into the 70s, which is slightly ridiculous. That aside, they're input backwards. The bridge of the ship is always located on deck 1, with every other deck sinking downward. Therefore, even if there were a ridiculous number of decks, the highest number should still be at the bottom of the turbo shaft. In all fairness to Star Trek V though, they really did have enough problems to be getting on with. Director William Shatner was dealing with rock monsters that didn't work and mountains that were turning him on. He simply didn't have the time to consider whether or not the decks were going the right way. 8. Valtane either has a twin or can really move. Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country is as close to a perfect film that the franchise has, easily rivaling both The Wrath of Khan and First Contact for the great Trek film of them all. Having said that, it has a moment of truly obvious continuity error right at the start of the film, which is both hilarious and exasperating at the same time. While Mr. Valtane reports to Captain Sulu on the results of their survey, the USS Excelsior begins to shake. The explosion of the Klingon moon of Praxis has sent out a shockwave through the galaxy, zooming like a giant wall through space. Valtane is standing right beside Sulu when the shakes begin to overtake the ship. Then, Valtane is clearly visible, seated at his workstation, looking very worried. The next moment, he is back beside Sulu's chair before he runs back to his station to report on what's affecting the ship. The shots were clearly filmed out of sequence, then edited poorly back together. After all, we did say the film was close to perfect. 7. Is that the Excelsior or the Enterprise B? Reusing footage is a cost-effective way of keeping a film full of engaging shots while still maintaining a manageable budget. While Star Trek Generations has a very obvious case of reusing footage during the climactic battle between the Enterprise D and the Klingon Bird of Prey, it's an earlier scene that stands out for this list. The Enterprise B is a modified version of the USS Excelsior. Knowing that the ship was going to take damage to the deflector dish and surrounding area, the design team added additional struts to the engineering hull. This would allow them to show the damage to the vessel without doing any damage to the very expensive Excelsior filming model. In another bid to save money, the shot of the Enterprise B at warp is another reuse of footage. This one also comes from Star Trek VI. The problem with this is that the footage is supposed to show the modified Enterprise moving across the screen, but instead clearly shows the original Excelsior model. To add further insult to the filmmaker's injuries, actual damage was done to the filming model despite the extra modifications. This was later retooled as the USS Lakota before being auctioned off. 6. Deck numbers again. Star Trek First Contact is generally regarded as one of the strongest movies in the canon. However, that doesn't leave it free from silly mistakes, and there is one mistake that really shouldn't have got through the editing room. While crewman Daniels may have simply been too stressed to give an accurate number of the decks in the Enterprise E, it's a bit of a blunder all the same. Captain Picard tells Lily that the Enterprise has 24 decks while they are making their way back to the bridge. However, crewman Daniels reports that the Borg have taken control of decks 26 to 11. This means that either the Borg were so greedy that they built 2 new decks to assimilate, or that someone made a bit of a whoopsie while writing the script. There have been attempts to explain this away through the years, even suggesting that decks 25 and 26 were top secret and that Lily wasn't privy to that information. However, nothing concrete has been clarified on screen, leading the audience to believe that somewhere between script and filming, the left hand never spoke to the right. 5. Where did the body go? In Star Trek Insurrection, Picard, Data and Anij discover a cloaked Federation holoship hidden in the lake near the Baku village. They open the doors to find a perfect recreation of the said village inside, at which Picard deduces that the point of the vessel must be to move the population without their knowledge. As if to prove his theory, a Son'a officer appears and begins firing at them. The scene contains a number of continuity errors. First, it was established in the opening scene that phaser fire disrupts holograms, yet there is no such disruption here. Second, when Picard and Anij entered the ship, they were able to step onto it gently. However, when Picard pushes Anij out of the same door to protect her, she falls a good 15 feet. For this list, the Son'a officer himself is the cause of the issue. First, Picard and Data shoot him, causing him to fall onto a clearly visible crash mat. Then, once Picard gives the command for the holoship to end the program, there should be a body on the deck where the officer fell, yet there is nothing left behind. If the officer was a hologram the whole time, why was he affected by their phaser fire? 4. What prime directive. In Star Trek Nemesis, Shinzon uses the prototype android B4 to lure the Enterprise E to the edge of the neutral zone. As Data is one of the only existing positronic beings in existence, there was little to no chance that they wouldn't take the bait. So, falling for it, the Starfleet crew make their way to Kalaris 3. Once they have arrived, Data informs Picard that Kalaris 3 is home to a pre-warp civilization. Therefore, any and all contact with that species is prohibited by the Prime Directive, the single highest law in Starfleet's rulebook. Not only do Picard, Data and Worf completely ignore this law, but they also engage in a targeted firefight with the locals while driving the Argo. This brief of the Prime Directive would have each officer up at a court-martial immediately. During proceedings, they may find a way to make the argument that the temptation of another Soon-type android was irresistible, but that would have been after the fact. To ignore or fail to mention the Prime Directive at all is an oversight that a seasoned Starfleet officer simply wouldn't make. 3. Spock's ears. In J.J. Abrams' reboot of Star Trek in 2009, the film delivers on an almost universally excellent cast. Chris Pine evokes the daring do of William Shatner while still making the role his own, and Zachary Quinto slips into the Vulcan bowl cut better than anyone expected him to. There is little doubt that this actor was destined for the role from the first moment he walked through those studio doors. However, when casting the child actor to play Spock, Jacob Kogan took on the role. He's quite impressive as the calm until he's pushed young Spock, doing an eerily good impression of Quinto. There's a very simple issue though that differentiates the two, and that's their ears. Quinto's earlobes are attached, while Kogan's aren't. This is a trait that's genetic, and therefore it is highly unlikely that Spock decided to have his ears changed as he grew. Even if it were possible, it seems too much of a stretch for the half-Vulcan to give in to vanity. This seems simply to be a case of the filmmakers either not noticing, which is unlikely, or not caring. Far more likely. 2. What's the right registry? Star Trek Into Darkness is not the greatest Star Trek film. It's not a particularly good film in general, though it is entertaining, the action is thrilling, the designs are engaging, and the logic is totally absent. The performances are quite good, even if it is a subpar remake of The Wrath of Khan. There are many mistakes to pick in this film, from the constant colour changes of Uhura's earrings to the fact that the Enterprise is pulled down into Earth's gravity despite hovering beside the moon. There's even the location change for the Enterprise's trash port after Kirk and Khan take their spacewalk. Any of those examples would suit this list. There are some things in Star Trek that are really quite hard to get wrong. The registry of the USS Enterprise is one of them. The most famous ship in the franchise has and always has had the registry NCC 1701. Therefore, when Sulu's display panel shows NCC 0514, it's both incredibly obvious and more than a little frustrating. NCC 0514 is the registry of the USS Kelvin from the previous film. If the Enterprise was a new ship introduced for this movie, it may be forgivable. Instead, it's a fairly obvious blunder. 1. Kelvin pods are bat poles? One of the long-running jokes in the 60s Batman show depicted Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson sliding down their fireman poles and changing clothes along the way. The sheer physics of this aside, it was a fun joke for the audience to enjoy in every episode that it happened. Star Trek Beyond seems to both create an homage to this and Doctor Who as well. The Kelvin pods that Chekhov and Kirk escape in are shown as claustrophobic escape pods that do manage to keep them safe. Critically, both men enter their pods in their standard yellow Starfleet uniforms. However, when they emerge from their pods on Altamede, they are both donned head to toe in blue away mission uniforms. The shot of Chekhov depicts how tight these pods are, while the image on the planet shows him changed, with the pod behind him bigger on the inside than the previous shots suggested. Whether these pods are a TARDIS or not, it pushes belief just a little to suggest that while Chekhov was escaping the swarm, he managed to go through a complete costume change and redesign the inside along the way.
Now, not to be a complete nerd or anything about this, but if a franchise wants to survive decades, it tends to have to play fast and loose with its own rules. This is fine for the vast majority of them though, but when one is as interwoven and as richly connected as Star Trek, you can't really get away with that. Tiny plot-convenient alterations in one part of the franchise can have huge ramifications in another, so if you are going to change something, you sorta have to hope nobody points it out. Especially not people on YouTube. Oh well, guess what this video's about? My name is Adam Cleary and these are 10 changes Star Trek hoped you wouldn't notice. Number 10, Captain Kirk's fate. Now look, minor continuity issues are always going to be a thing and we're not really going to focus on them, but the death of a main character should probably feel like a big deal. Star Trek Generations was written after The Next Generation came to a close. That means that the episode Relics, which featured Scotty guest starring in the show, had been and gone. That episode featured his certainty that Jim Kirk himself had come to rescue him. But barely 3 years later, from the writer's point of view anyway, Scotty was standing on the Enterprise B, Deck 15, observing the hull breach from which Kirk had been blown into the Nexus. There have been attempts in the years since to explain this away, such as stating that the mad old coot just had a bit of memory loss, but the truth is the writers just hoped the audience wouldn't notice. Nice try though guys, but it's literally our job. Number 9, women can't be captains. Yeah, maybe a bit rich this one, as our entire presenting staff is currently made up of men. If there's any women watching this video thinking, hey, I'd be really good at that, then I am begging you please email us. But the final episode of the original series sets a terrible, terrible precedent for the role of women in Starfleet. It's only the last episode because the thing got cancelled afterwards, which is just as well because it ends with Kirk and Spock saying they feel sympathy for Janice Lester on account of her gender, as women can't be starship captains for some reason. It's a nonsense, really, when you think about what Star Trek had already done for both gender and racial equality on television in the 60s, but this was a line that was just apparently fine to have as a rule on the show. In the 23rd century, where mankind has finally put behind it all of its long-standing prejudices over race, colour and creed, and now works together as one harmonious civilization to explore the stars and expand their own scientific and personal knowledge, you just still can't have those bloody emotional women in charge, can you? Not like good old Captain Kirk here, who solved 2/3 of all problems the Enterprise ever faced with either his fists or his cock. Anyway, 1986, they quietly brushed this one under the carpet, where Star Trek IV The Voyage Home opens with a female captain of the USS Saratoga, played by Madge Sinclair. Number 8, the warp scale. You know, the Voyager episode where Tom Paris breaks the warp 10 barrier, turns into this incredibly horny tadpole and kidnaps Captain Janeway, hops on the webbed foot and does the bad thing with her. Thing is, back in the late 80s, Gene Roddenberry himself said that Warp 10 would allow the Traveller to exist in every part of the universe simultaneously, rendering all forms of spaceflight obsolete. Didn't really make a lot of sense because the original series used a different scale when it came to measuring warp speed, with the Enterprise regularly travelling well above Warp 10 from time to time. Further to this, in the Next Generation, the Enterprise D is able to travel at Warp 13 in Q's version of the future. And unless I completely missed something in that episode, they don't exist in every part of the universe simultaneously. That would be a trip. The USS Excelsior was trialling transwarp drive, which we're sort of told is not the same thing as the Borg's transwarp drive and was just a mad version of regular warp drive with a funny name. But those failed and it got a regular warp drive and the whole thing was just never mentioned again. The fact is, though, that all these versions of physics are completely made up, and ships simply travel at whatever speed happens to be convenient for the writer of that particular episode or movie. We're just, and I can't stress this enough, we're just not supposed to care. Number 7, Dr. Pavel Chekhov. You weren't supposed to notice this one. Star Trek Generations was both the first cinematic outing for the Next Generation crew and the final one for most of the original series actors. The script was always going to feature William Shatner returning as Captain Kirk, which would end up with Kirk and Picard coming face to face. The opening of the movie, however, was supposed to see him flanked on the bridge of the Enterprise B by both Spock and Dr. McCoy. It was the plan from the beginning. Leonard Nimoy was approached about returning, as was DeForest Kelley, but they both turned it down because, well, the former didn't want to do a cameo role, and the latter couldn't get insurance due to his declining health. Push came to shove, so in the end they swapped Spock for Scotty, and they swapped McCoy for Chekhov. The only problem being that nobody bothered to swap out any of the lines of dialogue, so if you actually sit there and pretend they're the characters they're supposed to be, the lines make a lot more sense. Case in point, when the refugees come aboard the ship, Chekhov is just suddenly a doctor, recruits some nurses, heads down to sickbay, and makes sure everybody's okay, despite no mention of him ever having medical training ever. That was supposed to be McCoy, and it makes a whole lot more sense when you know that. Number 6, the size of the galaxy. Alright, so 2 things about the Star Trek series around the turn of the millennium. First of all, Deep Space Nine is supposed to be this frontier adventure right on the very bounds of Federation space, where the crew are pretty much left to their own devices with very little help ever able to come to them. Star Trek Voyager sees a ship thrown to the opposite end of the very galaxy itself, and it's gonna take just under 100 years for them to get home in a straight line. Wow, sounds like a pretty big galaxy you've got going on there, Star Trek. Except it didn't always used to be, because in Where No Man Has Gone Before in the original series, the Enterprise comes face to face with the Great Barrier that encircles the Milky Way galaxy, meaning they've travelled to the very edge of it. By Star Trek V The Final Frontier, the Enterprise A travelled in the opposite direction, heading directly to the centre of the galaxy this time. You remember they discover this whole planet with a benevolent being, and what does God want with a spaceship? Brilliant film. Either way, it all means that the Enterprise in the original Star Trek was capable of going to the very edge of the galaxy and to the very centre of it, as if it was absolutely no big deal. Captain Janeway, on the other hand, 75 years just to get home. Number 5, the Trill. Alright, I'll make this really simple, okay? This is Jadzia Dax, the definitive portrayal of the Trill race. This is Odan, the ambassador to the Trill race, and do you see the problem? Now, a bit of a behind the scenes story for you here. Terry Farrell was actually tested in the original Trill makeup, but, well, it looked absolutely terrible. That and her skin was quite sensitive, so wearing heavy prosthetics all day was kind of a bad idea. So they just completely redesigned what Trill looked like. They got rid of the forehead ridges, they replaced them with the spots that went all the way down the body, and that was it. They never addressed it, they never told us why, they just hoped you wouldn't notice. But we did, because like I said at the start, big nerds. Number 4, Romy. Balance of Terror introduced the Romulans to Star Trek. It also, in another thing they hoped you wouldn't notice, introduced Mark Lenard as a Romulan before then later having him play Sarek, a Vulcan, but I digress. One of the key things you need to know about the Romulan Star Empire is it's made up of 2 core planets, Romulus and Romy. Now, while that might just sound like I've forgotten the word Remus and panicked some noises out of my mouth, that is actually what it was called in the original episode. And it just sat there, in canon, for decades and decades and decades until Star Trek Nemesis decided it should be called Remus so they could introduce the Remans. Which, as anybody who did GCSE history will tell you, was purely to bring it more in line with its real-life Earth mythology inspirations of the Roman Empire. Now, while I did hope we wouldn't notice the change, one theory that has been offered that I really like is that it's not actually Romy, it's Rom2, with Roman numerals next to the name because Starfleet simply did not know what the other world was called at that point. Now, I do like that theory, but no, I will not be letting them get away with it. Sorry! Number 3, just literally everything about shields. Now, every ship in Star Trek is fitted with shields to protect them from attack. Now, while there's obviously going to be a huge variety in the strength of these deflectors and how well they work against the things banging against them, they are always universally present. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan even features an entire plot point about somehow conning the Reliant into lowering its shields because it's the only way the Enterprise could possibly get a hit on it. Star Trek Nemesis has a 30-minute long running tally of how damaged all the shields on the Enterprise are, with the ship even rotating itself around to try and keep some of them facing the scimitar. Now that's great, that's all really great and really consistent and makes shields make sense for me, the viewer. But what's not great and not really consistent and doesn't make shields make sense for me, the viewer, is the entire last 3 seasons of Deep Space Nine. Granted, it's difficult when you've suddenly got fleets of hundreds and hundreds of ships, but the writers pretty much just decided to not have shields really be a problem. When things get shot at, they just blow up. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a total square, I do at least appreciate that this gives us some very spectacular spaceship battles, but given that one week we're told that Dominion weapons are incredibly effective at cutting through Federation shields and all of these ships blow up, and then the next week the Defiant takes a pounding but still makes it back home in time for Worf and supper, it's bad writing. That being said though, wait for it, wait for it, boom! Yeah, that's pretty good though. Number 2, the Ferengi. In the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation, the writers had hoped to introduce a new, dastardly villain in the shape of the Ferengi. They would rise to become the rivals of the Klingon and Romulan empires, effectively serving as a new show's gift to the franchise. However, absolutely none of that happened because the writing for the Ferengi was absolute dog. In the last outpost, they're presented as this terrifying empire in the Alpha Quadrant who are supposed to both fear and respect in equal measure, but when that didn't work entirely, they thought, oh, let's just make them big, funny, floppy-eared dumbasses. Damon Bok tries to be a bit evil, I guess, in the battle, but after that, the entire species are just salesmen. They're purely concerned with acquiring wealth. Now obviously this works so much better for them as a species, and they went on to become an incredibly important part of Star Trek lore, and Armin Shimmerman even has the definitive alien role in the entire history of the franchise as one of them, in my opinion, but also, it just didn't address that. They just changed one day because. Number 1, Voyager's fuel levels. Now, the entire premise of Star Trek Voyager was that the ship had been flung tens of thousands of light years away from the Federation, from Starfleet, or from anything remotely safe or homely. This, as you can imagine, for a relatively inexperienced crew made up of 2 warring factions, would be a nightmare. Now, one of the reasons why this would be terrible, and believe you me, there are many reasons why this would be terrible, is because they would have to refuel the ship entirely by themselves. No unlimited Federation resources, no Starfleet-branded intergalactic petrol station, just scrimping and scavenging every single natural element they need to make it go. But the thing is, once you've done the "we are low on power, Captain" storyline, you've pretty much done it forever. So after the second season of the show, it was pretty much just dropped entirely. Yes, in the fourth season, Demon does kind of touch on this as a jumping off point for what they wanted to do in the rest of the episode, but that was it. That was pretty much the last reference there was to an empty gas tank. Although, to be completely fair to them, once the Borg finally arrived in Season 3, the day you decide to do an "oh dear, we're out of weapons, fuel and supplies" episode is the day you're also doing a "oh dear, we've all been assimilated" episode.
There are going to be some faces that you'll always recognise from Star Trek in whatever property you end up seeing them in, and sometimes you'll be like, what? They were in Star Trek? When? I don't believe you for a second. You're a liar, Sean. A dirty, dirty liar. Listen, in some situations I'm sure that's accurate, but not this one. This is actually going to be a fairly honest list. Some of these names you've probably known for a while appeared on Star Trek. Some of them you might be like, no way, it's year one from that thing. Well, that's the power of latex and the power of makeup, not to mention the power of shaving a beard. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 future stars who appeared in Star Trek. Number 10, Famke Janssen. Famke Janssen has had several roles for which she's best known. She may be instantly recognisable as Jean Grey from the X-Men films, or as Xenia Onatopp from GoldenEye. She's also starred in Hemlock Grove and How to Get Away with Murder, but to Star Trek fans, she may be best remembered as the actor who almost played Jadzia Dax. Yes, you heard that right, but going back to The Next Generation, she appeared in the 5th season episode The Perfect Mate. Here she played Kamala, a woman whose entire purpose is to marry the leader of a warring world to bring peace. While this is a topic that Star Trek had touched on before, this episode stands out for both Janssen and Patrick Stewart's side-by-side performances. This led to the offer to come over to Deep Space Nine. Before Terry Farrell donned the Trill spots, Janssen was offered the part, although she declined to work in films. The look of Kamala is a clear inspiration for the Trill on DS9. Their original look, debuting in The Next Generation's The Host, was trialled and abandoned, allowing a greater display of Farrell's natural look. Number 9. Clint Howard. Clint Howard, he of the Howard dynasty, has had several roles on Star Trek beginning in 1966. He appeared as the childlike alien Baylock in the episode The Corbomite Maneuver at barely 7 years old. This was, however, far from his first role in Hollywood. He had a recurring role on The Andy Griffith Show alongside his older brother Ron, you may have heard of him, when he was only 2 years old. Howard has appeared in the original series Deep Space Nine, Enterprise and Discovery to date, one of the very few actors to have done so. He's enjoyed a steady film career ranging from horror to comedy. He would appear in Solo, a Star Wars story directed by his brother. He also reprised his role as Baylock in the 2006 comedy roast of William Shatner. He was also a founder of the Kempsters, a band comprised of friends from Kemp Street. He released a 4-track CD of their music, even though the band themselves broke up in 1983. Number 8. Terry Hatcher. Terry Hatcher appeared in the 2nd season episode of The Next Generation as Lieutenant B.G. Robinson. While she does appear in the final cut of the episode, most of her scenes were cut. Because of this, she requested that her name be removed and was therefore not actually credited for her appearance. Still more screen time in Star Trek than I've got. From there, however, her career has seriously moved upwards. She would go on to gain universal recognition as Lois Lane. The Adventures of Lois and Clark ran for 4 seasons, with many Trek alum coming over to join Hatcher and Dean Cain. She would also then go on to appear in Tomorrow Never Dies. Perhaps her most well-known role to date is that of Susan Delfino on Desperate Housewives, a role for which she was nominated for an Emmy. That show ran for 8 years before finishing, again with several Trek alum turning up along the way. Since Desperate Housewives went off the air, she's launched her own YouTube channel and featured on the Great British Bake Off. She won her celebrity episode, which was aimed at fundraising in the fight against cancer. Number 7. Tom Hardy. The story is well known at this point. Tom Hardy played the role of Shinzon in 2002's Star Trek Nemesis. Despite the film's many flaws, there is little doubt that Hardy brings his A-game to the piece. While the brief of play an angry young Patrick Stewart isn't exactly the easiest one to follow, he did the best that he could with the material given to him. The film was a critical and commercial failure, which led Hardy to relapse into substance abuse and resulted in a stay at a rehabilitation centre. Thankfully, he was able to overcome these challenges. From there, he went on to appear in The Dark Knight Rises, Inception, Dunkirk, Locke, and of course, the Venom series.
While today there's little doubt as to his star power, there was a time in the early 2000s when Star Trek almost spelled certain doom for this poor man. He's thankfully found success both in the cinema and on the small screen, with his roles in Peaky Blinders and Taboo impressing critics as well. This truly seems to be a case of a challenging journey with a happy ending, and we couldn't be happier for him. Number 6. Nikki Cox. Nikki Cox was only 10 years old when she appeared as Sarjenka, the lonely child who calls across subspace to Data in the episode Pen Pals. Her character would be the catalyst for one of the first truly great philosophical discussions in The Next Generation. Can they let a planet and its people die simply to honour the Prime Directive? Cox was already acting in several productions, though her star would rise in the 90s. She guested on Baywatch, Sister Sister, and even had a small role in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. She would play a lead role in all 100 episodes of the show Unhappily Ever After, with appearances in California Dreams, that theme's in your head now, isn't it? And Blossom as well. The next show of hers that would gain success would be Las Vegas. She appeared in 4 of the 5 seasons. Number 5. Gabrielle Union. Gabrielle Union appears as Nagarin in the DS9 episode Sons and Daughters. This was one of her earliest roles, as she had only really begun auditioning in the late 90s. Star Trek helped to boost her profile sufficiently to get auditions for She's All That and 10 Things I Hate About You, both of which followed quickly after the episode. Her career truly began to blossom with the release of Bring It On, in which she starred opposite fellow Trek alum Kirsten Dunst. Since then, she has gone from strength to strength. She is an actor and also a writer with several publications to her name. Union is a fierce advocate for survivors of assault, as she is a survivor herself. In 2011, she defended Rihanna's music video for Man Down, in which a woman shoots and kills her rapist. She's also been vocal about the killing of Trayvon Martin and the alleged racism she experienced as a judge on America's Got Talent. Union has commented on the difficulty facing women of colour in Hollywood. She spoke about how, in earlier years, the casting of actors like Denzel Washington almost ensured that there would be a wife or child character of colour as well, though she felt as years went on this was no longer the case, and she called on the industry to look past colour bias. She landed a lead role in Being Mary Jane, and her career, at the moment, shows no signs of slowing down. Number 4. Kirstie Alley. Kirstie Alley is a name that turns up frequently on Star Trek lists. She appeared in Star Trek II The Wrath of Khan back in 1982. Originating the role of Lieutenant Savick, she seemed to be ideally placed as a replacement for Spock when, at the time, audiences were convinced the veteran Vulcan wasn't going to survive the film. Although audiences were technically right, spoilers for a 40-year-old film, Alley did not return for the sequel. There's a little bit of he said, she said to the story, but it seems to be a fact that Alley's agent demanded a fee that would have eclipsed DeForest Kelly's. Leonard Nimoy, who was directing Star Trek III, felt this was ludicrous and negotiations failed. Robin Curtis came in to take over the role and Alley moved on to other projects. She appeared in Cheers and also had a starring role in the Look Who's Talking franchise. She would headline the show Veronica's Closet. Alley has become a spokesperson for promoting weight loss methods and products for several years now. Number 3. Kirsten Dunst. Kirsten Dunst appeared in The Next Generation's final season episode Dark Page. Here she plays a telepathic character who reminds Loxana Troi so much of her late daughter Kestra that she begins to suffer seizures and eventually slips into a coma that only Deanna can save her from. The following year, Kirsten Dunst would again play an evil little child, Claudia, in the film adaptation of Interview with the Vampire. Alright, well, evil is probably the wrong word for her Star Trek character. This was the beginning of a long career for Dunst. She would appear in many films through the 90s, as well as a short stint on ER, where she played Charlie, a girl living on the streets who comes to George Clooney's Doug Ross for help. The early 2000s were a triumph for her. She joined Gabrielle Union in Bring It On, though it was the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films that truly launched her, as she took the role of Mary Jane Watson, and she would appear in all 3. Dunst would go on to win several awards, though she's received her first Academy Award nomination as of 2021 for her role in The Power of the Dog. Number 2. Adam Scott. Long before he was Ben on Parks and Recreation, Adam Scott was almost responsible for flying the USS Defiant right into the side of a Borg cube. Never has an officer scanned the solar system for another starship coming in as hard as this young man, and thank God for the arrival of the Enterprise E, or who knows what might have happened. That is, of course, assuming he wasn't then assimilated by the Borg when they tried to take over the Enterprise. He wasn't actually seen again. Despite this potentially grim fate, Scott would go on to star in the long-running comedy Parks and Rec opposite Amy Poehler and fellow Trek alum Jim O'Heir. He also starred in Big Little Lies with Reese Witherspoon. An avid sci-fi fan, he is a self-confessed Star Wars nut, and anyone looking for a slice of pure, wholesome joy simply needs to watch his appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel Show as Mark Hamill surprises him. Seriously, have tissues ready. As for his role in Trek, Scott has joked in interviews that he believes his character to be alive and well, waiting for the inevitable return, ready to pilot the Defiant again, though perhaps to somewhere a little less dangerous. Number 1. Ashley Judd. Ashley Judd appeared as Ensign Robin Leffler in Darmok and the Game. While her character was a hit with audiences, unfortunately, those remain her only appearances in Star Trek. These episodes were released in 1991, just as Judd's star began to rise. She appeared in a slew of successful films throughout the 90s and 2000s. Kiss the Girls, A Time to Kill, and Double Jeopardy were all commercial and critical successes, which would seemingly leave her in the perfect position to take on the role of Arwen in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy. However, her career was allegedly halted by none other than Harvey Weinstein. Weinstein had allegedly assaulted her during the filming of Kiss the Girls. When she rejected his advances, he would then apparently begin to spread disinformation about her, leading Jackson to opt against casting her. Jackson later corroborated this story. She sued Weinstein for defamation and sexual harassment. Now, while the harassment case was dismissed, she pursued the defamation case against him. In the years since, Judd has become a powerful spokesperson for survivors of sexual assault and continues to work passionately in activism to this day. That's everything for our list. Which notable faces do you think got their start in Star Trek that I should have mentioned here? You let me know in the comments and we'll try and put together another list. Remember, you can get in touch with us over on Twitter at TrekCulture as well. You can talk to me at Sean Ferrick on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok too. TikTok too. I like it.
For an organisation that makes such a song and dance about exploration and discovery, Starfleet rarely shy away from an honest fight. Whether you put that down to space just being a dangerous place to make a living, or just humanity's inescapable love of a good dust-up, is your business, but it means that Star Trek's never been more than a few episodes away from some interstellar straighteners. Plus, and let's be honest here friends, space battles are just cool. While restrictions of the time meant that Star Trek's early outings needed to limit these effects-heavy encounters to one ship and its glowing lasers, the tension of being stuck inside a combustible steel tin with nothing more than an exploding bulkhead to protect you from the infinite nothingness of space always made it great TV. But with the digital capacity to make the battles outside as thrilling as the stories inside, Star Trek has led the way for decades now in bringing space warfare to both the big and small screen. From contests between two bitter foes to entire fleets crashing into one another, I make no apologies for these still being my favourite thing in the entire franchise. My name is Adam Cleary and these are the 10 best Star Trek battles. Number 10, the Battle of the Bassan Rift, Star Trek Nemesis. Critically panned to the point it became a generation's final journey TM, Star Trek Nemesis doesn't tend to get too much love for anything these days, but through the kinda lens caused by nothing pushing this continuity forward for nearly 19 years, there are a few bright spots. Data and Picard's relationship transcends the themes of the TV show, Tom Hardy provides a far better than its given credit for performance as Shinzon, and the climactic battle sequence ranks comfortably as one of Star Trek's most epic. The Scimitar, probably the most fearsome ship we've seen in Star Trek, that kind of looks a bit like, you know those fish you get underwater that have to live in the darkness and then when you put the light on it's like, oh, it's terrible. It kind of looks like one of those. It takes on the Enterprise and two fairly well-meaning but also fairly useless Romulan warbirds. The bulk of the movie's entire effects budget is pumped into this fragmented but bumper conflict, with over 20 minutes of screen time elapsing between the first shots being fired and the Enterprise finally ramming itself into the enemy hull. For scope alone, as well as the constant twists in the tide of the conflict, it's an underrated moment in an otherwise underwhelming movie. Number 9, Time's Up, Star Trek Voyager. In truth, Voyager's battle with the Krenim time ship wasn't so much a one-off engagement in space as it was a running state of open warfare that lasted 257 days, or about 8.5 months of ceaseless death, destruction, starvation, and Eric Foreman's dad staring at some hair in a jar. Long story short here, the Krenim were a race attempting to undo their own misadventures with time displacement, having erased their greatest enemies from history only to realise the new timeline sucked even more. They were on a 200-year-long mission to get things back to how they were. Voyager's presence interfered with the calculations and, well, they spent the better part of a year trying to blow her up. And what a year it was! After countless harrowing scenes of the ship falling apart and its crew dying one by one, Janeway pitched a last stand in the episode's closing moments. From an allied ship crashing into Voyager's hull to the sight of a desperate Janeway staring straight out of a hole where a view screen used to be, the final battle here carries more weight drama and emotion than virtually anything else in this list. Number 8, the Battle of Sector 001, Star Trek First Contact. There was almost a sense of disappointment when Star Trek First Contact first hit cinemas. Early trailers had given the impression that the movie was almost entirely comprised of space battles against the Borg, with the Enterprise D, the Defiant, and even Voyager turning up to help defeat them. Yet the movie's seminal battle in orbit of Earth managed a relatively meagre 3 minutes of screen time, as well as the Enterprise D and Voyager being purely there for the purposes of the trailer. However, taken in isolation, the Battle of Sector 001 is comfortably one of the most epic in the franchise's history. It's just that you don't see the vast majority of it. While never officially confirmed in canon, estimates for the conflict range from 16 days to just a good few hours, with the First Fleet engaging in the Typhon Expanse and the Enterprise only finally catching them up in the Sol system. Regardless though, the culmination of the conflict sees several vessels combusting into flames and all new classes of ship joining the Enterprise for a final stand. Star Trek's biggest ever visual effects budget, combined with an ambitious scope for the scale of the conflict, meant that this was probably the most cinematic effort we had ever seen at this point. Number 7, the Second Battle of Chintoka, Deep Space Nine. The only time in Star Trek's television history that a hero ship was permanently destroyed on screen. The arrival of the Breen into the Dominion War arc handed the Federation and its allies one of the most decisive losses in their entire history, with the USS Defiant one of the 300 plus ships destroyed in the conflict. For context, Wolf 359 cost them around 40. In terms of actual screen time, it's relatively light compared to the other entries in this list, but for the pure stunned silence it sent fans into, it's gone down in Trek folklore. The Defiant, presented as one of the toughest ships in the history of the show, given a solid backhander from one blast of the Breen's energy weapon, and then moments later blown into many tiny pieces. The visual of it floating in space, flanked by all number of flaming wreckages of both Romulan and Klingon persuasion, brought a sense of peril to the Dominion War that no other Star Trek series arc had ever really had before. We had seen Starfleet bleed before, but never at the cost of the show's own ships. Number 6, the battle near Zahea, Star Trek Discovery. Quite possibly the most realistic depiction of what spacefaring combat would be that's ever been shown in Star Trek. You see, you have several enormous capital ships remaining largely stationary, while hundreds of smaller fighter craft swarm around, providing the action. I mean, as much as we love to see an Enterprise or a Voyager swinging around in a dogfight, in reality, these battles would have a lot more in common with the naval warfare of today. Lumbering starships holding their positions while also serving as a launching pad for far more nimble vessels to sweep in and do all the fun stuff. Now, why Star Trek has always been reluctant to go with this approach is something of a production mystery. Quick clue though, it's the cost of animating 200 ships rather than just one. Discovery's Season 2 finale nailed it on the franchise's first ever go. Focusing the fighting on a much smaller scale meant that the size and power of Enterprise, Discovery, and the scores of Section 31 ships felt daunting by comparison. Discovery is still a show that divides the fan base, but its greatest strength remained its refusal to be constrained by something simply because Star Trek usually does it. Uniting every major plot point from the season in one very un-Trek battle scene is one of its major crowning achievements. Number 5, the Battle of Khitomer, Star Trek The Undiscovered Country. Right, I'm a busy man here, so I'm just going to really quickly rattle off why this was awesome. A bird of prey that can fire while cloaked, a gloating Klingon repeatedly quoting Shakespeare, McCoy customizing a torpedo to ram itself up a tailpipe, Sulu and the Excelsior swinging in for the save, and that cut between both him and Kirk saying, "Fire." Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Number 4, history never forgets the name Enterprise, Star Trek The Next Generation. There's a good lesson here in what actually makes a space battle so enthralling. Yes, you can have a million ships, and yes, you can have a constant stream of elaborate effect shots, but if you're lacking in stakes, the whole thing falls flat. The final moments of yesterday's Enterprise is mostly just recycled stock shots of generic weapons fire, but it still manages to be one of the most gripping scenes in Star Trek history. Having been hurtled into an alternate future during a historic battle with the Romulans, the Enterprise C he emerges to find the Federation at breaking point in a war with the Klingons. By avoiding destruction in their temporal rift, history unfolded unkindly for humanity. Well, unless you're Tasha Yar, of course, who is now incredibly not dead. After some soul-searching and, well, Guinan just figuring it out, the Enterprise C heads back into the rift to sacrifice itself, restore the continuity, and save the Federation from annihilation. Meanwhile, the Enterprise D takes on 3 Klingon cruisers in an attempt to cover their escape in one of the show's darkest, bloodiest, and most gripping encounters ever. Yes, it's lacking in the visuals, but the story it's telling more than makes up for that fact. Number 3, the first battle of Deep Space Nine. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. While the introduction of the USS Defiant marked the moment Deep Space Nine went from being a show about spirituality and political power struggles to, well, something good, it was the way of the warrior that heralded its full transition into lol torpedoes go boom. Theoretically, this should have just been a dull standoff, as the show itself had even admitted there was no real way to mount a defense of a stationary position against a fleet of mobile ships. This was their fear in Season 1, but by Season 4, they'd armed the station to the teeth. So absurd, in fact, was their new armament that both General Martok and Chancellor Gowron refused to accept their sensor readings and pressed on with the attack at the eventual cost of at least 12 ships. By incorporating an attempt to invade the station and the assorted firefights this led to, the battle in Way of the Warrior is one of the most well-produced set pieces in Star Trek history. It's got the stakes, it's got the scope, it's got the special effects, and best of all, it's got an inordinately high density of Starfleet double fist club punches per minute. Number 2, the Battle of Viridian 3, Star Trek Generations. Question: what do you do when you're about to embark on a long-running movie franchise, but your iconic spacefaring vessel was actually designed for the awkward dimensions of a TV screen? Answer: you blow it up, of course. Yes, with the cast of The Next Generation continuing their adventures on the big screen, one thing that absolutely could not join them in the long run was the Enterprise D. Where its cinematic predecessor had been sleek and slender, she was a ship that from most angles looked almost as tall as she was long, and thus a nightmare to build shots around in a 16:9 ratio. She had to go. Her destruction arrived in one of the most surprisingly explosive battles in Star Trek history, as a clapped out bird of prey manages to inflict enough damage to breach the warp core. Even by the Duras sisters' own admission, they were no match for a Galaxy-class starship, but after bypassing the shields, managed to make short work of it. It's quite a hollow victory for them though, as the one good shot the Enterprise manages to get off following some incredible Trek jargon sciencing on an exploding bridge detonates their reactor. It's a glorious mess, this battle, but absolutely worth it if only for Data's first and I think only fist pump right at the end. Number 1, the Charge of the Light Brigade, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, and here they are, stuck in the middle with Garak. Now, far be it from me to liken a spaceship battle on a sci-fi show to the poetic musings of Alfred Tennyson, but the writers of Deep Space Nine deliberately echoed the eponymous Charge of the Light Brigade during the Crimean War. A seemingly hopeless situation that, while etched into history and legend, did not have a heroic outcome. Now, I don't want to turn this into a history lesson because it's all about the future, but pretty much everybody in that poem dies and dies badly. Desperately needing to reach Deep Space Nine before the wormhole's minefield could be taken down, Benjamin Sisko was forced to take on the Dominion blockade with the Federation forces outnumbered 2-1. Where the show had until this point only really shown combat from the station, this was Star Trek's first large-scale battle between two fleets of almost innumerable scale. Every single Federation starship you have ever seen on television up until this point, ooh look, there's a Galaxy Class 1, takes on a Dominion and Cardassian fleet and is saved in the end by pretty much every single class of Klingon ship you've seen on television. Never mind being the greatest battle in Star Trek history, this is easily one of the greatest things that has ever happened in the franchise, full stop. Even in the absurd depths of fictional lore, there aren't many franchises out there with a universe as deep and bizarre as Star Trek. Taking us hundreds of years into the future, and sometimes even further into the past, an entire galaxy of civilization has birthed movies, books, TV shows, and whatever other outlets people can find for their creativity. But if there's one thing that can match the murky depths of Star Trek fiction, it's the equally clouded history of Star Trek fact. Hundreds of performers, writers, producers, directors, and studio studio bigwigs have been involved in some capacity over the decades, and with each of them comes the potential for a mythicized tale. Abortive plans, backstage disputes, you name it, there's been enough personalities and egos involved at every level to make it happen. To borrow a phrase from another beloved sci-fi property, the truth is indeed out there if you know where to look. From dramatically ground axes to things being very gently set straight, Star Trek's greatest urban legends can all be laid to rest in this wonderful information age. My name is Adam Cleary and these are 10 notorious Star Trek urban legends. Number 10, Paramount tried to replace Deanna Troi with 7 of 9. One of the more positive moments in Star Trek Nemesis, and there weren't many, was the brief cameo from Kate Mulgrew as Admiral Janeway. It was fun, it was seamlessly integrated, it was an all too infrequent reminder that these characters form part of a rich and layered shared universe. However, it wasn't Paramount's original choice for incorporating Voyager. In a tale that's been told inconsistently from numerous people, Paramount made more than one attempt to bring 7 of 9 into the movie at the expense of a principal member of the Next Generation's cast. Initially, this was believed to be Marina Sirtis, who, when attempting to negotiate pay parity with her male co-stars, was threatened with being removed from the film. When I was negotiating Nemesis, and I cannot do her voice, they said, "We are going to fire you and hire Jerry Ryan." And I said, well, Jerry Ryan won't do it for that money, that's for sure. I quit smoking for 6 years, but what got me started again was contract negotiations with Paramount. That is how bad it was. However, Ryan herself stated that while she knew her name was being used in the negotiations, the Troi story was news to her. They did offer me a role in Nemesis, again can't do the voice, to replace a different character, but it was not Marina. There was absolutely no reason to replace this character with 7 of 9, so obviously we didn't do it. Number 9, the original cast didn't get any royalties. Despite being allegedly the most widely syndicated series in television history, the cast of the original Star Trek series have, also allegedly, barely seen a single dollar from its success. Despite it being one of the most timeless shows ever made and still enjoying screenings to this day, this one looks like it might actually be true. Speaking on the Transporter Room 3 podcast, William Shatner explained that the rules put in place to ensure that members of the cast were entitled to royalties for reruns came into effect after Star Trek was on the air. That came into being about 3 years later, and while I can do the accent, I'm not going to. The series Star Trek that I was in was so early on there were no residuals, so none of us have ever received them. It's crazy to think that for all the additional hours of broadcast the show enjoyed and the millions of dollars it subsequently made in the process, none of the original cast were given a check in the post for it. They were steadily becoming the most iconic TV characters to emerge from the 1960s, all while a network which cancelled them after only 3 seasons was reaping untold financial rewards. Dicks. Number 8, the uniforms in Generations were borrowed from Deep Space Nine. Now, the story behind the costuming department for Star Trek Generations could easily be a video all its own, but the short version of the story is that brand new uniforms were planned for this movie before being scrapped entirely for budgetary reasons. This change of plans created numerous problems. Firstly, a brand new line of tie-in figurines that featured the uniforms had already been created and shipped to stores. There was no way to recall them, so they simply had to be released wrong. Secondly, it meant that to fulfill the producer's requirements for new uniforms, the movie would need to borrow the more jumpsuit-looking style from Deep Space Nine and Voyager. Literally, too, as it was deemed a waste of money to make all new ones when a selection of them were readily available from the studio. They gave Sisko's uniform to Riker, O'Brien's to Geordi, Tom Paris's to Picard, and Harry Kim's to Data. The end result is several scenes where it is painfully obvious that members of the crew aren't all wearing clothes that fit them, while those that are seemingly using the old Next Generation uniforms interchangeably. What a mess. Number 7, Isaac Asimov saved Star Trek the motion picture. One small curiosity about this movie is that included deep in the credits, Isaac Asimov is listed as a special consultant. The legendary science fiction author often credited with inspiring the genre's explosion in popularity during the 20th century, his inclusion in a Star Trek movie would have been big news at the time. So why wasn't it? Well, Asimov wasn't drafted in to help with the writing or the production or any element of actually crafting the movie. However, it's arguable that he's responsible for getting it made at all. With a major rift brewing between Roddenberry and the studio over the nature of the plot, and specifically that the idea of this living robot seeking its creator would have major scientific and religious ramifications, he was the man that both parties went to in order to settle the argument. He reassured the executives that this was a great narrative thread to tug on, and indeed one that would likely be seen as visionary in decades to come. They weren't entirely convinced, and it took NASA director Robert Jastrow to do that, but they trusted his judgment, and having provided the most important slice of consultancy in the whole film, credited him thusly. Number 6. Ro Lawrence secretly returned for a movie cameo. Before the days of rumour-busting Reddit threads and carefully paused reveals on Twitter, you actually had to journey all the way down to the movie theatre to see if something about a film was actually true. For Star Trek Nemesis, that rumour was that every recurring character from The Next Generation made an appearance at the Riker-Troy wedding. Wil Wheaton returned as Wesley Crusher, Whoopi Goldberg could briefly be seen as Guinan, but one major return concerned that of Ro Lauren. The confrontational Bajoran ensign played by Michelle Forbes, who was the character originally written into the role of Deep Space Nine that was filled by Kieran Reese, given her tumultuous relationship with Riker, this got people talking. Emerging from screenings, people were absolutely sure that it was true. While not featured prominently, a dark-haired woman resembling Forbes can be seen during Picard's speech, and most fans took this as being Ro Lauren. However, with the miracle of fully published casting lists and the aforementioned HD pause function, it's since been revealed not to be the case. In-universe, Ro remains at large, having defected to the Marquee. Number 5. The cast all hated the motion picture. Sooner or later, someone is going to make a documentary about Star Trek's lost years. Starting with how the original series was cancelled, the abortive attempts to make Planet of the Titans, the failed Phase 2 project, and how it all finally came to a head with the motion picture. It was a tumultuous time for the franchise, and those fractures were more than present on set. Starting with Leonard Nimoy's outstanding legal dispute over unpaid royalties, extensive rewrites over the script, and even the entire cast up in arms about how uncomfortable the uniforms were, the entire production was a disaster. Paramount have since stated that no major movie they've been involved with has come closer to missing its release date than this. Now, I should probably do an entire list about the various conflicts raging on set, but as a primer, here's a brief rundown. The script was being rewritten on a daily basis to the extent that the cast actually had no idea what the story was about by the end. Neither the studio, the director, the writers, or the cast could agree on an ending, with plans being changed constantly. William Shatner required special lighting to hide his corset lines, much to the annoyance of his co-stars. The projectors used for the bridge controls were so loud that all the audio had to be recorded after principal photography had finished. This added weeks to production and thousands to the budget when the film could afford neither. Walter Koenig received several burns during one scene but was required to continue shooting. Almost every major member of the cast lobbied for additional characterization but was turned down. Still though, the film was alright. Number 4. Spock was written out of Star Trek Generations. The opening scene of Star Trek Generations is easily one of the best in the entire movie. It sees Kirk, Chekhov, and Scotty arriving as honoured guests on the bridge of the USS Enterprise B as it prepares for its maiden voyage, only for a perilous rescue operation to break out instead. Originally, this was supposed to be the holy trinity of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, but the latter two had to be replaced. For McCoy, it was simply that DeForest Kelly's health was such that he wasn't able to get on-set insurance, but for Spock, it came down to several irresolvable creative differences. According to him, while there was a character named Spock in this script, his lines were so bland they could be spoken by anyone. After being told that there simply wasn't time for a rewrite, Spock declined the offer and the part went to James Doohan instead. Given that virtually no changes were made to the lines for them to fit Scotty, Leonard Nimoy has since pointed out that this proves he was right. Number 3. Eddie Murphy had a major Star Trek role cut. In 1986, Eddie Murphy was one of the biggest stars in the whole world. Coincidentally, he also happened to be a huge Star Trek fan. With scripts being put together for a 4th movie in the series, producers began working overtime to find a way to incorporate him into the story. Once the decision had been made to send the crew back to 1980 San Francisco, the part of a Berkeley astrophysicist was written specifically for Murphy. He was going to be a key player of the story, given top billing with Shatner and Nimoy, and made one of the major parts of the film's marketing. However, when he was approached for the role, he didn't think much of the script and turned the part down. In the end, this role was reworked into the part of Dr. Gillian Taylor, the assistant head of the Cetacean Institute, who was ultimately played by Catherine Hicks. Number 2. Nemesis nearly ended Tom Hardy's career. It seems strange to consider now, with his career being an unprecedented worldwide success, but there have long been stories that the disastrous performance of Star Trek Nemesis not only derailed Tom Hardy's career, but his entire life with it. Despite being cast as a relative unknown at the time, Tom Hardy grew up a huge Star Trek fan and saw the part as the realization of a boyhood dream. He threw everything into the role, getting into the perfect shape for the villain and meticulously studying Patrick Stewart's mannerisms to replicate them on screen. He was convinced this was going to be a career-defining breakout role for him, but in the end, his performance was picked out as one of a number of glaring problems with the movie. The response devastated him. His marriage collapsed, he began drinking heavily, and as he later admitted in an interview, he even contemplated suicide. Thankfully though, these feelings eased over time and Hardy eventually had his long-awaited eye-catching performance in Bronson some years later. The rest is, as they say, history. Number 1, the communicator inspired the invention of the flip phone. Arguably Star Trek's most notorious and rarely clarified urban legend concerns its indirect role in the shaping of the technology of the 21st century. While it was inevitable that some of the gadgets seen on screen would naturally roll around sooner or later, the invention of the cell phone was allegedly to have been directly inspired by the communicators of the 60s TV show. Martin Cooper, the man credited with inventing the cell phone, was always quite happy to acknowledge his admiration for the show, and inevitably, people have joined the dots in the ensuing decades. However, the truth of this one is less exciting than the myth, as Cooper has also been on record to say that the actual concept and design of the devices predates the series by a number of years. However, years later, when Motorola designed the first flip phone, they named it the Star TAC, in honour of the show that had directly influenced the look. So, as urban myths go, there is at least some truth to the story that Star Trek directly had a hand in you being able to watch porn on the bus.
Star Trek has always been a beacon for a brighter, hopeful future. Well, most of the time anyway. There are stories of actors not getting along on set or writers struggling to work alongside each other that thankfully seem to resolve with a bit of time and distance. Then there are the other feuds. There are those that start in a pool of hate and remain as bitter today as they were when they began. They are rare, but the time has come for us to address it. With the hope that not too many childhoods will be ruined, I am Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and these are the 10 biggest feuds in Star Trek history. 10. William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy. In the early days of Star Trek, there was an actor called William Shatner. He was the new guy on set because his co-star Leonard Nimoy had been around for almost a full year prior to this, appearing in the original pilot The Cage. The show had been rejected by the network and rewritten. Captain Kirk would be the dashing hero, replacing the more cerebral Captain Pike. Commander Spock was the coldly logical Vulcan first officer. It seemed that it was designed for Kirk to be the most popular character, but to Shatner's surprise, it was Spock who quickly became the iconic character. This led to tensions on the set. Shatner had been sold a lead role, then quickly found that his character was becoming number 2. He demanded that scenes be reblocked so that he would fill more of the frame, and that scripts be rewritten so that the lines were transferred from Spock to Kirk. The tensions between Shatner and Nimoy mellowed a bit as they began appearing in the movies together. In fact, they mellowed to the point where Shatner describes Nimoy in his memoir as the only real friend I ever had. However, by the time that Nimoy died in 2015, he had stopped speaking to Shatner. Shatner, for his part, believes this was down to a miscommunication over a film that he was making that Nimoy refused to appear in. Then, before they could resolve anything, Nimoy passed away. While the two men may never get their closure, Shatner believes that he has found something of a peace in the fact that he has stayed in touch with Nimoy's family, helping his son Adam to make a documentary about his father. 9. Jerry Ryan and Kate Mulgrew. It's a little secret these days that Jerry Ryan's introduction to Star Trek was not the smoothest entry for a new cast member. She was written into the show at the cost of Jennifer Lien, although Lien's fate had been decided in advance. The character of 7 of 9 was introduced to boost ratings, which certainly did work, but it came with another issue. Star Trek Voyager has rightly been lauded for being one of the biggest steps that the franchise took in showcasing gender equality. This was the first series to be led by a woman, with Kate Mulgrew playing Captain Janeway. The writers and producers struggled a little in the early series to strike the right tone with the character, but by the end of the 3rd season, things had settled into place. Janeway was not a sex symbol, and by this we mean that she was not characterized in revealing costumes, nor did she ever fall into the damsel in distress depiction. She was an excellent female role model, with Mulgrew delighted at this. The introduction of 7 of 9, who most certainly was created as a sex symbol, upset Mulgrew as she felt it could undo some of the great strides that the show has made. Unfortunately, Mulgrew directed her ire toward Jerry Ryan. Tensions were high on the set, and despite the two actors sharing many scenes together, they barely spoke for the duration of their time together. However, this is a slightly happier ending. In recent years, Mulgrew has owned and apologized for what she recognized as unfair behavior toward Ryan. Based on recent convention appearances, it seems the two have buried the hatchet. 8. Maurice Hurley and Gates McFadden. Maurice Hurley was the the executive producer on Star Trek The Next Generation for its first 2 years. He was both a tough character, but he also brought several fantastic additions to the franchise, with the Borg being one of them. To say that he has had a lasting impact on Star Trek is an understatement, and so it is a bit of a shame for him to be included on this list. The issue between Hurley and Gates McFadden stemmed, from her point of view, from the way that her relationship with Wesley was being written. In the first season, Dr. Crusher was written as a strong, proud, capable, and sexual woman. However, whenever Wesley needed any sort of advice or guidance, he was usually to be found speaking to one of the male characters. McFadden and Hurley began to argue about this quite a bit, but this led to McFadden being fired at the end of the first season. This was a shock to the rest of the cast, as they were all still coming to terms with the departure of Denise Crosby. McFadden reflected in later years that despite some strong character traits there were on the show of some of the female cast, there was little actual display of strong feminine roles until much later in the show. Hurley departed at the end of the second season, leading to McFadden's immediate return and a general upswing in the quality of writing. 7. Leonard Nimoy and Paramount Pictures. When Paramount Pictures began ramping up to get Star Trek the Motion Picture made, there was a particularly large snag in the plan. They were being sued by Leonard Nimoy over their use of his likeness in merchandising and advertisements without his consent. The case had dragged on for a couple of years and initially showed no sign of stopping. Coupled with this issue was that Nimoy was no fan of Roddenberry's, who was deeply involved with the film as well. It fell on producer Jeffrey Katzenberg to smooth things out. He flew to New York, where Nimoy was appearing in a production of Equus. After the show, he begged Nimoy to be in the film and that he would do his best to make things work with Paramount. However, Nimoy politely refused, stating he couldn't get involved while the litigation was ongoing. However, he had second thoughts about this. He began to realize that if he turned the film down and was the only original actor not to return, he would forever be fielding questions about it for the rest of his career. Thankfully, Katzenberg made good on his promise to help with the studio, helping to get Nimoy the money he felt he deserved. There followed an immensely brief turnaround time and Nimoy signed on to the film. The rest, as they say, is history. 6. Gene Roddenberry and Nicholas Meyer. Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country often rivals The Wrath of Khan for the greatest of the Star Trek films, with both of these movies being directed by Nicholas Meyer. He had introduced the more militaristic approach to Star Trek in the earlier film, with more overt nods to the military-style discipline and conduct. While Roddenberry had not pushed too hard on that film, they came to loggerheads on Star Trek VI. After the critical failure that Star Trek V had been, Leonard Nimoy and the studio wanted the original crew's final film to go out with a bang. The backdrop of the Chernobyl incident and the fall of the Berlin Wall were used to build the story. Meyer wrote into the script the difficulties that the Federation personnel and the Klingons would have with each other. Specifically, he included openly racist things that the Federation characters spoke. Roddenberry hated this, as he had, for his tenure, always envisaged a future free of such conflicts. He and Meyer met during the production of the film, though they were not alone. The two men were joined by flanks of their supporters and, per Meyer, there followed an incident in which Meyer, for his part, acted in a way that he truly regretted. Roddenberry had gradually grown sicker and died not long after, ensuring that there was no resolution to this particular feud. 5. Diana Muldaur and the TNG cast. Diana Muldaur was brought into Star Trek The Next Generation to replace Gates McFadden, who had been fired on the assistance of Maurice Hurley. Gene Roddenberry had previously worked with her on 2 episodes of the original series, along with a television pilot in 1974. Muldaur was very pleasantly surprised to receive the call, noting that she knew from the beginning she was to play something of a female Dr. McCoy. She was written to be a colder, more removed character than Dr. Crusher had been. She was unafraid to bite back at Picard and treated Data with disrespect, assuming him to be nothing more than a computer terminal. Unfortunately, this led to the fans just not taking to the character. Behind the scenes, there were more issues. Muldaur said that she believed the cast were not welcoming and there were people simply out for themselves. This seems to be at odds with the way the rest of the cast remember their time on the show, so it's very possible there was simply a clash of personalities. It all resulted in her contract not being renewed for another season, though this then opened the door for Gates McFadden to return. 4. Leonard Maizlish and everyone. Leonard Maizlish was Gene Roddenberry's lawyer, and to say that he was not well liked by almost everyone who cared to comment would be underselling it to the extreme. He has been called both evil and a scumbag for the way that he acted during the first 2 years of Star Trek The Next Generation, with plenty of examples as to why. David Gerrold has been the longest serving public critic of Maizlish's. He recounted many stories of how Maizlish would edit and redact scripts, violating the Writers Guild of America laws, often done in the dead of night. Maizlish, Gerrold claims, would sneak into offices and rifle through papers while making his notes. Robert Justman corroborated some of these claims, also speaking about a casting session in which Maizlish was present, asleep and snoring loudly, leading to the only true fight that Justman and Roddenberry had. Rick Berman spoke about being handed a script covered in notes that Maizlish claimed had been Roddenberry's, though Berman was certain the handwriting was different. Maizlish was eventually banned from the production lot, though he continued to appear for some time afterwards. Gerrold later spoke about a much nastier clash after the attempted submission publication of his Blood and Fire script, which had direct allegories to the AIDS crisis. Maislish, according to Geralt, called him a which led to a threatened lawsuit between the two. For further details, we thoroughly recommend the documentary Chaos on the Bridge. 3. Ronald D. Moore and Brannon Braga. Ronald D. Moore had joined Star Trek The Next Generation with his script The Bonding, which he pitched as a freelancer. He was hired and quickly established himself as the authority on the Klingon Empire behind the scenes. He also struck up a strong working relationship with fellow writer Brannon Braga. Together, they worked on many scripts. While Moore went back to work on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Braga remained solely on The Next Generation during its run. They collaborated on All Good Things, which is generally regarded to be in the top episodes of the entire franchise. Once The Next Generation wrapped, Braga would end up on Star Trek Voyager. Moore had remained with Deep Space Nine and went to work on Voyager, believing that he would enjoy the same relationship with Braga that they had shared in The Next Generation. That, however, was not to be the case. Despite the success of their shared stories, Moore was quickly frustrated with the atmosphere in the writer's room for Voyager. He ended up writing only 2 episodes before leaving. A long period of silence followed this departure, but the two men have reconciled in the intervening years. They came together to record a commentary on their film Star Trek Generations, settling the fallout once and for all. 2. Harlan Ellison and Star Trek. Harlan Ellison was responsible for the genesis of what would become one of Star Trek's greatest episodes, The City on the Edge of Forever. He wrote an original story that was vastly different from the finished draft. In his version of the story, McCoy didn't feature at all. Instead, a crew member was dealing drugs among the crew and was about to be turned in, but murders the would-be confessor. He escapes down to the planet, travels through a portal — the Guardians were an alien race — landing in 1930. From then, the story beats are fairly similar, though Kirk freezes at the end, leaving Spock to be the one to ensure Keeler's death. Roddenberry had several issues with the story, with the fact that drug problems still existing in the future being among them. There was also a line written that suggested Kirk should leave Spock to be lynched by the mob, which was deemed too far out of character. The script went through several rewrites. Ellison himself conducted the first one, then Gene L. Kuhn had a go. The final version of the script was largely penned by D.C. Fontana. Ellison was very unhappy with what had been done to his script, though he didn't blame Fontana at all. He laid the blame strictly at Roddenberry's feet, then attempted to use Cordwainer Bird as the pseudonym under which the episode should be published. Roddenberry was faced with an issue. Ellison had used this name before and always on scripts and shows that had, in his opinion, treated the writers badly. He pushed back, fearing Star Trek would become a pariah for science fiction writers. Ellison claimed that Roddenberry threatened him, but whatever the final truth, Roddenberry won out, and Ellison is credited by name for the episode. 1. William Shatner and George Takei. Come on, you knew this one was coming. In what must be one of the most famous feuds that has ever occurred within the Star Trek circles, the long-running feud between George Takei and William Shatner is both as fascinating as it is infamous. From Shatner's point of view, the feud seems to be more than one-sided. There's been many claims through the years as to what started the falling out. It seems to be a consistent fact that Shatner had been difficult to work with on the set of Star Trek. While Shatner maintains that he never saw much of Takei, Takei spoke of Shatner trying to rewrite and reblock scenes to get more screen time. After the end of the show, the feud continued into the films and later life, with Shatner not attending Takei's wedding to husband Brad Altman. Their stories differ. Shatner says he wasn't invited. Takei says he simply didn't show up. Takei spoke in 2020 about Shatner's rage over other characters on the show being more popular than Captain Kirk, to which Shatner rebutted on Twitter that Takei only did 1 day's work a week and didn't have a clue what he was on about. It seems that at this stage, this is a feud that has no signs of stopping. At least it makes for periodically entertaining Twitter fare.
We as audiences only get to see the final products of our favorite shows like Star Trek, but there are tons of unknown moments and techniques that contributed to making the shows and films that we adore. This list will be looking at uncovered secrets from behind-the-scenes productions of Star Trek revealed through interviews, books, and documentaries with cast and crew members. Some of these reveals make you rethink entire storylines, but others are just fun trivia. With that being said, I'm Bree from TrekCulture, and here are 10 obscure Star Trek secrets that took years to discover. Number 10. The theme song's lyrics. The original series theme song, composed by Alexander Courage, is one of the best in Trek. It's fast-paced, fun, and otherworldly, totally perfect for the show. However, many don't know that the theme song actually has lyrics. Not only the voiceover of Captain Kirk, but actual lyrics. Gene Roddenberry wrote these lyrics in order to legally receive 50% of the royalties for the song, despite the fact that the lyrics were never used. He was actually pretty unapologetic about this fact, stating, "I have to get money somewhere. I'm sure not gonna get it out of the profits of Star Trek." The lyrics were hastily written, as they were never actually intended to be used, but seemed to be framed from the perspective of Kirk's long-lost lover he left on Earth to explore the stars. The story was mentioned in the reference book Inside Star Trek: The Real Story, published in 1997. Number 9. The arguments over the Dominion War. Nowadays, the Dominion War is considered to be one of the most exciting time periods in Star Trek history by many fans of Deep Space Nine, but the writers, Ira Steven Behr and Ronald D. Moore, had to fight hard to include it in the show. Early on, executive producer Rick Berman wanted the Dominion War to be over within 3 to 4 episodes at most. Berman thought that the drawn-out war arc would be too depressing and violent for Star Trek, but Moore rebutted, telling him that wars are supposed to be depressing and violent. But what was most upsetting to Berman was his belief that the war storyline went against Gene Roddenberry's vision for the franchise he created. Specifically, his strong desire to keep the stories optimistic and for Star Trek to be a hopeful look at what the future could be like if we did things right. Nobody can know what Gene would think of the Dominion War as he passed away before the series began, but his former wife, Majel Barrett, criticized the arc in a letter written to Star Trek magazine, claiming that Gene would never have approved. During an AOL chat in 1999, Berman spoke about how he agreed with Barrett that Gene probably wouldn't have loved the Dominion War, but said that he was now happy with how it had turned out. Number 8. The rebooted Gorn. The merciless reptilian hunters known as the Gorn have only appeared in Star Trek a few times, but whenever they show up, they've proven to be a worthy adversary for the Federation. The Gorn first appeared in the classic original series episode Arena, in a sadly dated costume that didn't do much to sell them as a legitimate threat, though the costume was impressive for the time. But still, the Gorn, a reptilian race stronger than humans, were compelling enough that the writers decided to bring one back in Star Trek Enterprise, which somehow managed to look worse. The early CGI work was, again, impressive for the time, but absolutely hilarious in retrospect. However, many fans don't know that another reboot of the Gorn was planned for Trek, specifically for the 2009 reboot film. According to Star Trek's magazine special in 2014, the Gorn were designed by Barney Berman and his company, the Proteus Makeup FX team, to appear in a scene at the Rora Penthe prison colony. The scene was eventually cut, so sadly we never got to see the full updated look of this new Gorn. Finally, over a decade later, the Gorn returned in the Lower Decks episode Veritas, looking like a cartoonish version of their original design. And we also got the Strange New Worlds episode All Those Who Wander. The Gorn in that episode were younglings, seen battling to the death to decide who's the alpha, and their design greatly resembled the velociraptor-like appearance of the Enterprise Gorn, albeit with much more convincing lighting and movement. After the disappointment of not seeing the Gorn at all when they returned in Memento Mori, this was a very welcomed callback. Number 7. Garak's secret love for Bashir. Unfortunately, good LGBTQ+ representation was very difficult to get past media executives when Deep Space Nine was airing because many in charge feared the backlash it would generate. This is why, despite Andrew Robinson, the actor who played Garak, and the writers both wanting Garak to be portrayed as queer, we never saw it on screen. However, Andrew Robinson did state that his iconic performance of Garak on the show was inspired by queer culture, and that he actively tried to portray him crushing on Dr. Bashir, which really does clear a lot up in retrospect. He confirmed the latter explicitly in the Deep Space Nine documentary What We Left Behind, stating, "At first he just wanted to have sex with him. That's absolutely clear." He also said in the past, "I started out playing Garak as someone who doesn't have a defined sexuality. He's not gay, he's not straight, it's a non-issue for him." So while it took far too long for Star Trek to include its first LGBTQ+ characters, it's interesting to speculate on whether Garak truly did have these deeper feelings for Bashir, as Robinson claimed. Number 6. The original plans for the Borg. As most fans know, the Borg were introduced in the Next Generation episode Q Who, in which Q transported the Enterprise D into Borg space to give humanity a taste of what horrors awaited them in deep space. However, less people are aware that the Borg were actually planned to be introduced several episodes prior in the Neutral Zone. In the episode, Starfleet and the Romulans were investigating their colonies that were destroyed near the Neutral Zone. We never learned who destroyed these colonies, but when the Enterprise D entered Borg space in Q Who, scans revealed that a planet destroyed by the Borg was destroyed in exactly the same manner as the Neutral Zone colonies. Star Trek The Next Generation companion reference books explain that the Borg were originally planned to appear in this episode, kickstarting a 3-episode trilogy in which the Borg would be introduced as the new main enemy of the Federation, prompting the Romulans to join forces with them to save the entire Alpha Quadrant. The book goes on to explain that these plans were postponed and then later changed due to a writer's strike in 1988. Number 5. The reason for the Next Generation's uniform redesign. Star Trek's Next Generation uniforms were redesigned in the third season, changed from the tight-fitting one-piece style jumpsuit into a more comfortable two-piece collared jacket and pants combination. A look that more fans would prefer, as it just looks more comfortable and more like something that people would actually want to wear into work every day. According to Patrick Stewart in many interviews over the years, the old uniforms didn't just look uncomfortable, they were actually causing him severe back pain. He even said in an interview with BBC Radio 1 that there were talks of a possible lawsuit if the uniforms weren't fixed. Some cast members even stated that the material of the old uniforms was causing them to overheat under the studio lights. The new uniforms, designed by the show's new costume designer Robert Blackman, not only looked way better, but were also way more comfortable for the cast. Number 4. The reason Nichelle Nichols decided to stay. Nichelle Nichols had to deal with a lot of racist harassment during the first season of the original series, and later even learned that studio executives were hiding her fan mail. Nichols justifiably wanted to leave the show at this point, but changed her mind after a chance encounter with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She told Dr. King about her desire to leave the show, but he convinced her to stay, telling her that Uhura was one of the few black characters on television that wasn't stereotyped, and that was treated as an equal on the cast. This random encounter with one of the most influential civil rights leaders in history helped Nichols realize the importance of her role on the show. Nichols didn't publicly recall the story until an interview with the Television Academy Foundation in 2011, in which the story soon went viral. Number 3. The origin of the Constellation class. The Battle, an episode of The Next Generation's first season, introduced us to the USS Stargazer, one of Picard's old ships. The Stargazer was abandoned after a devastating battle against unknown attackers, who were later revealed to be the Ferengi. In the episode, the Ferengi salvage the vessel and use it to lure Picard into a trap as revenge for him killing the Ferengi years ago. However, the ship in this episode was originally supposed to look very different. The book, Star Trek The Next Generation Companion, revealed that the original script described the Stargazer as Constitution class, the same kind of vessel as Kirk's Enterprise. By the time the production team decided to change the model of the ship, they had already filmed several scenes where characters like Wesley and Geordi refer to the ship as a Constitution class vessel. So the actors re-recorded their lines as Constellation class, and the new takes were placed over the old footage. The name Constellation was chosen because it sounded so similar to the word Constitution, so the overdubbing is not super noticeable. But if you look for it, you can still tell that Geordi is definitely saying a Constitution-class starship. Number 2. The argument over the upside-down Enterprise. The original Enterprise went through a lot of changes before the production team finally settled on the classic design that we all know today. Matt Jeffries, the lead designer behind the ship, considered a ring-shaped ship, which later became canonized as the Enterprise XCV-330, and a more familiar design, but with a sphere replacing the saucer. This is also the design that inspired the Deadliest class ships. Eventually, however, they settled on the shape of the ship, but one of the weirdest arguments between Jeffries and Gene Roddenberry was over the orientation of the model. Star Trek the Magazine Volume 1, Issue 10 included an interview with Matt Jeffries where he recalled showing Roddenberry the model for the first time. He said that the model, unbalanced due to its weird shape, flopped upside down from the strings it was hanging from. Apparently, Gene loved the look of the Enterprise upside down, and Jeffries had a really difficult time trying to unsell him on it. Jeffries fortunately won the argument in the end because, let's face it, flipped Enterprise just looks really wrong. Number 1. The Enterprise model's bad side. The special effects team behind the original series had to use a lot of strange and creative methods to save money on the show. For example, the main physical model of the original Enterprise was only ever filmed from its right side. This is because the special effects team decided to run electrical wiring along the left side for the lights, and keeping the left side hidden proved to be easier than trying to hide the wiring. The Enterprise was mostly seen from its right side on the show and for promotional photos, but when it needed to be seen from the left side, the video was mirrored and the lettering on the hull was replaced with reverse decals so that the text could be read normally. There's very little information online about the model's left side, but you can find images of the wiring in the reference book To Boldly Go, Rare Photos from the TOS Soundstage Season 2. Additionally, the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. acquired the model in 1974, and Margaret Whitecamp, a curator at the museum, talked about the lack of detail on the left side in an interview with the Washington Post in 2017, shortly after the model went through a full restoration at the museum.
I love cameos. Alright, I love spotting somebody who I wasn't expecting and they just pop up in a scene and it's all good fun. I love them, and one day
One day, dear viewer, you will see me cameo in an episode of Star Trek. I don't really know how. I'm sort of relying on Chris to edit me into an episode. In the meantime, however, I'm Sean Ferrick. I'm here to be with you for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek cameos you probably missed. Number 10. Leonard Nimoy, Star Trek III, The Search for Spock. Okay, first thing off the bat, you're probably going, the movie is literally named after the man's character. How could he possibly count as a cameo in this film? And in a way, his performance in the film as Spock it's only really a scene long, so it wouldn't count as a cameo. You could call it an extended guest spot, but that's actually not what lands him on this list. So Nimoy obviously directed Star Trek III, and as such he had a hand in the design of the beautiful USS Excelsior himself. Basically he signed off on Nilo Rotas's final design, and of course there were several along the way, but the beautiful great experiment is what we got on screen. He also managed to sneak himself a little bit of immortality thanks to the USS Excelsior's main computer, and specifically in the turbolift. As Captain Scott is wrapping up his little bit of sabotage for the evening and he's about to head off, he bumps into Captain Styles, who is as arrogant as anything. Scotty then gets into the turbolift, and the turbolift asks him, "Level, please." And he says, main bridge, "Thank you, up your shaft." That's Leonard Nimoy he's telling to go up his shaft. Ooh, phrasing. Cool little cameo. Number 9. Tom Morello, Star Trek Insurrection and Star Trek Voyager. Tom Morello is one of the founding fathers of Rage Against the Machine. He's an incredible musician, and he's also a big, massive Trekkie. When Star Trek Insurrection was in production, he contacted Rick Berman and asked if he could have a part in the film. Rick Berman, whose son was a huge Rage Against the Machine fan, said, sure. So Morello came down to set and got slapped into a load of Sona makeup, to the point where when you see him, he is completely unrecognisable. Face is all pulled back, he's got that lovely little hood thing and the little, I suppose, skull cap for want of a better word. And everyone's having a good time, especially Morello, who said he enjoyed meeting Patrick Stewart particularly. He was almost a tiny bit disappointed that nobody could really recognise him, and so he asked if he could come back to Star Trek again. Again, Berman said, sure, come on, more the merrier. He appeared in the Star Trek Voyager episode Good Shepherd. He plays crewman Mitchell, and he does get a small speaking part when Janeway goes down to deck 15. First she asks him how he is, and he says he's fine, and then she gets a little bit turned around and he says, it's to the left. And it's a tiny little role, and it's just a nice little nod to get a big fan of the series onto the show, and of course it helps if you've got a really successful band as well, but hey. Number 8, Mick Fleetwood, Star Trek The Next Generation. This is one of the older cameos, if you like, that is on this list, and it's also a pretty well-known one as well. Having said that, if you didn't spot Mick Fleetwood, nobody'd blame you. Fleetwood plays one of 2 Antedians who are posing as delegates for a conference that Lwaxana Troi is supposed to attend. Now, it's head to toe completely covered. There is no way to recognise the drummer and founding member of Fleetwood Mac. Apparently Fleetwood said he just wanted to be in Star Trek so bad he would do anything. And so they kind of tested that, and they dressed him up as a big old fish. For some of the episode he just kind of stands there in stasis, and then for another bit he gets to dunk his head into a barrel full of anchovies. He also shaved off his famous beard to play the part as well, which was all just combining to prove how much he wanted to be in Star Trek. There was very little he wouldn't do. Number 7, Mark Lenard, Star Trek The Motion Picture. Now, look, it will come as no surprise to you on this channel that we are big fans of Star Trek The Motion Picture here. So that means that if you've been following these videos, you're probably well aware of the fact that Mark Lenard appeared in Star Trek The Motion Picture. Let's say, for example, that you didn't know that, or you hadn't seen him originally, and you might catch yourself looking for Sarek somewhere in this film. And you would go on looking. Mark Lenard has had several honours in the Star Trek franchise, some of them being appearing as the first Romulan shown on screen, the Romulan commander in Balance of Terror, And he also got to play Spock's dad, of course, Sarek, beginning in Journey to Babel. In Star Trek the Motion Picture, he gets the honour of being the first of the redesigned Klingons that we see. When Star Trek effectively got a big screen budget, both the exterior and interior of the Klingon battlecruisers got themselves an upgrade. The D7 became the more detailed Ketinga class, and the smooth-headed Klingons of the 60s became the ridge-headed Klingons of the late 70s going into the 80s. And the captain that we focus on is Mark Leonard. He would appear in 3 more Star Trek films, but in those cases he was playing Sarek. So this is one of those cool little nods that shows exactly how much he's done in the franchise, but because of the makeup, you may not necessarily know that it's him. He also gets a little bit of an honour as well, that he gets to speak the first Klingonese heard on screen, which was developed by James Doohan and producer John Povell. Number 6, Bill Hader, Star Trek Into Darkness. Now, I will be honest with you, this one actually got me. I didn't notice this on the first watch of the film, because you can't see Bill Hader in the film at all. You can only hear him. As most people will know, the voice of the computer of Starfleet ships in Star Trek was Majel Barrett, up until 2009. She did appear in the first of the J.J. Abrams films. She did pass away before the film was released, but she did record lines for the film. Now, going into Darkness, she was not in this film, but also there was no use of the computer voice on the Enterprise in this film. There is, however, a use of the computer voice on the USS Vengeance. That voice is Bill Hader. Quite late in the day, J.J. Abrams rang Hader while he was in Las Vegas for CinemaCon. And he was in a bit of a bind, and he said, look, we're stuck, we need somebody to do a voice. Are you up for it? To which Hader said, yes. So he was driven really quickly to a recording studio in Vegas, did his lines, it got sent off, and the film came out mere weeks later. So he did Abrams a favour, and now he's been immortalised as the voice of the Vengeance. JJ, I am available for favours if you need. It's no problem. Number 5, Jeff Bezos, Star Trek Beyond. Now, Jeff Bezos, as most people will know, was the founder of Amazon. So he owns us all. And you know what? Fair play. But when it came to Star Trek, he was a massive Trekkie and was really hoping to get a part in one of the films. So at the time, this was before Star Trek Discovery was on the way, and it was the middle time when there was only the Kelvinverse films. He continually rang J.J. Abrams and Paramount and kind of said, can I be in it? Can I be in it? Can I be in it? When it came to the third film, they capitulated. They said, yeah, okay, no problem. To which he immediately went, okay, but I have demands. Basically, what he wanted was to be able to say something that was sort of essential to the plot, that it then couldn't end up on the editing room floor. So he was cast as an alien who's fitting the universal translator onto the uniform, and he says, speak now. Speak now is not essential toward any plot ever. However, it is essential that the characters understand what she's saying, and therefore, Jeff Bezos managed to have his demands met. Nicely done. Nicely done. Number 4, Adam Scott, Star Trek First Contact. Now, Adam Scott is probably best known for playing the lovable, slightly straight-edged Ben Wyatt from Parks and Recreation. He also played Reese Witherspoon's husband in Big Little Lies. Both times he wore a lovely, very fashionable beard, one that I've been working on for a while. Back in 1996, this massive sci-fi fan actually appeared in Star Trek First Contact. What's more than that, he actually got lines in the film as well. During the Battle of Sector 001, the Defiant is finally tested against the Borg, and unfortunately, it's getting the unholy crap beaten out of it. The situation is dire, and Captain Worf decides that weapons are offline, shields are offline, but they do have engines. So, what'll they do? His helmsman is Adam Scott. So, while Worf is about to order the ship on a suicide run, Adam Scott manages to go, whoa, hang on there, Captain. It's another starship coming in. It's the Enterprise. Gate. Yes, thanks to Adam Scott checking his diagnostics and his tools, he sees that the Sovereign class is here and they're all saved, thus saving the entire crew. And as Worf was instrumental in saving the Enterprise against the Borg, I guess you could say Adam Scott saved all of humanity. Nice. Number 3, Akiva Goldsman, Star Trek 2009. Now, Goldsman is of course hugely involved in the franchise at the moment. He's been writer and director on Star Trek Discovery, writer and director on Star Trek Picard, and he will be writer and director on Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And back in 2009, however, he was not yet involved in Star Trek in any kind of production standpoint. What he was busy mates with J.J. Abrams. They had begun their professional career years earlier when Goldsman appeared on an episode of Felicity. He then went on to write and direct a few episodes of Fringe. So when he discovered that Abrams was going to be directing this reboot of Star Trek, he rang up and he was like, "Hey buddy, you got a place for your old pal Akiva?" So, when Spock has gone up against the Council for the Vulcan Science Academy, you can see Goldsman there, sitting just to the left. He doesn't get any lines, but he's still been in more Star Trek films than I have. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. He also came back for Star Trek Into Darkness, where he played one of the admirals at the very ill-fated meeting of... Wait a minute. Akiva Goldsman and our very own Paul Sutherland have been in exactly the same number of Star Trek movies. In fact, they've been in the same films. And I've never seen them in the same room at the same time. I wonder. Number 2, Ira Stephen Bear, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. For this entry, while the focus will be on Bear, you could literally name quite a few. You have Ronald D. Moore, you have Robert Hewitt Wolfe, you've got Casey Biggs, Jeffrey Combs. Any of these names basically qualify for this because after the Dominion War has officially ended, there's a celebration in Vic Fontaine's lounge. Now we get the entire main cast of Deep Space Nine are standing at the bar drinking champagne, but have a look at the faces throughout the rest of the room. This was more than just a celebration of the end of the war on screen. It was also a celebration of the end of Deep Space Nine off screen. Ira Stephen Bear is very distinctive in his big dark shades and his goatee as he's walking into the room and sitting down beside Colonel Kira and Constable Odo at this point. But of course, dotted throughout the room, these are all familiar faces. In a way, what you leave behind is one of the best finales for honouring the entire production. Endgame, All Good Things, you know, they're both quite strong in their own way. We don't speak about the last episode of Enterprise. But this one really seemed to put across the feeling that it was a family, both in front and behind the camera. So with Bear's appearance, and also with everyone else that was on screen, it wasn't just Cisco that was getting a toast. It was the production of Deep Space Nine. Number 1, Harve Bennett, Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. I don't think it's overselling it to say that Harve Bennett, along with Nicholas Meyer and Leonard Nimoy, are responsible for the Star Trek that we have today. When Star Trek the Motion Picture was released in 1979, it was a gamble. It paid off, although production costs kind of offset the box office returns. But the number 1 feedback was that it was boring, that it was dull. So something needed to change when it came to Star Trek II. Nicholas Meyer obviously came in and directed arguably one of the best sci-fi films of the 80s, let alone one of the best Star Trek movies. Harve Bennett was brought on as a producer, and he also worked on the script. We know how that worked out. He then went on to produce and write the script for Star Trek III. He came back for Star Trek IV and Star Trek V. He was, in many ways, massively responsible for getting the energy going in Star Trek again, which led into greenlighting Star Trek The Next Generation, and of course the rest is history. He appears on screen in Star Trek V. He plays Admiral Bob, which is a great name for an admiral, the admiral who orders Captain Kirk and the Enterprise A to Nimbus 3. Now, it's a small role, and if you didn't know it was him, you'd be forgiven for kind of just overlooking it altogether. But actually, it was a fantastic way of finally getting this man, who was so important to Star Trek in the 80s, on screen, and to get him with a little bit of representation in some admirals' bars. Not bad. While he would go on to suggest story elements for Star Trek VI, it was actually Star Trek V where his partnership with the franchise parted. He went on for years trying to pitch a Starfleet Academy show, even after Enterprise wrapped, but unfortunately nothing would come of it. He eventually passed away on the 25th of February 2015, 2 days before Leonard Nimoy.
Every episode of Star Trek is great and everyone loves them, right? So I'm Sean for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek episodes that the actors regret. 10. Prophet and Lace, Armin Shimmerman. Prophet and Lace is the 6th season episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine that sees Quark undergo gender reassignment surgery. Directed by Alexander Siddig, the story began life as a serious exploration of the son coming to understand the mother. However, during production on the episode, the producers pushed for a funnier tone. The result is a badly presented parody of cross-dressing and gender dysphoria, which was antithetical to the initial pitch. Armin Shimmerman expressed regret at the way the episode ended up, citing the heart attack scene in particular. When they first filmed it, he and Cecily Adams, who played Ishka, did it straight. They fight, they cuss each other out, and then Ishka collapses because of her heart. Quark then goes into panic mode. As presented in the episode, it's a sillier escalation that robs the scene of any tension. This scene is analogous to the episode as a whole. Shimmerman regretted it, Alexander Siddig regretted it, and Ira Stephen Bear would come to regard it as the episode that killed the chance for any future Ferengi-centric stories going forward. 9. Extinction, LeVar Burton. This is technically a cheat, as LeVar Burton didn't appear in front of the camera in this episode. Rather, he appeared behind it, directing it. In the years that have passed, he has openly stated that he was ashamed of being associated with this chapter of Enterprise. The plot follows a vaguely similar structure to Burton's own episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, Identity Crisis. In both installments, members of the crew are infected with a virus that regresses them to become something other than human. The thing about Extinction, however, is just how ridiculous everything comes across as. The episode arrived in Enterprise's 3rd season, when the show was generally beginning to pick up speed thanks to the Xindi arc. There is a message in the episode about ethnic cleansing and genocide, yet this is lost in the bafflingly awful execution of the storyline. To be very fair, Scott Bakula and Linda Park give it their all as they act the part of the infected, yet that really is the nicest thing that could be said about it. 8. These are the voyages, most of the main cast. The final episode of Star Trek Enterprise depicted the crew that audiences had been following for 4 years as holograms, with Riker interacting with them throughout the episode. It was designed by Brannon Braga as a valentine to Star Trek in general, and was panned by critics and cast alike. In the years that passed, Braga began to apologise profusely for it. He believed that the episode was a narcissistic attempt to make a tribute to all of Trek, but failed. He said that in all of the time at Enterprise, this episode was the only one that caused Scott Bakula to get pissed off at him. Jolene Blaylock described it as simply awful, while guest star Jonathan Frakes bluntly said that it stinks. Although some of the featured actors, such as Dominic Keating, John Billingsley and Marina Sirtis, took a softer approach, it's fair to say that as the last episode of the show overall, it was a misjudged endeavour. Many of the crew consider the preceding episodes, Terra Firma and Demons, to be the actual finale to Enterprise. Oh, and that entire scene with Trip, dream sequence. Prove us wrong. 7. Spock's Brain, Leonard Nimoy. While the episode is a milestone in the franchise's history for just how bad it is, Spock's Brain is also firmly in the so bad it's good camp. The episode was made with the slashed production budgets of the 3rd season, serving almost as an insult to the fans who campaigned to keep the show on the air. Leonard Nimoy is of course front and centre in this installment, and related in his autobiography that he felt embarrassed for almost the entire shoot. Though it was a feeling that would come back several times in the 3rd season, Spock's Brain bore the brunt of the criticism here. It's not simply that it's a bad episode, though that's without question. The episode seems dumb. Vulcan physiology allows them to exist without a brain for 24 hours, which is a pretty marvellous attribute for any species really. Yet, it had never been mentioned before, and would never be mentioned again, so clearly it was made up on the fly. The story does give McCoy a few chances to have a bit of fun that is really stretching things. Nimoy's review may have just been the kindest thing to be written about Spock's Brain in its entire history. 6. The Last Outpost, Armin Shimmerman. The Ferengi were supposed to be the big villains of Star Trek The Next Generation in its 1st season, eventually rising to the same infamy as the Romulans and the Klingons. While they certainly became infamous, it wasn't for the reasons the writers intended, and for that, Armin Shimmerman again makes an appearance on this list. He was one of the very first members of this race to appear on screen, and considering he would go on to define what it meant to be a Ferengi, he feels responsible for the early failures with them. The Last Outpost depicts them as something akin to jackals on speed, barking and hissing, generally being a nuisance. Shimmerman had an impossible task: make this character description intimidating. Even the blue energy pulsating whips that they used weren't enough to make the audience take them seriously. Taking on the role of Quark in Deep Space Nine was Shimmerman's attempt to course correct the damage that had been done to the Ferengi overall, giving the character everything he had to make sure no one would ever think of those hyped up idiots from the Last Outpost again. 5. Assignment Earth, Terry Garr. Terry Garr appeared in the final episode of Star Trek's second season, Assignment Earth. The story had been created to serve as a backdoor pilot to a spin-off series. This proposed series would follow Gary 7 and his exploits, yet it never took off. This episode credits Gene Roddenberry as a producer rather than an executive producer, and he was incredibly hands-on in this installment. Though this was ostensibly to ensure that it was the best that it could be, to ensure it got a series order, it did involve him getting in everyone's way. Garr was particularly annoyed with him as he continually insisted that her skirt be shortened to make it more revealing. Not only did this upset the actress, but the costume designer William Ware Theiss quickly lost patience with Roddenberry as well. It all combined to make the set a dismal place to be. In the years since the episode's release, Terry Garr refuses to talk about Star Trek at all. She's incredibly derisive of her experiences, balancing never talking about it with making sure any interviewer knows how little her opinion of it is. 4. Move Along Home, Avery Brooks. Move Along Home has become a running joke in the Star Trek fan community for its silly themes and that song. Once those lyrics get into your head, there's usually no chance at salvation. However, that's not the part that makes Avery Brooks cringe in this episode. He said before that, despite the silly tone, he could excuse the song and the basic plot. For him, the deal breaker was making the main cast play a game of hopscotch through a corridor on their way to escape. Deep Space Nine was still in its first season, with this episode being in the first half of the episodes. Similar to the issues that face the Naked Now in The Next Generation, the audience hadn't had the time to get to know the crew before they were being asked to see them in this ridiculous situation. To be fair, while the episode still contains moments that are akin to having one's teeth drilled, it has aged, with the aid of nostalgia, a little better than many of the other entries on this list. Just don't ask Brooks to sing the tune of Alan Moraine anytime soon. 3. The Killing Game, Robert Beltran. The Killing Game was the two-part episode from Star Trek Voyager's 4th season that saw the ship overrun by the Hirogen. The crew were forced to enact holographic simulations of brutal conflicts from history, again and again, all for the enjoyment of the hunters. Naturally, World War II quickly caught the Hirogen's eyes, and a recreation of a French town in the grips of Nazi oppression followed. Robert Beltran hated the episodes, believing first that they were offensive to German fans of the show. The Nazis were an easy villain to portray, yet every single German character was portrayed as evil, with no attempt to show any double agents or spies, for example. Leading on from this, he felt that the episodes were not well written. Writer and producer Joe Menosky acknowledged that it had been a long gestating idea that changed form several times, though the idea of putting the crew in a World War II scenario was one of his first pitches to the series. Despite Beltran's feelings on the episodes, its success in being aired on a single night led to the creation of Dark Frontier, which was always intended to be a TV movie. 2. Up the Long Ladder, Colm Meaney and Sean Ferrick. Filming this episode was not an easy task for Colm Meaney. Up the Long Ladder was a second season entry in Star Trek The Next Generation, and to say that it misfires on almost every front doesn't do it justice. The depiction of Irish characters goes way beyond stereotype here, instead opting for an openly racist and degrading option. Meaney was far from the starring role that he would receive on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, serving instead as a day player still. That meant that speaking up and opining on the direction the episode was taking really wasn't much of an option at the time. He was none too pleased on set, something he has not elaborated on in the years since. Was, however, in a better position when If Wishes Were Horses came along, which originally featured a storyline focused on his Irishness in a condescending manner. This was swiftly changed. Up the Long Ladder was panned. It's no code of honour, yet arguably, Shades of Grey is a stronger entry. It also received hate mail, though it had nothing to do with the racism. Instead, the line in which Riker states he has the right to control his own body became a target for the the Right to Life movement in the US, resulting in screenwriter Melinda M. Snodgrass getting a lot of hate mail. 1. Code of Honor. Everyone. I mean, really, was there ever a question of what number 1 on this list was going to be? Code of Honor is the infamous early episode of Star Trek The Next Generation that is frequently voted one of the worst episodes of the entire franchise. Jonathan Frakes and Brent Spiner have both gone on the record with how much they hated the episode, citing it as a racist piece of shit. Rod Roddenberry feels that the episode isn't quite as bad as the reception would have people believe, yet it's the depiction of every member of the Ligonians that crushes any argument against the inherent racism on show. Although they are on the one hand technologically advanced enough to have contact with the Federation, they are backward enough as a society that a rigid gender stereotype exists. Catherine Powers wrote the script and would later write the script for Emancipation, an episode of Stargate SG-1 that follows almost exactly the same plot. Both episodes were widely panned by the cast and crews as well. Actor Garrett Wang, although he didn't appear in the episode, cites watching this as the reason he got the role of Harry Kim on Star Trek Voyager. After watching Code of Honor, he was no longer too nervous to audition.
Hey, wait, what'd you say about my warp core? Well, listen, I'm Sean Ferrick and I'm here for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek burns that still sting. 10. Double dumbass on you. Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, of course, sees the crew of the Enterprise, or maybe I should say the HMS Bounty, get dropped into 1980s San Francisco. As such, they need to start adapting to the local culture. First, the main crew, they strip their rank insignia, they strip their uniforms, and they're pretty much fine, which of course leaves Spock with his very alien looking face. He tears off a band, wraps it around his head. Kushti. Next, they're walking through the streets of San Francisco, and Kirk being Kirk, he won't stop for traffic and nearly gets mown down by a taxi. The taxi driver very understandably goes, "Hey, why don't you watch where you're going, you dumbass?" To which Kirk retorts, "Well, double dumbass on you." Greatest comeback ever. 9. He's probably terrified of your beads and rattles. McCoy and Spock seem to exist to bounce off each other. And while for the most part it's a fairly, if not loving, and certainly mutually respectable bouncing, there are some times when one truly does get irritated with the other. One such time was in the second season episode, I Mud. They're walking down the corridor when crewman Norman walks past them going the other direction. McCoy greets him and Norman acknowledges him. McCoy stops Spock and he goes on to say that he doesn't get a good feeling about this guy. Spock just goes, "Do not give me labels, give me specifics." McCoy then, a little bit rattled, says, it's really quite frustrating when somebody approaches things with just logic and no emotion and are quite standoffish. Now, Spock doesn't bite, but McCoy then goes on to say, "Oh, well, obviously you're okay because, pointed ears basically is your get out of jail free card." McCoy pauses for a second and says, "He hasn't even come in for his physical yet." To which Spock expertly goes, "He's probably frightened of your beads and rattles," and just walks away. And honestly, I did not know Spock was such a bitch, but I love it. 8. You may test that assumption at your convenience. When you look at Patrick Stewart in the early episodes of The Next Generation, it's not that he's not an intimidating character, but it's really more about how he speaks and how he delivers his speeches. In the third season episode, Sins of the Father, Worf is called back to Kronos as Moog, his father, is accused of a crime he didn't commit, and the accuser is Duras. Kern is to stand with Worf as his Chadich, but Duras makes sure he's taken out of the picture. Picard volunteers to stand up. Duras faces down Picard and says basically he doesn't have the mettle. He needs to know how to fight, and that's something that Starfleet doesn't teach. Picard doesn't miss a beat. He stands there full of poise, looks him dead in the eye and says, "You may test that assumption at your convenience." And Duras backs down. Oh yes. Oh yes. 7. You can start by doing something about your breath. Don't get into a war of words with Kieran Reese. Just don't, you're gonna lose. I wish somebody had... Actually, no I don't. I was gonna say I wish somebody had told Gul Dukat that, but I'm really glad they didn't because it gave us this fantastic moment. Gul Dukat is... Well, I'm not allowed to say what Gul Dukat is, but we all know what Gul Dukat is. But he is a villain. Let's settle on that word. And when the Dominion retake Deep Space Nine, rename it Terok Nor, he calls Major Kira to a meeting in his office. She is trying to obviously keep the peace and not raise to the bait. She gives a report and she's about to leave. Dukat steps in front of her and says that he didn't give her permission to leave. Yeah, that's the kind of guy Dukat is. Now, when Dukat was in charge of Terok Nor the last time as the prefect of Bajor, he used to keep comfort women around him the whole time. And with an extended, gross, greasy hand, he tries to stroke Kira's face and says, "I can make things very pleasant for you here, Major Kira." To which she looks him in the eye, smiles and says, "You can start by doing something about your breath." Now there's a little exchange after that in which the fool says, "I can wait," and you just know that if she's given half a chance, she's going to cut his neck ridges off. Don't get into a war of words with Kira Nerys. You're gonna lose. 6. Shall I flog them as well? And the bitchy Vulcans are back. Tuvok is the one who utters this immortal line in the 4th season episode of Star Trek Voyager, Scientific Method. In this episode, the crew has been overrun, although they don't know it, by a group of alien scientists who are basically trying to push them as hard as they possibly can to see what their breaking point is. Poor old Captain Janeway has really been a bit of a focus of their experiments, and they've kept her up for about 5 days at this point. Tuvok walks into the room and says, "Good morning, Captain," to which she barks back at him, "That's a matter of opinion." He goes on to start describing the productivity of the ship, and it's a little bit off. She immediately turns and says, "Well, don't these people report in to you? What are you going to do about it?" To which he goes, "Shall I flog them as well?" That's all he needs to say. If Tuvok is the one giving you sass, you've probably done something to deserve it. 5. Shall we die together? Is there anyone out there that doesn't love the resolution to the Season 3 episode, The Defector? The Enterprise is brought across the neutral zone by the, unfortunately, false information that Admiral Jarrok gave them, only to be trapped by 2 Romulan warbirds commanded by Commander Tomalak. He stares down the captain and says that his plans are quite simple. He will break the Enterprise and bring that hull back to Romulus to display in the middle of the capital. Picard does initially try and keep things civil. He even offers an apology. Tomalak is having none of it. There follows a great moment, which sort of comes out of nowhere, but when you look closely at the episode, all the clues are there. Picard says, "You know, these men and women, they have pledged to give their lives if the cause is just. Are you willing to die today?" And Tomalak scoffs and he says, "Oh, I expected better from you than idle threats." Picard nods, and 3 Klingon birds of prey decloak around the ships. Picard reminds him that even though Tomalak is correct, they won't survive Tomalak's assault, he won't survive theirs. Shall we die together? 4. Nuclear annihilation. When I set out to start writing this list, I really didn't think how many times I was going to see the Vulcans on this list, but here we are again. Here we are again. In the 2nd season episode of Enterprise, Carbon Creek, we learn the story of T'Pol's maternal grandmother, Tamir. Tamir, Mestral and Strawn were part of a landing party that accidentally crashed near the town of Carbon Creek in around 1950s America. Now, obviously, Vulcans in the 50s, bit of a problem, but they have to integrate and they have to get to know people because they can't sit out in the forest because they'll starve to death. Their rescue party's going to take too long to get there. They start to interact. They get jobs. Mestral in particular starts to get to know the local bar lady. Things are going quite well. Tamir is a bit more reserved. She's not quite as reserved, however, as Strawn. Strawn does get a job, but still manages to step away from the humans in general. Then their communicator goes off. Landing party is nearly there. Happy days. Except not for Mestral. Mestral really has integrated. He really feels a part of this community now. And he tries to sort of goad his fellow Vulcans into staying. In fact, he looks at Strawn and goes, "It's such a shame that you'll leave without ever experiencing one thing that these people have to offer." Strawn sits there and goes, "Such as?" Alcohol? Frozen fish sticks? Nuclear annihilation? Mestral really doesn't have a comeback to that one. Goddamn Vulcans. 3. I'm not talking about the puppy. Susie Plaxton is wonderful, whether she's in Klingon ridges or in a Q's captain's uniform, and particularly so in the Star Trek Voyager episode The Q and the Grey. She plays the female Q. She and our regular Q, John Delancey, apparently have had an on-again, off-again relationship for a few eons, but who's counting? While our Q is desperately trying to get Janeway pregnant, which is as strange as it sounds, the female Q is not massively pleased with this. So our Q is trying everything he can to woo Janeway. He has created this beautiful love bed, which is a bit tacky, in her quarters. He's filled her quarters with roses, and the icing on the cake is that he makes a beautiful red setter puppy appear in her ready room. Now, as we know, Janeway's own setter, Molly, is back in the Alpha Quadrant. So this is both a really low move and also kind of a sweet move on Q's part. And then, in the background, off camera, the female Q appears and we just hear, "What are you doing with that animal?" And she goes, "I'm not talking about the puppy." Q's face says it all. Wow. 2. You're either lost or desperately in need of a good tailor. There was no question as to whether Elam Garak would turn up on this list. And it is also no question his entry was going to be a high one. In the opening episode of Season 4 of Deep Space Nine, The Way of the Warrior, Garak and Odo are sitting down having lunch together when they look over and see Drex, Martok's son, hassling Morn on the promenade. Odo walks over and effectively tells him, "What the hell are you doing? Stop." Drex spits at him in Klingon and Garak just smiles and says, "Actually, I don't believe Odo has a mother." So he walks back to his tailor shop, the doors open, and he finds some Klingons waiting for him. Now he turns around as Drex walks in, closes the door behind him, and to his absolute credit, Garak looks him up and down and says, "But let me guess, you're either lost or desperately in need of a good tailor." Drex makes him guess again. Breaks 3 of his ribs, shatters part of his eye socket, but Garak got off some choice insults that will leave psychological scars for the rest of that Klingon's life. Number 1. Is that how you greet your long-lost captain? Mary Wiseman delivers a blinder in the first season of Star Trek Discovery. Sylvia Tilly she's now a wonderful character, and in a way she was then what she is now, but now we've had a bit more time to get used to her. So the first half of the season, it was a little hard to identify nearly with her, or to be honest, take her a bit seriously every now and again. Then, in the second half of the season, they wind up in the mirror universe, and Tilly finds herself in the unenviable position of having to impersonate Captain Killy, which is just, it's silly, it's brilliant, I love it. And you're kind of caught there thinking, oh, there's no way that this woman is going to be able to pull off evil. So when the ISS Discovery goes up and meets the ISS Shenzhou, they hail their captain, who turns out to be Captain Connor, whose Prime Universe counterpart had died previously. They surprise him with Burnham, who had, in this universe, died. He's a little bit cagey about bringing the Shenzhou over to the Discovery, and Tilly just steps up to the bat. She cuts across him and says, "Is that how you greet your long-lost captain? If you greeted me that way, Connor, I'd cut out your tongue and use it to lick my boots." Yeah, it works. It works for me. I'm scared of her, and she's absolutely brilliant. In that moment, I knew I loved Tilly. Killy.
Nothing gets your audience back like a nice cliffhanger at the end of a season, and who doesn't love seeing those resolutions come across in part 2? But what about the times when part 2 never came? With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek cliffhangers that were never resolved. Number 10, what happened to the bugs? This is a cliffhanger that almost definitely will never be resolved on screen, and not just because the effects have dated considerably since Conspiracy's airing in the 80s. the parasitic life forms that infected Starfleet were originally meant to be the Borg, though the insectoid nature of the creatures was too ambitious for the capabilities of both model makers and CGI at the time. The episode does end with a message being beamed out into space, revealed as a homing beacon. It's a frightening and deeply ominous way to end this story, which accidentally is even given greater depth in the Enterprise episode Regeneration. Archer reveals at the end of that episode that the homing beacon the Borg sent would take about 200 years to reach its destination. Could the same then be true of the Parasite's message? Is Starfleet facing a new invasion sometime around the middle of the 26th century? Could the crew of the Enterprise J have to fight off their own people, infected again with new waves of these dreadful little creatures? It's a possibility, one that's ripe for mining in this latest age of Trek. Number 9. Will the Vadwar return? The beginning of Dragon's Teeth is marked with Voyager being accidentally sucked into underspace, a series of networked tunnels that allow them to travel hundreds of light years in the blink of an eye. They are quickly pushed out by the Turay before a series of events lead them to discover the Vadwar. This sleeping race represents the Dragon's Teeth of the title, as Chakotay seems to be the first to realise that they might be best left in their stasis pods. Once revived, the Vadwar immediately begin making plans to continue the conquest that had been their aim before going into cryosleep. Even with the help of Gedron, one of their own, Voyager barely survives the encounter, fleeing while the Turay bombards the planet from orbit. But what of the 51 Vadwar vessels that escaped destruction into the underspace networks? The episode closes with Janeway certain they haven't seen the last of this villainous race. However, for now, it seems they have. This is a thread that Star Trek Prodigy, set in the Delta Quadrant, could quite easily pick up on, even if, being a children's show, it avoids some of the heavier themes. Number 8. Remember that time Kirk started a war? In a private little war, Kirk shatters any notion that he honours the Prime Directive by arming Tyree's people with flintlock weapons, matching the firepower that the Klingons have provided to their enemies. While his reasons may have been altruistic, this unbelievable action should at least have resulted in a court-martial and definitely deserved to be followed up on. This episode was Star Trek's attempt to depict the horrors of what was happening in Vietnam, with the Federation standing in for the Americans while the Klingons represented the Chinese. Still, that doesn't excuse Kirk's actions at the episode's close. By arming Tyree, he may have evened the odds a little, but he's also dragged the Federation into a civil war, one that is never again mentioned on screen. This is something that required a mention going forward. While the Federation and the Klingon Empire would eventually become allies, what of the worlds that suffered in the middle? Planets such as Organia were able to take care of themselves, but the same could not be said here. This seemed to be headed to disaster only, with Kirk never bothering to check up on them. Number 7. Did Telek Ramor ever deliver those messages? To date, this one has never received a definitive answer. It's assumed that Ramor didn't deliver the messages from Voyager's crew, as he passed away in 2367, 4 years before the ship departed Deep Space Nine. However, it's never been confirmed. Telek Ramor was accidentally brought through time from the past to the future thanks to a micro wormhole in a transporter. Upon learning that he was from the past, Janeway gives him a copy of messages from each of the crew that they've written to their families and loved ones back home, with a request that he delay transmitting them to Starfleet until after their initial departure. So, did he do it? Clearly, he died before they go, yet Torres speculates that he could have left a will informing someone to send them on. They're never again mentioned, so it's probably a safe bet that this didn't happen, but in the world of Star Trek, absolutely anything is possible, so it can't be ruled out either. Reginald Barclay, in his haste to make two-way communications with the Delta Quadrant, could simply have forgotten to tell them. One piece of evidence that suggests the messages weren't delivered is that Janeway's fiancé, Mark, found someone else believing her to have died, though he could have been lying just to save face. It's up to the audience, that one. Number 6. What happened to Juliana Tainer? Juliana Tainer was introduced in the 7th season episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. She had been, at one point, the wife of Dr. Noonien Soong, effectively making her Data's mother. However, the episode reveals that this Juliana is in fact an android copy, unaware of the true nature of her existence. At the episode's end, she's allowed to go on without knowing what she is. So, when the years pass, Data is killed on the Scimitar, and the Tal Shiar causes a synth uprising on Mars, this effectively makes her one of the last known Soong-type androids in existence. What happened to her? In her positronic brain, there were all of the tools needed for Riker and Troy to cure their son, Thad, from the illness that killed him. Did they ever try and reach out to her? For that matter, did Starfleet ever try to hunt her down, now that her race was effectively labelled an enemy of the state? As long as positronic minds exist, there was a chance that the events on First Contact Day could have been repeated, so it's a fairly big gamble to leave her out there. there. If nothing else, Picard and several of the crew were aware of her nature. Did they hide it? Number 5. Did Kirk ever tell Starfleet about Sigma Iota 2? In another case of Kirk simply not giving a toss about the Prime Directive, he is aware that McCoy accidentally left his communicator behind on Sigma Iota 2. The planet was effectively a colony of 1920s style malls and gangsters, with cars and Tommy guns to boot. The communicator could revolutionize their technology, advancing their civilization decades overnight. Well, we sure hope they don't try and co-opt it into a weapon then, don't we? It's fairly obvious that Kirk didn't inform Starfleet of this little snafu, as he jokes at the episode's close that it would be interesting to see what the planet managed to do in 100 years. Compare this to the Enterprise episode, The Communicator, which seems to be a direct apology for Kirk's actions. Reed leaves his communicator behind on a pre-warp world, so Archer moves heaven and earth to get it back so as not to pollute their development. Oh, Kirk. Sigma Iota 2 is never seen again in Star Trek. It's entirely possible that some technological genius found the device, reverse-engineered some of the tech, and ended up with an atom bomb. Perhaps this is pessimistic, but it really is something that should be checked. Number 4. Is Khan still sleeping? To paraphrase Ambassador Spock, Khan Noonien Singh is the most dangerous foe that he and the Enterprise ever encountered on their travels. The close of Star Trek Into Darkness sees him confined to a stasis chamber along with the rest of his crew. Has the supervillain been left in the deep freeze forever? Admiral Marcus, while deeply misguided, had a point when he reckoned that Khan's knowledge could give Starfleet a tactical advantage in the quadrant. Despite the danger, it seems that locking away this huge resource seems a bit premature. Was Khan ever brought out of stasis? The events of Star Trek Beyond prove that the galaxy is still full of threats, with Starfleet not always in a position to combat them effectively. There's also the fact that Khan, genius as he is, planned for the possibility of getting caught. He has a huge advantage over his Prime Universe counterpart, not least being the fact that he's still alive, where Khan Prime simply seized the opportunity to escape aboard the Reliant when it presented itself. This version of Khan had a long time to make his plans and enact them. The final shot of the man lying in the pod seems more like a soldier in wait than a prisoner defeated. Number 3. Will Sisko ever get to meet his unborn child? Star Trek Deep Space Nine went out on a high. The Dominion War came to a close, Odo returned to his people, O'Brien went back to Starfleet Academy to teach, and Sisko became a god. As you do. It's this that begs the question, if Sisko ascended to become a non-corporeal, non-linear being, then what the hell is keeping him away from his family? There have been calls for a follow-up to Sisko's story since the final episode of Deep Space Nine aired, but in particular, it is the fate of Sisko's family specifically that interests. Sisko's been a devoted father to Jake for all 7 seasons of the show. The news that Cassidy was pregnant was joyous news to him. Behind the scenes, Avery Brooks was always delighted that through Sisko, he was able to portray a positive father figure, specifically a black father figure as well, at a time when there was not an abundance of examples in the media. Having him return to become a father again would be the perfect ending to Sisko's story, enough so that it truly begs the question as to why it hasn't already been addressed. This, if nothing else, has to be followed up on in Star Trek. Number 2. Did the aliens stop kidnapping people? Schisms was and remains one of the most disturbing episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, or indeed Star Trek overall. The scene in the holodeck is a deeply uncomfortable watch, but when the clicks begin all around the characters, the hairs on the back of the audience's neck simply refuse to lie flat. There is a partial exploration as to what happened after this episode in the comic Gateway. Ensign Hegler was one of the unlucky few who actually died as a result of these aliens' experiments, with his sister captaining the USS Hornet years later, searching for revenge. However, on screen, the episode closes on a fairly terrifying note. While Riker is able to escape their realm with Ensign Rager, they manage to send something through with him before the rift can be closed. It appears as a bright burst of light, but there's little doubt that it is a way for the aliens to revisit the Milky Way galaxy again in the future. That's what makes a truly terrifying concept. They could return at any time, in any place, and there really is very little that Starfleet could do to stop them. Creepy. Number 1. Where is Section 31 now? Chronologically, the last known appearance of Section 31 was in the mind of Luther Sloan, as Dr. Bashir and Chief O'Brien try to find the cure for the changeling's wasting disease. While inside his thoughts, thanks to some illegally procured Romulan mind probes, Sloan reveals to them that there are no offices, no buildings, and no secret headquarters to this organization. It is simply made up of individuals. If this is the case, then it seems that they've learned their lesson from their experience with Control control in the 23rd century. That entity was almost able to wipe them out entirely, infiltrate each of their vessels, and almost infect Starfleet itself. Perhaps this led directly to their decision to decentralize. So, where are they now? They never appeared in Star Trek Voyager, and it seems unlikely that they'll make an appearance in Star Trek Picard. They had a small reference in Lower Decks, but it really is Star Trek Discovery where we look to see what's become of them. Did they fade away with Sloane, or have they simply continued to adapt, changing form and shape, protecting the Federation at all costs?
There's an old saying in the creative arts that you should always write what you know. That might seem to be an odd lesson to apply to Star Trek, but whilst the setting might not be grounded in our own reality, that doesn't mean the characters can't be. Thus, there are countless three-dimensional heroes and also villains in the Star Trek franchise, and more than a few of them owe their brilliance to the extraordinary lives of the actors that played them. My name is Marcus Bronzy, this is TrekCulture, and here are 10 behind-the-scenes reasons for Star Trek character quirks. Number 10. Sulu wields a rapier. Now, The Naked Time was an early episode from the original series, which centered on a virus that makes those infected act drunk. And yes, it's as ridiculous as it sounds. And also, if it's ringing a bell for you, that's because the idea was kind of copied wholesale for the Next Generation's third episode, The Naked Now, where Tasha Yar and Data, well, he's anatomically and she's... Anyway, back to the original series. Despite how absurd this all is, George Takei is incredible here. He was approached early into filming by director Mark Daniels, who informed him that Sulu would be removing his shirt and going absolutely berserk. In addition to this, he would wield either a samurai sword or a fencing foil. Takei asked him to select the latter, citing that his reason was that a samurai sword might be more culturally appropriate then, but by the 23rd century, a man should be free to pick his hobby regardless of his ethnicity. For the next 3 days, Takei spent all of his free time practicing with the weapon and doing as many push-ups as possible. He recalled an incident where James Doohan was nearly found skewered by his rapier because he stepped around the corner at the wrong moment. Apparently, this story spread across the lot, and the fear in Shatner's eyes was very real during their showdown on the bridge. Number 9. Nichelle Nichols was a talented singer. The fan dance scene in Star Trek V: The Final Frontier is one of the most recognized moments in all of its movies. However, its influence has gone even further than that, with it getting parodied on Lower Decks and Nichelle Nichols making fun of herself in Futurama. But what gets forgotten is that scene came about initially to showcase Nichols' voice and her musical talent. This was not the first time that the audience had heard Uhura sing, because Nichols, a talented musician, had sung on the original series as well, so she was delighted when she learned that this skill would be returning for Star Trek V. She recorded The Moon's a Window for Heaven and performed the infamous scene, only to be devastated to discover that she was overdubbed in post-production. The version heard in the film was performed by a band called Hiroshima, and without her knowledge or permission. Whilst the scene was inspired by the fact that she was more than capable of singing to seduce, Nichols was pretty angered, and it hurt that it was only her image shown in the final scene. If someone can get the recording of Nichelle singing, please let us know in the comments. I would love to listen to that. Number 8. Garak is claustrophobic. By Inferno's light and after image both show Garak's extreme claustrophobia on screen. His role in the first episode was based on Charles Bronson's character in The Great Escape, though actor Andrew Robinson brought a lot of himself to the scene. Whilst Garak was written as a claustrophobic regardless, Robinson also suffers from the condition, which led to a hyper-real portrayal. He was also suffering from the flu on the day of filming, which heightened the depiction of discomfort whilst he was trapped in the wall. Robinson, quoted in the Deep Space Nine companion book, described the episode by saying he didn't have to act because it was all incredibly real to him. In Afterimage, this is used as one of Garak's major weaknesses, thanks to the increasing pressure of his responsibilities during the Dominion War. In the story, he works through his claustrophobia with Ezri Dax, but in real life, Robinson stated that having to go to that place is always tough. Despite this, both By Inferno's Light and Afterimage are excellent examples of an actor's real-life struggles improving the on-screen performance. Number 7. Hands on hips. In Star Trek Voyager's third season, the episode Macrocosm features an alien race called the Tak-Tak. The entire reason that they were conceived was due to an in-joke on set with Kate Mulgrew, who, while playing Captain Janeway, would often compulsively put her hands on her hips. It became a recurring stance for the character during the run of the show, and it also allowed the writers to have a bit of fun at her expense. The Tak-Tak race were primarily obsessed with body language and gestures to denote meaning. Neelix, thoroughly prepared for negotiations, spends the opening moments of the episode doing his best to apologize for Janeway's incredible faux pas. Placing hands on one's hips is the worst kind of offense in the Tak-Tak language, resulting in an almost immediate cease of the talks. If it wasn't for Neelix, there's very little doubt that Starfleet would not have gained an ally that day. Although this would not be the end of her placing her hands on her hips, it shone a light on the gesture going forward, bringing the audience in on the joke. Number 6. Martok can never forgive Kor. J.G. Hertzler had auditioned for just about every alien role in Star Trek before he was invited to come and read for Martok. He decided he was going to switch things up a little bit for this audition though. He delivered a quiet and controlled performance as the Klingon instead of the wild, aggressive, kapla types that he was sure that producers had seen 1,000 times before. They responded by saying, "Hey, that was a great performance, but can we have a little bit more wild and aggressive and classically kapla type Klingon performance?" Once he showed that he could do that as well, they saw his full range, and guess what? He was hired. In the 7th season, Martok was well established in Deep Space Nine and a fiercely honourable man. However, when Kor boards his ship, a new side of Martok is revealed. Suddenly, he seems to have a petty hatred for this older man. The writers decided that Kor would have blocked Martok's ascent through the ranks early on in his life, which left the man with a deep resentment. Hertzler felt that this wasn't enough though. He asked to include a line that gave Martok greater depth. After telling Worf that he had earned a battlefield commission, he added, "Unfortunately, my father did not live to see that day." This changes the whole situation. Rather than Martok's anger and hurt stemming from purely personal feelings of betrayal, his anger toward Kor stems from his inability to prove his worth to his father before he passed to Sto-vo-Kor. This was a small change, but the addition of the line gave the two men a much deeper divide. Number 5. The Cardassian neck trick. The origin story. The Wounded introduced audiences to the Cardassians, who along with the Borg would go on to become one of the primary antagonists in the Trek universe. Mark Eleimo stars as Gul Macet, the first soldier that the Federation encounters during the Next Generation. He sports a distinctive makeup designed entirely around his physique. Eleimo has a very long neck, one that makeup artist Michael Westmore used as inspiration for the race as a whole. He designed the neck ridges that ran from the base of his skull sweeping down and out towards his shoulders, and every Cardassian since has featured the same look. When Deep Space Nine rolled around and built the Cardassians into the very premise, they brought Eleimo back and recast him as Gul Dukat. Beyond the look of the Cardassians in general, his style of speech played into how Dukat was written, with his slow, methodical tone commanding any other character in the scene to operate at his pace. This one man alone was responsible for the overall depiction of the entire Cardassian race simply because he spoke slowly and had a long neck. Number 4. Scotty's right hand. In the original series and most of the TOS era movies, Scotty rarely allows his right hand to be in frame. His left hand features prominently in almost all shots, as James Doohan did not want to display his other. He had served during the Allied invasion of Normandy on D-Day, and during combat, his right middle finger had been severed. Although there are scenes in the early years where for some reason or another his hand manages to slip into frame, it would not be until Star Trek V: The Final Frontier that Doohan seemed to relax his attempts to conceal it. Whilst he stands with Uhura on the bridge discussing shore leave and about to tuck into lunch of rations, his right hand is clearly visible, missing finger and all. Though up to this point he had mostly used hand doubles during filming, there was a scene in Trouble with Tribbles where the missing digit was noticeable while Scotty held a huge armful of tribbles. In the Next Generation episode Relics, he also doesn't try to hide it while sharing a drink with our good old Picard on the holodeck. Number 3. Nimoy paid attention in the temple. The famous Vulcan salute first appeared in Star Trek in 1967 episode Amok Time. This served as the episode that introduced many different aspects of the Vulcan society and revealed that once every 7 years, Spock is DTF. Leonard Nimoy was the one who suggested this gesture. In his 1975 autobiography, I Am Not Spock, he wrote that he based it on the priestly blessing performed by the Jewish Kohanim, with both hands thumb to thumb in this same position representing the Hebrew letter Shin, which has 3 upward strokes, similar to the position of the thumb and fingers in the gesture. Now, Nimoy said that as a child, he had opened his eyes during a part of the ceremony that was meant to be heard and not seen. During this, he observed this blessing and it stuck with him. The gesture is now one of the most famous in all of pop culture, with live long and prosper being spoken as either a greeting or a farewell, and the less common peace and long life can be used as either a precursor or a response. Number 2, Frakes did his back in and the leg lift was born. I don't care what you say, this, and this is the original Riker maneuver. Jonathan Frakes asserts his dominance over almost every chair he encounters in Star Trek, but far from the mean bait this might feel like, this was actually due to a real-life issue that has followed him for most of his life. Will Wheaton confirmed this on a Reddit thread that a back injury was the cause of Frakes' iconic leg lift and leans. Frakes sustained an injury prior to his casting on Star Trek when his job moving furniture resulted in damaging his back. This meant that he struggled with standing for long periods of time, which would then in turn lead to a slight lean to the left. Riker is also well known for resting his leg against consoles and the odd rock if he can find one as well, which was Frakes' way of taking some of the pressure off. But his interactions with Starfleet's various chairs is what has stuck long in the memory of the show's fans. And thanks to this man, I will never, ever mount a chair in the same way again. Number 1, a very English, very bald Frenchman. Captain Picard was based on Horatio Hornblower, one of Gene Roddenberry's favourite characters. Picard was going to be swashbuckling, though not nearly as much as James T. Kirk was designed to be, and he was going to be virile, young, and definitely, most definitely, French. At 47 years old, Patrick Stewart was the absolute opposite to Roddenberry's idea of the character. His first issue with the actor was his baldness, and after their initial meeting, Roddenberry bid him goodbye, closed the door, and announced to Robert Justman, "I just won't have him." It took the combined team of Justman and Rick Berman to convince Roddenberry to take a chance on him. He was eventually invited back with the stipulation that he wear a wig for the audition, and it went well enough for him to land the part. Mercifully though, Roddenberry eventually changed his mind about the toupee, stating to a reporter that by the 24th century, nobody would care. This left one other issue. Picard was French, and Stewart was clearly not. Thus, there exists a tape in the bowels of Paramount of Patrick Stewart attempting a line in a French accent. At this point, Roddenberry threw his hands up and said, "Just do it in your normal voice," switching the character from a Frenchman with a full head of hair to a man with an English accent with French origins who was as bald as an egg. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi there everybody, TrekCulture's Adam Cleary. Come in, take a seat, sit down, shoes off the carpet, etc. Right, so there are nearly 600 hours of Star Trek content across movies and television for you to enjoy. Now that might seem like a very random stat to start an article with, but 600 hours for one particular franchise means that there are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hours that have gone into making that. All that time going into the writing, the filming, the producing, the editing, the directing, every single bit of it. How many people must that have involved? And yet, throughout its entire history, only a handful of them have ever been fired. I mean, it does make sense when you think about it. For a show that can be such a star-making gig with such a reliance on returning characters, nobody's going to really want to lose somebody if they can help it. But still, even with that context, compared to the revolving door policy some shows feel like they've got, The Walking Dead, Star Trek just isn't. Doesn't. And that does of course mean that on the rare occasion somebody is fired, the stories behind them tend to be as bizarre and strange and magical and wonderful as the sci-fi episodes themselves. So, since you're all sitting here and I've got nothing else to do for the next 10 or so minutes, my name is Adam Cleary and these are 7 Star Trek actors who were fired. And just quickly before I start, I should probably point out I wrote an article of this which was 2,000 words, but it got deleted, so I had to start again. Then I recorded the whole video of this, which was really long, but it got deleted, so this is me doing it again. So just to let you know, this is some cursed content, in my opinion, so please enjoy it. And just a quick pit stop before we actually begin in earnest to clear up a few names who you might think should be on this list but aren't for technicality reasons. First up, Terry Farrell. She played Jadzia Dax in Deep Space Nine. She wasn't fired, she just approached the producers, asked for more time off to pursue other acting opportunities. They said no, you can either take what you're offered or you can leave, so she left. Denise Cosby's time as Tasha Yar in The Next Generation was cut short after just 22 episodes, but again, that was her choice. She was frustrated with the lack of character development, so she made demands on the producers, and they said, no, you're not going to get more screen time, so she walked. And finally, her Next Generation colleague, Marina Sirtis, was nearly fired when she had the audacity to try and ask for some pay parity ahead of filming Star Trek Nemesis. The studio went, nah, if you won't do it for this money, we'll just get Jerry Ryan in from Star Trek Voyager and replace you. And Sirtis went, well, go on then, but you're not going to get Jerry Ryan in for that money either. And she was right, so she stayed. Number 7, Grace Lee Whitney. When Gene Roddenberry first devised the crew for Star Trek, or technically when he second devised the crew for Star Trek, anyway, more on that later, he created the character of Yeoman Janice Rand. Now, she was supposed to be like an assistant of sorts to James T. Kirk, but she was let go before the end of the first season. And by let go, I mean fired. Now, the network and the producers claimed at the time that this was purely budgetary. They were trying to streamline the show to make sure it got a second season, but then Whitney revealed years later that she'd actually been sexually assaulted by somebody on the show and was then quietly let go to try and avoid the negative press. Now, there is a happy ending of sorts to this because an extensive fan letter writing campaign and indeed support from her colleagues on the show got her brought back in time for the movie. She was in The Motion Picture and The Search for Spock and The Voyage Home, and then transferred to the Excelsior with Sulu for The Undiscovered Country. Now, while she's never gone and named the executive involved in all this because it is her story and not his, this remains a black mark in Star Trek's history. Number 6, Jennifer Lien. Now, it's virtually impossible to talk about Kes leaving Star Trek Voyager without using some arrangement of the words 9, 7, and of, given that her last episode was the one right after they formally introduced her new Borg colleague. But the thing is, it's not as simple as that. In a version of events that is backed up by the directors, the producers, even Jennifer Lien herself, it was just that Kes's time on the ship had naturally sort of come to an end. They were really running out of ideas for her, things for her to do. Her character arc felt that it had sort of naturally completed itself, and being told they needed to get rid of a character in order to bring another one in, she was just the most natural creative choice. And by letting Kes go, they basically removed the headache of having to write material for a character they had lost their way with, while stopping the network getting on their back for overloading a show that, in their opinion, already had too many characters. It's a shame because I really liked Kes. I thought she was a good character, but what was she gonna do? And yeah, she did briefly return for one episode, which kind of just about finished her whole story, but once they decided to bring in a brand new character, that was her straight out of the airlock. Number 5, Biff Yeager. I just want to take a quick moment to reflect on what an awesome name Biff Yeager actually is. Alright, that's enough. It's actually a testament to LeVar Burton's performance as chief engineer, Geordie LaForge, that a lot of people forget he was originally the ship's helmsman while he was manning the con all the way down on deck 36. Yes, I am that kind of a nerd. There was a revolving door of chief engineers all tasked with manning the engines. Now, most of these figures, like her and him, don't stick particularly long in the mind, but one who did was Lieutenant Commander Argyle, who was proving so popular with the fans that the producers considered, in season 2, giving him a full-time role on the show, until one day they just changed their minds mysteriously. Now, the story here, according to your pal and mine Will Wheaton, was that the show's producers received a deluge of letters from fans saying how much they liked Argyle and lobbying for a greater role for him, and they were really impressed by the impact he'd made, so they actually considered doing it, until they noticed that some of the letters were referencing things he'd done in episodes that hadn't actually aired yet. So after doing a bit of digging, they discovered that Yeager himself was behind this. He had apparently been writing to fans personally to pressure them into writing to Paramount to say how much they liked his character. So that was it. Him gone pretty much straight away. They replaced him with some of the other engineers that finally made Geordie the full-time person in that role in, like, season 2. Still though, he did have a good run on Gilmore Girls, so what are you gonna do? Number 4, Genevieve Bujold. Now, it is a common misconception that Kate Mulgrew was the first female captain in Star Trek history. It's not true, of course. It does a massive disservice to all the women who were captains of other ships, just either not named or not credited, and certainly didn't have their own series. But the point I'm trying to get at here is not only was she not the first female captain in Star Trek, she wasn't even the first Captain Janeway. Now, when Paramount signed off on having a female-led Star Trek series, the only person they wanted in that role was legendary Canadian actress Genevieve Bujold. Sorry about the pronunciation if you're watching. She had an extensive, critically acclaimed history of roles in movies, but the problem with this was, while it meant she was a good actress, it meant that she was not in any way prepared for the rigours of intensive TV filming. The long, sometimes 18-hour days on set, the constant changes to the writing, to the script, being fiddled with all the time by hair and makeup and wardrobe, even having to work with directors she didn't really know, all did not sit well with her, took its toll, and she left after just a day and a half on set. Yes, on only her second day filming, she headed back to her trailer in tears. She was followed by the producers. A short conversation took place in which it was agreed that things would be better for everybody if she just did not come back to the show, and they recast the part of Nicole Janeway to Catherine Janeway with Kate Mulgrew. So technically she might have walked here, but if she didn't, that push was coming. Number 3, Gates McFadden. Yes, they actually fired Beverly Crusher. She didn't really go and take a job as the head of Starfleet Medical. Interestingly, the actual truth of this story has only really come out in the last few years, because when she left the show, Paramount issued a statement saying she had left to pursue other career options, when in reality she just had a phone call from her agent saying actually they just want to go in another direction. But the plot thickened substantially when Rick Berman spoke on a panel or a podcast or something, I don't remember, and said that writer Maurice Hurley really had a bone to pick with her as an actress. He hated the way she did all of her scenes, so he used his considerable sway to have her removed from the show. And if you think that's maybe a little bit convenient, literally the day Maurice left the show as a writer, they got Gates McFadden back. Now that return was probably just inevitable, really, because fans hadn't really reacted to Dr. Pulaski all that well. There was a strong letter writing campaign, a real one this time, wanting her to come back, and even Patrick Stewart thought it was a dumb decision, which now in hindsight just seems really idiotic. Maurice, mate, plum. Number 2, Kirstie Alley. Now at the time, the inclusion of Kirstie Alley looked like a transparent and expensive attempt to add some much needed star power to a long-running franchise movie, and it was, but what people don't realise is that Kirstie Alley was actually a lifelong Star Trek fan who'd run around everywhere as a little girl with a pair of fake Vulcan ears on, pretending to be Spock's daughter. So when the part came up for a young Vulcan, she absolutely flew down its throat. She was great in the role, she was a hit with the fans, it was absolutely perfect, but then Star Trek 3 rolled around and she just got randomly replaced with Robin Curtis, and nobody seems to know why. And the truth of that is, of course, well, it differs depending on whose version of events you want to believe, but the short version is money. Now, the official line from Paramount was when they approached her to reprise the role, her representatives asked for 10 times the fee she'd originally been given, which would have put her ahead of stars like DeForest Kelley, and they were like, well, look, we like you, but you're just not worth that kind of money. And Ali's version of this is that while yes, they did approach her about reprising the role, they came to her with a bigger part for Star Trek 3, but less money than she got in Star Trek 2, so she concluded they weren't actually that interested in having her and decided to walk away from the franchise. Now, where do you think the truth of that is? Because my guess is the middle. Number 1, the entire cast of the original pilot minus Spock. You see what I've done there? I've gone back to that point I made about it being the second time, which I did in the first entry, revisiting that at the end now, so it's kept you the whole way. Good interconnected list writing, that. Get on my level. In 1964, with America still firmly gripping just the veiny, throbbing erection it had over the space race, NBC decided to cash in on this by commissioning a show that would deal with man's wondrous voyage into the stars. It was called Star Trek, and it was written, produced, piloted, everything by 1965, and they hated it. It was too slow, it was too intellectual, it was too ponderous, it was too scientific, it was too boring, it was not the action-adventure that millions of Americans were imagining the final frontier to be. So they decided not to pick up the option on the show. However, in a move that hardly never happens, they were still sold on the premise, and they were still sold on Gene Roddenberry as a creator, so they said, go do another one. Out went Captain Pike, out went Number 1, out went Dr. Boyce, and in to replace them came the more action-oriented characters of Kirk and Sulu and Scotty. They did keep Spock, but they gave him a whole new character where his emotions were suppressed and invented the whole concept of Vulcans. Now yes, Pike did stay part of the canon, he reprised his role a few episodes later, and more on that next year, I'm sure, and a few of the faces were recast into other roles, but that was it. Star Trek's most brutal swing of the axe came before it even started.
Star Trek has had hundreds of people walking the various halls and decks of its fleet. Some have been strong and silent. Well, they haven't been paid to do any talking. Some were brought in for short or even single-day contracts, and some came back again and again. Some of these quiet folk even commanded a ship from time to time, even if the regulars didn't really talk about it afterwards. I am Marcus Bronzy, and here is 10 background actors in Star Trek who got themselves noticed. Number 10, Victor Bevine, Star Trek First Contact. Now, this unlucky crewman was assimilated with the Borg partial takeover of the Enterprise E in Star Trek's First Contact. Now, in one of the montages in the film, Bevine's soon-to-be drone tries desperately to retune his phaser rifle as a bunch of Borg stalk towards him. He appears on this list for two reasons. First, Bevine would go on to be a bit of a player in DS9 Voyager and Enterprise. He appeared in the episodes Things Past, Pathfinder and First Flight, and his DS9 appearance came in the same year, making this something of his introduction to Star Trek. The second reason he appears here is that the film was released in 1996, and in 2021 he's still instantly recognizable because of that facial expression. The man doesn't have a line of dialogue and manages to stand out from the crowd with that face. As you were, Mr. Bevine. Number 9, the Invisible Wheel Guy, The Lights of Zeta. This unknown actor has been immortalized forever thanks to HD. In this episode, The Lights of Zeta comes in Star Trek's third and final season. In the episode, a strange non-corporeal creature threatens to destroy Memory Alpha, no, not the website, and the Enterprise. This crewman must act busy as the captain is walking by, or as they like to call it in lower decks, buffer time. Number 8, Barbara Babcock, various of the original series. Barbara Babcock's career in the Star Trek began when she appeared voice only as Trelane's mother in The Squire of Gothos. Her voice was instantly commanding, securing her a returning spot on the show mere episodes later in A Taste of Armageddon. Here she appeared on screen in the role of Mia 3. She would return on screen in the third season episode, that infamous episode with Kirk being ridden like a horse, aka Plato's stepchildren, as Philania. She has had a long career with numerous guest appearances and spots on various shows. Her voice acting was celebrated repeatedly in Star Trek when she returned as the voice of the Beta 5 computer and Isis the Cat in the episode Assignment Earth. She would also appear as a Tholian commander in the Tholian Web, and she was the voice of Zeterans in The Lights of Zeta, giving that episode its second spot on this list. Number 7, Laureen Mendel, all 7 seasons of TNG. Laureen Mendel appeared in all 7 seasons of Star Trek The Next Generation. She is not simply a blink and you'll miss her face in the crowd, as she was continually brought back to appear again and again. Not only that, but her character was named as Diana Giddings. She appeared in both Operations Gold and Science Blue uniforms, being both promoted and demoted in her run on the show. She would continue on with the show, appearing on the bridge of the Enterprise B as well in Star Trek Generations. While she may have not had a speaking role on the show and has since retired from acting, she did reprise her role in 1989 for the series finale of Webster, where she again appeared in her Science Blue uniform alongside Michael Dorn's Worf. Number 6, Layla Saracalo, Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home is certainly one of the funniest Star Trek films to date. I mean, the entire fish out of water scenario is mined for as many laughs as it can be, though it is paced well enough so that it's not overdone. One of the funniest moments comes when Uhura and Chekhov are trying to find nuclear war vessels as they approach several people in the street, none of whom speak to them as they are extras, including an SFPD cop. One woman, Layla Saracalo, does answer them. However, Saracalo's car had been impounded as she had missed the warnings to move it for filming. She therefore approached the assistant director about appearing as an extra in the hopes that she could earn enough money to pay for her car. That's a hustler's move. After being told to act naturally, she answered Uhura and Chekhov, and the filmmakers kept it in the film. They even inducted her into the Screen Actors Guild in order for her lines to be kept in the film. Number 5, Grace Lee Whitney, Janice Rand. Grace Lee Whitney only appeared in a handful of episodes of Star Trek the original series before leaving in a less than pleasant set of circumstances. In that short time, however, she stood out so much that when DeForest Kelley discovered that she was unemployed ahead of Star Trek the Motion Picture, he arranged for her to return to the franchise. Janice Rand returned to the Enterprise, this time as the transporter operative who is forced to witness the horrific death of 2 officers due to an accident. She returned again in Star Trek 3 and Star Trek 6, though with a big promotion this time. Commander Rand served aboard the bridge of the USS Excelsior under Captain Sulu, and they would both return for Star Trek Voyager's tribute episode, Flashback. Though never a starring character, Grace Lee Whitney is remembered years later as a key player in Star Trek, an essential part of the original lineup. Speaking of original lineups, number 4, Majel Barrett, For an actor who was fired after their first episode, which was a pilot, Majel Barrett sure did find a way to keep coming back to Star Trek. The story of her introduction, well on screen that is, to Star Trek is fairly well documented. She appeared as number 1, the first officer in the original pilot, The Cage. When the network executives demanded a rewrite and a switch up of characters, hers was cut. This could have been the end of her career in Star Trek, yet the role of Nurse Christy Chapel was written for her. She would stand out so much in this part that she would appear many more times as the character, coming back for the films, this time promoted to Dr. Chapel. She also would of course become Lwaxana Troi in The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Number 3. Colm Meaney. That unnamed con officer from Encounter of Farpoint, the Star Trek Next Generation's pilot episode, did pretty well for himself, didn't he? When Colm Meaney appeared in his first episode of Star Trek, his star had yet to rise. His film career would kick off in 1990, but in 1987 he was simply an actor who jumped at a day's work like anyone else. He did have some lines, but that is all. The character had no name. He impressed Roddenberry, who brought him back, transferring him from the con to the transporter room, and it was there he would finally receive a name, Miles Edward O'Brien. The fans responded so well to him that he was given more and more stories to play out, culminating in his transfer and starring role in Deep Space Nine. Number 2. Eddie Paskey, Lieutenant Leslie. Lieutenant Leslie, one of the hardest working members of Starfleet, stood out so much that he actually commanded the Enterprise. Now, in fairness, that was for only about half an hour, but still, it's more than most other crewmen can claim. Eddie Paskey joined Star Trek in the second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before. He played a security guard on Delta Vega, adorned in blue at that point. However, he then came back in the episode The Man Trap, serving not as just an actor, but also as both William Shatner's and James Doohan's doubles at various points. Though for Doohan, he merely subbed in his hand for the episode Wolf in the Fold as a close-up, as Doohan was missing a finger from his time in the services. He appeared in many episodes though, and was only credited for 2 of them. He would retire from acting before the end of the 3rd season though, due to a back injury that prevented him from working. Number 1. Tariq Ergin, Lieutenant Ayala. Former marquee member Lieutenant Ayala had appeared in almost every episode of Star Trek Voyager, becoming easily one of the most recognizable background actors in the franchise. Though he never managed to get a properly speaking role save for a few words here and there, he was extremely popular behind the scenes. He appeared on the Enterprise D in Star Trek Generations, though as an unspeaking medical technician in sickbay. He provided the body for Satan's robot in Captain Proton, and according to the call sheet for Enterprise's Fortunate Son, he stands at a lofty 6'4". He did the motion capture for the Xindi insectoid race in Enterprise, whilst appearing as a slew of other aliens and characters along the way. Though, due to his strong and silent standing in Voyager, Tariq Ergin will almost definitely be forever known to fans as Lieutenant Ayala for the rest of his time. So there you have it. I have been Marcus Bronzy with 10 background actors in Star Trek who got themselves noticed. Who did we miss? Let us know in the comments.
Generally, you can tell a good twist when the audience enjoys it, usually when the creative team enjoys it, and most often when the actors enjoy it. When that doesn't happen, sometimes that might lead us to question the wisdom of the twist itself. And before we go on, this is not just a list of 10 things Robert Beltran didn't like in Star Trek Voyager. That's going to be its own list. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek twists that the actors hated. And just really quickly, just before I go on, I just want to say a huge thank you once again to all of our subscribers out there. You guys make us able to do this. So you're all brilliant. Thanks so much. Yes, I'm talking to you. No, the one just behind you there. Yeah, legend, you. Cool. Number 10. Garak murders Weyoun in cold blood. Jeffrey Combs. No one is going to say in front of me that What You Leave Behind is not a terrific episode, but there is one actor who didn't like one aspect of the episode, and that is the main Vorta himself, Jeffrey Combs. When Garak, Kira, and Damar's troops storm Dominion headquarters, Garak and Kira are effectively the only ones who make it as far as the main control center. Now, in there, they find a couple of Jem'Hadar, the female changeling, and of course, Weyoun. Weyoun sardonically asks, where is his old friend Damar? He would really like to see him again. Garak says, he's dead. Weyoun decides to insult Cardassia. Oh, Weyoun. Garak pulls out his phaser and shoots him in cold blood. Now, while that may seem like a fairly standard Tuesday for a Garak action, Jeffrey Combs was not thrilled with how his character was written out of the show. Frankly, he wanted to have some sort of struggle that ended up with him killed in the course of that. Now, Weyoun was never a fighter, so potentially it could have been him ordering his troops to continue the assault on Cardassia or telling the Jem'Hadar to fight to the bitter end in orbit of the planet. But no, he says the wrong thing at the wrong time and he gets shot for it. And for Combs, he was a bit bummed with that. But he did recognise that for Garak's character, it was perfect. He just wished he didn't have to be on the receiving end of that phaser. Number 9. Sulu is gay. George Takei. In Star Trek Beyond, it was announced that one of the characters was going to be LGBT as a celebration of many things, really, but George Takei's activism for the Gay Rights Alliance was part of the reason. So they chose Sulu to be that character. Now, George Takei famously came out of the closet in the mid-2000s, having had to have spent all of his time acting as Sulu, effectively both in the closet and also kind of publicly closeted. He had spoken to Gene Roddenberry about it, and he had spoken to Gene Roddenberry about the idea of introducing gay characters. Gene apparently said that he wanted to do that, but he was faced with the limitations of what the network would allow. One might assume that Takei would be overjoyed that Star Trek Beyond was not only featuring a gay character, but that his own character's namesake, if you like, was going to be the one chosen for this. However, he thought it was very unfortunate. You see, whatever else Takei is, he is someone who absolutely respects the vision of Gene Roddenberry, and in Gene Roddenberry's vision, Hikaru Sulu was straight. Simon Pegg, who co-wrote Star Trek Beyond, respectfully disagreed in the media, saying that just because a character had never openly acknowledged their sexuality before, it didn't make it a retcon to make Sulu gay now. For example, on screen, we never saw Demora Sulu's mother in the Prime universe, whereas we see Demora as a little girl in Star Trek Beyond. So it really comes down to a case of we can respect Takei's opinion of wanting to keep Roddenberry's legacy going. We can respect Pegg's opinion of it doesn't necessarily make it a retcon to introduce a new aspect of a character, and it may have to be an agree to disagree moment. Let us know what you thought in the comments. Number 8. Captain Kirk falls to his death. William Shatner. Star Trek Generations, it gets a lot of hate. Now, personally, I think it's aged very well. I remember seeing it in the cinema when I was a little boy, and I remember seeing it on Blu-ray a couple of days ago. I have continued watching this movie ever since. I have a lot of fond memories for it. Having said that, I can understand that Captain Kirk has a very small role in this film, which is effectively to die. Rick Berman wanted this film to be a Next Generation film, but when they were breaking the story front, Ronald D. Moore, Brannon Braga, they wanted to have a passing of the torch, and they originally envisioned Spock, Kirk, and McCoy appearing in the film. Now, for various reasons, Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley were not in the film, but William Shatner signed on. Now, the way he described it is that he was given an option. You can appear in the film and die, or you can not appear in the film and die. So, not liking the script, not particularly liking the direction the character was taken, he did like the money. So he's openly taken it for the cash. Now, William Shatner has never been shy about expressing his opinions on Star Trek, but he did seem to have extra opinions on this because he felt that Kirk was an American TV icon, to the point where he asked Malcolm McDowell while writing one of his memoirs, how did it feel to kill an American TV icon? McDowell had some comments. Number 7, Voyager's sudden return home, Robert Beltran. Now, we were always going to get to Robert Beltran on this list because he has been, on the one hand, he's been refreshingly honest in how he felt about the decisions that were made on Star Trek Voyager. He you know, if he didn't like something, he would say it, and he would also say it publicly, which, as the consuming mass, I have to say, I have enjoyed reading some of those quotes sometimes. On the other hand, he got himself a bit of a reputation for a whinger. I think there is merit to some of the complaints that he had, that some of the characters were left a bit short in the later seasons. That is true. That Chakotay's character kind of wandered toward the end. That is true. And also, he was very unhappy with Endgame as a finale. The episode is really good if you enjoy Janeway, the Doctor, and Seven of Nine. It's not as good if you are looking for a big Chakotay story or a big Harry Kim story. You know, I mean, he's there, he gets a few moments. But Beltran went on to say, this is what we're going out on? Voyager suddenly comes across this magic portal in space that brings them right back to their doorstep, and then there's no time whatsoever to even ruminate on the fact that they're back in the Alpha Quadrant. It's a bit understandable. The entire 7 years of this show was about Voyager's journey to get home. However, I don't think anybody expected the last shot to be getting home. We thought possibly we get a little bit of a breathing time. Now, this is something that we are really looking forward to seeing discussed in the upcoming documentary To the Journey, which was made by the same people as made What We Left Behind, and I am so excited. Number 6, Tasha Yar dies. Patrick Stewart. Denise Crosby, of course, originated the role of Tasha Yar in Encounter at Farpoint, and she played her for most of the first season of The Next Generation. While she did return for 2 other episodes as Tasha Yar, and of course 2 other episodes as Commander Sela, 3 unifications to her, she wasn't happy when it got to the end of season 1. She felt that she was effectively just set dressing, that all she did was open hailing frequencies, fire the odd torpedo, and that was pretty much it. In fact, she said that if they had painted a mural of her legs and slotted it in behind Picard's head, that would have done pretty much the same job that she was doing on the set of the bridge. She went to Gene Roddenberry and she said she wanted out. She was a bit fed up and she wanted to see other, career possibilities. Gene decided that he would shock the audience by killing her off in a brutal, sudden fashion, which of course he did in the episode Skin of Evil. And there was one person who was very unhappy about this. Patrick Stewart described the decision to axe Denise Crosby as a huge mistake, a complete failure on the parts of pretty much everyone on the negotiating team. I mean, with some obvious exceptions, think of how many people have left the show with open-ended, invites to come back. This was pretty definitive, and it took a lot of dimension hopping to get her back. Number 5, Spock can't tell the difference? Leonard Nimoy. Star Trek: The Original Series' 3rd season is a mixed bag. It's got some classic episodes. Let That Be Your Last Battlefield is flipping brill. It's also got Spock's brain. So, you take the bad with the good here. Whom Gods Destroy comes in somewhere in the middle. We get introduced to Garth of Izar, who of course would go on to be a fairly large character in a fairly well-known fan production online. But what's more than that is we get some immortal lines. For example, we have Kirk and a duplicate Kirk standing in front of Spock, one of whom says, "Shoot us both, Spock." And there you go, straight away, that's Kirk, that's the smart thing to do. Kirk would never put anyone in danger. Great. Leonard Nimoy was not happy that this is what it took to convince Spock of who the real Kirk was. He felt, and expressed his feelings in several memos at the time, that Spock would know his captain. He would know him well enough that he wouldn't have to resort to guessing games, which is what happens in the episode. In the end, he asks whoever the real Kirk is going to be to give the answer to the call sign up to the Enterprise, which lets the Enterprise know it's safe to beam down. It's a chess move. Now, Garth, in Kirk's form, says, "Oh, any captain could guess that, that means nothing." And there's a bit of that, so Spock decides to sit down and kind of chill out. It is a very strange decision for the character, and, well, he gets a chair across the head for it. So maybe Nimoy shouldn't have put it in those memos? Number 4, Archer lets the Valakians die, John Billingsley. Dear Doctor is actually one of the better episodes of Star Trek Enterprise's first season, or of course Enterprise as it was called then. It's an epistolary episode where Phlox is really front and center. The Valachians and the Menk are two species that share the same planet, one of whom is effectively subservient to the other, but the other being at an evolutionary dead end. They're all sick and they're all dying, and of course they're crying out for help. Dr. Phlox manages to find a cure is potentially the wrong description for it, because in the same way that Storm in X-Men 3, yes, that is actually a film, says there's nothing to cure because there's nothing wrong with us. Technically, it's the same situation here. They've just reached the end of the road. In the original script, Dr. Phlox found this cure and elected not to give it to them or to let anybody know that he had found it because he felt it would be messing with nature. However, the network had no interest in another character taking the central stage at this point in the show. They wanted it to be on Archer. Now, while Archer ends up making the decision not to give this treatment to the Valachians, Billingsley felt it weakened Phlox a little bit that he had to run to his captain and, couldn't make a decision for himself. While it was a big decision, he much preferred the original ending, and I have to be honest, I agree with the man. I think it would have made Phlox a lot more complicated as a character. Number 3, Dr. Bashir's genetic enhancements, Alexander Siddig. This is a little bit of a muddling one, because while the genetic enhancements would go on to become a large part of Dr. Bashir's story for seasons 6 and 7 of Deep Space Nine, they were effectively a Friday night decision the Monday before the episode was due to shoot. Now, okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but Alexander Siddig describes it as incredibly late in the day that he was told about this decision for the character. Ira Stephen Bear, for example, says that while they were midway through the season and writing In Purgatory's Shadow by Inferno's Light, they had no idea that Bashir was genetically engineered. However, just a couple of episodes later, in Dr. Bashir, I presume, this big revelation comes out that technically Bashir's been living a lie the whole time. Now, while this is an aspect of the character that deserved exploration and gave characters a great time to shine, Siddig was incredibly pissed off that he was given such little notice for such a polar change in his character. Dr. Bashir up to that point had just been eager and really, really bright. He'd mellowed a little bit over the years, but that's what he was. Now, he was being asked to play this character who had actually been hiding the secret for the entirety of the show, and also he was being given only a few days' notice to imbue that in his performance. He was not happy, not in the revelation itself, but in the way that it was all written and the way that it was all handled. Number 2, Icheb's fate, Manu Intiraymi. Stardust City Rag was a fairly shocking episode of Star Trek Picard. It opens with the brutal death of Icheb and also concludes with Seven shooting someone in cold blood. This isn't the Star Trek I remember when I was a kid. But it was a bold new direction to take the characters in. 20 years have gone by, guys. Stuff happens. People change. Arguably, Icheb changed more than anyone because he had a completely different face in this episode. In fact, it was Casey King. It wasn't Manu Intiraymi at all. Over the years, Intiraymi has had a couple of public personal issues that effectively barred him from being invited back onto the show. He was quite upset about this and made his feelings known on Twitter. While one of the personal issues involved conflict with another actor, they have since resolved that, but it was too late for Icheb. Therefore, when Icheb was seen having his eye pulled out of his body and then euthanized by Seven, this to Intiraymi was a kick in the teeth. It closed the door on him ever returning to Star Trek, and frankly, it hurt him. People seem quite divided on how they feel about whether they should have brought him back, if it was just for a cameo, or nope, producers made the exact right decision. What do you think? Let us know in the comments below if you think that it was right not to bring him back, or if they should have brought him for just that scene. What I think about that scene is that I was not ready to see an eyeball being pulled out first thing in a Star Trek episode. Number 1, Jadzia dies. Terry Farrell. This is potentially one of the greatest injustices in Star Trek, and I realize that's a hell of a statement, so please feel free to drop some sort of drop some other injustices into the comments below. But for this one, this is such a shame because it was handled so badly. Terry Farrell, after 6 years of starring on Deep Space Nine, she wanted to throttle back a little bit. She didn't want to be front and center starring role in every episode. She approached Rick Berman and the producers and asked if she could either move down to a recurring role or even a guest starring role. They flatly denied. Now that left her in an awkward position. She was basically given a take it or leave it. It was, you are either in every episode of season 7 or you are in no episodes of season 7. That's it. And she wasn't given long to decide. Now, she described as well a situation, a very nasty situation that arose where she would be getting ready to film a scene and the phone would ring and it would be the producers going, "Have you decided yet? Have you decided yet? What's going on?" And she said it was horrible, to the point where she said, "Fine, I'm out. I'm out. Maybe you could leave the door open." Jadzia Dax is to date the only main Star Trek character who's been killed off and hasn't returned in some form. She was also not featured in the montage in What You Leave Behind, whereas Nicole DeBer's Ezri Dax was. I love Ezri, by the way, no hate. It was a poorly handled situation, it was a rotten twist, and to be honest, yep, she's got every right to feel pretty pissed off about that one.
Go on, let's do a little bit of a controversial one then, will we? Let's look at those super villains in Star Trek who actually might have had a point. I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek villains who were actually right. Number 10, Duras. No one's about to say that Duras was a likeable man. Not only did he orchestrate the wrongful accusation of Moog, and by extension his family, for the Romulan attack on Khitomer, but he also murdered Kalar to keep the secret. He also assassinated Kempek, but what Klingon hasn't murdered a superior in order to rise up the ranks? The questionable methods aside, Duras was attempting to seize power in the Klingon Empire while also keeping his family name clean. It must be remembered though that while Duras certainly employed Romulan techniques in his acts, the bomb on Kempek's ship, it was his sisters who openly allied with the Romulans by the time of the Civil War. Duras attempted to shift the blame to Moog's family to ensure that the House of Duras would rise to lead the Empire. From his point of view, the Empire had weakened itself by allying with the Federation and had strayed too far from the Imperial efforts of times gone by. His dubious relationship with the Romulans aside, it could easily be argued that his attempt to rebuild the strength of the Empire suffered more from his methods than his goals. By the time of his death, he was merely a symptom of a much larger problem in the Empire. His efforts, however dire they might have been for Worf and Starfleet, could well have started the Empire on a journey back to its former fearsome strength. Or, as Duras himself may have put it, he very nearly did make Kronos great again. Number 9. Sloane. Star Trek Deep Space Nine offered viewers a look at the darker side of the future, long before Discovery made that darkness a light shading. One of the more controversial additions to Star Trek was the character of Luther Sloane and the organization Section 31. They are the secret police of the Federation, operating from the earliest days, working outside any and all jurisdiction to ensure that paradise is kept idyllic. It is a somewhat sad moment when Sloane espouses the naivete of believing that he wouldn't exist. Sloane's actions, though perhaps unimaginable to some, prove that Section 31 needed to exist to protect Starfleet from the idealists. There are many arguments to be made about wanting to live in a world where Section 31 didn't have to exist, but that would still leave the Alpha and Beta quadrants under the watchful eyes of the Zhat Vash, the Tal Shiar, and the Obsidian Order. Sloane's efforts to put Koval in the Romulan Senate would prove to secure peace for further decades in the quadrant, something Starfleet secretly condoned. As Odo noted, it certainly was a tidy arrangement. Number 8. Tain. The fault, dear Tain, lies not in the stars, but in ourselves.
Enabran Tain was the head of the Obsidian Order, the secret police of the Cardassian Union. Under his watch, the Cardassian military was kept in power with a continuing lack of regard for any personal liberties. For decades, he led, though it was his overstepping that secured his downfall. The combined operation between the Order and the Tal Shiar, in an attempt to wipe out the Founders, proved to be the end of the Order at least, while the Tal Shiar would slink back into the shadows. The fallout, though, ironically, proved there was certainly a nugget of sense in his plan. Once the fleet was destroyed, the Cardassian military quickly lost control of the government, with the civilian Detapa Council taking over. This led to the Klingon invasion, as well as, eventually, Cardassia's alliance with the Dominion, ironically. One need hardly go into detail about what followed on from there. Tain's idea was certainly devastating, with a Machiavellian twist, but the long-term ramifications for the Alpha and Beta quadrants would only prove that, at least in theory, his idea might have been one of the better ones in the end. Number 7. Seska. For Seska, there is a simple question one must ask themselves. Do you see where she was coming from? Though Chakotay and Janeway weren't in the know, Seska was never a part of either of their crews. She was a deep-cover Cardassian agent, one who was assigned to trail the Maquis before the incident with the Caretaker. Becoming stranded in the Delta Quadrant, based on a decision made by a Starfleet captain no less, was certainly never in the plan. When discovered swapping secrets with the Kazon, she very pointedly makes the argument that were Voyager a Cardassian vessel, everyone would be home already, referring to Janeway's decision to destroy the Caretaker's array. From a purely factual standpoint, she is right. If one believes that the Okampa could well have taken care of themselves, then it only makes Seska's point more valid, something that even Janeway herself would start to thaw toward, particularly in the episode Night. No one is arguing that Seska was good by any means, but had she been in charge, everyone would have been home in time for dinner, and none of the crew who were lost during Voyager's 7-year mission would have died. Number 6. The Xindi. Now, hold on, don't think I'm about to condone the murder of 7 million people, alright? If you do think that, I obviously need to hide my evil a little bit better. No, this one comes from a place of understanding the Xindi's point of view. They were a disparate race who, over time, had finally managed to form an incredible alliance between their peoples. This, after the destruction of their homeworld, would seem to have been inconceivable at one point. They were then duped into believing that Earth would be responsible for another destruction. This, coming after so much sacrifice, pain, and hard work, not to mention the question of their very survival, was easily something that needed to be stopped. The sphere builders manipulated them into the attack, and it was from a position of desperation that they began building their weapon. The very fact that most of them were able to listen to Archer and reason when the time came only solidifies the tragedy yet logic behind their position. To be fair, even we can't condone Commander Dolan. Guy was just a bit of a douchebag. Number 5. Ruafo. Star Trek Insurrection is the Next Generation era film that's often overlooked. Both of its predecessors are stronger in terms of story and execution, while Nemesis is so often reviled that it earns discussion in that way. One of the greatest shames to come from this is the fading of F. Murray Abraham's Ruafo. The Sona are a fascinating species. They, with the rest of the Baku, discovered the regenerative properties of the planet in the Briar Patch, but they were unwilling to sacrifice all technology to enjoy it. Ruafo's plan was simple: ally with the Federation, thus giving them liberty to operate in their territory, then harvest the planet's radiation. While the impetus for this plan may have been Ruafu's drive for revenge, the fact that it's the plan to use the radiation to help billions of people, particularly during the Dominion War, can't be overlooked. There were 600 Baku on the planet's surface. Patrick Stewart was quoted as saying that, were it his choice, he probably would have moved them. Ruafo's methods were indefensible, of course, but his inspiration could have saved the lives of countless citizens. Number 4. Khan Into Darkness. Khan Noonien Singh, played by Benedict Cumberbatch in Star Trek Into Darkness, was a far cry from the obsessed maniac who stole the USS Reliant. This Khan, while still holding on to that tendency to dominate everyone, seemed to be far more pragmatic. He was discovered floating in deep space with the rest of his crew by Admiral Marcus. Revived, he was forced to work on a plan to build up Starfleet's armada, while also instigating Marcus's war with the Klingons. He was effectively woken from sleep and deposited into slavery. To make matters worse, Marcus ensured his compliance by threatening the lives of his entire crew, thereby forcing Khan into action. From Khan's point of view, attacking Starfleet headquarters made perfect sense, as it was they who attempted to subjugate him. He was then betrayed by Kirk while on board the Vengeance, before finally turning his full rage on Marcus. This can may have been a bit more brutal than the other iteration, but when one is pushed against the wall like that, there's certainly room for discussion on the topic. Number 3, the Diviner. Star Trek Prodigy's Diviner, played by John Noble, had a simple mission to achieve: save his world's future by destroying Starfleet in the past. Solom was an isolationist world, so the idea of reaching out to the Federation was never an option, particularly when Solom faced so much destruction. The Diviner then travelled back in time to install the living construct aboard the Protostar, planning that when it came into contact with other vessels, it would spread a devastating virus, turning Starfleet ship against ship. The Diviner's failure, at least from other Vau N'Akat, was that he developed a conscience, thanks in no small part to his progeny, Gwyn. This allowed him to open his mind to the possibility of finding another way, rather than consigning an entire empire to destruction. He was unfortunately killed by Essentia before he could make any changes. Though his initial plan was horrific, he had been raised in a world that had always believed in keeping its borders closed. Starfleet showed up, and within 50 years, Solom was in ashes. It's hard to argue with that, or with the drive to want to prevent it either. Number 2, Commodore O. So, are we ever going to address those devastatingly destructive synthetic beings in the sky? No? Commodore O, perhaps the least popular Commodore in Starfleet history, was a Zhat Vash double agent, working from within Starfleet to destroy all synthetic life in the galaxy. She was almost entirely one-dimensional until one considers why she did what she did. Members of the Zhat Vash underwent the Admonition, which was effectively a story passed from member to member, heralding the destruction of all organic life in the universe at the hands of AI. There are probably more than a few writers and artists who are looking on this storyline a bit more kindly these days. The Admonition is so traumatic that people often do not survive, so knowing what O did, one can better understand her laser focus on her mission. There are of course bigger questions, like where was that Romulan fleet hiding, and have they all been vindicated when Soji opened the portal? The thing is, O was right. She was entirely wrong about how she went about it, and frankly, Mars wants a word, but Soji's actions prove that there truly was a devastatingly powerful enemy just waiting to come through and purge all organic life from the galaxy. In certain circles, O may be remembered as a great hero. Number 1, Admiral Pressman. Although never confirmed on screen, a bit of gentle retconning would place Pressman firmly in the camp of Section 31. His experiments aboard the USS Pegasus on interface cloaking technology could have saved countless lives as the years went on, but it was his methods once again that proved to be his undoing. Remember, this is a man who not only conducted experiments on board a ship that eventually mutinied against him, but also felt confident enough in what he was doing that he tried again years later. This is not a man who operates in isolation, and he clearly had the backing of some higher-ups in Starfleet. The biggest issue was the violation of the Treaty of Algernon. This agreement expressly forbade Starfleet from developing cloaking technology. The thing is, they already had it, or at least a version of it. Section 31 was in possession of cloaked ships in the 23rd century, so could this not simply have been seen as an amendment to the agreement? If we are harsh for a moment and say absolutely not, then look at what came of the experiments. Starfleet was locked into the treaty for the rest of the 24th century, even after the Romulan supernova a mere 2 decades later. This, combined with the fact that Romulans, Klingons, and several other empires utilised cloaks while Starfleet lagged behind, certainly adds a bit more sympathy to a retelling of Pressman's story.
Look, we all know what disturbing things I feel about the starships in Star Trek. I just likes them, okay? And the most important thing is when we get to see them do something really, really cool. This is either my intervention or one of my favourite lists that I've done so far. Let's get straight into it. Here are the 10 greatest ship entrances in Star Trek. Kicking off this list at number 10 is the entrance of the Excelsior in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Now, I'm not referring to the Excelsior from the beginning of the film, where the Praxis wave basically nobbles the poor thing. No, I'm referring to when it arrives at the Battle of Kittimer and the moments just beforehand. As of course you'll remember, over Kittimer, the Enterprise A is having 7 shades of kicked out of it by Chang's cloaked bird of prey. The Excelsior is still in the Alpha Quadrant, trying desperately to get to the Beta Quadrant in time. Captain Sulu is pushing this ship beyond its means. His helmsman turns around and says, "She'll fly apart." "Fly her apart then." Sorry, I love that and have loved that ever since. Thankfully, the ship does manage to get there in time to help the Enterprise by becoming a target. It is a great moment, not because I like seeing the Excelsior get shot, but because it takes the pressure off the Enterprise long enough for Spock and McCoy to do a little surgery on their torpedo, allowing it to home in on the bird of prey. Once that torpedo hits, well, both the Excelsior and the Enterprise fire everything they've got, creating one of the most replicated explosions in Star Trek history. Number 9. Klingon Cleave Ship Battle of the Binary Stars. This ship actually has 2 great reveals in the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Discovery. I love its arrival in Such Sweet Sorrow Part 2, but very few scenes compare to just how awesome and kind of terrifying its reveal in Battle of the Binary Stars was. Just as things are looking their grimmest for the Shenzhou, the USS Europa arrives at the battle and saves the Shenzhou from impact with an asteroid. Admiral Brett Anderson is aboard the Europa, contacts T'Kuvma and says, "Let's bring an end to this fight." Mid-holo call, Brett starts to flicker, and eventually the holo kind of cuts out, and we cut to an exterior shot of what looks like the front of the saucer section of the Europa beginning to implode. No, basically revealing itself to be a giant sword in space. The cleave ship decloaks, flying through the Europa, cutting it in half. It's only that the Europa self-destructs to try and cripple the cleave ship, which slows it down, but doesn't destroy it, that we get one of those, oh, the Klingons mean business moments in Discovery. Number 8, the Enterprise D, All Good Things. Now, we ran a recent poll online, and the Enterprise D of the future in All Good Things is a bit of a divisive ship, because some people think it's absolutely brilliant, and some people, I actually, honest to God, saw the word abomination. I mean, that's a bit harsh, but is it not a wonderful moment when the chips are down and it looks like the USS Pasteur is about to be boarded by the Klingons and Data announces the arrival of another ship? It's decloaking, so we're thinking, oh, it's the Klingons. No, it's the Enterprise. Admiral Riker has pulled the Enterprise out of mothballs. It has been refit with the addition of a cloaking device and a phaser cannon. It flies directly vertically, firing this phaser cannon, destroying one of the Nagvar-class attack vessels and forcing the other one to retreat. For the longest time, of course, this was completely just stuck in the All Good Things future, and with Star Trek Generations seeing the destruction of the Enterprise D, that thought, well, you know, that's the end of it, it's not going to happen. Aha! But Star Trek Picard's 3rd season sees the Enterprise D recovered, given the star drive section of the Syracuse, and plopped into the Fleet Museum. What's to say that maybe Admiral Riker in the future won't pull this ship out of mothballs? Number 7. Kronos 1, Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Our second entry here from this film, because it goes to show you just how gorgeous this film actually looks. What's more is we get one of my favorite shots ever of a Klingon Katinga class battlecruiser. The last time we saw a Klingon battlecruiser was back in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, and even then it was stock footage reused from the motion picture. Throughout the decks of the Enterprise A, it's announced that there is a Klingon battlecruiser arriving, and we cut to a shot in space. Sliding in from the side of the screen, you see Kronos 1, and it's aligning itself to go at the same axis of the Enterprise A, which is a nice just little notice of the fact that in space it's not like everyone's flying on, you know, the same level. So it comes in from the side, it rights itself, it flies toward the screen, and we get a gorgeous strafing shot. We see again that it's got a lovely new paint job. Now this is because it's the flagship of the Klingon fleet, carrying Chancellor Gorkon to Earth. There is a funny little moment. It's meant to come alongside the Enterprise A, but I think the helmsman was a bit like, well, we'll show you our bum. And they kind of go above it, don't they? Oh, I love that scene. It definitely says the Klingons are here and they mean business. Number 6, Federation headquarters coming home. Okay, I was not expecting to see Federation headquarters itself warping through the Alpha Quadrant in an attempt to start the evacuation of Earth. I don't think anyone was expecting to see a space station move this way. The reveal of its arrival at Earth it's kind of like seeing a needle or a javelin thrown through space. It arrives at the same time as the rest of the 32nd century fleet. We see, of course, the Neo-Constitution there as well. On its arrival, we see one of the segments already detaching because Federation HQ can effectively separate into several life rafts. Now, this is awesome for a couple of reasons. One, it looks brilliant, but two, it sort of builds on the last time we saw a space station move this way was when Deep Space Nine was moved to the mouth of the Bajoran wormhole all the way back in Emissary. That was effectively just shifting it with thrusters, which is what we expect of a space station. Again, to mention Picard Season 3, we know that the original Earth space dock was moved from Earth to Aethan Prime. So now I just really want to see a scene of that big old mushroom flying through space. Number 5, the Titan, no small parts. The Season 1 finale of Star Trek Lower Decks gives us a lot in a short amount of time. We get the introduction to Peanut Hamper, one of my most hated characters in Star Trek at the moment. Sorry, Peanut Hamper, but look, it is what it is. You know what you did. Things are not looking good for the Cerritos at this point. There's pack-led clump ships literally pulling it apart. We've just lost Shax, who's just gone on his journey over the Dark Mountain, and we've got Rutherford with half his head pulled off as well. Captain Freeman is about to order the evacuation of the Cerritos when Boimler says there's another ship coming in, and we get, for the first time, the reveal of the Luna-class USS Titan on screen. Now, this was an incredible moment because this ship had been designed by Sean Tarango for the novel series of the Titan series. This was years ago, and for the longest time, we didn't think we were ever going to see it on screen. And then suddenly, here it is realized in gorgeous animation, and you had Jonathan Frakes and Marina Sirtis reprising the roles of Riker and Troy respectively. It was just so exciting. There was also, although we didn't know it at the time, a fantastically prescient joke in there. You had Boimler going, "It's the Titan." You had the Packlets going, "Oh no, another Enterprise." Who knew? Eh? Who knew? Absolutely brilliant moment, and with the Next Generation theme playing over it, absolutely gorgeous. Number 4, the USS Dauntless, Crossroads. I've said it once, I'll say it again, if you're not watching Prodigy, you are sleeping on a brilliant show. This is an awesome reveal scene that we get in the second half of the first season. Up until now, we spent most of our time with the USS Protostar, which is actually quite a small ship. We didn't really get kind of how small. Yes, we see it landed on the ground, but when you're looking at it from the perspective of individual characters, it's still got a fairly decent size to it, right? Well, Admiral Janeway is aboard the USS Dauntless, which is a new Federation ship, which is based, of course, on the design of the Dauntless from the Voyager episode Hope and Fear. It's been updated, and it's also big. There is a properly intimidating moment. Think of the shot, it's from behind the Protostar and the Dauntless rises up in front of it, and you think for a moment, oh, these kids are screwed. From Janeway's point of view, they've stolen the ship that was the last known location of Captain Chakotay, and she's not very happy about that. And that moment, it is intimidating, it is frightening, and if there's one wrong move, it really could have gone badly. That entrance was, Number 3, the Titan A disengage. So the Titan A effectively is the Titan. Like, there's a lot of reused parts from the Titan, so technically I've got the same ship on this list twice. Well, there is a moment in the second episode of Picard's third season, Disengage, that was one of those stand up and kind of punch the air moments. Aboard the SS Ilios 12, you've got Riker, you've got Picard, and you've got Jack, who we will learn later on is Jack Crusher, and you've also got Frozen Beverly, and her life support is running out. The Shrike has them in a tractor beam. It does not look good, and they're actually talking about possibly surrendering to the Shrike at this point. Then Captain Shaw of the Titan A gives the order to warp right in between the two ships, which shatters that tractor beam, freeing the Helios and knocking the Shrike back a little bit. And it's also a gorgeous beauty shot of the underside of the Titan A. It is a proper whoo moment. We see a ship being thrown at another ship. That's just fun too. But that moment where the Titan A warps in, that was just, I don't know how else to put this then. It was cool. Number 2, the Enterprise E First Contact. Star Trek First Contact, obviously directed by the wonderful Jonathan Frakes, does something very clever, which is it takes a lot of the big action and it puts it right up front. So we as an audience are like, oh my, the Battle of Sector 001 looks like it's starting to go quite badly for the Federation. Now the Borg cube has taken a lot of heavy damage, but we're using the Defiant as our point of view ship, and the Defiant looks like it's nearly on its last legs. You've got Captain Worf. I'm calling him a captain because he's captain of the Defiant at this point, so I'm sticking with it. And of course you've got helmsman Adam Scott. Worf is like, right, perhaps today is a good day to die. Prepare for ramming speed. We have Adam Scott turning around and says, there's another starship coming in. It's the Enterprise. And then whoosh, the Sovereign class Enterprise E enters the fray, and it is immense next to the Defiant. Think about it, we're watching this on the big screen. This was, I have to say the word, sexy. Then straight away, the Enterprise E, it beams the Defiant survivors aboard. It, takes a couple of fire, but then thanks to Picard's knowledge of the Borg, it basically ends the battle pretty quickly after that. Not only was it just a great initial moment of entering the battle, but also, like, the Enterprise is here. Way, we're all good lads. Number 1, Borg Cube, A in Arcadia Ego, Part 1. Now this might be a bit of a surprising number 1 entry on this list, but I absolutely stand by it because in the first series of Picard, which, look, I understand that the first series of Picard, it had its issues, but the 2 great shots of the Borg cube, the artifact, are not among those issues. I could have gone with maybe the scene from the end of episode 1, which is one of my all-time favorite scenes, but I think this one has more of a punch. Over the orbit of Coppelius, you've got La Sirena engaged in a firefight with Narek's Snakehead, and they seem more or less evenly matched here. We have Rios is ordering firing. It's all, it's kind of a dogfight. And then you have Rios going, how? Oh, that's unexpected. And then if you've got subwoofers, you would have been like me and your eardrums would have blown out as the Borg cube exits that transwarp corridor. Oh my God. Well, very rarely does a Borg cube arriving mean good things for everybody else here. So how's this gonna go? But it is just awesome. The scene that follows where it's taken down by some flowers, I'm not really sure, but that entrance, nailed it.
Star Trek's lore is so extensive at this point that it's easy for certain plot points to not get the attention they deserve. Important moments in characters' lives, huge mistakes made by Starfleet crews, and mysterious new technologies can often get no more than a quick reflection, and sometimes get completely forgotten by the end of the episode. Starfleet literally discovered that all humanoid life in the Milky Way shares a common ancestor and never discussed it on screen again. And that's only one example of their tendency to lose sight of the big picture through all their encounters with omnipotent alien entities and physics-defying space anomalies. But sometimes these moments can come up again when you least expect them, and go on to have profound effects on the future of Trek. So, with that in mind then, I'm Ellie with TrekCulture, here with 10 Star Trek moments more important than you realised. Number 10. The ethical logic programming of Starfleet computers. During the Battle of the Binary Stars in the Discovery episode of the same name, we learned something very cool about Starfleet's computers. Ethical logic programming. After being confined to the brig, Michael Burnham watched as the area surrounding her cell was blasted away by Klingons and exposed to the vacuum of space. Knowing that her life was in severe danger, Burnham was able to convince the computer to help her escape the brig, despite being classified as a criminal. This exposes something very interesting. Starfleet's computers can apparently be made to disobey direct commands from the crew if those commands put someone's life in danger. Burnham would surely die if left in the cell, and since Federation law prevents the unlawful execution of prisoners without a trial, it had no ethical option but to help her. It's unlikely that something like this could be possible unless the prisoner was almost guaranteed to die otherwise. This small scene was a great nod to the Federation's sympathetic philosophy toward prisoners. Number 9. The Protostar's Vehicle Replicator. One of the coolest new Starfleet technologies we saw in Star Trek Prodigy was the Protostar's Vehicle Replicator. Ever since replicators were introduced, Trek fans have wondered if the technology could ever be scaled up to create things larger than food, weapons, and components. The Prodigy episode Starstruck finally confirmed that these larger-scale replicators do exist. The Protostar's Vehicle Replicator was able to create entire shuttles and land vehicles like the runaway seen in the episode Dreamcatcher. This has huge implications for the future of Starfleet tech. One can imagine entire fleets of small spacecrafts being produced by a single one of these devices, the only limiting factor being how much energy you can feed into it. Industrial replicators were mentioned a few times in the franchise's history, though these were likely an early form of the tech we saw in Prodigy. It does seem weird that it took so many decades to scale up an already existing technology, but we know from Prodigy that it takes a significant amount of power to run, so maybe the Protostar drive needed to be invented first. Number 8. The Doctor going beyond his programming. One of the most interesting story arcs throughout Voyager was the Doctor's journey towards becoming sentient. The Mark I emergency medical holograms were a new Starfleet technology designed to help the medical staff aboard a ship. But when Voyager's entire medical staff was wiped out in the pilot, the Doctor was the only one trained in advanced medicine and was forced to stay online much longer than his programmers intended. Because he was online for so long, he started forming complex relationships with the crew and expanding his own program to include knowledge on things he was interested in, like opera and writing. At the beginning of Voyager, he was treated like a simple machine by most of the crew, but they slowly accepted him as an individual. When the Doctor's rights were called into legal question in the episode Author, Janeway assembled the crew to defend him and proved that he is in fact self-aware. One of the most compelling arguments was that the Doctor had actually disobeyed orders in the past in the episode Flesh and Blood. His programming explicitly prohibited this, which proved for a fact that he had become more than just a program. He could make decisions for himself. Number 7. Spock's mind meld with Nomad. The Vulcan mind meld is a powerful ability that, among other things, allows them to share their deepest thoughts and memories with other sentient beings. The practice was frowned upon in early Vulcan history, but by the time of the original series, Vulcans like Spock used mind melds often when no other options were available. One of Spock's most interesting mind melds was with the robotic space probe Nomad in the episode The Changeling. Seeing that Nomad, a lost Earth probe from the early 2000s, had mutated and turned into a seemingly intelligent being, Spock suggested a mind meld and was able to peer into the machine's thoughts, proving for a fact that it was self-aware. Using the meld, Spock was able to learn Nomad's intentions to destroy all life in the universe and the origin of its self-awareness. This was the first time we saw a mind meld with an artificial intelligence, but not the last. In Star Trek The Motion Picture, Spock did the same thing with the V'ger entity and once again shared thoughts with a sentient machine. Number 6. Data and Tasha Yar's brief romance. Data had a number of important steps on his quest to become more human over the course of The Next Generation. One thing that was very important for him in this regard was exploring his sexuality. When the entire crew was suffering from the intoxication virus in The Naked Now, Data was somehow also affected, which led to him and Tasha Yar sleeping together. As far as we've seen on screen, this was Data's first time being intimate with someone. It was revealed during one of the court scenes in The Measure of a Man that Data actually kept a hologram of Tasha after her death and greatly appreciated her for helping him explore this part of himself. Even though it was all because of a weird space virus and Tasha asked him to keep it a secret, this was still one of the formative moments in Data's quest to be human. After all, according to Data, Dr. Soong designed him to be fully functional and programmed in many techniques. whatever that means. So clearly, this was something that was always a possibility for Data, though it likely took the influence of the intoxication virus to get him to want to experiment. Number 5. Borg Spatial Trajector Technology. In the episode The Impossible Box from Star Trek Picard's first season, Picard and Soji escaped the Romulan-captured Borg cube, the artifact, by using a device known as a spatial trajector inside of the ship's Queen cell. It was described as a kind of transporter used for the Queen in the event of an emergency, with a theoretical range of 40,000 light-years. This is frankly ridiculous, since the Milky Way galaxy is only about 100,000 light-years across. This transporter should be able to send someone halfway across the galaxy in an instant. Long gone are the days when you needed a wormhole to reach the Gamma Quadrant. Interestingly, many fans might not have noticed that in The Impossible Box, the spatial trajector technology was actually said to have been assimilated from the Sicarians, a species that Voyager encountered in the episode Prime Factors. Voyager eventually found that the Sicarians were unwilling to share their spatial trajector technology, and it wasn't even compatible with Starfleet ships anyways. But apparently the Borg had an easier time integrating it. It should be noted that the Borg only use this for immediate emergencies, so it's likely that the tech is a huge power drain. Number 4. Anthony from Lower Decks. In the Lower Decks episode Much Ado About Boimler, a transporter accident left Ensign Boimler feeling pretty blue. In an effort to cure him, he was brought aboard the Osler, a ship transporting various medical mystery patients to the Farm, a faraway colony where they could be taken care of and treated by the best doctors available. The other patients aboard the Osler included a guy whose body was equal parts accelerated growth and reversed aging, a giant disembodied head, and someone in the same robotic life support system as Captain Pikes, another victim of that pesky Delta radiation. But the most interesting patient was Anthony. The other patients believed that Anthony used to be a male human, which, mixed with his appearance, pretty much confirmed that he'd suffered the same fate as Tom Paris and Catherine Janeway in the Voyager episode Threshold. In one of the most bizarre and canon-breaking episodes of the series, the two had their evolution accelerated by going beyond Warp 10. Anthony's presence aboard the Osler actually means that either someone else broke the Warp 10 barrier and suffered the same fate, or somehow someone found Paris and Janeway's kids that they abandoned in the Delta Quadrant. Let's hope it's the latter, because honestly guys, that's not cool. Number 3. The biomimetic copy of Voyager. In the Voyager episode Demon, the crew encountered biomimetic lifeforms called Silverblood on an uninhabitable Demon-class planet. These unique aliens have the ability to create copies of anything they make contact with. In the episode, Tom Paris and Harry Kim were duplicated, then later, in order to escape the planet, Janeway allowed them to recreate the whole crew and left them to start a society on the Demon planet. For a long time, the fate of the duplicate crew was unknown, but after 18 episodes, Course Oblivion gave us the answers we were looking for. Apparently, the entire ship was duplicated, and eventually the other crew forgot that they were copies and left the planet, setting course for Earth. Unfortunately, the Silverblood is only able to survive on Demon-class planets, so, as time went on, the duplicate crew slowly began to die and revert back to their liquid state. After finally realizing their true identities, the duplicate crew tried desperately to find another Demon-class planet to settle, but unable to find one in time, they all died, and the ship was destroyed shortly before reaching the real Voyager in an attempt to send them a time capsule of their lives. Some fans even theorise that some of the episodes we've seen are actually from the perspective of the duplicate crew, though this has never been confirmed. Number 2. The destroyed Borg sphere from First Contact. In Star Trek First Contact, after the Borg failed their initial attempt to assimilate humanity, they launched a sphere which travelled to the 21st century to attack Earth in the past before the warp drive was invented. The Enterprise followed the sphere into the past and quickly destroyed it with a barrage of quantum torpedoes, but apparently that wasn't enough, as we learned years later in the Star Trek Enterprise episode Regeneration that part of the sphere survived the explosion and ended up crashing in the Arctic, where it remained until it was discovered by a research team in 2153. The surviving drones were able to escape from Earth by assimilating the research team and stealing a transport ship. The Enterprise NX-01 intercepted them and destroyed the ship, but not before they were able to send the collective a subspace message including the location of Earth. So although the Borg were never identified by name and only a few lives were lost, the timeline was at least slightly changed by the events of First Contact. We even saw later in the episode that Zefram Cochrane spoke offhandedly about some humans and cybernetic aliens from the future during a speech at a university. All of this could have been prevented if the Enterprise E was just a bit more thorough when destroying the sphere. Number 1. The origin of the name 10 Forward. For years, it was assumed that Guinan's bar on the Enterprise D, 10 Forward, got its name from being located at the forward section of the ship's 10th deck. However, Star Trek Picard threw this all into question. At the start of Season 2, Picard visited Guinan on Earth at her new bar, hilariously located at 10 Forward Avenue, Los Angeles. At first, when the bar appeared in the show, fans thought it was simply a fun reference to Guinan's bar on the Enterprise. But this was all changed when Picard visited the bar again later in the season in the year 2024. The fact that 10 Forward Avenue was the address of Guinan's bar centuries before she ever came aboard the Enterprise heavily implies that Guinan specifically requested her bar on the ship to be located at the forward section of Deck 10 as a reference to her old bar on Earth, which is basically the exact opposite of what we assumed. This seems unlikely as the room in this area looks intentionally designed to be a social space, so many fans even theorise that her time-sensing powers as an Elorian subconsciously let her know of this beforehand, which is why she chose to set up a bar at that address in the past. To be honest though, it was probably just a mistake by the writers.
Canon breaks can be a hard pill to swallow in Star Trek, and there are so many different examples of things changing throughout the franchise. Gene Roddenberry was selective when it came to what was and what wasn't lockdown lore. He initially didn't count there to be an ongoing continuity between the original series and the Next Generation, not to mention the animated series, meaning that rules could simply change as he saw fit. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 times Star Trek broke its own rules. 10. The Romulan battlecruiser. The Enterprise incident. The issue actually occurs due to production timelines. The Howard Anderson Company were tasked with the visual effects for both this episode and Elan of Troyes, both which featured the D7 battlecruiser. This episode was written to tell the story of the Pueblo incident, in which an American crew were taken prisoner and held for almost a year accused of espionage after wandering into North Korean waters. Thus, this episode was aired first. The D7 class was a Romulan vessel, rather than a Klingon one in terms of appearances. Spock does note that the Romulans are using Klingon designs now, but this is something of a gaffe in the schedule really. 9. James T. Kirk versus James R. Kirk. This has got to be one of the more well-known issues with an established fact. In Where No Man Has Gone Before, Gary Mitchell ascends to godlike powers after coming into contact with the Great Barrier. More on that one later. Unable to allow him to continue down this path due to the danger he poses, Kirk plots to bring Mitchell to a far-off world and maroon his old friend there, keeping him safely away from any other human life. This goes about as well as you'd expect, and the two men end up facing off against one another. In the foray, Mitchell presents Kirk with his own grave, bearing the name James R. Kirk. Over the years, they've attempted to explain this away by saying that Mitchell simply made a mistake. But the fact is that the animated series was the first mention of Tiberius being Kirk's middle name, confirmed later in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. As Mitchell was the only one who ended up in the grave, it's best just to think about it as a nickname for this once great man. 8. The size of the Milky Way. The premise of Star Trek Voyager is that the ship is hurled 75,000 light years away from the Federation, which means it will take them the better part of a century to get home. Thus begins their 75-year exodus back to the Alpha Quadrant. However, they should have checked their history books, because the original USS Enterprise could cover vast distances in a fraction of the time. The first example comes in the second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before. In this episode, the barrier that surrounds the edge of the universe is reached in a matter of minutes by the ship, though of course various hijinks ensue. Later, in Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, the USS Enterprise A makes the journey to the centre of the galaxy, again in a fraction of the time it takes Voyager to get home. Either Starfleet managed to regress its warp technology by the time that the Intrepid-class ship was launched, or the writers hoped the audience would just quietly forget these earlier incidents. 7. No unauthorised phasers. This one's a little up in the air, while at the same time really obvious. In Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, Valeris fires a phaser to remind Chekhov that no one can fire an unauthorized phaser on a starship. In the same film, 2 crewmen are killed by phaser fire with the phaser set to stun at close range. If we take then that the rule to stun is fine, but the maximum setting isn't, why was this rule abandoned going into the Next Generation when there are multiple instances of phasers being fired without any alarms going off? For example, when Lore shoots Dr. Crusher in Data Lore, or on Voyager when the ship is repeatedly invaded. For the latter, perhaps intruder alerts circumvent these alarms. Seems a pretty poor design flaw, really. As it stands, it looks like this hard and fast rule, given such an excellent depiction in Star Trek VI, stands out from the established canon of the franchise, though, for the safety of the crews out there, it is perhaps a rule they should bring back and enforce. 6. Scotty's memories. In Star Trek Generations, Captain Kirk is presumed killed while on board the USS Enterprise 1701B during the mission that saw it encounter the Nexus. He rushes to Deck 15 to engage the deflector dish, suggested by Scotty, and succeeds in freeing the ship. Then, a vicious energy tendril catches the section he is in, ripping away the outer hull and sucking him into the phenomenon. Scotty, Harriman and Chekhov gather on Deck 15, solemnly realizing the loss of a great man. In the years following this, Scotty boards the USS Jenolan en route to his retirement. It encounters a Dyson sphere, crash lands, and he comes up with the genius idea of hiding in the transporter buffer while a rescue mission is mounted. He is saved, though it's decades later, by the crew of the Enterprise. Upon hearing this, he delightedly exclaims that Jim Kirk himself must have taken the old ship out to save him. Several issues here. In the show, forgetting the event of the Enterprise B's maiden voyage seems like a hell of a thing to forget. It's possible that the decades spent in suspended animation may have contributed to this. Behind the scenes, however, both Star Trek Generation and Relics were written by Ronald D. Moore. This, unfortunately, seems to speak to someone not checking their notes before penning the second script. 5. The Klingon language. Mark Leonard, better known for playing Sarek in the original series and the later films, appeared on screen in 1979 as the captain of one of the 3 Klingon Kitinga-class battlecruisers that are zapped out of existence by V'ger. In these scenes, he speaks a Klingon dialect that was originated by James Doohan and then later expanded into a full language by linguist Mark Okrand. This is generally accepted as the canon language for these ridge-headed aliens. Ronald D. Moore, who is the Klingon guy in Star Trek, he wrote many of the best Klingon episodes, has said that one shouldn't hold up a dictionary while listening to the Klingon language as it's being spoken in his episodes. He says that whether or not they use the official language is up to the writer, as jotting it down word for word is quite cumbersome. This may have been somewhat dismaying for Okrand to hear. I mean, developing a language is hardly the easiest job in the world. 4. The Romulan cloaking device, Minefield. Minefield is a second season episode of Enterprise that depicts the Romulans as having access to cloaking technology. This episode is set almost 100 years prior to the early episode of Star Trek Balance of Terror. In Balance of Terror, the cloaking device is depicted as being relatively new technology. Therefore, on screen, Romulans seem to have a very different definition of what new and old are. There is an explanation given for this, but it is not depicted in canon. Rather, the non-canon book, The Good That Men Do, explains that the bird of prey seen in Minefield were experimental ships, similar to the Klingon bird of prey in Star Trek VI. The experiments were deemed failures, and it would take a long time for the Romulans to perfect the technology. That is all well and good, but none of that is explained in the show. 3. The Trill species. The Trill species were introduced in Star Trek The Next Generation in the form of Ambassador Odan, the new love interest for Dr. Crusher. He neglects to tell her that the Trill are a joined species, and when the host is killed in a shuttle, the symbiont is transferred to Riker. Later, the symbiont is again transferred, but this time to a female host, something that causes issues of its own. There are a number of issues here that are quietly ignored by the Trill of Deep Space Nine. First, Odan was on the shuttle as he was worried about the effects of the transporter on the symbiont. Second, Crusher is able to move the symbiont from Riker and then to the next host with little to no effort, a feat that would be marvelled in Deep Space Nine. Esri Dax further makes a point of this by saying that she would have preferred to only be a temporary host, but once a host and symbiont are joined, that's the end of it. Lastly, the Trill get a complete appearance overhaul. This is due to Terry Farrell. She is such an attractive person that the producers didn't have the heart to cover her in the heavy Trill makeup from The Next Generation. Thus, the spots were born. 2. Take us to Warp 13, Mr. Salamander. The Star Trek Voyager episode Threshold has many issues with the script. However, putting aside some of the obvious ones, let us look instead at the central plot of the episode, breaking the Warp 10 barrier. This actually goes back as far as The Next Generation. While the original series didn't have a set limit at the time, as the later shows would come to have, Roddenberry decided back in the early days of TNG that Warp 10 would be infinite velocity, meaning that to break this barrier, one would have to be everywhere in the universe at once. That's a bit of a jump from Warp 9.9, which is considered considerably slower than that. If it would take Voyager 75 years to get home at maximum speed, then breaking the Warp 10 barrier suggests that it works on an entirely different realm of physics. But if that's the case, how can the Enterprise D travel at speeds higher than Warp 10 in all good things? Now clearly, the writers just wanted to suggest that the scale had been changed at this point, but even if that's the case, perhaps Threshold should have upped their number considerably. Unless Admiral Riker, Ambassador Picard and the rest were all saved their inevitable salamander fate by the timely destruction of the ship in the Devron system. Who's to say? 1. Women can't be starship captains. Star Trek the original series' final episode, Turnabout Intruder, is simply not good. It is remembered more for the accident of becoming the last episode than being the intended final word of the show. However, due to the cancellation of Star Trek, the last words spoken in the original series are, "Her life could have been as rich as any woman's. If only. If only." This is after an episode where Dr. Janice Lester has been driven mad by the fact that she could never command a starship because she's a woman. Not a good look, Star Trek. Thankfully, this was quietly retconned by Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. The USS Saratoga is captained by a woman played by Madge Sinclair, who would later go on to play Captain Silva LaForge of the USS Hera. Turnabout Intruder is perhaps best viewed as an accident. Gene Roddenberry himself stated years later that there was no defense. The final line of the original series was simply a sexist statement.
Star Trek, as you know, doesn't like to do things lightly. And in fact, I would go so far as to say any writer worth their salt should be giving you something more than just a surface level story. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Star Trek moments with a deeper meaning than you think. Number 10. The Death of Sarek, Unification Part 1. Now, to start with a nice cheerful one, we look to Mark Lenard's last appearance as Sarek in Star Trek. Now, this came in Star Trek The Next Generation in the two-parter Unification, which of course is probably most famous for bringing Leonard Nimoy onto The Next Generation. Introduced earlier in Season 3's Sarek, this Vulcan was suffering from a condition that was similar in a way to Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, in that it was beginning to rob him of some of the control that he had over his body and some of his emotional controls as well. To watch this venerable Vulcan going through this, it was quite an upsetting path to take the character in, but there was a very definite reason behind this. Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry was going through something similar. His health was deteriorating fast, and as seasons 3 and 4 went on, he very much took a back seat when it came to actually being heavily involved in Star Trek. Now, this was being represented on screen by the deterioration of Sarek, and although it was a sad coincidence, the death of Sarek came as Gene Roddenberry died off screen as well, which was, I suppose, a bittersweet way of marking the passing of this creator of Star Trek by doing so by using this huge character from Star Trek's history. Number 9. Yorktown Adrift, Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. As the Cetacean probe makes its way through Federation space, every ship that comes into contact with it is neutralized. Now, we see this in the USS Saratoga in the beginning, the Miranda-class vessel that loses all power, and the Captain Madge Sinclair, who was the first on-screen female captain in Star Trek, tries desperately to raise Starfleet to warn them. While Kirk and crew are on their way back to Earth in the stolen bird of prey, over at Starfleet headquarters, Admiral Cartwright asks to raise the USS Yorktown on the screens. Now, the captain of the Yorktown tells them that they're in a pretty bad situation. They're trying to deploy a solar sail to keep them adrift, and it's all very serious and everything. And this would lean forward into Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, but the Yorktown was the original name for the USS Enterprise. In fact, when Gene Roddenberry originally pitched Star Trek to the studio, it was the SS Yorktown that Captain Robert April was commanding before that got changed over to Enterprise. The Yorktown was renamed the USS Enterprise A at the end of Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. Introducing it here allows for a cyclical continuation of the combination of these two names. So while on screen we're sitting there going, oh wow, I hope this crew's going, really this was just a way of going, actually, you know what? It's always been these two ships together seeing us through. Number 8. Picard informs the crew of Sito Jax's death. Lower Decks. Now again with the nice bright and cheerful topics here. Lower Decks, the 7th season episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, is generally regarded to be among the best episodes of Star Trek overall. It was so good, in fact, that it would form the inspiration for the entire show of Star Trek Lower Decks, even though, of course, that takes everything in a much more comedic direction. Going back to the actual pitch of the episode itself, and it came from this idea that we needed to see what was going on the rest of the ship. Now, Michael Piller originally was humming and hawing a little bit over Sito Jax's fate. Once the script was written, he was very much, no, she's dead, and to bring her back, that would completely undermine the power of the episode. Jerry Taylor, producer at the time, actually suggested, can we actually bring her back? Then he went and did the read through and everything, and suddenly came back and said, whoa, no, we've got to bring her back. There's got to be a way that we get this woman back. And in fact, the information that Sito Jaxa has died on the way back to the ship was to set the scene for having her return in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. The 4th season episode of DS9, Hard Time, shows O'Brien returning from a virtual prison where he's been for the last 20 years, or at least where he believes he's been for the last 20 years. That actually started its origins as the continuation of Sito Jax's story. So this moment, this incredibly heavy, grave moment in Lower Decks, was not just about kicking the audience straight in the stomach. It was about setting a hunger in the audience to see Sito Jaxa return. Number 7. James Tiberius Kirk, Star Trek VI, Star Trek the Animated Series, et al. Opening this is a bit of a funny one because we're going to start with a moment that has no deeper meaning, and that is from the original 2nd pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before, the headstone that says James R. Kirk. This was the first depiction of Kirk's middle initial, but it was always a mistake. Roddenberry decided very early on that if anyone picked up or questioned why the headstone said R instead of T, he would just say, Gary Mitchell made a mistake. Because it had always been believed that James T. Kirk was going to be Kirk's full name. The reason behind this was because the name itself was supposed to be a bit of a description of the different sides to this new captain. He was named for Tiberius Caesar Augustus, who was effectively a bit of a dark character, whereas Kirk was, it was based on the Lowland Scots name for church. Two sides of saying, you have first of all this character who has been dictatorial, powerful, and didn't really want to relinquish power, but depending of course on who you ask, you have the symbol of the church, which is supposed to be something to look for support, for help, and for guidance. This was a way of showing that this captain, while he's a good guy, was in fact always going to have the power to show both. It was only specifically decided to be set on screen in Star Trek the Animated Series episode BAME, and then of course spoken by the incomparable Christopher Plummer as Chang in Star Trek VI The Undiscovered Country. Seriously, the way he delivers James Tiberius Kirk, that inflection, the way that's stated, that is very much like General Chang is looking at him going, I know where you're from and I know what you're about. Number 6. Lieutenant Junior Grade Palmer at the transporter controls, Second Chances. The 6th season episode of The Next Generation Second Chances introduces Thomas Riker, who is Commander Riker's transporter clone. He has been stuck down on the planet for 7 years and, he gets a bit of an old shock to the system when he discovers that he's not the only one, as of course does William T. Riker. That of course is the main plot of the episode, but Lieutenant Palmer is who we look to for this entry on this list. Lieutenant Palmer was played by Mae Jameson, and she is an incredibly important historical figure, contemporary figure. She is the first African-American female in space. She's an engineer, she's an astronaut, and she was also a close friend of Nichelle Nichols. Nichols even appeared on set to visit her while this episode was being filmed, which gives this idea of second chances a greater meaning. This is not just about Riker and Troy's shot at another relationship, which of course would be explored further in Star Trek Insurrection, Nemesis, and so on. Nichelle Nichols herself almost quit Star Trek after the first season. She was persuaded to stay by none other than Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself. She would of course then go on to stay with Star Trek right the way through up to Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. Her impact on science fiction, on media in general, it's really hard to actually quantify just how great that is because it's enormous. In a way, her decision to stay was a second chance for the character, a second chance for the impact that that character would have on American television. Number 5, The Nightingale Woman poem, Where No Man Has Gone Before. In the second pilot of Star Trek, Gary Mitchell quotes a poem that he said was written by the poet Tarbald in 1996, one that he also says was considered one of the most passionate love sonnets of all time. My love has wings, slender feathered things, with grace in upswept curve and tapered tip. Now, this beautiful love poem, as spoken by Gary Mitchell, was in fact not written in 1996, which would have been quite difficult to do, as this film was done in 1966. It was written by Gene Roddenberry about his plane. Roddenberry had been a pilot during the Second World War, and he wrote this about his own plane that he flew. It would go on to appear again in Star Trek many years later in the episode Little Green Men. It would sit, or at least the first line of it, would sit under a picture of Rita Hayworth on a calendar as Quark, Rom, and Nog travel back into the past. Deeper in that it was speaking to some of Roddenberry's history. It's also, a little bit self-indulgent. Number 4, The Photo of David, Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. David Marcus first appeared as played by Merritt Buttrick in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, where we discover, along with Kirk, that he is the adult son of Kirk and Dr. Carol Marcus. He would appear again in Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, where he was brutally killed off by one of the Klingons on the planet Genesis. Now, this death served a dual purpose. One was Kirk had to suffer a loss for his actions, disobeyed Starfleet, and he couldn't come through that unscathed, and so he had to lose his son in the process. Also, David was decided as the sacrificial lamb because of his use of proto-matter in the Genesis torpedo, which ends up destroying the planet itself. The death of David would have a lasting impact on Kirk. It's one of the key moments of his life, but sadly, Merritt Buttrick would pass away not that long after this. He was one of the many victims of the AIDS crisis of the 80s and 90s, and he passed away before production began on Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. This film deals with Kirk's relationship with the Klingons, and as he places the photo of David on his nightstand, this was thematically a way to show why Kirk feels the way that he does about the Klingons, but this was also Star Trek's way of honouring this actor, this young man who had been so important in the story of Kirk, but had been such a pleasant, upbeat and fun addition to Star Trek II, Star Trek III, and the episode of The Next Generation, Symbiosis, where he appeared as Tijan. Gone way too soon. It was as nice a way to honour him as I think that they could have done. Number 3, Tasha talks to Wesley about drugs, Symbiosis. Now, funny enough, leading into the episode that featured Merritt Buttrick, but for a completely unrelated reason, the episode Symbiosis was a clunky effort to show the power that drugs can have over people. Wesley Crusher, he's sort of the eyes of innocence in this episode, and in many ways he had been created as a sort of an analogy for a younger Roddenberry himself. Bluntly straightforward when he says he doesn't understand how people can be addicted to drugs. There is a very interesting conversation that has since gone on to be heavily reviled, and it's the conversation between Tasha Yar and Wesley Crusher about the effect of drugs on people. There are some excellent moments in this discussion, however, where it came from has been heavily criticised. First of all, you have the conversation itself where Tasha, who is a very capable, she is a very professional, and she's a very level-headed member of the Enterprise crew, she tells Wesley, drugs can make you feel good. She also goes on to explain how, the path to becoming addicted to drugs is not always straightforward, and the planet on which she grew up on was riddled with problems. It was a failed Federation planet. Lots of people sought drugs as a way to escape their situation. That itself is quite a good explanation that it's not always straightforward as to why people end up addicted. The problem is where it came from. The Reagan administration, and specifically Nancy Reagan, had been part of a campaign that was called Just Say No. And during the 80s and 90s, this was aimed at encouraging young people to just not try drugs. Sounds great in theory, but Tasha explains why that is not a feasible and not a realistic approach. And yet you have these two ideas mashed together, because Wesley then goes, I just don't understand. And Tasha almost sort of laughs and goes, oh, I hope you never do, as if it's the lightest thing in the world. So that is what has led to this moment being quite reviled. And understandably, I would argue that there's a lot of good in that speech. But considering where it came from and what it was attached to, that good message has been lost in the incredibly simplistic campaign that historically cannot be really shown to have had quite an impact against addiction in America in the 80s and 90s. Number 2, to Paul's diagnosis, stigma. By now, people are probably familiar with the idea of David Gerrold's script Blood and Fire, which was written for the next generation and was supposed to tackle the AIDS crisis of the 80s head on in a Star Trek setting. There was a lot of back and forth and, quite frankly, a lot of less than wonderful moments that went into this script effectively being blacklisted. It was thrown out. Leonard Maislish, Gene Roddenberry's lawyer, was very much not keen to have this produced. There was a lot of very nasty things said between himself and Gerrold, which led to Gerrold leaving Star Trek as a production. That could have been the end of it, but years later on Enterprise, while the script itself was not revisited, it was seen that the time was right to actually talk about the AIDS crisis, but as always, to do it in a Star Trek setting. T'Pol is the victim of a forced mind meld from another group of Vulcans. Now this leaves her contracting an illness that is said to be degenerative, but also because at the time in Star Trek chronology, mind melds were seen to be, a very stigmatized, a very, we don't want to talk about that side of Vulcan society. It would lead to her losing her commission, potentially to being imprisoned. In the episode Stigma, while Dr. Phlox is well aware of her condition, he's doing his best to manage it as best he can, some Vulcan scientists become aware of what's going on, which leads to T'Pol facing some very uncomfortable questions from the Vulcan Science Academy. It takes the reveal that she was forced into this mind meld to actually effectively get her off the hook. But this entire storyline was meant to show, frankly, how unfair it was that people face this kind of scrutiny and criticism over something that was, quite frankly, nobody's fault. Uncomfortable viewing. It was quite well handled. It was a long time coming. It was very, very late in Star Trek's life. Criticism where criticism is due. but it was finally an effort to address this enormous catastrophe that have affected so many people on Earth. Number 1, I Love Lucy is on Carbon Creek. Carbon Creek is one of my personal favourite episodes of Star Trek Enterprise for several reasons. One is it's always fun to see, Star Trek races completely out of their depth. And here you've got Tamir, Mistral and Strawn, 3 very Vulcans rocking around Carbon Creek, which is a small town based around a coal mining in the 1950s in America. Mistral quickly becomes adapted to life in Carbon Creek, to the point of he gets quite hooked on television, and specifically a show called I Love Lucy. He is horrified when there is a suggestion that he wouldn't be able to watch the episode this week. And I completely understand his horror, because you've got to watch I Love Lucy, because Lucille Ball deserves your respect. Lucille Ball, along with her husband, Desi Arnaz, are those most directly responsible for getting Star Trek the green light in the beginning. Quite frankly, they are the matron and patron of Star Trek. Mistral saying, I Love Lucy is on, is a reminder to the audience in 2001, 2002, many of whom would not have been born at the time that Desilu Studios was a thing, that no, there were these names in Star Trek that were hugely important and should not be forgotten. So, I Love Lucy is on. Well guys, I'm going to wrap up this video because I've got to go watch some I Love Lucy.
Do you get it? Do you get it? Yeah, you kinda had to be there. In-jokes are often fun if you're on the in of them, forgive the pun, whereas if you are not, they can be about as much fun as dry rot. None of these actually count as that though. Dry rot, I mean. They all count as in-jokes. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are the 10 greatest Star Trek in-jokes. Number 10, 47. 47 is 42, corrected for inflation. Executive producer Rick Berman once joked, the ultimate answer might cost you more in Star Trek, but what is the question? Well, have you ever wondered why Ronan in Sub Rosa, Sex Ghost, said he was born in 1647, why shields were often down to 47%, or why Captain Janeway was really from Bloomington, Indiana? The reason is writer Joe Menosky, who began his Star Trek career in season 4 of The Next Generation and has worked on Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Discovery. Menosky graduated from California's Pomona College, which apart from excelling in the liberal arts, is known for having a thing for 47. The college even has a club dedicated to the number, the 47 Society, that Menosky was part of as a student. He then brought this university in-joke into Star Trek, and it has stuck with the writers ever since. Bloomington, Indiana, zip codes 47401-47408, is more properly an homage to Voyager producer Jerry Taylor, who was born there, but there are pages of other examples of the 47 phenomenon. Here are just a small few. In Family, Picard is given the 47 vintage. In Conundrum, there are 47 Lycian sentry pods. In DS9, pads are often labelled 4747 and weapons lockers 47. In Voyager, the temporal variance of the Chronom Chronoton torpedo is 1.47 microseconds, and I have just needed between 4 to 7 Aldebaran whiskies. Number 9. Some kinds of Star Trek. Rarely is anything more meta than the time Star Trek looked through a telescope and saw itself. Star Trek First Contact is one big self-reference, a trek to the past to ensure its own future. Zefram Cochrane needs some kind of Star Trek as much as it needs him. In that film, First Contact gets a direct nod, although that was far from the first or last movie or episode title name drop in dialogue. They toasted the undiscovered country in The Undiscovered Country, and Captain Janeway provided a counterpoint in Counterpoint, amongst many other examples. Star Trek is also more subtly self-referential at times. In The Next Generation's 80th episode, Legacy, the Enterprise D has to bypass an archaeological survey of Camus 2, which happens to be the last planet visited by another Enterprise in its 79th and final episode. Yes, we are counting them like that. According to the Star Trek Encyclopedia, the Camus 2 mention was a deliberate tip of the hat to turnabout intruder on the part of Rick Berman, Jonathan Frakes, and producer Eric Stilwell. Of course, the end of the beginning of this kind of Star Trek is a prophecy of itself. We've only postponed the invasion until, what, the 24th century? Number 8. Commerce Seals and Blaine's twin brother. Our lovely writer Jack has already discussed television's demise in Star Trek, but it deserves a second mention here. Beyond the canonical prediction, the medium didn't last much past 2040, for humanity at least, the writers clearly take great delight in having assigned television to the history books. It's the perfect in-joke. By relying on a lack of awareness of the characters, the writers can poke fun at their own industry without having to totally demolish that fourth wall. The gag is perhaps also a gentle reminder to appreciate Star Trek for what it ultimately is, a piece of television, for as long as we have it. After all, in Star Trek, nobody's watching Star Trek. After Data's revelation in the neutral zone, there have been a few direct references to TV. When Voyager went back to the 90s, Kes and Neelix were tasked with reviewing Earth broadcasts and became addicted to the soap opera. We still don't know if Blaine's twin brother was the father of Jessica's baby. More recently, spoiler alert, in Lower Decks, Boimler got hilariously hooked on Ferengi television, ironically unfamiliar with the commercials, commercials, and the serial drama. Cop Landlords needs its own spin-off. Moreover, the title of that Lower Decks episode was itself a TV reference. Number 7, Riker. I mean, how could we not? There are plenty of reasons to love Lower Decks, and top amongst them are the Easter eggs, in-jokes, and altogether weirdly specific references. In a similar vein, Strange New Worlds has delighted fans by returning to the roots of Star Trek, all the while pushing the franchise forward. As I well know from cetacean observations, one episode alone of Lower Decks could have filled this list. But we're here for the Strange New Worlds crossover. Leg over. The episode's title is itself an in-joke, Those Old Scientists, a phrase first used by Commander Ransom to describe the 23rd century in no small parts. Then, when Boimler and Mariner are flung through a time portal to said century, they both basically become two excited fans at the greatest ever Star Trek convention. Actors Jack Quaid and Tawny Newsome even took selfies on set during their own time. It's Ensign Boimler with the Riker maneuver in the Ready Room, however, that will surely go down, up and over, as the in-joke to end all in-jokes. In-universe, Boimler briefly served with the animated Riker on the Titan. On the set of Those Old Scientists, Jonathan Frakes was directing and Quaid improvised the Riker leg swing Pike saddle moment in front of him. Number 6, smoothing things over. The Klingons have gone through many changes since their original appearance in Errand of Mercy. At first conceived by writer Gene L. Kuhn as the Soviet half of his Cold War allegory, core actor John Colicos reportedly looked more to the likes of Genghis Khan for inspiration for the character, leading to some fairly problematic makeup choices. They certainly didn't have the budget in the original series that they did by the time the Klingons reared their ridges in the motion picture. The makeup and general look was further designed and redesigned in the films with Klingons that followed, then again and again in The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, with no explanation given. As Michael Dorn knowingly commented in an interview with Cinefantastique Volume 32, numbers 4 and 5, I guess they never thought they'd have to deal with it on screen at some point. Therein lies the in-joke when DS9 decided to tackle the changes in Klingon appearance head-on-ish in Trials and Tribulations. If you can't put ridges on it, hang a lantern on it instead. Worf's laconic, "It is a long story, we do not discuss it with outsiders," was all about the answer we needed, and probably the only one we're going to get until the Enterprise explanation, which everybody loved and there's been no problems about since. Number 5, who writes for Morn? We all know Morn, the famously loose-lipped Lurian with a liking for Jumja sticks, a small fortune in one of his stomachs, and his own seat at Quark's bar. His name alone is an in-joke. Morn is an anagram of Norm, the permanent patron of Cheers. The character's reputation as a chatty Cathy might well precede him, but of course Morn never actually had any lines. This was far from the plan for Morn from the beginning, however. According to The Making of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, on the very first day of filming for Emissary, the man beneath the then nameless Morn mask, Mark Allen Shepard, was asked by director David Carson to tell the funniest joke in the universe. And he did. We won't spoil it for you, but it involves a coconut concertina cosmological argument and a honeysuckle garbage upholstery rimfire. Morn made it into the pilot, but evidently the joke did not. Later, lines that were planned for the character were written out before shooting. Eventually, it was far funnier for the great raconteur to say nothing at all, becoming what is certainly one of Star Trek's longest running inside jokes, especially when you take into account the Cerritos' Season 3 stop at Deep Space Nine. Number 4, Okudograms. We owe graphic designers Michael and Denise Okuda a great deal for the look, lore, and feel of Star Trek from the voyage home onwards, not to forget the Star Trek Encyclopedia through 4 editions, the Next Generation Technical Manual, and other reference books that have become veritable fan bibles. Creator of the computer screen and console graphics for Star Trek IV and the LCARS designs for the Next Generation and beyond, Michael Okuda's instantly recognizable work was lovingly nicknamed the Okudagram. An artistic marvel in their own right, Okudagrams have also provided plenty of opportunities for a good in-joke or two, often never intended to be visible on screen and mostly replaced in the remasterings. For example, Troy's search for a family tree in the Neutral Zone pre-remaster gives some very interesting results, including the first 6 actors to have played the Doctor in Doctor Who, Miss Piggy, and Kermit T. Frog. The Okudagram of the Enterprise D's engineering master display features, if you stare hard enough, a duck, a mouse, an airplane, a car, and Nomad. Usually covered up for filming, these editions even made it into HD at around 38 minutes and 35 seconds of the remastered Galaxy's Child. Technically, that makes them canon. Number 3. Great Birds of the Galaxy. In the far future, Miles O'Brien was, and will be, rightly enstatued as perhaps the most important person in Starfleet history. Right along there with him was the less glowingly remembered Brad Boimler. History has its own effect. On Boimler's forever memorialized left arm was one of the Great Birds of the Galaxy, an in-joke which has a history in itself. You might well know by now that the Great Bird of the Galaxy was Gene Roddenberry, or rather it was the nickname given to him by producer Robert Justman early in the run of the original series. In point of fact, in The Man Trap, Sulu says to Janice Rand, "May the Great Bird of the Galaxy bless your planet." The epithet for Star Trek's creator certainly caught on. By the time of The Next Generation, the bird began to make an appearance in graphic form. For Roddenberry's 60th birthday gift in 1987, senior Next Generation illustrator Andrew Probert painted a full-colour Roddenberry-headed Bird of the Galaxy with command uniform plumage, combadge, and NCC 1701 nacelles as tail feathers. A green Okudagram sketch version of the painting was then used on screen as part of the rapid computer searches carried out by Data in The Naked Now and Conspiracy. Number 2. Tubes of Jeffries. Walter Matthew Matt Jeffries, his full name is of importance later, is the man well known for designing the original Enterprise model, now so iconic it hangs in the Smithsonian. Jeffries was also largely responsible for the majority of the Enterprise's interior design, as well as that of the shuttlecraft, the Klingon D7 cruiser, the hand phaser, and a plethora of other props, sets, and landscapes. As shown in the Star Trek sketchbook, the original series, Jeffries equally designed what he called the engineering power shaft in his sketch for The Enemy Within. As he recalled, "We needed a space where Scotty could fix things without taking up too much room, so I made a tube with all kinds of complicated looking stuff in it. Somebody hung the name Jeffries Tube on it, and the name stuck. And stick it did, but only behind the scenes on TOS. It wasn't until the Next Generation Season 3 episode The Hunted that the term Jeffries Tube was said on screen. On TOS, designers also liked to add the label GNDN for Goes Nowhere, Does Nothing to the pipes on Jeffries Tube sets. In canon, it is generally accepted that the famous crawlways were named after NX project designer of the 22nd century, W.M. Jeffries. Number 1. The Writer and the Principal. Far Beyond the Stars will forever be considered one of the best Star Trek episodes ever made. Powerhouse performances from the cast, from Avery Brooks in particular, who also directed, and the episode's brilliant narrative conceit bring the theme of racial prejudice and its harrowing consequences into sharp focus in a manner never before managed so directly in Star Trek. The episode is also notable for its use of insider references. The 1950s style drawing of Deep Space Nine that inspires Benny Russell to write his story in the first place was a nice touch, and you perhaps noticed the original series matte painting of Starbase 11 on the cover of competitor magazine Galaxy. For Benny Russell's group of writers' own publication, Incredible Tales of Scientific Wonder, the front cover of the March 1953 edition sports an image of Delta Vega from Where No Man Has Gone Before. The issue then features the stories First of a New Series, The Cage by E.W. Roddenberry, The Corbomite Maneuver by Jerry Soule, illustrated by Matt Jeffries, Journey to Babel by D.C. Fontana, Metamorphosis by Gene L. Kuhn, and Where No Man Has Gone Before by Samuel Peoples. Finally, in a memo from editor Douglas Pabst to Herbert Rossoff, being played by Armin Zimmerman, apparently used as set dressing but never visible on screen, was written, "No one would believe that a cheerleader can kill vampires. The snide Principal Snyder might also have been but a writer's dream."
Audiences were introduced to a darker version of Starfleet, and you may even believe that this is the darkest time in Starfleet's history. But the truth is, Starfleet, with all of its high-minded ideals, has never been above brazen acts of evil, and this is especially true during times of war. More than once, Starfleet has acted with a shameless and wicked intent, and this behaviour stretches back to the era of Captain Archer and the NX-01, and almost occurs in every single generation beyond that. So, we seek new life and new civilizations, but mess with us, or we might kill you. Top 10 most evil things Starfleet has ever done. Number 10, creating a weapon of mass destruction, ironically called the Genesis device. Now, don't believe what Starfleet tells you about the Genesis device from Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Its creator, Dr. Carol Marcus, would have you think it's a benign tool for terraforming barren planets, just another harmless instrument of space exploration. But, as Spock points out, in the wrong hands, this device could be used as a weapon of immense power. The Genesis device breaks down a planet's surface at a subatomic level, and then it reshapes those same particles into an atmosphere more suitable for humans. The problem comes when someone, maybe like a genetically modified super soldier, wants to use the device on a populated world. In this case, Starfleet could theoretically murder an entire population. And they get the bonus of gaining a new planet to colonize at the same time. It took Spock about 3 seconds to imagine this scenario, and to be fair, it probably took the admirals at Starfleet even less time. So don't assume any innocence here. Genesis device, not evil at all, alright? Number 9, stealing a warp coil and stranding an innocent crew in space. After a devastating attack by the dreaded Xindi, the Enterprise NX-01 is stranded without a functioning warp drive, and with the Xindi regrouping, Captain Archer knows he has little time to get his ship up and running. To add to the complications, they receive a distress call from a badly damaged vessel. Always ready with a helping hand, the Starfleet crew intercept the other ship. Once they meet, Archer sees that the other ship has the answer to his prayers, so he proposes a trade with the captain of the damaged vessel. Enterprise will send over some valuable supplies in exchange for a warp coil. But there's only one problem. Giving up their only warp coil will strand the other crew 3 years from their home planet. So, somewhat naturally, the opposing captain says no. Archer can think of only one solution. They become space pirates. With an armed boarding party, he invades the other ship, steals the much-needed warp coil, thus stranding a group of innocent spacefarers years from their home. Real classy, Starfleet. Number 8, scheming to destroy the Klingon homeworld and commit genocide. This is Starfleet we're talking about. In the final days of the Klingon War, things are looking pretty grim for the Federation. The Klingons have invaded much of the Federation's space, and Starfleet is on their heels fighting to hold on to what little territory they have left. And the Klingon fleet is barreling straight for Earth. Luckily for Starfleet, that kooky ship Discovery arrives just in time, fresh back from the Mirror Universe, and they've brought with them an important resource: the evil Terran Empress, Philippa Georgiou. Georgiou makes Starfleet an offer that they can't refuse: give her command of the Discovery, and she'll defeat the Klingons. And they have a good reason to believe her. She did kill loads of Klingons in her universe. In fact, she pretty much decimated them totally. So what's the secret sauce, Philippa? Well, she used something called a hydro bomb to blow up the core of the Klingon homeworld Kronos. And how does Starfleet respond when she says that's what she'd like to do again? They dismiss it, right? Because that's just not a Starfleet thing to do. Wrong. They slap a command badge on her and send her on her way, hydro bomb in tow. In the end, Starfleet doesn't destroy Kronos, but they almost do, and more importantly, they intended to. The only thing that stops them is some quick thinking from our good old Michael Burnham. Number 7, engaging in biological warfare. Before there was Ducot, there was Michael Eddington, who served as Benjamin Sisko's chief of security aboard Deep Space Nine. That's until he decides to betray Starfleet to join the terrorist group, the Maquis. Once a terrorist, Eddington starts poisoning the atmospheres of Cardassian colonies. Sisko sees this as a personal affront and vows to track down and capture his former officer. Eddington proves to be a little bit too slippery though, and he embarrasses Sisko a little bit by luring him away from Deep Space Nine, and whilst he's gone, the Maquis attack another Starfleet vessel. At this point, Sisko's had enough. He realises that Eddington sees himself as a romantic hero, so he decides he'll play the game. In fact, he'll play the part of the villain in his story. And you know what? Sisko plays it pretty well. He poisons the atmosphere of a Maquis colony, forcing the Maquis to mount a quick and desperate evacuation or die. Sisko then vows to poison every Maquis colony in the region until Eddington surrenders. So he gives himself up. Sisko may bend the rules, but he sure is efficient, and he's a badass with it. Number 6. Considering an act of genocide again! This one begins pretty innocently though. The crew of the Enterprise D finds a single Borg drone stranded on a remote planet, and Dr. Crusher, the saint that she is, beams it back to sickbay. There, she treats his injuries, gives him a biscuit and a cup of tea, and much to the annoyance of Captain Picard, who's still a little bit upset with the Borg because, well, they assimilated him, didn't they? Once he's away from the collective, this drone seems pretty harmless though, and he soon becomes a curious oddity aboard the ship. He meets Commander Geordie LaForge, and what's the first thing these Starfleet officers consider? Training him up to join the crew? No. Instead, they go for, how can we turn this harmless drone into a weapon? The two men propose implanting an unsolvable maths equation into a drone's memory. So, when the Borg collective process his memory, they'll grind to a halt trying to do the maths, and according to the two officers, implode, figuratively speaking. There's only one hiccup though. It turns out their little drone friend begins to rediscover his individuality, even giving himself a name, Hugh. Now, if Hugh can regain his humanity, it means all the Borg underneath him can. So beneath all of their cybernetic implants, they are human. So murdering them would violate a few more than one Starfleet moral standard. Don't you just hate it when your morals get in the way of some good old-fashioned revenge on the Borg? Number 5, imposing a Nazi regime on an innocent planet. Sit back. This one is a doozy. Kirk and his crew are investigating the disappearance of a Federation cultural observer, John Gill. He's a former Starfleet Academy professor sent to study a primitive planet. The Enterprise arrives at Gill's station and is attacked by a thermonuclear weapon. Kirk deduces that Gill has been doing some meddling and that it's time to get him out of there. When Kirk and Spock get to the planet's surface, things prove to be worse than they expected. It turns out Gill has converted the entire population of the planet into Nazis, and they've declared war on a neighbouring planet's population, even planning their version of a final solution. Why has Gill, a seemingly thoughtful Starfleet expert, committed this heinous act? Well, as he tells it, the planet was in chaos when he arrived, and all he wanted to do was bring order to the mayhem. So he decides to form a new government based on the most efficient one he could imagine: the Nazis. What? Number 4, making a deal with the Borg to destroy an unknown species. Making your way back from the Delta Quadrant requires compromises, but a Starfleet officer should draw the line somewhere, right? Well, Voyager is 70,000 light years from Earth. Unfortunately, they have to travel through a massive expanse of Borg territory to get home. Chances are they're not making it home before the entire crew is assimilated into the collective. But there is hope. The crew of Voyager witness several Borg vessels destroyed by an alien ship. They discover that the Borg are at war with an advanced race known as Species 8472. And what luck! The Borg are losing. This is wonderful news, not only for Voyager, but for the entire Federation, because if 8472 wipes out the collective, they'll save the galaxy from a looming existential threat from the Borg. So what do Captain Janeway and the crew of the Voyager do? Well, they make a deal with the Borg. Janeway offers to help defeat Species 8472 in exchange for safe passage through Borg space. Together, the Borg and the Voyager crew discover a way of defeating Species 8472. Too late! Janeway discovers that the Borg started the war with the 8472 species by invading their space. Also, the Borg plan to betray Voyager as soon as 8472 is dealt with. Not only is this an evil decision, it's a bad one. Number 3. Attempting an act of genocide again! Number 3, attempting an act of genocide for the 3rd time. The Dominion War was a tough time for Starfleet and the Federation. There was a constant threat of changeling spies infiltrating the highest levels of the military and the government. Nowhere is Starfleet's desperation clearer than in Deep Space Nine's episode Extreme Measures. And, as any Trekkie knows, desperate measures call for Section 31. To Section 31, tactics like biological warfare and genocide, well, that's all just fair game. These guys deserve a video of their own. Anyway, this is exactly how Section 31 decides to deal with the changeling threat. By now, Starfleet has developed much more subtle ways to commit mass murder. Gone are the days of hydro bombs and unsolvable mass equations. Section 31 creates a biological A-bomb called the morphogenic plague. The plague is a tailor-made virus designed to wipe out the Founders species. Worst of all is how Section 31 inflicts their pandemic on the Founders. They use Odo, the loyal ally of Starfleet. Odo has dedicated himself to protecting the Federation frontier, acting as a security constable on Deep Space Nine. Despite his loyalty, Section 31 turns Odo into patient zero for their plague. Unknowingly, Odo almost destroys his own entire race, turning your ally into a weapon of mass destruction. That's cold. Number 2. Starfleet claiming Commander Data as their own property just so they can experiment on him. In the TNG episode Measure of a Man, we're introduced to Commander Bruce Maddox, a cyberneticist. Maddox wants to recreate the positronic brain of Lieutenant Commander Data, Starfleet's only android officer. A noble goal, no doubt. But to this, Maddox asks to dismantle Data and back up his memory on a computer. Data says no, surprise surprise, because he cites the real possibility that it might kill him. But Maddox is not a man who takes no for an answer. He asks Starfleet Command to order that Data undergo the experiment anyway, and they do. What's worse, Data says fine, I'll just resign, and Starfleet say no, you can't do that. They effectively state, we found you, Data, so we own you. By claiming ownership of a sentient being, Starfleet is tactically endorsing slavery. Except for his two brothers, Law and Before, Data is the only android of his kind, and he epitomizes the whole new life thing that Starfleet claims to be searching for. But Starfleet is apparently fine for ignoring that if it means they can get their hands on some juicy new positronic tech, or make their very own race of cybernetic slaves. And if they can recreate Data, they'll have an entire race of people who have no rights under Federation law and who live only to serve humankind. Yeesh. And from what we've seen in Picard, thanks to a race of synthetic workers on Mars, this dark future has come to pass. Shame on you, Starfleet. Number 1. Committing espionage and murdering a Romulan senator. This is a deep one. Do peaceful ends justify horrible means? Captain Benjamin Sisko of the space station Deep Space Nine would answer yes. Sisko has a real problem. Starfleet is losing the war with the invading Dominion. He needs to quell this tide of war, but to do this, he needs the Romulan Star Empire's help. However, the Romulans have signed a non-aggression pact with the Dominion. They're perfectly content to sit back and watch their enemies tear each other to pieces. It's the Romulan way. Still, Sisko can't ignore the chance of gaining the Romulans as an ally. If only he could show them that the Dominion would betray their Romulan buddies. He has no proof of this though, so he calls on the aid of former Cardassian spy, killer, torture expert, tailor, whatever lie he decides to tell you that day, Garak. With Garak, Sisko fakes a recording of a Dominion leader planning an invasion of Romulan space, and they present this recording to a Romulan senator. But the senator instantly recognizes it as fake. No worries though, because Garak has a backup plan. In fact, I think this may have been his plan all along. He plants a bomb on the senator's ship and blows him up. Sisko and Garak blame the bombing on the Dominion, and the Romulans have no choice but to enter the war on the side of the Federation. A win for Starfleet. Just ignore the espionage and cold-blooded murder. If it helps, Sisko does admit he feels guilty about the whole affair, but when asked the question would he do it all again if he had a second chance? Yes. TNG Starfleet uniforms evolved loads over the course of its 7-season run, including that badass leather shoulder jacket Picard had. Get me one of those. I'll wear it for every single TrekCulture video going forward, whatever the weather, if I can get me one of those bad boys. Anyway, TNG's uniform has been the subject of their own real-world controversies and production problems, and inspired future generations of costuming, appearing as recently as in Star Trek Picard's first season and Star Trek Discovery's third. Like Star Trek's many famous starships, its props, its sets, its aliens, its fictional history, Star Trek The Next Generation's uniforms have their own lore and their own secrets. I and Marcus Bronzy. This is TrekCulture, and it's about time to unfold 10 secrets of Star Trek The Next Generation Starfleet uniforms. Number 10. That Starfleet stank. Star Trek The Next Generation's first take on 24th century Starfleet uniforms were form-fitting and sleek, with bold colour blocking reminiscent of the original series' iconic look. However, in order to conform to designer William Ware Tice's strict no-wrinkle rule, these costumes were held taut with stirrups that looped under your boots and pulled down your back. Uncomfortable, right? Yeah, well, you're right if you think that. The discomfort associated with these early costumes is much storied in the legacy of Star Trek. Jonathan Frakes even claimed to have ripped more than one of them off in frustration. I reckon he was doing the Riker maneuver. You know what that leg was like. It was always cocking itself up on the comm panels. No uniform had a chance when you were pulling those moves on them without a warm-up. Anyway, in at least one telling of the horrors of those uniforms, Patrick Stewart stated that they had caused so much back pain that his chiropractor suggested that he sue the producers of the show. Less talked about, however, is the stank, that smell. TNG's OG uniforms were constructed out of a lycra spandex, a material not known for its breathability. According to Tice's successor, Robert Blackman, there was no give in the shoulder and there was constant pressure on the actors who were wearing the costumes for 12 to 15 hours a day. They were very, very much disliked and uncomfortable to wear, hot, and they also retained body odour. Ew. So along with the cat poop in the corridors, the uniforms apparently smelled. The set of the USS Enterprise D must have been flavoursome to say the least. Number 9. Wes T. Point. Following the departure of Tice at the end of Season 1 due to health issues, Dorinda Rice Wood was Star Trek The Next Generation's second costume designer. Like her predecessor, Wood only spent a single year on the series but made a huge impact during her time there, designing the now iconic big hat look for Guinan and collaborating with Michael Westmore to create the Borg. Wood was also responsible for getting Deanna Troi out of that denim jumpsuit into the lavender burgundy job until she transitioned to the standard duty uniform midway through Season 6. Wood also tackled Wesley Crusher's fashion, do we call them choices? Dispensing with the rotating series of very 1980s sweaters, which were, in fact, no, it was the 80s, so I'm not going to diss those. Wood created a standard acting ensign uniform, basing the costume on the uniforms worn at the United States Military Academy, aka West Point. According to Wood, if she had the opportunity, she would have given the entire TNG crew a similar makeover, but budgetary constraints meant that only Wesley received a new uniform. Ironically, 6 years after Wood departed the franchise, Robert Blackman and Deborah Everton's redesigned uniforms for Star Trek First Contact would harken back to Wesley's West Point uniform, featuring similar blue-grey quilted shoulders and a little bit of piping. Number 8. Evolution. Upon joining the show between TNG's second and third seasons, costume designer Robert Blackman was tasked by producer Rick Berman with redesigning the uncomfortable and stanky costumes. The costume change is immediately apparent in the third season premiere Evolution, with the command crew of the Enterprise D now sporting two-piece uniforms with what Blackman considered more noble Mandarin collars. Less evident, however, is the fact that the uniforms were still a work in progress when cameras rolled on Season 3 and evolved over the first few episodes. Ultimately, Blackman settled on an Eisenhower jacket, and the iconic look of TNG was finally cemented for the rest of the series. Also got some nice appearances on Star Trek Generations and a few on Deep Space Nine. Number 7. The other Picard maneuver. Recently referenced in Star Trek Picard's first season finale and originating in TNG's The Battle, the Picard maneuver is a massively amazing tactical strategy using a warp drive, and how it works belongs in another video on this channel. Behind the scenes, however, the phrase Picard maneuver has an altogether different meaning. When standing up and sitting down, the uniform that was single piece would and did bunch around the belly. To accommodate for said bunching, Patrick Stewart began to pointedly tug at his costume on set, making the necessary costume adjustment part of Jean-Luc Picard's dramatic mannerisms. Even after the single-piece costumes were replaced with the jacket and trousers combo in Season 3, Stewart continued the habit, but for a different reason. Instead of straightening his costume as he did in Seasons 1 and 2, in Seasons 3 onwards, it was all about keeping that short tailored jacket from riding up and showing some unwanted abs. Number 6. The die is cast. Equality of the sexes in the 24th century should mean that the men and women serving aboard the USS Enterprise D were treated exactly the same. Surprise, surprise. They weren't. Whilst the men in the cast of TNG were given two-piece uniforms in Season 3 that were more comfortable and forgiving in terms of body size, the women were required to wear the same old single-piece spandex jumpsuits. According to the producers, these one-piece uniforms were preferred by Gates McFadden, who actually got her own custom uniform in Season 3, distinct from the other ones worn by other female Starfleet officers. McFadden's version of the Sciences Division uniform was nearly identical to the standard costumes that were used on the show, but were made of higher quality material that better resembled the jackets worn by her male co-stars. Owing to its unique construction, Dr. Crusher's medical blue uniform was actually a slightly different shade of blue, and you should be able to pick it out in Season 4 if you got a keen enough eye. Number 5. Dress uniforms. This one's kind of a bummer, but no discussion of Star Trek The Next Generation's uniforms is complete without talking about the Scant, named by first season costume designer William Ware Tice because it was intended to be a gender-neutral hybrid of the skirt and pants. Having the actress and actors both in skirts was to diffuse any of the sexist accusations that might have been associated with the designs from the old show. It's also fashionably probably what 400 years from now men would wear: scants. Because many actors just weren't comfortable with wearing the costume, the Scant was slowly phased out and no male member of the cast ever wore the uniform again. 80s and 90s clearly weren't ready for the Scant, but the costume designer Gersha Phillips recently resurrected the distinct look for the recent Enterprise-centric short treks, The Trouble with Edward and Ask Not. So, we may see more Scants in the future. Number 4. Advanced zipper technology. We all know that famous Gene Roddenberry quote: in the 24th century, there'll be no hunger, there'll be no greed, and all the children will know how to read. Plus, there'll be no zippers. Along Tice's edict that there would be no wrinkles in Starfleet in the future, Gene Roddenberry also alleged that there would be no zippers in the future. As such, every Starfleet uniform in the Roddenberry and Rick Berman eras of Star Trek were designed to hide those closures, to the point where Hollywood magic was used when the script called for an officer to remove her uniform jacket. As seen in Season 5's Ensign Rowe, even the Starfleet uniform that appears to be single-piece jumpsuits are in fact made of two pieces with invisible breaks in the waist and an invisible closure running up the front. In real life, this was achieved simply by intercutting footage of Michelle Forbes in her regular jumpsuit with footage of her removing a specifically designed jacket. Put simply, in the 24th century, zipper technologies are so advanced, it's akin to magic. Number 3. Generations wardrobe malfunction. When Star Trek The Next Generation ended its 7-season run on television, the cast and crew immediately kicked into gear on the production of 1994's Star Trek Generations. Whilst the show's sets, costumes, props and models had all been designed to capture as much detail and realism as possible, certain elements simply wouldn't stand up to the scrutiny of the big screen. Producer Rick Berman encouraged experimentation with TNG's look, resulting in costumes that look great on paper. But according to Robert Blackman, that's the only place they look great. Because after a single day of production filming with Blackman's new Starfleet uniforms, it was evident that the costumes just weren't working and the decision was made to scrap them. Starfleet's new look was out and it was replaced with a combination of old uniforms from TNG and relatively new ones from Deep Space Nine. Footage of that single day shoot with the revised uniforms is rare. Blink and you'll miss it with this poor quality footage of LeVar Burton wearing his, and there are no photographs, as far as I know, of the cast in these costumes that have ever surfaced. However, Playmates Toys gave us a little insight into how they might look. They produced their line of Star Trek Generations action figures anticipating the cast would be wearing these new uniforms and were unable to change the toys' look once the decision was made to cut the new uniforms from the film. This resulted in a lot of confused kids on Christmas Day 1994. Number 2. Picard's Lost Comm Badge. Stay with me on this one because I sometimes confuse myself. Following Star Trek Generations' new uniform snafu, Blackman stepped aside for the following 3 motion pictures. Blackman, though, wasn't the only one who apparently had a tough time on the Star Trek Generations costume department. Whilst the brand new uniforms didn't make it into the final film, though, I will say, they did go on to inspire the Starfleet uniforms in Star Trek Lower Decks. A unique costume was created for Patrick Stewart, identical to the coveralls worn on Star Trek Deep Space Nine at the time. Captain Picard's uniform featured a belt buckle. New comm badges were also created specifically for Generations, debuting first in Star Trek Deep Space Nine's The Search. The new comm badge was designed by John Eves and replaced by TNG's oval backing with a rectangular one. Unfortunately, when the Generations production crew travelled to Nevada to film the scenes on set on Veridian 3, someone forgot to pack Captain Picard's comm badge. Yeah, okay, uniforms, check. Data's contacts, check. Comm badge? I thought you was going to bring the comm badge. In the finished film, Picard beams from the Enterprise down to the planet, and his comm badge somehow doesn't make the trip with him. Many simply assumed, including me, that the Dura sisters had removed it, but the real-world explanation is that the production couldn't afford the time and or money it would take to retrieve or make a new comm badge. So they thought, whatever, we'll just film. And now you'll never be able to unsee that mistake in Star Trek Generations. I've cursed you with that, sharing my pain. Number 1. Starfleet issue bras and jock straps. Star Trek has never really been shy about showing its heroes in various stages of undress, especially in Enterprise. I mean, it was like they found any excuse to get the crew of the NX-01 into their blue Starfleet issue undies. But Star Trek The Next Generation was a little more restrained, and exactly what the crew of the Enterprise D wore underneath those uniforms remained a mystery. That is, until a 1994 tour of the TNG costume department in which Marina Sirtis revealed the existence of specially made padded bras for female officers and jock straps or support briefs for the men. About her Federation underwear, she said, "This is the industrial strength Starfleet regulation brassiere. I think I'm partially responsible for every woman on the show wearing one of these, and that's because they work." Women weren't alone in having strategically padded Starfleet uniforms. Not only were the male cast members of TNG forced to wear underwear that specifically hid their VPL, their costumes were enhanced with pectoral pads to make the Starfleet uniform jackets more structured and more flattering. Where can I buy those from?
Serving as the first officer of a starship puts a person in the unenviable position of representing the crew to the captain while also representing the captain to the crew. And it's not always shown in Star Trek, but there seems to be a lot of administration to the job as well. There are crew rotations to plan, service reviews, and ship readiness reports to draft. Yet, with all that said, there also seems to be a lot of sitting down beside the captain, or, in Riker's case, cocking your leg up. Either way, it's pretty hard to do paperwork when there isn't even a desk to lean on. I'm Marcus Bronzy, and today we're going to break down the rankings of all of the first officers across the Star Trek franchise. It's likely that the enjoyment of each iteration will come from the enjoyment of that specific show as a whole, but I think there's going to be a few surprises in this list. In fact, I'm pretty sure, because I put them in. Feel free to sound off in the comment section with your opinions. For now, let's see who the real number 1 is. Number 10. An honourable mention. First, an honourable mention goes to number 1, the pitbull scene in the Picard series. His name is De Niro, and he's a cute little number 1. You cute little boy, you want a treat? Anyway, it was Patrick Stewart's idea to have the pit in the show because he thinks a man and a dog would say a lot about his character, and he also feels the breed of pit bulls are currently misrepresented and wants to show them in a much more friendly light. Number 9. Michael Burnham, Star Trek Discovery. Whilst she's a compelling character once she arrives on the Discovery, Michael Burnham did get her captain killed and eaten by Klingons. Burnham is a good example of how strong characters do not always make strong leaders, but she's also a good example of how a character can grow over time. In the other entries for this franchise, most of the characters arrive in the roles that they're assigned to throughout the series run. Riker was first officer from pilot, and Chakotay assumes his role, going through, well, a necessity. But Burnham's journey is told in reverse. She begins the show as a first officer, but makes such a calamitous error that, well, she does pretty much start a war, doesn't she? That she's given a court-martial, stripped of her rank, and put in jail. By the end of the second season, she may have all the characteristics needed to assume that role again, but for the moment, she comes bottom of my list. Number 8. Raffi Musica. This is a ranking that could easily change with time. Based on what's been shown in the show so far, Musica is a broken woman who's doing her best just to get by from day to day. She has lost her family and her career, got a bit of a dodgy relationship with the Source, and is now regulated to running around with Picard on his latest scheme. But as Picard's first officer on the USS Verity, she was a master of numbers and patterns, allowing her to build resettlement models that aided the rescue of many thousands of Romulans. She worked with a dedication that ended up consuming her completely, so when this was taken away from her, she had nothing left. But if given a reason again, Raffi could well rise to one of the higher numbers on this list. Number 7, Chakotay, Star Trek Voyager. Chakotay, despite 7 seasons on Voyager, had never got the room or the stories to bring him into the higher rankings of the first officers on this list. The first season was an open field for him to explore the conflict going on from a marquee leader to a Starfleet subordinate. And although this would be touched in on once in a while on Voyager's run, it never really came to anything. Robert Beltran has not been shy about voicing his opinion on writing on the show and how it negatively impacted Chakotay as a character. While other characters got the chance to shine, Chakotay was one of the characters who faded into the background. This led to an awkward situation. Even when he did receive an episode up front, it was with a character the audience didn't necessarily care about in the same way they cared about Janeway, 7 of 9, or the Doctor. Chakotay was a victim of writing more than anything else, which is why he's pretty low on this list. A great could have been, but unfortunately, a missed opportunity in the long run. Number 6, T'Pol, Star Trek Enterprise. Enterprise didn't have the easiest journey, either on or off the screen. From its beginnings, it suffered from the same issues that many prequels do. The audience knows where it's eventually going to go. So after the novelty wears off, where do you go? It's well known that Vulcans and humans are founding members of the Federation. Therefore, the first deep space vessel would naturally have a Vulcan crew member. In the early episodes, T'Pol is just as acerbic as any rigid Vulcan could be. But then something quite wonderful happened. The writers, perhaps learning from the issues with Chakotay and Voyager, started giving her the room to grow and actually gave her a character arc. She goes from advising the mission to becoming one of Archer's fiercest supporters. She endures assault, illness, loneliness, and the threat of exile, yet she grows closer to the crew every time. She's a capable commander when Archer's off ship, and by the time she straightens the collar on his dress uniform before he walks up to the podium in that final episode, everyone could feel the emotion in the hug that passes between them, and it's something that only a first officer would get if they did their job for their captain. Now, T'Pol, like the rest of the characters on the Enterprise, has been somewhat lost to apathy, but this is a distinct injustice. She's an excellent character, one that deserves a revival, if the producers are listening, alright? Well, she could do, she's Vulcan, they live for ages. Number 5, Number 1, Una, Star Trek Discovery. With the small amount of screen time she's had so far, Number 1 has made quite the impact on Star Trek Discovery. She's already been shown to be a great friend of Captain Pike, but thanks to the Short Trek Q&A, make sure you watch her Short Treks, okay? They're awesome. She has also been shown to be a great mentor to Spock as well. In this modern fast-paced Star Trek, character building can sometimes be lost to spectacle. Discovery has dazzled with its big budget CGI and occasionally has rang a little bit hollow because of it. Not so with Una. Stepping into the shoes of Majel Barrett, albeit half a century later, carries weight in the Star Trek family, and her Number 1 is a very different creature. But she is a strong and competent creation, easily taking control of each situation she's thrust into. To see her develop even further on a spin-off show with Pike, well, that would be fantastic. But if the last we saw of Number 1 was her smile as the Enterprise warped away into new adventures, well, then we'd have seen a brilliant first officer to a brilliant first captain. Number 4, Major Kira, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine was a different beast in the Star Trek franchise. Debuting while the Next Generation was still on the air, it would naturally be subject to comparisons from the beginning. So the new first officer was going to be measured against Riker straight away. And they couldn't be more different. Major Kira is introduced as a hot-headed, strongly anti-Federation character in the pilot. She is brash, unwilling to bow to Federation rules, and it looks like she's going to be a massive thorn in Sisko's side. But that relationship changes entirely when Sisko goes from just being her commanding officer to the emissary to the very gods she worships. This is a unique relationship in Star Trek. Whilst many first officers show their captain's hero worship, Kira actually worships what Sisko represents, and there are times when this tries their relationship. but it also makes them closer in a way that many first officers and captains in this list are just not. She, for example, is one of the first few crew members who truly understands what the prophets mean to Sisko. She supports the decisions he makes when it comes to her religion. This goes beyond duty and beyond loyalty. Were the question ever asked, she would support Sisko to the grave. She's also one of the few to understand that Sisko had a happy ending at the end of DS9, completing his task as an emissary and leaving DS9 to stay with the prophets. Well, for a little while at least. She takes control of DS9, content in the knowledge that in the grief around her, there's also joy. Number 3, Saru, Star Trek Discovery. Saru is the first officer who's been through hell and back and come out the other side as a transformed creature. Well, quite literally, a transformed creature. Originally serving on the Shenzhou, he is assigned to Discovery once the ship is lost in the opening volley of the Klingon War. He's openly hostile to Burnham when she arrives on board, unwilling to let her forget the part she played in killing the previous captain. But despite the natural cowardice of his race, Saru blossoms under, ironically, Captain Lorca, and then later Captain Pike. He is steady. He is both a disciplinarian and a carer. He's able to weather enormous challenges and rise to the situation when command is called for. He successfully leads the crew home from the Mirror Universe, and despite his own struggles through the second season, he's a strong and capable first officer to Pike. He again assumes command in the battle with Control, leading the crew to the future through the wormhole created by Burnham's suit. Saru is a character that in a relatively short amount of time has risen to a deserved spot as one of the greatest officers in the fleet. With season 3 of Discovery on the way, it remains to be seen whether he will remain as first officer or rise to the rank of captain. But what is certain is he is a Kelpian, well capable of both. Number 2, Riker, Star Trek The Next Generation. No one in Star Trek cocked a leg like Riker, swung their leg over a chair like Riker, got up backwards off a chair like Riker, leant on things like... I could go on. Fresh-faced Will Riker was a little stiff. But as soon as he grew that beard, he became the definition of number 1. From the second season of TNG, he relaxed in a way he hadn't before. He started to bond with Picard while still keeping their formal distance, and over the course of the series run, he grew comfortable on the Enterprise and his new family aboard. He met with criticism for his refusal to leave the post, despite being offered his own command several times. One such refusal saved his life after the Melbourne was destroyed at Wolf 359. Riker was the point man for Picard. He was charming and serious when necessary, guiding the crew whilst also defending them as needed. The relationship with Picard was so close that when the command of the Enterprise passed to Edward Jellicoe, Riker experienced true shock. Gone was the cordial greetings and the genial way of speaking. Here was a captain who didn't give a damn about working with the crew, and as such, Riker as first officer slipped slightly down the list because he was fantastic for Picard, but a pretty woeful one to Captain Jellicoe. But if this list were based on personalities, smiles and beards alone, Riker with your little cocked up leg, you'd have a landslide win. Number 1, Spock, the original series. I mean, come on. Who else did you expect? Spock defined what it meant to be a first officer. Cool and logical, with an ability for cunning and a penchant for command. Spock is one of the longest serving first officers in the franchise, beginning his tenure as first officer in 1966 and remaining so, albeit with the rank of captain until 1990. Spock was the very model of the dedicated right-hand man. He is both the cause of some of Kirk's greatest woes and the saviour of his captain on so many occasions. He's well respected and, with the exception of Dr. McCoy, very rarely needs to be challenged. His desire to aid and carry out the primary mission of Starfleet was legendary. As first officer, he sought to keep his captain safe, even if that meant risking his own career to do it. He's at the top of this list not just because his tenure is the longest, but also because for generations of fans, Spock simply was Star Trek. Live long and prosper, Spock, the greatest number 1 of them all.
Throughout the long history of Star Trek, there have been many moments that have absolutely shocked us to our cores. Since the very beginning of the original series, Trek has given us some of the most mind-bending stories on television. Of course, there's your everyday sentient nebulas, evil holograms, alternate realities, temporal anomalies, and transporter clones, but some of Starfleet's discoveries have left us particularly dumbfounded. Moments like these can entirely change how we see the Trek universe, for better or for worse. With that being said, I'm Tom Roberts Finn, and this is the 10 biggest WTF Star Trek moments. Number 10. The return of the Katarian game. In the Next Generation episode The Game, an alien named Itana first puts the mysterious device known as the Game on Riker down on Risa before it's brought up aboard the Enterprise. The device was originally seen as a simple gaming headset with the goal of landing discs into a series of cones. However, it was later discovered that winning the game activates the pleasure centers of its user's brain, causing them to become painfully addicted and barely conscious. Data was able to disable the devices at the end of the episode, and we didn't see them again until recently in the Lower Decks episode Keishon, His Eyes Open. In this episode, it was part of the collection of Kernahaj, which made a lot of sense seeing as he was known to hold onto several odd and dangerous items from across the galaxy. However, things were complicated when we started seeing Katarian games pop up elsewhere. A Cerritos crew member can be seen playing the game in the episode Wage Douche, and one appeared at the Wad-Eye recruitment booth in the episode Reflections. Clearly, the Move Along Home game got old. Even Dahl from Star Trek Prodigy found one of these devices aboard the Protostar, and was playing the game in the episode Kobayashi before getting walked in on. Confusingly, these things seem to be everywhere now, including aboard Starfleet vessels. It's likely that, after the events of the game, someone found a way to render the Katarian headsets harmless or at least lower their threat, until eventually they became no more than what the Janeway hologram called a silly cone and disc game. Number 9. Anthony. By now, you're probably familiar with how much of a train wreck the Voyager episode Threshold is. Tom Paris was randomly mutated into a lizard because he went too fast. And forced Janeway to become mutated as well, so the two of them could have gross lizard babies on some planet in the Delta Quadrant. After the EMH reversed the changes to Janeway and Paris and departed the system, the baby lizards were abandoned alone on the planet. A similar lizard was seen years later in the Lower Decks episode Much Ado About Boimler. The lizard, Anthony, was being taken to a medical spa known as the Farm so the Federation doctors could treat him. The other patients even stated that they believed Anthony used to be a man. It's unknown whether Anthony was one of Janeway and Paris's offspring, or simply another unfortunate soul who dared to travel at Warp 10. But both possibilities are quite strange. Number 8. Excretus of Borg. There's a specific moment in the Lower Decks episode I, Excretus, that raises a lot of questions about holodeck technology. In the episode, the Cerritos crew were playing through various holographic training simulations inside of holopods. Boimler kept replaying a Borg encounter holoprogram for hours in a desperate attempt to score 100%, but just as he finished, he was ordered by Captain Freeman to remain in the simulation for even longer. The Pandronian conducting the tests was initially trying to fail the Cerritos crew, but couldn't submit the final reports as long as Boimler remained in the holopod. By the time Boimler was removed from the pod, he seemed to have been genuinely traumatized by the experience. In the simulation, he was assimilated into the collective, and it actually seemed like he had lost control of his body. His eyes went blank and emotionless, and he referred to himself as Excretus of Borg. He came back to reality pretty quick once he left the program, but for a while it seemed like Boimler really believed that he was assimilated. Number 7. Sisko punching Q. Q only visited Deep Space Nine once during the show, and he wasn't exactly welcomed by the crew. He came to the station in the episode Q-less in search of Vash, the archaeologist who Picard had a brief romance with in TNG. Q and her had been traveling together until Vash decided to part ways, but Q was persistent. He followed her aboard DS9, where she was trying to sell her mysterious archaeological finds from across the galaxy, and things quickly started to get weird. First, Q forced Bashir asleep for the whole episode to keep him from hitting on Vash, which was when O'Brien noticed his old friend. Sisko, familiar with Q's previous antics aboard the Enterprise D, headed down to Quark's bar to confront him. Q messed with Sisko by making everyone else disappear from the station. At this point, Sisko was fuming. To mock his anger, Q then turned the bar into a boxing ring and started hopping around the commander and landing some nasty punches. Sisko was done with Q's nonsense and knocked him to the ground. It's indescribable how jaw-dropping this scene is to watch for the first time, given how powerful Q was shown to be. Even Q was shocked, saying, "You hit me. Picard never hit me." Sisko responded perfectly with, "I'm not Picard." Sisko must have known that he stood no chance against a Q, but punching him anyway just to make a statement. The first impression is probably why Q has never returned to the station again. Sisko was far less interested in talking to Q or playing into his games than Picard was, and far more focused on getting him off the station as quickly as possible. Number 6. Data's cake. Dreams can be pretty abstract and random sometimes, so when Data experimented with dreaming for the first time, it was clear that we were in store for some crazy stuff. Still, nothing could have prepared us for the weird things floating around in Data's subconsciousness. In the dreams, he found a door on his torso to find a rotary telephone, he was attacked by construction workers in an Enterprise corridor after shrieking a high-pitched sound, and he watched as Dr. Crusher sipped from a straw attached to Riker's head. Yet, the weirdest part was when Data was forced to cut into a cake with the face of Chancellor Troy. This scene is one of the most surreal in Star Trek. Of course, we learned later that Data's dreams were being influenced by interphasic creatures feeding on the Enterprise crew. He was subconsciously aware of the creatures, but needed to dream in order to understand these thoughts. It's really interesting how Data's mind constructed an analogy of the creatures feeding on the crew by forcing Data to slice into a cake of his friend. This episode was incredibly well written, but without context, the Deanna Troi cake, and to a lesser extent the other dream sequences, will definitely leave you dumbfounded. Fortunately, Deanna got some payback at the end of the episode when she and Data dined on a delicious Data cake. Number 5. Klingons have two what? It's been established for a long time that Klingon bodies evolved to possess extra organs as backups. They had 2 livers, 3 lungs, multiple stomachs, an 8-chambered heart, and 23 ribs, just to name a few. In the first season finale of Star Trek Discovery, we learned another fact about Klingon anatomy when a Klingon appeared briefly in the background, peeing on a wall at the Orion colony on Kronos. You may have noticed there were 2 streams. Klingons are now officially confirmed to have extra genitals, and the fan fiction community is probably going wild. The attention to continuity is admirable, though many questions still remain. Are they arranged vertically or horizontally? How many genitals does a half Klingon have, and do they have ridges? We may never know for sure. Honestly, some questions are probably okay to leave unanswered. Except this one. I'd like to know. Number 4. Stamets comparing dilithium to fossil fuels. In the Discovery episode A Noble for Charon, Jet Reno had a conversation with Stamets about the differences between a typical warp drive and Stamets' displacement-activated spore hub drive. Reno started by mocking the spore drive and calling Stamets a guy who thinks he can run a ship on mushrooms that I picked off my pizza. Stamets was quick to argue that the spore drive was not only a vastly faster method of propulsion, but also an eco-friendly alternative to dilithium. Stamets explained, most people don't think about how many worlds have been destroyed by dilithium mining and how many battles were fought for these valuable crystals, something which became very clear after the burn. He even went as far as to compare dilithium dependency to humanity's past dependency on fossil fuels, which also caused untold pollution and destruction. Just as solar power and other forms of renewable energy replaced the harmful pollutants of the past. This is an interesting perspective on dilithium that we've never really heard before, and it makes you wonder if humanity will repeat the mistakes of its past by relying on limited resources. Number 3. Tiana's medical chainsaw. We've seen lots of really impressive medical devices in Star Trek, including tricorders, laser scalpels, dermal regenerators, and more. But there's one device that just doesn't fit in. In the Lower Decks episode Mining the Mines of Minds, a Cerritos crew member had an alien parasite attached to his foot, and Dr. Tiana used an actual chainsaw to perform an amputation on the limb. Tiana made it clear that the patient was sedated, and that a new limb would be grown in the lab to replace his foot. But there must have been a more delicate way to perform the procedure. This device was shown mostly for shock humour, but chainsaws have actually been tied to medicine forever. In fact, you may be horrified to learn that one of the first recorded chainsaws was actually invented to assist the childbirth before modern C-section surgeries were invented. Still, one would hope the 24th century would be a bit more advanced. Number 2. The birth of Spock 2. Pretty much every episode of the animated series was straight up absurd, but one of the most ridiculous moments was the birth of Spock 2. In the episode The Infinite Vulcan, Spock was captured by the Philosians and brought to a giant mad scientist named Dr. Stavros Caniculus V. Giant was the 5th clone of the original Stavros, who crashed on the Philosians' planet many years ago and accidentally killed most of the population. Stavros vowed to become the protector of the remaining Philosians and continued to genetically enhance and clone himself until becoming a massive, incredibly powerful being. His plan was to create a genetically modified clone of Spock and to serve as a peacekeeper, and he surprisingly succeeded. This giant clone, known as Spock 2, began its life quite confused, but slowly started to take on more and more of the original Spock's personality. The procedure nearly killed Spock, but Spock 2 was able to heal him with a mind meld. Spock 2 made the bold decision to remain on the planet to help the Philosians, and we didn't see him again until the Lower Decks episode Keishon His Eyes Open, where we saw his skeleton suspended from a ceiling as part of Kerner Hergé's collection of strange artifacts. Number 1. Original series Klingons in Deep Space Nine. The Deep Space Nine and original series crossover episode Trials and Tribulations was absolutely bonkers. One of the oddest moments in the episode was when Worf was forced to explain to Bashir, Odo and O'Brien that the group of human-looking people in the bar were actually Klingons. Up to this point, it was unclear whether the design of the original series Klingons was completely retconned after the motion picture, or if they actually used to look like humans. This scene officially confirmed the latter, but Worf refused to explain why his people looked so different in the past, stating, "We do not discuss it with outsiders." Of course, we learned in the Enterprise episode Affliction that the Klingons became more human-like because of a genetically enhanced supervirus spliced with human augmented DNA. Though, when Trials and Tribulations first aired, audiences were left guessing what could have possibly changed Klingon anatomy so drastically after only one generation. We have to give points to O'Brien and Bashir though. O'Brien guessed it was caused by genetic engineering, and Bashir guessed it was a viral mutation, and they were both technically right, which must have really annoyed Worf.
In Trek, Starfleet constantly encounters dangerous new technologies, phenomena, and alien societies. Despite this, they are actually surprisingly transparent with their knowledge. Students at Starfleet Academy, for example, learn about the adventures of Kirk's Enterprise and the many earth-shattering discoveries they made with little censorship. However, Starfleet, like pretty much every other organisation, has some secrets that they wish to keep hidden. Tech too potentially dangerous to be shared, crimes that Starfleet committed in the past, entire worlds forbidden to visit, and many more classified pieces of information exist, known only to the highest-ranking officers in the fleet and the CIA-inspired secret organisation Section 31. Section 31 itself, since its conception, has retreated further and further into the shadows, until they were virtually forgotten by everyone by the 24th century. Clearly, Starfleet has a skill of hiding what they don't want to be known. And so, with that in mind then, I'm Ellie with TrekCulture here with 10 classified Starfleet secrets. Number 10. Yaw. When Discovery's crew travelled to the 32nd century in Star Trek Discovery's third season, the Mirror Universe version of Philippa Georgiou started having flashbacks, losing control of her mind, and physically glitching at random intervals, and no one on the ship could figure out what was wrong. The Discovery crew took this information to Dr. Kovich, who accessed and showed Dr. Culber the classified file of the alien known as Yaw. Yaw was a Starfleet officer and time soldier who, in 2379, travelled both to the future and to the Prime Universe from another dimension. Kovich revealed that his journey to both a different time and a different universe, just as Georgiou had done, caused him to slowly and painfully die as his molecules drifted further away from the time and place they were meant to be. Interestingly, it's heavily implied that the universe Yaw originated from was the rebooted timeline from the new Star Trek movies. Kovich stated that his reality was created by a Romulan mining ship. Fans assumed that he was referring to the Narada, Nero's ship from the 2009 film Star Trek. Number 9. The technology of the Genesis device. The development of the Genesis device started off with good intentions. The device created by Dr. Carol Marcus was the most sophisticated terraforming technology in the Federation. But after Khan stole it and detonated it aboard the USS Reliant, the technology's destructive capability was exposed, which made Project Genesis a huge controversy across the quadrant. All of the science behind the Genesis device was classified by Starfleet. This, mixed with the drama surrounding Khan, made many neighbours of the Federation, such as the Klingons, very nervous. Ultimately, these fears died down because the tech was soon found to be unstable and the project was scrapped. So although almost everyone in the quadrant had heard about the Genesis device in the 23rd century, the actual science behind it was known to only a few individuals. It's likely that either Starfleet or Section 31 still keep records of the tech, and many other alien species have probably tried to recreate it, but we have so far never seen this on screen. Number 8. Dangerous Borg files. In the iconic two-part Voyager episode Scorpion, the crew entered Borg space for the first time. Prior to this moment, no Federation ship had ever gone so deep inside the Borg's home territory, so Janeway tried to prepare by reviewing every file on the Borg she could find, including classified information likely only available to captains. It's a quick shot that's easy to miss, but near the beginning of the episode, when Janeway is doing research on the computer in her ready room, you can see that the Borg files she's reading are, in fact, classified. This might seem like a minor detail, but it actually tells us a lot. Most people in the Federation have heard of the Borg, so it's likely the classified information pertains to Borg technology, such as nanoprobes and electronic mind control, which could have been studied from salvaged Borg drones and ships. It makes sense that Starfleet would know a great deal about the tech simply from examining it, but they definitely wouldn't want the Klingons or Romulans to be able to access it. Number 7. The Paxons. In the Next Generation episode Clues, the Enterprise D inadvertently stumbled into the home system of the Paxons, but everyone other than Data had the memory of their encounter erased. The Paxons are a highly xenophobic species. They hate outsiders so much that they conceal their homeworld with an energy field that stuns the crew of approaching alien ships, rendering them unconscious until they leave the system. The field also tricks sensors into detecting a fake wormhole, so when the crew awakens, they assume that the journey through the wormhole was the cause of their unconsciousness and spontaneous jumping across light years. Unfortunately for the Paxons, Data, as an android, was immune to the effects of the energy field. At first, Data was able to revive the crew, but in order to escape certain destruction and appease the Paxons, Picard had to allow them to erase the crew's memories. He ordered Data to never reveal the existence of the Paxons, but clues were left behind that led Picard to uncover Data's secret. The Paxons agreed to give them a second chance and once again erase their memories, this time taking special care to remove any residual clues. Data presumably kept the existence of the Paxons secret for the rest of his life. Number 6. Discovery and the Spore Drive. After its sister ship, the USS Glenn, was destroyed, Discovery became Starfleet's only ship equipped with a displacement-activated Spore Hub drive. This unique technology is the fastest and most advanced method of travel ever seen on screen. The ship can access a universe-wide network of mycelium to instantaneously move across the galaxy. The tech was highly classified and was even developed with the involvement of Section 31. Although the Klingons were aware Discovery could appear out of nowhere, they had no idea how the Spore Drive functioned. After Discovery and its crew were transported to the future following the battle with the artificial intelligence Control, Spock recommended to Starfleet that Discovery should be reported as destroyed and keep classified all information regarding the Spore Drive and Control. Clearly they listened to his advice, as Starfleet never used Spore Drive tech again until Discovery returned in the 32nd century. When they got to the future, the Spore Drive was instrumental in protecting what remained of the Federation and solving the mystery of the burn. Number 5. The Morphogenic Virus. One of the more abhorrent acts ever committed by Section 31 was their creation and deployment of the Morphogenic Virus. Section 31, realizing that the Federation's hopes of winning the Dominion War were dwindling, intentionally infected Odo with the virus during a medical examination. The top-secret morphogenic virus was specially designed to kill changelings, the leaders of the Dominion. They hoped that Odo, when linking with other changelings, would pass it on to the whole population. Odo was never meant to develop symptoms, but when he began to, Dr. Bashir did some digging and exposed the Section 31 plan. Using some fancy tech, Bashir was able to enter the mind of the Section 31 agent Luther Sloan to extract the cure, saving the changelings, including Odo, and improving the relationship between the Dominion and the Federation. Many in the Federation opposed giving away the cure to save their enemies, but this act of mercy was instrumental in ending the Dominion War. Number 4. The Pegasus. In Star Trek Discovery's third season, the ship received a number of tech upgrades from the future. One of these upgrades was a cloaking device which surprised audiences because for most of Starfleet's history, the organization was banned from developing any sort of cloaking technology. The ban was one of the requirements of the Treaty of Algeron, which also reinforced and redefined the Romulan neutral zone and greatly improved the Federation's relationship with the Romulan Empire. The treaty brought peace to the Alpha Quadrant but delayed the advancement of cloaking technology for centuries. Many in Starfleet were apparently rather displeased with this arrangement, as we learn in the Next Generation episode Pegasus that the organization illegally developed and tested a secret cloaking ship, the USS Pegasus. The Pegasus was equipped with a phase cloaking device, a unique type of cloaking tech that shifted the vessel out of phase with normal space, rendering it not only invincible but also presumably indestructible. After an accident, the Pegasus was thought to be destroyed, but it was actually drifting through space in its cloaked state, before materializing later inside a solid asteroid. In the episode, the Enterprise D crew was ordered to retrieve or destroy the wreckage before the Romulans found it, but when Picard learned the truth of the phase cloaking device, he made the information public. Number 3. The Mirror Universe Visitors from Discovery. At the end of the first season of Star Trek Discovery, the ship and its crew were transported to the Mirror Universe, the edgy, authoritarian reality, first appearing in the original series episode Mirror, Mirror. Eventually, Captain Gabriel Lorca was revealed to be a Mirror Universe imposter trying to use Discovery to get revenge on the Empress of the Terran Empire, the mirror counterpart of Michael Burnham's deceased former captain Philippa Georgiou. In the end, Lorca was killed and Georgiou was brought back to the Prime Universe against her will, where she assisted Discovery in ending the Klingon War, then later started working for Section 31. Despite Discovery's first season taking place before the original series, when Kirk's Enterprise encountered the Mirror Universe in Mirror Mirror, they had never heard about it before. This is because Discovery's interactions with the Mirror Universe were classified on a need-to-know basis. Only high-ranking officers like Captain Pike were briefed on the Mirror Universe, Lorca's origins, and the true identity of the new Georgiou. When interacting with average people, Georgiou played the role of her prime counterpart, stating that she somehow survived her supposed death. Number 2. The Secret of Talos IV. The true nature of Talos IV was a secret so guarded by Starfleet that revealing it was, during the original series, the only crime with the death penalty. Talos IV was the planet visited by Captain Pike and the old Enterprise crew in the original series pilot episode The Cage. The world was home to the Talosians, whose technological illusions were so powerful that they could allow extremely injured or dying people to live comfortably again. Spock commandeered the Enterprise in the two-parter episode The Menagerie in order to free his former captain, Pike, from his wheelchair. The law forbidding travel to Talos IV was known as General Order 7, and as mentioned earlier, had a punishment of death, but Spock was able to protect his crew by seizing control of the ship single-handedly, risking only his own life. In the end, Starfleet made an exception to General Order 7 and allowed Spock to go unpunished, but the law likely remained in place afterwards, at least for a few decades. Starfleet feared what would happen to both the Federation and the Talosians if the public were to learn of the incredible powers found on Talos IV. Number 1. The Omega Directive. In the late 23rd century, a Federation scientist named Keterat made a very dangerous discovery, the Omega molecule. Keterat created an Omega molecule using boronite ore, but lacking proper containment, the molecule became unstable and exploded, killing everyone aboard their secret research base and devastating the Lantaru sector. The worst effect of the explosion was the destruction of subspace, which rendered warp travel and subspace communications impossible across light years of space. Starfleet determined that Omega was too dangerous to be allowed to exist, as a few mere particles were thought to be enough to destroy subspace across an entire quadrant. All information regarding them was classified, and only Starfleet captains and flag officers were briefed on its existence for the sole purpose of destroying it at any cost should any molecules be detected. Voyager encountered a large number of Omega molecules in the episode The Omega Directive. Alone in the Delta Quadrant, Janeway was forced to inform the crew about Omega and, with the help of 7 of 9, successfully destroyed the molecules, damaging only a small area of space.
Ah, good old Star Trek. Always friends with everyone, never falling out, never causing any issues, certainly never. Yeah. I'm Sean here for TrekCulture, and here are 8 Star Trek episodes that pissed off other franchises. Number 8. Our Man Bashir vs. MGM. Jumping in with one of the most famous ones, Our Man Bashir was the 4th season episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine that pays a loving tribute to the spy genre, though of course it most closely resembles the work of Ian Fleming. Alexander Siddig described the episode as The Spy Who Loved Me, From Russia With Love, Octopussy and DS9 all rolled into one. The episode aired 1 week after the release of GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan's first movie as the famous spy. This was an attempt to capitalise on the resurgence of Bond. Thankfully for Star Trek, GoldenEye revived the franchise and was extremely well received. Unfortunately for Star Trek, MGM got wind of what had happened, and a very angry letter was sent to the producers. While the DS9 companion doesn't disclose what was actually in the letter, Ronald D. Moore simply said that MGM did not find imitation that flattering. This left the writers a little gun-shy about using overt Bond references in the future, so when the programme next appeared in Season 5's A Simple Investigation, the references were toned down significantly, avoiding another run-in with the rival studio. Number 7. Beyond the Farthest Star vs. Lost in Space. Look at those smug animated characters there. That's probably exactly what was going through Irvin Allen's mind in 1971. Allen created Lost in Space, Star Trek's perceived rival for sci-fi television in the 60s. Lost in Space was cancelled in 1968, 1 year before Star Trek finished with Turnabout Intruder in 1969. However, Lost in Space had continually beaten Star Trek in the war over ratings. Added to this, CBS originally bought Lost in Space, turning down Gene Roddenberry and Herb Solo's pitch for Star Trek. Funny about how these things come around in full circle, but back at this time, Lost in Space had succeeded where Star Trek had failed.
However, the commission of Star Trek the Animated Series was a sign that Star Trek had a far greater staying power than Lost in Space did. This was supported by the growth in conventions and eventual green light for Star Trek the Motion Picture. Without doing anything overt to take down the rival show, Star Trek ended up getting the last laugh over Lost in Space in this period of history. At least Bill Mumy, the original Will Robinson, would go on to appear in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, although they did kill him. So who's to say if the bad blood has really ended? Number 6. Star Trek First Contact versus First Contact. Okay, yes, we know Star Trek First Contact is not an episode. However, Star Trek First Contact is the second Next Generation era film and is generally regarded as one of the best Trek movies to date. It featured the return of the Borg, the depiction of the first meeting between humans and the Vulcans, and, best of all, the Enterprise E makes its glorious debut. It was seen as a marked improvement on Star Trek Generations, which had suffered a bit at the box office and with its critical reception. However, after the release of the film, Paramount Pictures were slapped with a lawsuit from the estate of Murray Leinster. The lawsuit alleged that Star Trek First Contact violated trademark protections on Leinster's 1945 novella First Contact. This novella ironically won a retrospective Hugo Award in 1996 and is generally accepted as the origin of the term universal translator. The Eastern District of Virginia found that the phrase First Contact as applied to alien encounters may very well have originated with Leinster in 1945. However, since that time, this term had moved on to common use as a way to describe the initial meeting between mankind and extraterrestrial beings. The court ruled in favour of Paramount Pictures. Number 5. Dawn versus Enemy Mine. Dawn is a second season episode of Enterprise that is generally regarded as one of the weakest offerings of the seasons, perhaps of the entire show overall. Trip is attacked by an alien vessel, though both then crash land on an inhospitable world. Together, they must find a way to cooperate or risk dying of exposure and dehydration before rescue. There is one problem immediately. The episode is a remake of Darmok, which is often regarded as one of the best episodes of Star Trek in its entirety. However, fans of Barry B. Longyear were quick to point out that the episode wasn't simply a remake of that episode, it owed a lot to the 1985 film Enemy Mine, starring Dennis Quaid and Louis Gossett Jr. The film was based on Longyear's 1980 novella of the same name. Though Enemy Mine dealt with a much longer time period, the episode's plot followed more or less the early parts of the script, stopping short of having Trip and Zokan spend 3 years living with each other on the planet. This episode earned harsh reviews from critics, with its writer John Scheiben being labelled a plagiarist as well. Number 4. Profit and Loss versus Warner Brothers. Profit and Loss is a second season episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine that takes Quark firmly and puts him in the front seat, for once depicting him as the romantic lead of the episode. His old flame, Professor Natima Lang, arrives on the station with her students, Hogue and Raquelin. They are fleeing from the Cardassian government, though Quark gets caught up in a plot involving revolutionaries, spies and warring governments. Quark is Rick Blaine, Lang is Ilsa Lund, and the plot is entirely based on the film Casablanca, which is arguably the most romantic film ever made. Take a hike, The Notebook. The plots are so close to each other, in fact, that the original title of the episode was going to be Here's Looking at You. Warner Brothers were having none of it, and the episode was quickly retitled on the threat of legal action. Actual story was vague enough without the direct reference to get away with being made. Having the title be an actual line from the film? Absolutely not. The episode's ending is pretty much a direct lift from the film, with even Garrick getting into the fun, playing the part of Captain Louis Renault. It's a fun, romantic example of gently lifting a plot and dropping it into the 24th century. Number 3. Distant Origin versus Jurassic Park. Distant Origin is a third season episode of Star Trek Voyager that is generally regarded as one of the strongest overall scripts in the show's 7-season run. The plot follows Professor Gagan, a Galileo-esque academic who is on a quest to prove that his species, the Voth, are descended from mammals on a far-off world. That world happens to be Earth, and while it isn't mammals they are descended from, it is in fact the dinosaurs, specifically the Parasaurolophus. The episode aired on the 30th of April 1997, 4 years after the release of Jurassic Park, and roughly 1 month before the release of the Lost World Jurassic Park. This episode directly contradicts both films, as Janeway and the Doctor categorically state that the Hadrosaurs were cold-blooded creatures. The Jurassic Park franchise maintained that they were warm-blooded, which was in keeping with scientific trends that had originated in the 70s with the discovery of the Deinonychus. Though there is little evidence that the Jurassic Park franchise was in any way adversely affected by the episode, it was an example of Star Trek seemingly going out of its way opportunity to be different for one of the most successful franchises, or at the time, movies, of all time. Number 2. Elementary Dear Data versus Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's estate. Elementary Dear Data was the second season episode of Star Trek The Next Generation that landed the show in a bit of bother. In it, Data plays Holmes, Geordi plays Watson, and the villainous Professor Moriarty makes his first appearance. However, when the writers were working on the episode, they mistakenly thought that the works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had passed into the public domain, when this actually wasn't the case. When the episode aired, the estate of Doyle got in touch with Paramount Pictures. They informed the company that the estate still held a percentage of the rights to the characters, therefore they would require a fee if the episode was ever to receive a sequel. The legal issues surrounding this took a further 3 years to rectify. By the time they were fully sorted, the production was underway on the show's 6th season. The episode Ship in a Bottle was drafted, featuring the return of Professor Moriarty, who had been kept in a static state for the previous few years. There was an explanation given on screen as to the unusual delay, though really, it all came down to the courts. Number 1. Emissary versus Babylon 5. J. Michael Straczynski began working on his idea for Babylon 5 in 1986. He pitched the idea to Paramount Pictures, who declined. Warner Brothers would later give him the green light and production began on the pilot episode, The Gathering, in 1992. While the show was filmed quickly, the post-production process took longer than their Star Trek counterparts, which resulted in The Gathering airing 7 weeks later than Emissary. While Straczynski has always remained diplomatic in the way he spoke about the two shows, he felt that Paramount Pictures was certainly guided by his brief for Babylon 5 when it came to Deep Space Nine. He asserts that Rick Berman and Michael Piller weren't at fault, as he believes they couldn't have known about his script for the show. However, there were some similarities particularly singled out. A space station near a transit hub, head of the station is a commander, not a captain, female second in command, a central marketplace including a casino, the station contains diplomats, merchants and the like, both feature characters who could change their shape. While he stopped short of taking any sort of legal action against Paramount, the two shows were definite rivals on the television circuit in the 90s, with fans to this day split as to which one was the better show.
The storylines of Star Trek episodes aren't always wrapped up perfectly. Sometimes things are only implied to happen after the events of an episode, but never actually shown. In this video, we're going over the examples that stand out as particularly awkward. We're looking at creepy situations, embarrassing mistakes, ridiculous mission reports, and more things that would have been super uncomfortable for characters after the fact. When you look into the details, you'll realise that these things must have happened, which is unfortunate because some of our examples nearly ruin the episode they come from. With that being said, I'm long-term editor, first-time presenter Tom Roberts-Finn, and this is 10 awkward things that must have happened after Star Trek episodes. Number 10. Barclay's soiled reputation. The holodeck is a brilliant invention, but, as we've learned many times before, it can be easily abused in some truly disturbing ways. In the Next Generation episode Hollow Pursuits, which you knew we'd have to talk about at some point, we got introduced to holo addiction. Lieutenant Reginald Barclay became so obsessed with holographic fantasies that he started completely avoiding real-world interaction and showing up late for work. Eventually, LaForge went looking for Barclay and walked in on him playing a holodeck program where he fought and demeaned holograms of his superior officers in a 17th century setting. LaForge tried to explain that it was weird to recreate real people on the holodeck and tried to help him out of his addiction. But it persisted, and he was soon caught in the act once again. This time, Riker, LaForge, and Troy all barged in to find the same program running and encountered the Goddess of Empathy, a sexualized recreation of Counselor Deanna Troi, who was madly in love with Barclay. They responded incredibly calmly, given how weird and invasive this program was. Regardless, it must have been hard for the three of them, especially Deanna, to walk past Barclay in the corridors after seeing all of that. Like Riker said, there should have really been some rules on the books against recreating real people on the holodeck. Maybe these rules were created later because of Barclay's creepy programs. Number 9. Archer's Cold Front Report. Cold Front was one of the most embarrassing moments in Captain Archer's career. This Enterprise episode revealed that crewman Daniels was actually a fighter in the temporal Cold War, originating from the 31st century. After the episode, Archer would have had to explain to Starfleet Command that not only was Daniels able to hide his identity and his futuristic technology, but he also claimed to be from the future, something that the Vulcans firmly believed was impossible at the time. Then, Daniels' future tech, the Temporal Observatory, and his phasing device were both destroyed and Daniels was thought to have been killed, leaving no evidence for the story he gave. The Vulcan scientists and authorities were probably even more shocked than Starfleet to hear Archer's report. Their skepticism of time travel came up again later in the series, but the fact that Daniels was presumed killed before he could even face questioning must have made some Vulcans suspect foul play, or some sort of cover-up on Archer's behalf to hide the mistakes of Earth's most famous crew. Basically, it would have been pretty hard to convince anyone who wasn't there that the Temporal War was real and the events of Cold Front actually happened. Number 8. The problem with the Doctor's daydreams. In the Voyager episode Tinker Tenor Dr. Spy, Seven and B'Elanna discovered a part of the Doctor's program that probably made life aboard the ship much more awkward. In the episode, the Doctor added a subroutine to his program that allowed him to daydream. Unfortunately, a hierarchy vessel tapped into his daydreams, causing them to become unpredictable and uncontrollable. In an effort to repair him, Torres routed his daydreams through the holodeck projectors, allowing herself, Janeway, Seven, and Kim to observe them for themselves. They got to see the Doctor playing out his fantasy of taking command of Voyager and saving the ship, but also some more personal desires. His other daydreams were of painting a nude erotically posed Seven of Nine and breaking up with B'Elanna, who cried that Tom Paris wasn't half the man the Doctor was. Seven of Nine seemed fairly unfazed by the Doctor's fantasies. She even gave him a small kiss at the end of the episode, explaining that it was purely platonic. But it was likely that things were pretty awkward between him and B'Elanna after she learned his feelings for her, and his jealousy for Paris. She may have even told Tom, which would really make for a weird dynamic whenever he assisted in sickbay. It also must have been a bit uncomfortable for B'Elanna to know that her physician had romantic feelings for her. Number 7. Picard readjusting to life on the Enterprise. Picard's been through a lot of awful shit in his life. His mother died when he was young, he was stabbed by a Nausicaan, tortured by the Cardassians, and assimilated by the Borg, to name but a few. Yet, the most traumatic moment in his life was probably the events of the Inner Light. In this episode, he lived an entire decade of a life that wasn't his, inside of an alien simulation. The ordeal only lasted a few minutes in reality, but for him it was a whole other life, and the show barely expanded on what this meant for him. Maybe the writers just figured Picard got enough therapy in the episode Family after the best of both worlds. Still, some time must have needed to pass before Picard was ready to captain the ship again. He probably spent a lot of time off duty to process what happened to him. He spent so long in the simulation that he likely forgot command codes, regulations, and maybe even some of his crew and friends. The very next episode is the dramatic two-parter time travel story Time's Arrow, so we can only hope that Picard had at least a few weeks to sit around and mentally recover before immediately going on to save all of humanity. Number 6. The Hide and Q report. After Hide and Q, it's doubtful that Starfleet Command would have approved of Riker giving up his Q powers so quickly. He could have done a lot of good for the Federation with those abilities. He could have cured any disease, invented new technology to defend the Federation, or practically anything else. Instead, he briefly played around with giving his friends their greatest desires, and then gave up on his powers when he realized they didn't actually want his help. Picard and Riker would have had to explain to Command that they gave up this huge opportunity simply because they thought that it was too much power for a human, and probably because Riker didn't want to risk change his identity. Number 5. The Trouble with Tribble Disposal. At the end of The Trouble with Tribbles, Scotty removed the Tribbles from the Enterprise by beaming them directly onto the Klingon ship. This was a bit messed up on a few levels. Besides the fact that this could have been enough to start a war, Scotty also condemned thousands of innocent creatures to gruesome, painful deaths. We know that the Klingons despise Tribbles, and an infestation of them would almost certainly lead to a bloodbath. The creatures would continue to multiply as they were hunted, and the Klingons would soon need to start taking them out faster and faster. Honestly, it would have been more humane to just beam the Tribbles right into space. Their deaths would have probably been quicker than at the hands of the Klingons, who aren't exactly known for their mercy. Number 4. Spock getting teased. Spock's friends on the Enterprise responded pretty maturely when they learned about Spock's Ponfar in the TOS episode A Mock Time. They wouldn't mock him for something out of his control, no matter how strange the Vulcan mating rituals may seem to humans. However, at the end of the episode, when Spock realized that he didn't actually kill Captain Kirk, he let his emotions show for a moment, shouting Jim and smiling from pointed ear to pointed ear. He tried to play it off, but Kirk, McCoy and Nurse Chapel all saw what happened. Spock revealed in this moment that he cared deeply for his friend, Kirk, something that he rarely made clear with his words. It's not hard to imagine the three witnesses teasing Spock about his secret feelings. I know I would. Loser. Number 3. Interstellar Traffic Cops. We've talked a lot about the next-gen episode Force of Nature, which showed that warp travel was slowly damaging space. At the end of the episode, a speed limit of warp fire was put in place throughout Federation space, except in extreme emergencies. As we've gone over before, Starfleet never really followed this limit, and we never got any solution to the problem in canon. One thing we haven't really discussed was the fact that the Federation authorities would likely have to patrol their space to catch any civilian ships exceeding the speed limit, sort of like interstellar traffic cops. We can only imagine the outrage of civilian freighter captains who would almost certainly have their profits cut down because of the Warp 5 limit. Who knows, the damage could have been minimized with new technology sometime shortly after the episode, or Federation authorities may have continued to impose this speed limit on the civilians in their space, while allowing Starfleet to continually and blatantly ignore it. Number 2. The crew realizing Captain Freeman's mistake. We learned a lot about the Federation News Network in the Lower Decks episode Trusted Sources. An FNN reporter came aboard the Cerritos to do a story on its mission and crew during Project Swingby, a mission to return and offer assistance to planets visited by Starfleet in the past. Captain Freeman was worried about her daughter Beckett making the Cerritos look bad, so she ordered her not to speak to FNN under any circumstances. Beckett then did an interview behind her mother's back, and the captain was so mad that she transferred her off the ship onto the dreaded Starbase 80. Once the FNN story aired, Freeman realised that Beckett had actually given a very charitable interview, which she probably would have known if she just bothered to ask. Of course, Beckett wasn't eager to accept her apology after the fact, choosing instead to run off with Picard's contracted archaeologist friend Petra Aberdeen. The rest of the crew were taken out of context, and the FNN expose nearly led to the entire California class being decommissioned. Beckett and her mother made amends at the end of the next episode, but kicking her daughter off the ship was definitely one of Captain Freeman's most embarrassing moments. The whole crew had to say goodbye to their friend because Freeman was just too stubborn to hear her daughter out. Number 1. Janeway's reunion with Mark. Voyager's early return home to Earth led to celebrations all across the Federation. It was a wonderful time for the entire crew, but Captain Janeway may have had a bit of an awkward reunion with her ex-fiancé Mark. About 4 years after Voyager was lost, they were able to use the Hirogen subspace relay network to contact Starfleet in the episode Hunters, and the crew were finally able to contact their loved ones. Janeway was excited at first to speak to Mark once again, but her mood quickly changed when she learned what he had been up to while she was gone. Mark held out hope for longer than most, but eventually came to the conclusion that Janeway had died and decided to move on with his life. He was devastated to lose his fiancée, yet he went on to marry his co-worker only 6 months after Voyager was lost. Janeway was heartbroken, but understood that Mark needed to move on eventually, although getting married to another woman only 6 months later was a tad surprising. We can imagine that Janeway and Mark's reunion after Endgame was far less romantic than she hoped. This is especially sad when you rewatch the episode Elogium, when Janeway told Chakotay she intended to get home before Mark gave her up for dead.
Hi guys, Sean Ferrick here for TrekCulture, and come and join me on a journey of what if as we go through 10 scrapped ideas for Star Trek Enterprise Season 5. Number 10. Regenerating the Borg Queen. Producer Manny Coto said that had Enterprise gone on into a 5th season, they would have looked into bringing back the Borg Queen, who we had of course seen several times before, Star Trek First Contact and Star Trek Voyager. Further to just bringing the character back, he was looking to bring back Alice Krige. Now, Alice Krige, of course, played the Queen originally in Star Trek First Contact and then returned in Endgame in Star Trek Voyager. Her chilling tones were slightly more menacing than Susanna Thompson's take on the Queen, and it would have been absolutely fantastic to see her return as a human character. Now, she would have been brought in as a human scientist who was then assimilated by the Borg. Now, as we know, the Queen herself can be several drones, can be one drone. This was established in Star Trek Picard, and we know that there's another Queen returning in the form of Annie Wershing in Star Trek Picard's 2nd season. So, just because Alice Krige shows up in Enterprise Season 5 doesn't necessarily mean she's the same Queen from First Contact and Endgame, and you know what? It doesn't matter. It sounded like it would have been a fantastic tip of the hat to Star Trek history in general. Number 9. Revisiting the Cloudminders from Stratos. The Cloudminders is a 3rd season episode of Star Trek the original series, which is surprisingly good considering the reputation that that season has. It deals with apartheid, with the richer people living in this wonderful cloud city of Stratos and the poorer people mining Zenite on the surface of the planet. Now, in the original series episode, Stratos is the main provider to the Federation of the mineral Zenite, and Manny Coto wanted to revisit this idea 100 years previously. The Vulcans could have very easily tipped off the Federation as to where to get this mineral, as it seems to have only been available on this planet. Stratos was something that Manny Coto really wanted to revisit, as in all of Star Trek it only has specifically appeared in that one episode. However, it has turned up as Easter eggs throughout the other series, particularly in Deep Space Nine, where it's advertised on view screens in, say, the Replimat or Quarks bar as a very popular holiday destination. The original city was designed by Matt Jeffries, but it never really got that finished treatment. So when the original series was remastered, it got a lot of an upgrade, which would have then been fully realised in the CGI of Enterprise's time. Number 8. An entire season in the Mirror Universe. In a Mirror Darkly is one of the more fun two-parters in Enterprise's history. It comes late in the 4th season and it's set entirely in the Terran universe. The ending of that episode sees Hoshi take over as the Empress with the much more advanced USS Defiant under her command. Manny Koto had 2 reasons for wanting to follow up on this story. One was the story of Hoshi herself. How would she go from having a lot of firepower to becoming the undisputed Empress of the Terran Alliance? And that story, with all of the bloodshed that comes with it, was something that seriously interested him. The other way of doing it was to go completely balls to the wall berserk and do an entire season set in the Mirror universe. Now, it remains to be seen exactly how this would have come to pass, and in a way we saw a shade of that in Star Trek Discovery's first season, when we spent half of the first season in the Mirror universe, with Empress Georgiou and of course all of the ships of the time, serving as a wee bit of a tease as to what we would have got, even though we did get a blink and you'll miss it reference to the USS Defiant. Number 7, Thundercats. As anyone who has been watching this channel this season of Lower Decks' ups and downs will know, I am a Kzinti fan. I like them. They're giant cats. What's not to like? And it turns out that Manny Koto was also a fan. So now I feel vindicated. The Kzinti were loaned by writer Larry Niven for the original animated series of Star Trek. They arrived in the Slaver weapon. They have since only appeared by name in Star Trek Picard and have now appeared as a member of the crew in Star Trek Lower Decks. The 5th season of Enterprise would have included an episode called Kilkenny Cats, written by Manny Koto himself. Writer Jimmy Diggs had designed a Kzinti ship for use in the episode as well, and unfortunately, beautiful as the design was, it never got to be used. Now, the Kzinti are one of the great underrepresented races in Star Trek. So far, the only Kzinti that we've seen in Lower Decks has not yet received a name, which may immediately date this video as to when this is released and what's coming up in the rest of the season. However, bring me back some of those cats. Particularly Kilkenny Cats. Kilkenny is from Ireland, and so am I. That makes me happy. Number 6, T'Pol gets the Saavik treatment. In the Season 4 episode of Star Trek Enterprise, Home, we are introduced to T'Pol's mother, T'Les, and, much more stressfully, Trip is introduced to T'Pol's mother, T'Les. Because at this stage, Trip and T'Pol were having their sort of, are they, aren't they, we all wish they were full-time, they make such a great couple. This episode, much like the Next Generation episode Family, followed a drawn-out period of conflict where the crew seriously needed some R&R. One person we don't meet in this episode is T'Pol's father, who is said to have died many years previously. Going into the 5th season, Koto had planned for T'Pol's father to have been revealed as a Romulan agent. This, of course, would have made T'Pol half Romulan. This would have gone away toward explaining some of her more emotional outbursts from the first couple of seasons. Of course, they used, things like Trellium and the infection that she got from the mind melt to sort of explain this as it went along, really when they were just trying to flesh out the character a little bit. This would have put her in the exact same backstory as Lieutenant Saavik was originally due to receive in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. If you can recall, Kirstie Alley's take on Lieutenant Saavik was a much more emotional performance than Robin Curtis's take on Saavik in Star Trek 3 and 4. This was because she was to have been revealed as half Romulan. Now, going into Star Trek 3, director Leonard Nimoy was having none of that. He had no interest whatsoever in depicting her as half Romulan, and therefore that element of her story was dropped. This would have been recycled for T'Pol and would have allowed us to further explore T'Pol's background, but also the crossover between Vulcans and Romulans. Number 5, the birth of the Federation. Now, the much reviled finale, These Are the Voyages, finishes up with Archer walking up those steps to deliver his commencement speech at the inauguration of the Federation. But hold on, that's a big gap between the previous 2 episodes, Demons and Terra Firma, because that's 10 years of history. We had plenty of room to tell these stories going into a 5th season. Producers and writers Rick Berman and Brannon Braga had said that about These Are the Voyages, this was supposed to be a tribute and had always been planned for the finale of season 4, regardless as whether the show was cancelled or not. While that comes with a bit of a stench of horse manure, that also does a little bit of a disservice to the show in general, telling, well, we know how it's going to end. Why would you then give us the rest of the stories? So that there's a little bit of retconning going in there, I believe. All allegedly. We had a long way to go from the slowly developing friendship of the Andorians, Tellarites, Vulcans and humans in the 4th season before they amalgamate into the Federation. It is in fact one of the great unexplored periods of Star Trek's history. If you look forward then to Star Trek Discovery, which is set before the original series, there is still about 100 years of history there left to explore. There is literally tons of stories that can be told, all which would lead into the formation of one of the greatest alliances the Alpha Quadrant has ever seen. Number 4, continuing the temporal Cold War. The temporal Cold War took up much of the 1st and 2nd seasons of Enterprise, and it seems as though the audience never truly warmed to it, because as season 2 was coming to a close, ratings were falling, and this looked like it was going to be trouble for the show. It was revamped slightly, the Xindi arc was introduced, and the show went off in a bit of a different direction. Now, personally, I do think this was a good decision for Enterprise, which is not to say I didn't enjoy the Temporal Cold War. The 4th season begins with a 2-part episode, Stormfront, which was filling a mandate, and that mandate was, get this Cold War done. Get it done, get it sorted, we don't want to deal with this anymore, as was decreed by the producers, which it did a disservice to how much of a build-up to the temporal Cold War there was. Who exactly was this future guy that Silic was speaking to the whole time? Was he a Romulan agent? Was he an agent from Federation way in the future? What was going to be revealed? Well, it turns out there was a couple of options. One, it could well have been a Romulan agent, but another was that it could have been Archer himself in the future influencing events to come to a certain destination, which of course we don't know where that bloody destination is because the bloody show was cancelled. All is not massively lost, because in Star Trek Discovery's 3rd season, we know that there were huge temporal wars between the 24th and 25th centuries and the 32nd. So that means that quite possibly we could see this story played out just on a different series than we originally expected. Number 3, Whispers of the Romulan War. The original series episode Balance of Terror was the first face-to-face meeting between the Romulans and the humans. So that's been set in stone, we can't really mess with that. However, the glory of television and the glory of Enterprise being a prequel is that we, the audience, know what the Romulans look like. So, in Star Trek Enterprise's 4th season, when they did the episodes United, Babel 1 and the Enar, we were able to see what was going on Romulus without spoiling canon. Well done, Star Trek Enterprise. We then know that between the events of Enterprise and the original series, there was a devastating war between the Romulans and the Federation, and it was all fought with long-range weaponry. There was the stage set for this war to break out in Enterprise, and as we had seen before with the Dominion War in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, this need not have been confined to a single season. In fact, it could have been told over several years. That way you still get the gravitas of a huge interstellar war, but you also don't have to commit every single episode to it either. Again, another one of the great missed opportunities caused by the cancellation of the show. This really was something that could have deepened Romulan lore. Now, we are getting more Romulan stories in Star Trek's Picard and Discovery, but these are the Romulans broken and lost from their homeland. Let's look back to the Romulans in their prime. Number 2, Requiem for a Flint. Now, if you think back to the TrekCulture video, Oldest Characters in the Star Trek Universe, you might have noticed a missing name, and that is Flint, who first appeared in the original series' 3rd season episode Requiem for Methuselah. And hands up, that's because I forgot him. However, Manny Koto did not forget him and had in fact intended to bring him into the 5th season of Star Trek Enterprise. By the time Kirk and crew met Flint in the original series, he had lived for several thousands of years, even though he had begun as a human. He'd adopted many personalities throughout the years, including Plato, Johannes Brahms, and he was very much active on Earth around the time of the birth of the Federation because he was well aware of it by the time Starfleet came knocking at his door. That means he could easily have interacted with Archer and just asked him not to say anything, because there are many things that have happened throughout Star Trek's history that people haven't necessarily gone and filed their reports on. And for example, the Vulcans as well could easily have been aware of this person without feeling the need to reveal his identity to Starfleet. It would have been a fantastic way again of tying the original series and Enterprise in together, with a character crossing over in both without spoiling canon. Number 1, more Shran! More Shran is always a good thing. Give us more Combs. We were robbed, absolutely robbed, that Jeffrey Combs was not made a main character in Star Trek Enterprise. He had many guest appearances, although most notably as the Andorian commander Shran. Going into the 5th season, Manny Koto had planned for Shran to become a member of Archer's crew. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he joined Starfleet. He could have easily been on the bridge in the same capacity that T'Pol was in the 1st season, where she was an advisor and an ambassador for the Vulcan High Command. He could have been an advisor-ambassador for Andorian Military Command. We are delighted to know that Jeffrey Combs will be returning in Star Trek Lower Decks, but for the love of God, will you make this man a permanent employee? Sake!
With big swords, flashy ray guns, and even a microscopic world ender, Star Trek's devised some pretty horrifying ways to kill its characters over the years. Let's take a look at the juiciest. I'm Marcus Bronzy, this is TrekCulture, and here are 10 of the most powerful weapons in Star Trek. Number 10, the Sword of Kahless. The first ever bat'leth ever forged, the Sword of Kahless was a revered item to the Klingon people. It held the same significance in their history as the Holy Grail holds to humans. It was used by Kahless to instigate the founding of the First Empire and then held in worship following the leader's death. The item was stolen by the Herc during their invasion of Kronos, with many fakes cropping up over the years. However, in 2372, a Vulcan survey team discovered a tattered piece of the shroud that covered it on the planet in the Gamma Quadrant. Master Kor recruited Worf and Dax to help him find it. The true danger of the weapon became apparent once they and Toral, son of Duras, met on the distant planet. The cultural significance of the blade was enough to drive even the closest of friends apart, as evidenced when Kor and Worf came to blows. All three of them feared that if it were to return to Kronos, the civil war would not be long in following. Whilst it may physically be the least dangerous on this list, it symbolically has the power to destroy a world. Number 9, the Stone of Goal. The Stone of Goal was a devastating weapon that used the power of negative and dark emotions back against their victim. It was a psionic resonator, taking these feelings and turning them into a virus that destroyed the target. As deadly as that weapon was, it was revealed over time to have one major weakness. It had been designed on Vulcan during the time of their awakening. While Surak was beginning to preach total logic to the rest of his species, the early rage-filled Vulcans used this weapon to assert their dominance. However, Surak's followers quickly discovered that they had a way to circumvent the stone's power. If the target was able to empty their mind completely of any negative thoughts, the weapon became useless against them. The weapon was designed with these weaknesses emblazoned on the side. Pictograms represented the early Vulcan gods with a symbol of peace in between them. This allowed Captain Picard to discover the way to defeat the weapon once he came across it. The Vulcan isolationist movement had sought the pieces of the stone out to assemble this deadly weapon. Instead, they effectively handed it wholesale to the Vulcan authorities, who assured Picard it would quickly be destroyed. Number 8, the TR-116 rifle. The Dominion War forced Starfleet to begin experimenting with advanced weapons research, propelling the field further than even the conflicts with the Klingons, Romulans and the Borg. One such innovation, designed for ground
assaults was the TR-116 rifle. Unlike the standard phaser rifle that Starfleet utilized, this weapon was designed to fire a projectile. This had proven effective against the Borg shielding and would also allow the weapon to be used where energy dampeners were in place. The rifle featured prominently in Field of Fire, a 7th season episode of Deep Space Nine. By attaching a micro-transporter to the nozzle of the gun, a Vulcan who had been driven mad by his grief had been able to murder people from a distance, leaving no trace of himself behind. This was a cold, brutal method of execution, as anyone on the station could be the next target. Using the same weapon against him, Ezri Dax, assisted by her former host Joran, was able to neutralize the killer. The weapon never went into full production despite the obvious tactical advantages this offered. It was a step too far for Starfleet to take, though thankfully the war ended soon after that. Number 7. Jem'Hadar Disruptors. The Jem'Hadar were the foot soldiers of the Dominion, and they proved themselves time and time again to be a deadly army. While their vessels were outfitted with weapons that could punch through the shields of a Galaxy-class ship with ease, their handheld disruptors were more insidious. Though they carried knives for close combat, it was their pulse rifles that were the worst. Surviving an initial shot from one of these weapons was not a guarantee you actually live, as crewman Moon is discovered in 2373. Whilst investigating a crashed Jem'Hadar vessel, he was shot by a soldier as his away team retreated. Despite days of keeping his strength up, the engineer died anyway, deeply affecting both Chief O'Brien and Commander Worf. Worf would later have another encounter with these weapons as he and Dax attempted to smuggle a Cardassian informant back to the Federation. Dax was shot, and there was an anticoagulant in the discharge that prevented her wounds from clotting. She was effectively bleeding to death, slowly, whilst Worf was forced to carry on alone. Unable to lose her, he turned back and he managed to get her to survive, but Sisko informed him that his decision meant that he would never be offered a command of his own, even if he did sympathize with Worf's reasons. Number 6. The Varan T Disruptor. The Varan T Disruptor was a nasty piece of technology of which only 5 were ever produced. Whilst it looked like it tore away at its victims like a regular phaser would on its full setting, what it actually was doing was tearing you apart at a molecular level, leaving you in unbearable agony in your final moments. 4 of the 5 weapons were owned by Key Vasfajo, an amoral collector of rare artifacts. He faked Data's death in a bid to add the android to his collection, yet failed to anticipate how earnestly he would attempt to escape. Data was aided in his efforts by a once loyal, disillusioned member of Fajo's crew. On discovery of her treachery, Fajo toyed with her momentarily before taking aim and firing. She died a horrible death, eliciting what might have been Data's first emotional decision. He trained the weapon on Fajo, calculating that leaving the man alive would result in more suffering. He began to fire at the same instant that the Enterprise beamed him away. It's unclear if he knowingly lied to Riker and O'Brien, claiming that the weapon had discharged during transport. Number 5. Thalaron Radiation Generators. Because of its lethality, Thalaron research was banned in the Federation. For a long time, it was considered only to be theoretical until 2379, when it was used by Shinzon in Star Trek Nemesis as part of his plot to overthrow the Romulan Empire and conquer the Federation. Thalaron radiation was deadly to living tissue, even in microscopic amounts. Devising a delivery method that would cover a smaller confined space was the trick here. This was a small generator planted by a fellow conspirator which would spread by means of cascading biogenic pulses. Shinzon employed an ally within the Romulan Senate itself to deliver an attack using it. The device looked relatively harmless as it opened, allowing a small green field to rise before it fired a burst of particles up into the ceiling. The radiation affected everybody in the Senate chamber, turning their bodies into a dust-like substance, similar to vampires turning into ash. In one move, an entire government had been assassinated. That's deadly. Number 4. Tantalus Field. This fearsome weapon could make the owner's enemies disappear in an instant. Its existence was a closely guarded secret known only to Captain James T. Kirk of the ISS Enterprise and his mistress. It was she who suggested turning it against the captain's enemies, unaware that he had been replaced by his Prime Universe counterpart. Kirk's enemies had a tendency to vanish, which had allowed him to gain a reputation of notoriety. He was in for a nasty shock once both the Mirror and the Prime Kirks returned to their homes. Before leaving, Prime Kirk informed
inform Spock of the machine. He claimed that with it, the Vulcan could effect real change in the Empire, and this almost made it into Star Trek lore. Apparently, an abandoned story for Star Trek Enterprise would have revealed that the field didn't simply make people disappear, but transported them through time. The crew of Enterprise would have discovered that the Mirror Kirk had been transported by Spock to the mid-2100s, which would have allowed for William Shatner to guest on the series. Unfortunately, the idea, like Enterprise, was scrapped. Number 3. Houdini mines. These nasty mines were used by the Dominion and the Federation during the siege of AR-558. The massive relay station was the only reason for Starfleet to fortify their position on the captured planet in the Chintoka system. Unfortunately, the entire area was populated with these horrors. They were impossible to detect because they spent their time pre-detonation in subspace. They would wait until something triggered them. By the time that Sisko arrived with the crew of the Defiant, that trigger was still a mystery to the soldiers in place. Ezri Dax and Lieutenant Kellen discovered a way to find them though, and that led to a massacre. To Dax's horror, Sisko requested that the mines be moved rather than disarmed. He wanted to use them against the Jem'Hadar forces, which recon scouts had discovered were far greater in numbers than the Starfleet ones. He also requested that they be triggered by movement, but not just any movement, but lots of movement, which would give the enemy time to surround themselves by mines before the explosions began. The plan worked and was probably the reason that Starfleet holds its position on the planet. Thankfully, it is the last time that these weapons are ever used. Number 2. Vidian Organ Harvester. The Vidians are a tragic race. For centuries, they excelled at both art and science. According to Dr. Danara Pell, they were once a peaceful species who never sought battle with anyone, but the phage came roughly 2,000 years before they were encountered by Voyager, and their existence splintered. The disease destroyed their DNA, flesh, and organs. Every single Vidian was afflicted with the illness, so the grim decision was made to continue their race by any means necessary. Thus, the Organ Harvester was invented. This gruesome weapon could fire like a standard phaser, yet its beam would also serve to extract the victim's internal organs. It would then store the organs in a suspended animation for a short time before they could be implanted in a new host. The process was irreversible and more often than not deadly. Neelix was the first member of Voyager's crew to run afoul of this, as both of his lungs were stolen by a Vidian scientist. On that occasion, despite everything, that same scientist was able to help Neelix in a way by transferring one of Kes's lungs to him by using the same weapon. On another occasion, one of Voyager's crew didn't fare so well. The ship was overrun and almost every crew member fell victim to these devices. Only Harry Kim and Naomi Wildman were saved. Even that was by evading the Vidians rather than fighting them. Number 1. Borg nanoprobes. The Borg are the vampires of Star Trek. They're incredibly powerful, though it's how they transform their victims that lands them there. The Borg nanoprobes are microscopic pieces of technology that are injected into a living being, quickly swarming through their blood vessels to change their cells into Borg ones. From there, it is a matter of moments until a new drone has been born. Whilst the most common form of infection is the tubes that eject from the hands of drones, nanoprobe bombs and viruses have also been deployed. These are designed to infect large numbers of people at the same time, assimilating entire worlds and crews with far more efficiency. There are few things more terrifying than a fleet of Borg cubes hovering over your world, simply waiting for weapons to take effect. They are highly adaptable. They have, in fact, been used by Starfleet on several occasions to help rather than destroy. When Ensign Harry Kim was infected by a member of species 8472 with a pathogen that was eating him alive, the Doctor was able to rewire nanoprobes to save his life. These were then upgraded to become the only viable weapon against the malevolent species. Despite their periodic uses for good, these machines remain some of the most resilient, deadly weapons in the Star Trek universe.
Now listen, we here at TrekCulture know that age is just a number, really. It's not important. It certainly doesn't affect your standing in these kind of rankings. But with that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are the 10 oldest characters in the Star Trek universe. 10. Guinan. Whoopi Goldberg's Guinan first appeared in the second season of Star Trek The Next Generation, yet this was far from her first encounter with Captain Jean-Luc Picard. For several seasons, their relationship was teased as something that transcended love and family, though no one really knew why. In Time's Arrow Part 2, it was shown that Guinan was on Earth in the late 19th century, where she ran into a time-travelling Picard. Guinan is Elorian, a race that is incredibly long-lived. Their planet was destroyed by the Borg sometime in the 23rd century, though she and several hundred refugees,
including Dr. Toli and Soren, escaped on the SS Lakul and the SS Robert Fox. These ships would become trapped by the Nexus, requiring rescue from the Enterprise B. No one truly knows how old Guinan is, though she has revealed that she's old enough to have been married 22 times in her life. The version of Guinan who is associated with Samuel Clemens seemed to think her father was chasing her across the galaxy, which was suggestive of a younger, more willful person. Perhaps this was the character during her adolescence? Perhaps the audience will find out for sure in Star Trek Picard Season 2. 9. The Borg Queen. This may be something of a cheat, as the Queen is both as young as her current incarnation and as old as the collective itself. The Borg were said to be a smaller, less domineering force at around the same time that Earth was going through the Renaissance, which would age the Queen at roughly 800 to 900 years by the events of Star Trek First Contact. However, the expanded universe suggests that she is much, much older than this. The Destiny trilogy posits that the Queen was the original creative force behind the collective, originating from the Celiar, a race of non-corporeal beings. Trapped in the distant past, she adapted to survive, assimilating anyone who came close to feed her constant hunger. If this is the accepted as the origins of the Queen, then she is easily one of the oldest beings that Starfleet has ever encountered. By the 24th century, it is clear that she is not confined to a single body. One such copy was aboard the Cube that self-destructed in orbit of Earth, while another copy was destroyed by Picard 6 years later, before a third was killed by Admiral Janeway. All the while, more and more copies of her continue to appear, suggesting that, along with the collective, she can never truly die. 8. God. The being that calls to Cybok across the galaxy is an old creature that may or may not be responsible for several of the creation myths dotted throughout the Milky Way. Trapped on the surface of Shakari, or simply the planet that hovers in the middle of the galaxy, this creature was so starved for power that it took the time to torture Kirk and Spock while taunting Cybok for his belief. Whether called Eden, Vortofor, or Shakari, the prison in which this creature is located has been disseminated through the various cultures of the galaxy. This god then seemed to be the origin of religion in the universe, even if it wasn't truly aware of the impact it had on these races. It seemed at least mildly telepathic, as it was able to show Kirk images from Earth's history before appearing as the standard bearded image of God. The exact origin of the creature is unknown, yet it is safe to assume that it is thousands of years old. The Federation officers aboard the Enterprise A were certain that no ship in existence had ever crossed the Great Barrier, with their own spacefaring knowledge stretching back over 200 years. The Klingon, Romulan, and Vulcan representatives aboard the bridge all knew of the same creation myth, which goes back much further than this again. Though fired upon by a Klingon bird of prey, it is not entirely certain that the creature is dead. It may yet be waiting for the next vessel to make the foolish journey through the barrier. 7. Kevin Uxbridge. The Dowd were an incredibly powerful, long-lived race of aliens who were, by and large, peaceful people. They possessed the ability to create and destroy at will, though they either suppressed or monitored their strength so as to allow them to coexist with less powerful races. One such creature took the name of Kevin Uxbridge, and he appropriated a human form and fell in love with Rishon. They married and lived a long, happy life together, eventually settling on a colony in Federation space. The colony was discovered and subsequently obliterated by a race known as the Husnak. There was no warning to the devastating attack. Kevin elected not to partake in the resistance, knowing that his powers would far outstrip that of the aliens above, yet Rishon went to join the other colonists. She was killed in the attack, driving the Dowd into a wild rage, and, with a wave of his hand, he wiped out the Husnak, all of them. In his peak, he didn't just settle for those on board the vessel above. Instead, he erased the entire species from existence. Once he had come to his senses and realized the enormity of what he had done, he became racked with guilt. He locked himself into a cycle then, bringing Rishon back to him, yet bringing the attacking vessel back as well. Day after day, he endured the penance of watching Rishon die over and over. 6. Gomtu. This spaceborne creature lived through several millennia until it was discovered by Starfleet. Though it had the power to exist independently of any other beings, it originally held a crew for whom it lived symbiotically. Radiation managed to kill this crew, which eventually left the vessel suicidal. Unable to communicate with it through traditional means, Starfleet enlisted the help of Tam Elbrun, a telepathic betazoid who was able to understand and be understood by the creature. While it had decided to wait in the orbit of a star that was about to go supernova, Tin Man, as it was also dubbed, was sought for study by both the Federation and the Romulan Empire. It destroyed a Romulan warbird and severely damaged the Enterprise D before hurling the Galaxy-class vessel along with a second warbird several billion kilometers away. However, through Elbrun, it was able to discover a new purpose to live. It elected to go on existing, saving both ships from the supernova and leaving to travel the galaxy with the Betazoid. Both beings found a measure of peace in this way. 5. V'ger. V'ger is an entity of two halves. The first is Voyager 6, the real-life deep space probe that was launched from Earth in the 20th century, but in Star Trek canon, then fell into a black hole, which was presumed lost forever, and largely forgotten by history. Well, until the 23rd century, of course, when it re-emerged for the motion picture, with its second half now very much in tow. After tumbling through the hole, it emerged on the other side of the galaxy, in the Delta Quadrant, where it was discovered by a race of machine-like beings. There is still much speculation as to whether this race of beings was the Borg, while their territory certainly was in that region of the galaxy. However, their methods of gaining knowledge are extremely different. What is certain, though, is that the knowledge that fused with Voyager 6 to become V'ger was ancient, though it was untampered by any emotion or perspective. Therefore, it saw the probe's journey back to Earth as a way of deepening its own understanding of the universe, through absorption and dissection, and, were it not for the fact that its methods were so destructive, it could have become one of the greatest beings of all time. Instead, it was seen as a tremendous threat to Starfleet, necessitating the hasty launch of the newly refitted Enterprise with Admiral James T. Kirk in command. 4. The Sphere. Said to be hundreds of thousands of years old, the Sphere was encountered in its dying hours by the USS Discovery thanks to the intervention of Gabriel Burnham. It was comprised of both living and inorganic material, making it a hybrid of sorts. Its primary function had been analysis and the gathering of data, though as it began to break down, it badly needed to transfer this knowledge to something else. Initially, it attempted to teach its language to the Discovery by the use of the Universal Translator, though it overloaded that program. Saru was able to discern ultraviolet light as a means of communication, allowing them to better understand the will of the Sphere. Saru advised dropping the shields to allow it to complete its transfer. While Captain Pike allowed this, it put the ship at extreme risk as the internal temperature of the Sphere began to build to critical levels. As its core began to explode, in the last nanosecond it reversed its own polarity to push the ship clear of the blast, saving the crew from certain destruction. The knowledge that the Sphere transferred to the Starfleet ship would go on to have major repercussions for Discovery's crew in the future. 3. The Guardian of Forever. The Guardian of Forever was a sentient device that was first encountered by Dr. Leonard McCoy, who passed through it while high on an accidental dose of cordrazine. It was a window to other times, which deposited him in Depression-era New York City. Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock followed him, setting the altered timeline to rights. It was they who discovered that the Guardian was all but eternal, created in the distant past by a race of aliens. It would then continue to remain alone on this planet until it was revisited by the Enterprise during the events of yesteryear. In the 32nd century, it was encountered again, this time by Michael Burnham and Philippa Georgiou. They discovered that during the temporal wars that had occurred several hundred years before their arrival, the Guardian began to find itself utilized by varying factions of the war. Sensing the damage to the timeline that it could inadvertently be responsible for, it removed itself from the original planet, moving to another world. There, it was able to change its form and appear as a door, and an Amiaban named Carl. Georgiou was aided by the Guardian in discovering a time that was safer for her to exist in, though what subsequently became of this being is currently unknown. 2. Q. John Delancey's Q is one of the quintessential Star Trek characters, first appearing in Encounter at Farpoint, the very first story for the crew of the Enterprise D. This almost omnipotent force was deeply intrigued by humanity, putting them on trial for the crime of being a savage child race. It fell to Captain Picard and his crew to prove Q wrong in this assessment. He would appear many times over the years, though for him it was but the blink of an eye. Ageless and timeless, Q was the member of a race who had quite literally seen everything and done everything. On one of Starfleet's only visits to the Continuum itself, it was represented as a dirt road stretching endlessly in both directions. When asked where the road led, the answer was simply to where they had already been. With the extreme powers that Q wielded, they could have chosen dominion over the other races of the galaxy at ease, but they elected to remain above the squabbles of these lesser beings. Q did derive amusement from tormenting Captains Picard and Janeway, while popping in for an occasional game of human chess with the crew of the Cerritos. It was suggested at one point the Q were closer in skill to the humans of the galaxy, though it was thankfully a phase they managed to escape from. Now they are seemingly endless, unstoppable, and unbelievably bored. 1. The Prophets. The race of wormhole aliens that watched over Bajor are another timeless species. They simply have no concept of the linear passage of time, which means that they have both been with the Bajoran people for eons, while also never experiencing a moment of that time. While they exist in their state, civilizations rose and fell until they eventually found a version of temporal existence in the form of Sarah Sisko. Understanding that Ben Sisko would be their emissary, they arranged his birth. This very act suggested at least partial knowledge of the linear process of time, as they would experience his creation. gestation, birth, and growth. Their warnings to him throughout the years that he would pay a great penance and experience great sorrow suggested that they were able to see possible futures and pasts as well. The prophets seem to live on a plane where all possibilities that can happen do happen. Their battle with the Costamogen, though victorious in the version of reality that Ben Sisko experienced, likely did end badly for the non-corporeal combatants. Even in this Prime universe, they were locked in combat for several months of normal time before being cast out by the return of the orb of the emissary. Very little is known about their origin, though they do seem to truly care about the people of Bajor, suggesting that they may potentially have originated on this planet.
If you've got a spare 15 seconds, then I'll just leave it at this. Benjamin Sisko is the best captain in the entire history of Star Trek. That is it. Thank you for stopping by. If you've got a bit longer though, let's have a little chat. Benjamin Lafayette Sisko, born in New Orleans in 2332, the only son of Sarah and Joseph Sisko, would go on to be arguably the most important cultural and political figure in the entire Alpha Quadrant. After a tumultuous career that saw him lose his wife and his ship at the Battle of Wolf 359, he overcame some serious misgivings about Starfleet to become its most seminal figurehead. There are many qualities that make a great captain though, and indeed the debates rage over whether he, or Picard, or Kirk, or Janeway, or even Archer best represent what it means to sit in the big chair. While there are strong cases for all of them, when fully examined as both a commanding officer and a human being, it's Sisko that undoubtedly emerges above them all. As a father, as a husband, as a friend, as a soldier, and even as the emissary, he is undisputed, but let's take a look at why he's Star Trek's greatest captain as well. Number 10, he's human. Before we get into the many heroic endeavours or nuanced character beats that make Benjamin Sisko Starfleet's finest commanding officer, let's take a quick look at the background of the man, as it's that more than anything seen on the show itself that sets him apart from his many peers. James Kirk was a prodigy who achieved the rank of captain quicker than anyone in the history of Starfleet. Jean-Luc Picard came from the supreme stock of Nobel Prize winners and explorers, and Catherine Janeway was the daughter of a Starfleet admiral. In contrast to that, Benjamin Sisko arrived on Deep Space Nine, the son of a chef, feeling at odds with Starfleet's objectives, a single father, and a still grieving widow. He carries trauma, he carries pain, he makes mistakes, he has regrets, he loses his cool, he is stubborn, he is, by the standards of a Starfleet CO, astonishingly imperfect and as a result, endearingly human. Number 9, he's Starfleet. What it means to be a Starfleet officer could easily be a list entirely of its own, but from what we've seen of the hundreds of men and women to wear that uniform on the show, you need to be consumed by this idea of furthering galactic progress through both interstellar exploration and scientific discovery, to explore strange new worlds and to seek out very clever ways of doing so. Benjamin Sisko is not an explorer in the classic sense. His Starfleet career has very rarely seen him pioneering exploration in the same way we've seen Messrs Kirk, Archer, Picard and Janeway do it, but he has helped expand the Federation's horizons in ways they never could. As well as opening up the Gamma Quadrant and all the new challenges that brought about, he also united a fractured Bajoran society, made his station a thriving hub of interspecies cooperation, and even built relationships with the non-corporeal entities residing in the wormhole. All that, and the man himself is at heart a builder. He makes things. From growing up in his father's restaurant to joining Starfleet as an engineer, his powers of creation dwarf those of his fellow captains. Number 8, but he's not to Starfleet. Benjamin Sisko the Builder is a very easy to like character who exemplifies all of the idealized versions of Starfleet. They discover new technologies, they make peace with new races, they push humanity into new and exciting areas of the galaxy, and above all else, they're the good guys. But space, and indeed life itself, is not as simple as that. Governing yourself and your empire with a series of stringent codes designed to support the greater good sounds like a lovely future for humanity, but it leaves them tone deaf to the harsh realities faced by a lot of their further flung endeavours. Sisko at times presents the idealised version of a Starfleet captain, but he himself is a realist. In the Pale Moonlight is easily the best character study in Star Trek history and details his plan to alter the course of the war by allying with a former Cardassian spy to con a Romulan senator. When his plan's exposed, Garak has the subject and his own accomplice killed in order to pull off the deception and cover their tracks, all while Sisko realises that in the end, he's fine with that. Picard is famously quoted as saying the first duty of every Starfleet officer is to the truth, but in Sisko's own words here, he lied, he cheated, he bribed men to cover the crimes of other men, and he is an accessory to murder, but he can live with that because the Federation needs him to. Number 7, being a captain doesn't define him. Jean-Luc Picard likes archaeology, Catherine Janeway likes coffee, Jonathan Archer likes his dog, and James Kirk was just an incredible intergalactic shagger. That is, by and large, all you really know about these 4 people, because their major defining character trait is that they were the captain of a Federation starship. That's no slight against them, of course, it was literally their job, but that job was their entire life. But let's just quickly count up all the things that were Benjamin Sisko's entire life. He was an engineer who loved to build things. He's a restaurant quality chef who can make soul food so good your head will spin. He held down a loving marriage which, unlike everybody else, he managed to balance with his career. He single-handedly raised a son on the frontiers of Starfleet exploration. He's really into baseball. He was the captain of the Academy wrestling team. He became an ambassador to a fractured alien society, successfully navigated the Federation through an interstellar war, and was selected by a series of godlike creatures to be their representative in our universe. Benjamin Sisko was a Starfleet captain, yes, but he was still Benjamin Sisko first. Number 6, he had absolutely zero time for your bullshit. Very much in the same vein of Sisko never being too Starfleet, that dedication to reason and duty that defined both Janeway and Picard always came secondary to his emotional drive. In short, he would act decisively without agonizing too much about whether or not it was the right thing to do, or to put that in more Star Trek terms, there are no scenes of him staring pensively out of a window. Where Picard would have become embroiled in some war of words with Q, Sisko just punched him in the face and was never bothered by him again. Where Janeway attempted to integrate the Maquis into her own crew so they could all do things the Starfleet way, Sisko poisoned their planets to have one of their leaders surrender to him. Where literally any normal person would have just kept their head down after falling back in time to a series of culturally vital civil rights riots, or told the crazed hallucinating Cardassian with a gun he wasn't actually responsible for all that genocide, Sisko reached deep into his pockets and pulled out his own middle finger with the words, "This is how it is, son," tattooed up the middle. I mean, the man once told Quark if he caught him so much as littering on the promenade, he would personally nail him to a wall, so... Number 5, he's bald by choice. Yeah, look, right, I'm a huge fan of Picard, but there is no dignity in this trim, is there? Number 4, he's a leader in war. While a lot of captains will tell you that they went to war during their time on the show, none of them were ever on the front lines of an actual war. The difference is that while you might consider yourself embroiled in a conflict with a particular race, you don't get 2 or 3 episodes pissing around in the holodeck between armed engagements. No captain in Star Trek history has gone to war in the way Ben Sisko did. From being the man at the very forefront of the Federation's first encounters with the Dominion, to personally leading the joint Starfleet, Klingon and Romulan task force that assaulted Cardassia, Sisko was a wartime captain not seen in the franchise either before or since. There's a lot more to it than simply being in a lot of combat situations though, and his camaraderie with his crew, even in the face of unconscionable losses and the war slowly being lost, was incredible. Personally toasting every depleted phaser coil showed that he understood what made those under him tick and dedicated his own energy to keeping them going. Whether it was on the bridge of a ship or, as was literally the case in a number of episodes, in the trenches themselves, Sisko always led from the front. Number 3, Andy was an icon of peace. It's all well and good being handy with a phaser, but Starfleet's primary mission is one of peace. Granted, it's not always that simple, but when it is, then a captain's primary responsibility is in bridging the political and cultural gaps between civilizations. Nobody had a harder task in this regard than Benjamin Sisko. Brought in to help facilitate Bajor's entry into the Federation, Sisko found himself constantly caught between the military maneuverings of their former Cardassian overlords, the often naive wishes of the Federation, and the social divisions erupting between the Bajorans themselves. There was no escaping any of these, and week after week a new challenge presented itself. But by being installed as the emissary to the prophets and discovering the wormhole, he simultaneously united a fractured society and created a strategic position resilient to the politics that threatened to overwhelm it. Even when relationships with the Klingons dissolved into open war, he constantly lobbied for peace, finding the restraint and the composure to implore Gowron in the middle of a blood-soaked battle with Starfleet's foot on the Klingons' throats to call off his forces. I mean, if that had been me, I am absolutely winning that battle and never letting the Klingons forget it, but that's why I'm not Benjamin Sisko. Number 2, his character arc is incredible. Don't get me wrong, if you're the main protagonist of a show that runs for 7 years and produces 176 episodes and you don't have some sort of dramatic character arc, then something has gone terribly wrong. But it's the sheer magnitude of Benjamin Sisko's personal journey that's unrivaled in Star Trek. Initially, we are presented with a broken man being appointed to a broken situation. After losing his wife at the Battle of Wolf 359, he tried to raise Jake on his own while holding down a position at the Utopia Planitia shipyards. Being then sent out to the furthest reaches of space to help resolve some volatile political situation was enough to bring him to the verge of resigning his commission. The emotive and entirely human voyage he embarks upon, though, sees him emerging as an inspiring figurehead for both Starfleet's military endeavours and the spiritual development of Bajor itself. He forms unbreakable bonds with his crew and his political peers. He learns to love all over again with Cassidy Yates, and in the show's final episode, transcends the mortal plane to live in the Celestial Temple. As personal arcs go, starting as a permanently furious man with 400 axes to grind and ending it as a godlike being who speaks only in riddles is some flex. Number 1, Jake Sisko. Without question, the one defining element of Benjamin Sisko's character that makes him unarguably the best captain in Star Trek history is Jake Sisko. Avery Brooks himself credits the relationship that he developed with Lofton as one of the things he is most proud of in his career. He has spoken time and again about the need to show a present father, particularly one of colour, in the life of a young man, as so often they are depicted as absent. Sisko is the only Star Trek captain whose family life is presented as being as important as his professional life, and his dedication to his young son is often profoundly moving. While this relationship gave us the basis for a number of Deep Space Nine's best episodes, The Visitor in particular one of the show's most heartbreaking, the way it informed Sisko's character was arguably more important, if not always as apparent. Every decision, every action, every consequence carried more weight for Benjamin Sisko because it was never just the lives of a crew that was at stake. These weren't just Starfleet officers who were duty-bound to fight the good fight, or even civilians with which he carried no personal connection. This was his son and his only real connection to this world. Every single thing in Deep Space Nine mattered just that little bit more because Ben Sisko was the only captain in Star Trek history who stood to lose something he truly loved.
Starfleet officers, especially captains, have a reputation in the galaxy for making split-second decisions under extremely stressful conditions. But they're not perfect. Every now and then they make the wrong call, usually because they didn't stop for a moment to think it through enough. However, sometimes the correct choice seems so obvious that we're left wondering how anyone could screw it up. Occasionally, Starfleet will do things so unjustifiable and just downright weird that there's really no excuse. This list will be looking at some of the strangest decisions that Starfleet officers have ever made and discussing what they could have done differently. From overly complicated plans to actions with unforeseen consequences to personal choices that just don't make sense, there's no shortage of questionable actions taken by Starfleet's finest. So with that in mind then, I'm Ellie with TrekCulture here with the 10 weirdest decisions in Star Trek history. Number 10. Janeway not promoting Harry Kim. Harry Kim remained an ensign throughout Voyager's entire 7-year journey trapped in the Delta Quadrant. This wasn't brought up often, but in the episode Nightingale, Kim said that he understood that Voyager was in a unique situation, stranded thousands of light years from home, and that there wasn't much room for promotion on the ship. Despite this though, in the same time period, Tuvok was promoted to a lieutenant commander in the episode Revulsion, and Tom Paris, a literal ex-convict, was reinstated as a lieutenant after getting stranded with the crew in Caretaker, then demoted to an ensign in 30 days, and eventually promoted back to a lieutenant in Unimatrix Zero. Not to mention the fact that he was seen wearing the pips of a junior grade lieutenant in the episode Faces, which could imply that yet another demotion and promotion happened off camera. Beyond that, Harry's low rank didn't actually make that much sense. He was the head operations officer aboard Voyager, a fairly important job that oversees a huge number of people and projects. Janeway could have easily given him a customary promotion as appreciation for everything he sacrificed to keep the crew alive, and not much about the ship's command structure would have had to change. Number 9. Rios staying in the past. Watching the second season of Star Trek Picard, many fans theorized that Rios would be taking his new 21st century love interest Teresa and her son Ricardo back to the future with them in the end, similar to what happened with Dr. Gillian Taylor in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. But very few expected him to want to stay in that time period after everything that happened. In Star Trek lore, the mid-21st century is infamous as one of the most brutal and violent times in human history, and an era of worldwide nuclear war. On top of that, Rios experienced the hardships of our time firsthand in the second season, being deported against his will for having no documentation. Rios was originally against remaining in the 21st century, but in the penultimate episode, Hide and Seek, he decided to stay and worked as hard as he could for the rest of his life to protect a world that he knew was doomed, probably just for the thrill of it. Number 8. The USS Vengeance model. For some reason, in Star Trek Into Darkness, you can see a model of the USS Vengeance in Admiral Marcus's office at Starfleet headquarters near the start of the film. Despite this ship supposedly being a highly classified project led by the covert operatives at Section 31, the people at Section 31 are supposed to be extremely mysterious and secretive. They should have known how to keep this under wraps better, though fortunately for them, Kirk was too oblivious to notice the model. A huge deal was made about the Vengeance being a heavily armed military vessel designed with the help of the criminal Khan that Section 31 wanted to keep secret to prepare for some hypothetical war, but they somehow thought that keeping a model of the ship alongside models of the most influential vessels in Starfleet history wouldn't catch anyone's attention. Regardless, the Vengeance didn't stay classified for long and ended up crashing directly into San Francisco in the end. Number 7. The Hansons bringing their daughter into Borg space. Magnus and Erin Hansen made possibly the worst parenting decision in Star Trek history by deciding to bring their daughter Annika, aka 7 of 9, with them on their scientific mission into Borg space. They were some of the earliest humans to see the Borg. At the time, the Borg were only a rumour in most of the Alpha Quadrant, so their true threat was not yet known. But as the Hansons learned more and more about the collective hive mind and the assimilation process, it became clear that close research of this species put them all at serious risk. Predictably, their ship, the USS Raven, was eventually discovered and Magnus, Erin and Annika were all assimilated. Their passion as scientists was admirable, but it would have made much more sense to leave their daughter home on Earth, possibly with Magnus's sister Irene or some other family member. Anywhere would have been safer than the territory of the most terrifying and violent empire in the galaxy. Number 6. Picard and the others reversing their de-aging. The Next Generation episode Rascals featured one of the weirdest transporter accidents we've ever seen in Trek. Picard, Guinan, Ro Laren and Keiko O'Brien were beamed aboard the Enterprise and materialized aboard the ship as 12-year-olds with all their memories intact. Before a solution was found, the episode focused a little bit on the possibilities this gave the characters to relive their childhoods and live life much longer, before it eventually devolved into a Ferengi takeover storyline out of nowhere. But by the end of the episode, everyone who was de-aged decided to completely reverse the effect. They wouldn't have even had to remain as 12-year-olds. Dr. Crusher said that they would continue to age normally if nothing was done. Now that this method is known, there's really no reason why anyone in the Federation should need to age past their prime. Every time they would reach old age or their bodies started to strain, they could just recreate the transporter accident from this episode and go back to being young and healthy. Number 5. The Federation continuing to enslave artificial intelligences. The Federation has been shown countless times that artificial intelligences are capable of achieving sentience, yet they continue to use them as unpaid labor throughout all their space. In the Voyager episode Author, we saw that Mark I emergency medical holograms like Voyager's Doctor continue to be used as dilithium miners, even after the Voyager crew gave strong evidence that they could become self-aware if left online for long periods of time. Additionally, though it was denied, the A500 synths that were forced by the Zhat Vash to attack Mars in Star Trek Picard could have been capable of sentience eventually, as well as the exocomps from the Next Generation episode The Quality of Life. Data's legal battle from The Measure of a Man should have set some sort of legal precedent of the treatment of synthetic life forms and how exactly they differ from simple robots. It does seem likely though that we'll get to see this explored further in the 3rd season of Picard, given the increase of sentient androids even more advanced than Data. Number 4. Scotty's Act of War. When a tribble infestation happens aboard a starship or space station, it's only a matter of time before every centimetre of space is filled with them. This makes removing tribbles a very difficult and delicate task, though for Scotty in The Trouble with Tribbles, the solution was obvious: give them to Klingons. Scotty simultaneously managed to condemn all of the tribbles to brutal bloody deaths at the hand of the Klingons, deaths which would have been much quicker if they were simply beamed into space, while also potentially starting an all-out war with the Klingons. We know from Trials and Tribulations that tribbles were, for a long time, sworn enemies of the Klingon Empire, eventually leading to the Empire destroying the tribble homeworld. Plus, we saw in The Trouble with Edward that Starfleet may have had a role in introducing the fuzzy little ecological disasters to the Empire's space. With this in mind, Scotty's practical joke may have been more risky than he realised. Number 3. Picard returning from the Nexus too late. Star Trek Generations had a lot of problems, but one of the strangest moments was the return and immediate death of Captain Kirk. When Tolian Soren succeeded in diverting the Nexus towards himself and Picard, they were both transported into the anomaly where they lived outside of space and time, in a dimension of pure happiness created by their minds. Eventually, Picard was able to break free from the allure of the Nexus with the guidance of a fragment of Guinan's soul that remained inside of it. She gave Picard the idea to seek out Kirk for help inside of the former captain's own personal heaven. Picard convinced Kirk to return to reality to help him defeat Soren, which seems like a really odd choice. Of course, saving Kirk and returning him to normal space would be fine, but why did they not re-emerge from the anomaly weeks before Soren even began blowing up stars? That way, Picard could defeat Soren way sooner, save the Enterprise D from destruction, and allow Kirk to live on in the 24th century. Number 2. Neelix leaving Voyager. After Neelix lost his family during the war between the Talaxians and the Hakonians, he spent a long time hopping from job to job, struggling to find a new purpose in life before eventually being found by Voyager in the pilot episode Caretaker and taken aboard to serve as their Delta Quadrant expert and chef. Neelix stayed aboard the ship for nearly their entire journey through the quadrant, but eventually left in the episode Homestead when, against all odds, a Talaxian colony was found thousands of light years from their home world. Neelix fell in love with a Talaxian woman from the colony named Dexa, and almost immediately decided to stay with her and her son Brax. Neelix deciding to leave the ship after all that they had been through together was slightly disheartening. Over the years, he formed really strong relationships with a lot of the members of Voyager's crew, specifically Tuvok and Samantha and Naomi Wildman, and it seemed really out of character for him to just leave them all behind just to live with some Talaxians who he barely knew. Number 1. The Borg sending a single cube to Earth twice. The Borg are feared across the entire galaxy for their ruthless efficiency at assimilating and destroying entire planets, and even entire empires with ease. For example, Arturus, the alien from the Voyager episode Hope and Fear, said that the collective sent hundreds of cubes to assimilate his species. This makes it seem really weird that the Borg would only send 1 or 2 vessels at a time to one of their most resistant targets. This may have made sense when humanity was still new to the collective, as 1 cube is enough to deal with most species in the galaxy, but after their narrow defeat at Wolf 359, the only thing they changed for their second attack, the Battle of Sector 001, was adding a time travel backup plan. We also know from the Voyager finale Endgame that the Borg could have sent as many ships as they wanted to Earth very quickly through their transwarp network. The poor planning of their attacks has even led some to theorize that the Borg are farming humanity for new technology. Every time the Borg invade and devastate the fleet, the Federation invents tons of new technologies and weapons as a reaction, which can then be assimilated by the collective. The Borg cannot invent things on their own, so maybe they farm highly creative species by sparking innovation through their attacks.
Hello my friends, and welcome to a list that's been quite a long time coming. So we thought about this one a lot. Before we get there, I'm going to say this. No, Admiral Clancy did not make this list. I know, you're all just like, but she accused Picard of sheer f***ing hubris. Yeah, but she also came out right at the end. She was actually looking after Starfleet, like in a good way. These are a list of people who were not so good. With that in mind, I'm Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are the 10 worst admirals in Star Trek. Number 10, William Ross.
Inter arma enum silent legis. Now, alright, already there's people going like, Sean, have you watched Deep Space Nine? Ross was a good guy. Yes, generally, Admiral William Ross was very much a champion of Starfleet, and he was certainly a supporter of Captain Sisko. He's first introduced back during the early days of Season 6. He promotes Sisko to his adjutant. Everything is cushy. Now, he turns up again and again throughout the rest of Deep Space Nine's run and is one of the people who is a signatory on the peace talks at the end. All good so far. Well, there was that little bit about the Romulans. The Federation officers of Deep Space Nine are not adverse to a little bit of Romulan murder, but it's when you get to the involvement of Section 31, oh, you knew they were going to be mentioned. Anyway, you get the involvement of Section 31 and the plot to essentially remove Senator Kretek from her position in the Romulan Senate. Bill Ross and Kretek were apparently friends, something that Dr. Bashir comments on in the run of this episode. Ross's actions, in conjunction with Sloane's, see her exposed for committing treason against the state. It leads to her getting thrown out of the Senate, thrown into prison, and quite possibly executed. This was all done under the guise of looking after Starfleet and doing the right thing to help stop a future war. When you think about it, they took someone who was technically a good supporter of the Federation, and on the off chance that their patriotism would lead to them, becoming an opponent of Starfleet, destroyed their career. Admiral Ross may have been good in many ways, but this is one of those times where the questionable actions to safeguard the future certainly paint a black mark on the present. Number 9, Admiral Dougherty, Star Trek Insurrection. On the surface, the idea of harvesting the metaphasic radiation from the rings around the Baku planet is a good thing. I mean, this is taking Spock's message of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few to the extreme. It's hard to argue. You could save billions with this energy if it can be converted into a shorter term infusion that helps reverse the aging process. And especially when you've got things like the Dominion War going and you have a manpower issue, I can understand this. That famous argument in the captain's radio room on board the Enterprise E when Picard asks Dougherty, how many people does it take to become immoral? That is a heavy question, and I don't really know what the answer is to that. Technically, one person is too many, or the needs of the many. It is not an easy question to answer. That's not what puts Dougherty on this list. No, what puts Dougherty on this list is ordering the ships to pursue the Enterprise. He knows full well what's going to happen when he says to Roafo, send your ships. Roafo he makes it even clearer. We'll go to escort the Enterprise might not want to come. Send your ships. Dougherty has greenlit what will probably at this point in time lead to the destruction of the flagship of the Federation. He does not get redeemed. He does say to Roafo, look, this mission is over. Roafo throws him on a chair, activates the skin stretching device, and makes good on his promise to take 20 years off his face. Doesn't do an awful lot, though, to save his reputation. Number 8, Admiral Haftel, the Offspring. Haftel he's a funny one on this list because technically, he's not villainous in the way some of the others are. He arrives on board the Enterprise D once the news that Data has created a daughter in the form of Lal to have that daughter taken away. Now remember, barely a year before, the episode The Measure of a Man established that Data was a sentient being with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that. Now one would assume that would include the right to procreate. However, this Admiral sees it differently. It's very much a case of making the rules fit the situation. Basically, Haftel's like, we have to study this creature, you can't just have it running around the Enterprise D serving drinks. This is a new life form. Data, of course, contends with, this is my child, and Picard almost throws his career away trying to defend Data in this instant. Haftel does try to help when Lal begins to shut down. He does offer his services. Like, imagine you go into a dam and you smash all the pipes and the water's coming through, and then you're like, I feel bad now. I might just try and patch that pipe over there. Damage is done. Now he is not directly responsible for the damage that Lal goes through. Lal, unfortunately, this would have happened regardless. But what he did do
is make sure that everyone's life around Lal was more difficult during her last few days. Unfortunately, because we don't see him again, this is his legacy in Star Trek. He's the one who tried to take Data's kid away. Number 7, Admiral Mark Jameson, too short a season. Toward the beginning of the episode, we discover that he is suffering from Iverson's disease, which has him in a wheelchair. It's incurable. It is not a pleasant disease. However, a previous world that he helped to negotiate a treaty with, they have taken hostages and say, deliver Jameson to us. He's kind of bidden by this. He hops on the Enterprise D and then starts aging backwards. So we've got a bit of a Benjamin Button situation going on when you've also got tense hostage negotiations going on. What's happening? Well, 40 years previously, Jameson successfully negotiated a ceasefire on this planet. His contact, Karnas, he armed the man with a load of weapons. That is a complete violation of the Prime Directive. So in his moral view, he armed the other side as well, thinking, right, everyone's now on the same playing field, a year max, 40 years of civil war, and so many, many deaths later. He knew what he was doing when it came to violating the Prime Directive. So that's strike number 1. And then strike number 2 is he was giving arms to a non-Federation world, strike number 2. And then number 3, he lied about the whole thing to cover his own ass. So by the time he arrives back on the planet to rescue these hostages, which does basically, in conjunction with the drugs he's taken to age backwards and to cure his Iverson's disease, it kills him. But his death finally manages to get a measure of justice from Karnas, who says, well, look, I wanted him dead. He's dead. It wasn't important to me the manner in which he died. As Picard notes, it's very hard when a man pays for his crimes with his life. It's hard to go, well, he's just this or he's just that. He was wrong on so many steps and so many decisions. In his own strange way, he tried to atone for it, but it really was a case of far too little too late. Number 6, Eric Pressman, Pegasus. As we've discussed on this channel before, the Treaty of Algernon was a watershed moment in Federation history. It effectively ended hostilities between the Romulan Star Empire and Starfleet, but it also absolutely enshrined in law that Starfleet was never allowed to develop cloaking technology. Now, as the years go by and you've got the Romulans and the Klingons both flying around completely outside of tracking range, this becomes a much, much, much bigger tactical disadvantage for the Federation. And there were some officers who felt that this treaty has got to go. Now, Eric Pressman was one of those officers. He was in command of the USS Pegasus, and on that ship was an interphasic cloaking device. It was experimental technology at the time. Something went wrong, and although he and several other officers, including an ensign, Will Riker, got off the ship, what they thought happened was then the ship exploded after that. Turns out, plasma ignited, ship cloaked, drifted into an asteroid. Oh dear. You would think that rather than then promoting this captain, he would be stripped of his rank, because not just that he was experimenting on this thing, although that's probably what saved his career, is that I know something you don't want other people to know, but he also lost the technology. You would assume that's like, we don't hand out admiralties to people who break treaties and then lose the evidence. Because when Admiral Pressman arrives on board the Enterprise D, Will Riker looks like he's seen a ghost. But also he's like, right, okay, let's get the experiment going again. I found the Pegasus, let's go, let's go. Thankfully, Captain Picard is a bit like, no. Pressman goes, I have a lot of friends at Starfleet Command. This time, it's probably less likely that he's going to get out of it without a severe reprimand, because this time the Romulans know about it. Number 5, Admiral Layton, Homefront, Paradise Lost. Like several of those on this list, he thought he was doing the right thing, but he is yet another case of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. He stages a coup d'etat against Federation President Jarish Inyo, which effectively it shows the entire planet's power grid is shut down, with only one starship, which is unfortunately it's endemic of earlier Star Trek, is that, oh, there's only one ship in range. This time it's the USS Lakota is in orbit of the planet, and effectively they take charge for like 12 or 13 hours, all to show the Dominion could easily have done this. They could have infiltrated Starfleet. That would have been the end of it. Layton's problem was one, that he was not willing to go about it through the official channels. He, had this idea, of course. The idea was never going to take traction of having a military dictatorship over Earth. Of course it wasn't. He then gave even his biggest supporters orders that they simply couldn't follow. Captain Benteen of the USS Lakota is sent to engage the USS Defiant en route to Earth. The main crew of the Lakota have been told that there's changelings aboard the Defiant. How much Benteen knows it's a bit grey, but what Benteen does refuse to do is to give a kill order against the Defiant. That then means that Leighton loses basically his base and his biggest supporters, so that he is back in Starfleet headquarters. Sisko has got him at phaser point. He loses everything, all because he felt he knew better. He felt he could do things that Starfleet couldn't do, that the Federation couldn't do, but only trained military officers could do. It's this idea of peeling back the surface of paradise and you see that all is not well underneath. Leighton is somewhat proved wrong as the years go by, because in the changing face of evil, the Breen launch an armada against Earth. Now this is well into the Dominion War, when there are fleets in orbit of Earth, and while the Breen are completely destroyed, significant damage is done to Starfleet headquarters, thus proving that even with a stronger military presence, that didn't necessarily mean everything was bright and rosy. Leighton was completely narrow-minded in what he saw, which meant there could be no adaptation, there could be no planning. There was only Leighton's way or the wrong way. He just didn't realize that his way was the wrong way. Number 4, Nora Sati, the drumhead. After there is a supposed act of sabotage on board the Enterprise D that resulted in an explosion in engineering, she is heading a tribunal to find out who exactly was responsible for this. This tribunal very quickly abandons any sense of logic, because all it is concerned about is finding someone to blame, not finding the evidence. It's finding a scapegoat or just a victim. It results directly in the ruination of Simon Tarse's career, because his grandfather is part Romulan, and he, as Captain Picard says, he carries the blood of a current enemy. That doesn't make him an enemy, but he lied about it on his application to Starfleet. His career's in ruins. This seemingly gives Sati heart to go after other members of the crew, including Picard. And for a few scary moments there, it looks like she has supporters. Worf sees that she is doggedly going after the enemies of Starfleet, and he is behind her. He's like, yeah, we've got to take down these enemies, we've got to find them, we've got to safeguard the lives. And Picard is like, but you can't go at it with a bulldozer, because if you do, you're going to see enemies everywhere. So one of the great Picard speeches, of course, then takes place in the courtroom, where he talks about the words of Sati's own father, that, when the first chain is forged, when the first word's censured, we all suffer irrevocably. And Sati, she loses her cool and utters the phrase, "I've brought down bigger men than you, Picard." And in that moment, you can see her own pride was the most important thing to her. She would have said it was Starfleet, but no, it was her own pride. It was, I have decided I am right, and I will do what I can to prove that. Not, I've decided I'm right, but I'm open to being wrong. And in that, her career ends in disgrace, all because she did not know when to quit. Number 3, Admiral Marcus, Star Trek Into Darkness. Marcus is from the Kelvin Universe films, and so, much like some of those films, he's about as subtle as a brick to the face when it comes to his plans. If you're going to build a secret starship, and you're going to build it in a secret space dock, you maybe don't build a flipping huge model of it and stick it on your desk in Starfleet headquarters. Marcus, again, another one of these admirals is like, I'm going to save Starfleet from itself. And by doing that, he works alongside Khan to develop the new technology on board the Vengeance, but also these new torpedoes that he plans to fire at the Klingon homeworld. He believes, like others, that the Klingons are an inevitable enemy. They will attack Earth, so we should attack them first. We should cripple them, forcing them into a war they're not ready for, so that we'll come out on top. There is a cold logic to it. I mean, there's obviously no humanitarian element to it, but there's a cold logic to it that gets him enough support that he's able to build a flipping huge ship. And again, while any of those bits would land him on this list,
It's the knowledge that he was always planning to sacrifice the Enterprise to do it. This again is another example of someone who is going to just kill innocent people, in his own mind save more people as time goes on. But of course that was never it. It was again his own ego. I will be the savior of Starfleet. I will do this, I will do that. I will ensure there are no witnesses. It's disappointing, and it's yet another example of what the bloody hell is on the application process for these admirals. I mean, come on. Number 2, Admiral James T. Kirk, Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. Hear me out. Hear me out. James Kirk is one of the greatest captains that Starfleet has ever known. He is responsible for saving probably millions of lives, and time again he is responsible for stopping atrocities, for saving planets, for instigating first contact. These are not in question. As an admiral from the first day, the role never suited him. I'm going to get to Star Trek 3 in just a moment, but think about, in the motion picture, the first thing that we see Admiral Kirk do is do everything he can to assume command of the USS Enterprise, pushing Captain Decker out of the captain's chair. So that's the first thing we see him do. When you get to Star Trek 3, as an admiral, you are responsible for more than one ship. You are responsible for many more than one life. So therefore, noble as the mission to save Spock was, and so much fun, and Star Trek 3 is such a fun film, as an admiral, you can't go around stealing starships for the crack. Obviously it wasn't for the crack. These are not the actions of an admiral. Of a friend, sure. Of a captain, still, not really. But as an admiral, it throws the entire institution Admiralty, and I almost finished that with a straight face. I mean, here I am on a list of bad admirals, institution of Admiralty. Anyway, there was no way that he could ever have not faced repercussions for this, even though his actions directly led to saving Earth merely one film later. Had he not been on the Bird of Prey, he wouldn't have been able to go back in time, he wouldn't have been able to help defeat the Sedation probe. So these are good things. His actions do lead to saving Spock's life, but also Savik's life as well, because otherwise they may have been trapped on the planet as it broke up. So there are definite positives to his actions. It also, however, led to the destruction of the Enterprise, assault on Starfleet officers, and sabotage of a Federation starship. So when he is demoted in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, I genuinely believe that that was the right call. Like, as a captain, sure, he is, as the head of a starship, he knows what he's at. Okay, Star Trek V, not a great example of him being a good captain, but in Star Trek VI, as the captain of a starship, are you not responsible for the conduct of the men under your control? Yes, I am. However, he was also, as captain, able to help save the Federation on countless times. As an admiral, Kirk never really suited the role. He said it himself to Picard in the Nexus. Don't let them promote you, don't let them transfer you, don't let them do anything. It will take you off the bridge of that ship, because while you're there, you can make a difference. And Kirk certainly did. Terrible admiral, brilliant captain. Number 1, Admiral Cartwright, Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. I think the absolute ultimate of badmirals has to go to Cartwright in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. He is a vocal opponent to the Federation and Klingon peace talks that were to take place on Khitomer. Obviously so much so that, as we learn, he conspires with the Klingons and, in fact, Romulan Ambassador Nautilus and several other Federation members to assassinate Gorkon and then later assassinate the Federation president. All because, like Leighton, like Marcus, like several others on this list, he thought he knew better, but his fear overtook anything else. Actually, in a little bit of a behind the scenes thing here, Cartwright is played by the wonderful Brock Peters, who would of course come back as Joseph Sisko, but who had previously played the wrongly accused Tom Robinson in To Kill a Mockingbird. And to use Cartwright here as a symbol of racism, but where he is the aggressor, it was a powerful statement. And I know one that Peters, he had a lot of trouble with some of the lines. For example, the alien trash of the galaxy. You know, things like that. It was a difficult role to play, and he plays it magnificently. Think of that scene at the end where he is confronted by the Enterprise crew and then the Excelsior crew as well. And you see a man who is panicked. He is a figure of pure fear. And I don't think that moment just gets enough highlighting when we talk about Star Trek VI. He is so highly decorated.
He is in charge of so many different aspects of the military in the Federation. And if somebody at that level with that much power can cause this much damage, that is a massive watershed moment for Starfleet. People are murdered on Cartwright's orders. That, if nothing else, lands him at the top, or should I say bottom, of this list.
Everyone always thinks that Starfleet comes out with some of the best decisions of all time. And sometimes they forget about 39 ships and 11,000 lives lost. With that in mind, and with thanks to Twitter user @SimonPoulterRM, I am Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are 10 Starfleet decisions with the most devastating consequences. Number 10. The Second Battle of Chintaka. The Dominion War was a brutal, drawn-out campaign that saw hundreds of millions of lives lost in the name of saving, or annexing, the Alpha Quadrant. While there were many individual battles in the course of the conflict, the Second Battle of Chintaka was one of the most costly days in Starfleet's history. While the Federation Klingon-Romulan alliance had seen several victories against the Dominion forces, they were ill-prepared to face off against the newest opponents, the Breen. While these secretive aliens had long been known to the Alpha Quadrant forces, the true extent of their technology had remained a mystery. That is, until Captain Sisko led the task force that attempted to retake the Chintaka system, Starfleet's only foothold in Dominion territory. Expecting a strong fleet to fight, the Allies were totally blindsided by the Breen's energy-dampening weapon. This directly led to the almost total destruction of their fleet, including the USS Defiant. Only a single Klingon bird of prey survived the encounter, which was left to accompany the hundreds of Federation escape pods filled with demoralized troops on the long trip back to their own territories. Number 9. The Battle of Wolf 359. When the Borg finally arrived in Federation space, Admiral Hansen quickly set about mobilizing the fleet against the Cube. While the Borg sent only one vessel to assimilate Starfleet, it proved to be a deadly foe. It was given yet more strength with the addition of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, wherein lay a devastating tactical error on Starfleet's part. Picard was assimilated into the collective, becoming Locutus of Borg. This led to the Hive gaining all of the experience and knowledge of the captain, including Starfleet's strength, fleet deployments and battle plans. While acting Captain Riker played on this to his strength, Admiral Hansen was not so lucky. The fleet that gathered at Wolf 359, already known to Picard, was decimated by the Cube. 39 vessels were lost and an estimated 11,000 lives ended that day. Only one ship, the USS Alwani, managed to escape the slaughter. Though clearly Picard wasn't at fault, Admiral Hansen failed to take the addition of the man's expertise to the collective's knowledge into account. This, though a tragic error, led to the deaths of all those servicemen. Having said that, changing the plan may simply have delayed the inevitable. The Borg, after a year of waiting, were coming. Number 8. Failing to brief their crews on flagged worlds. When Captain Kirk revived the occupants of the SS Botany Bay, the supervillain Khan Noonien Singh proceeded to take control of the USS Enterprise. Thankfully, Kirk and the crew were able to overcome the madman and his genetically engineered compatriots. Rather than fling them in the brig, they were offered a new life on Ceti Alpha 5. As the Enterprise zoomed away, Kirk mused how interesting it would be to visit the world in 15 years or so to see what had become of them. Someone really should have followed up on that. Almost exactly 15 years later, Captain Tyrrell and the USS Reliant entered the Ceti Alpha system, completely unprepared for what was about to befall them. First, no one in Starfleet had noticed that Ceti Alpha 6 had exploded mere months after Khan's crew were marooned on their sister world. This transformed 5 into a barren wasteland. Dozens of Khan's crew, including Marla McGivers, his wife, were killed. This drove the madman into a murderous rage. The crew of the Reliant was overcome, Tyrrell and Pavel Chekhov were coerced into helping Khan, and the secrets of their Genesis project fell into his hands. What followed was, arguably, the greatest loss that Kirk ever faced in his life. Number 7. Sending ships out of space dock before completion. Captain Kirk, Captain Scott, and Commander Chekhov were present aboard the Enterprise B on her maiden voyage. Thus, they were present when the Excelsior-class ship received the distress call from the SS Lacoule and the SS Robert Fox. Naturally, Kirk's first instinct was to jet to the rescue. Captain Harriman, freshly out of the box and squeaking like an unused toy, jovially told the seasoned officer that the ship simply wasn't ready. That quickly meant nothing, as it turned out that the Enterprise was the only ship in range. So away they went, arriving at the site of the Nexus. There, they found the 2 transport vessels trapped in the energy ribbon's trailing edge, unable to escape. Here, the true trouble began. The Enterprise was unable to simply tractor them out, as the beam hadn't been installed yet. There was no medical staff aboard, nor were there any photon torpedoes, the latter of which would have allowed Scotty to detonate an antimatter explosion around the ships, freeing them. Never leave space dock before Tuesday, which is apparently the only day for installs in Star Trek. These deficiencies led to the perceived death of the greatest captain that Starfleet had in the 23rd century at least. Captain Kirk was lost in action, leaving the Enterprise B with an ugly stain on its memory. Number 6. Giving command of a heavily armed warship to inexperienced children. The outbreak of the Dominion War had several unforeseen consequences, not least of which was the fate of the Defiant-class USS Valiant. Initially, it was thought that this ship was destroyed in the earliest days of the conflict, as the sector that they had been patrolling was swarmed with a Jem'Hadar Cardassian fleet, cutting them off from getting home. Added to this was the fact that the ship, due to technical issues, was unable to get above Warp 4, meaning it was effectively trapped behind enemy lines, limping along. The captain of the vessel, Captain Ramirez, had been tasked with training the crew of cadets aboard. This crew consisted of Red Squad, a cabal of Starfleet Academy attendees who had been deemed best of the best. Though they performed admirably on many occasions, Ramirez made a fatal decision in placing control of the ship in the hands of Tim Waters. Ramirez was critically injured in a conflict with a Cardassian ship, giving Waters the field commission to captain with his dying breath. In the words of Ensign Nog, who later met and served under Waters, in turn, the young Ferengi was almost killed by the man's inexperience. Though Jake, Nog, and Chief Dorian Collins escaped, the entire crew of the Valiant lost their lives in a foolhardy mission, attacking the vastly superior Jem'Hadar warship. As the ship exploded, most of the escape pods were shot down, leaving only those 3 to be picked up by the Defiant. Number 5. The 7th Fleet engages the Jem'Hadar in the Tyra system. This is an example of Starfleet facing its very own Kobayashi Maru, as there truly was no way to win with this decision. Had Starfleet done nothing to attempt to stop the Jem'Hadar advance into the Alpha Quadrant, then the war would have been far shorter, but many more worlds would have fallen to the aggressors, most probably including Earth, Vulcan, and the other key planets as well. The 7th Fleet was ordered to engage the Jem'Hadar in the Tyra system, and to do their best to stop them. While the rest of the fleet waited anxiously for news of the 7th, dozens of other smaller engagements took place. The USS Defiant saw 3 months of bloody slaughter between the loss of Deep Space Nine and their arrival at Starbase 375. One last happy moment, the reuniting of Commanders Dax and Worf, was all too short-lived before Dr. Bashir brought the devastating news to Captain Sisko. Out of 112 ships that were sent to the Tyra system, only 14 made it back to Federation territory. This defeat dwarfed the loss of Wolf 359, truly highlighting the strength of the Gamma Quadrant foes. Though Starfleet truly didn't have another option other than to engage the Jem'Hadar here, the decision to act led to thousands of lost lives. Number 4. Mining the entrance to the wormhole. Once Cardassia joined the Dominion, swarms of Jem'Hadar vessels began pouring through the wormhole, fortifying their position in Cardassian space. They had already proven themselves to be deadly enemies without remorse, as a changeling had attempted to destroy the Bajoran sun, which would have resulted in the joint Federation Klingon-Romulan task force at Deep Space Nine, along with Bajor itself being destroyed in the supernova. With this grim possibility in their minds, along with the knowledge that the Dominion was not going to stay cooped up in Cardassian space, Starfleet, following the recommendation of Captain Sisko, decided to mine the entrance to the wormhole. This resulted in a rapid reply from the Dominion and their mouthpiece, the Vorta Wayun. There was a half-hearted attempt to play each other for fools, but both Sisko and Wayun knew that war was now certain. The Dominion War led to devastation across the Alpha Quadrant, along with millions of lives lost. While the Dominion and Cardassian forces most certainly bore the brunt of responsibility for this, it was undeniably Starfleet's decision that led to war beginning when it did. Number 3. Condemning the Klingon invasion of Cardassia. Prompted by a change in government on Cardassia, the Klingon Empire, unknowingly at the behest of a changeling in the shape of General Martok, begins an invasion of Cardassian space. Their main drive is the belief that this shift couldn't have been achieved without Dominion interference. Chancellor Gowron, in his long-running quest for glory, played right into the Founders' goo, committing an enormous force to the assault. At the time, Starfleet had a peace treaty with Cardassia. Therefore, it refused to join the Klingons in the invasion once it became aware of their plans. Further to this, they officially condemned the assault. As a direct result of this, Gowron tore up the Khitomer Accords. This ended the alliance between the Federation and the Klingon Empire. The first shots were fired as the Defiant flew to the rescue of Gul Dukat and the T'Tapa Council, though hostilities truly broke out with the Klingon assault on Deep Space Nine. Thankfully for the inhabitants of the station, they had been fortifying for a Dominion assault for almost an entire year, and they survived. There followed several months of ongoing attacks by the Klingons against Starfleet, resulting in the loss of many lives and starships, including the USS Farragut. Number 2. Relegating Captain Picard to patrolling the neutral zone. The results of the Battle of Wolf 359 were twofold. First, there was an increase in militarism within Starfleet, which led directly to the design of the Defiant, which was a positive move, though it also led indirectly to the attempt by Admiral Leighton to overthrow the Federation Council. Leighton believed that the threat posed by the Borg and the Founders were simply too great for the Federation itself to combat. The greater fallout was the estimation of Captain Picard by his superiors. As he had been assimilated, he was absolved from any responsibility for Locutus's actions during the battle. However, he was kept at arm's length when it came to facing the Borg again. This meant that Admiral Hayes ordered him, along with the Enterprise E, to patrol the Romulan neutral zone when the Borg finally returned. The Battle of Sector 001, as seen in Star Trek First Contact, was a quick affair. However, in lore, this wasn't the case. The fight actually lasted days, with dozens of starships destroyed by the Cube as it came within a hair's breadth of Earth. It was only the arrival at the 11th hour by the Enterprise E that allowed Starfleet to finally prevail. Sidelining Picard took their best player out of the fight, with hundreds of dead officers at the feet of those who made that call. Number 1. Abandoning the Romulan relief mission. This decision certainly qualifies as one of those situations where everybody loses. The impending supernova of the Romulan star was a certainty, so Starfleet pledged to help their once sworn enemies in the escape and relocation plan. This resulted in the promotion of Jean-Luc Picard to Admiral, along with the reassignment of much of Starfleet's resources to building an escape force. This didn't sit well with many of the member worlds of the Federation, who felt that prioritizing an enemy's need over the needs of allies flew in the face of the Federation Charter. Long before the synthetic workforce began their assault on Mars, several Allied worlds threatened to secede from the Federation. Once the Zhat Vash managed to reprogram the synths, causing the uprising, Starfleet cut their losses. The relief effort was abandoned and Romulus and Remus were destroyed. This transformed the once mighty Romulan Star Empire into a refugee force, seeking anywhere and everywhere that they could find for a new home. One such home was the Artifact, a reclaimed Borg cube, though that only opened the door for more tragedy.
Now, we've already done a list on the 10 biggest battles we never got to see in Star Trek. That link will be in the description below. This is for the other biggest events we never got to see. With that in mind, I am Sean Ferrick for TrekCulture, and here are the 10 biggest Star Trek events we never got to see. Number 10. The Romulan secession from Vulcan. What would eventually become the Romulan Star Empire broke away from the rest of the Vulcan race in about 370 AD. This was during the time of awakening, when Serac was beginning to lead the Vulcan people, who had until then been a savage warlike race, into a new era of logic and wisdom. Not all Vulcans were on board with this idea, which led to atomic war. While this part of the breakaway was shown in Star Trek Enterprise, specifically during the Forge trilogy, the rest of the formation of the Romulan state remains shrouded in mystery. It is known that a sect of them broke even further away, becoming the De Bruin, who had become extinct by the 24th century. As Admiral Dougherty comments in Star Trek Insurrection, when the Romulans first went out into the galaxy, they were little more than thugs. However, before the supernova that destroyed much of the Romulan Empire in the late 24th century, they were a vastly powerful force to be reckoned with in both the Alpha and Beta quadrants. They have yet to receive the exploration that even the Klingons have received, but a good place to start would be their landing on what would become Romulus. Number 9. The beginning of the Borg. Very little is known about the actual earliest days of the Borg, save from what the Borg Queen has revealed from time to time. In Star Trek First Contact, she informed Data that when the collective was in its infancy, it was very much like humanity, flawed, weak, organic. However, as she describes it, they evolved to better themselves. This took place over thousands of years, building a small amount at a time before erupting into a major power in the Delta Quadrant after the 15th century. There have been several theories posited throughout the years as to their actual origin, including one that would have brought them into contact with Admiral James
James T. Kirk. A cybernetic race of beings discovered Voyager 6, reprogrammed it, and sent it back on its way to Earth. This was not assimilation in the truest sense of the word, so it's unclear whether this was in fact the Borg. In any case, Voyager, as it became to be known, did arrive in the Delta Quadrant, so unless there was another race of highly advanced cybernetic life forms out there, this could be an indicator to an earlier version of the collective. The expanded universe novels Destiny offer another exploration of their origin, yet for now their beginning is as big a mystery as Star Trek offers. Number 8. The launch of the USS Enterprise. The original USS Enterprise was launched from San Francisco shipyards in 2245. It was under the command of Captain Robert April, who, to date, has only appeared in one episode of Star Trek the Animated Series, The Counterclock Incident. It's one of 12 heavy cruisers commissioned at the time, with design input from Sarah April, Jason Marvick, and Dr. Richard Daystrom. While much of the Enterprise's 5-year mission under Captain Kirk has been seen, many of Captain Pike's adventures remain on the scheduling block. Strange New Worlds looks to fix this, though this still takes place years after April's initial run on board the ship. With the Enterprise being the most famous ship in Starfleet history, it seems baffling that these early years have yet to be seen on screen. Perhaps this is something that Strange New Worlds will look to fix, either through flashback or through good old-fashioned time travel. There's no confirmation as of this article's publication that April will be appearing on the show, though it seems a massively missed opportunity for him not to appear and close an almost 60-year hole in Trek history. Number 7. The arrival of the Cardassians on Bajor. The occupation is one of the darkest periods of the Alpha Quadrant's mid-24th century history. The Cardassian Union annexed Bajor, instigating a brutal military dictatorship over its people, forcing millions of Bajorans out into the quadrant in an attempt to seek a better life. While the resistance cells would eventually rise up and overthrow the Cardassians, the fraught relationship between the two didn't begin with hostilities. The Cardassians arrived on Bajor with friendly smiles. While Bajor's art and culture were thousands of years old, predating Earth's own cultural history by several thousand years, they were technologically 100 years or so behind the Cardassians. These friendly neighbours arrived with promises of so-called modernization, offering to bring Bajor up to their level in terms of agriculture and interstellar trade. However, the masks soon slipped. The early days of Cardassia's arrival have never been depicted on screen, with only the final days of the occupation and subsequent Federation-Dominion wars taking up much of Star Trek Deep Space Nine's run. An exploration of the beginnings of this conflict seems like a perfect candidate for any Trek historian to bring to light. Number 6. The romance of Kahless and Lucara. Kahless and Lucara are, in a way, the Klingon equivalent to Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. There is a slight difference between the two stories, though. While Romeo and Juliet simply destroyed themselves, Kahless and Lucara brought down the dictatorship of Molar, slaying, along with 500 other Klingons, almost the entirety of the city guard. Kahless was a commoner who rose up against Molar, who was having live sacrifices thrown into volcanoes in his honor. Along with Lucara, Kahless managed to bring down Molar, their story becoming the greatest romance in Klingon history. While a clone of Kahless returned, thanks to the interference of the Monson Borath, the fabled return of Kahless has never actually happened in Star Trek. Before the return, the original story of Kronos' greatest pairing needs to be shown. Lucara became the archetype for all Klingon women who followed, powerfully loyal and a dedicated warrior herself. Together, they started a dynasty that lasted until the days of the Federation Alliance. For such an influential couple, their pairing and life together seem a perfect candidate for the audience to be shown. Number 5. The signing of the Treaty of Algeron. The Treaty of Algeron was an agreement between the Federation and Romulan Star Empire that was signed in 2311. This followed the Tomed incident, a coup for the Federation that, with Captain John Harriman's assistance, effectively helped end the period of hostilities with the Romulans that had continued off and on since the Earth-Romulan War. The treaty was primarily concerned with shoring up and defining the edges of the neutral zone, enshrining the law that breaching the border by either side without advance agreement would constitute an act of war. It also restricted the Federation from developing cloaking technology for its starships. There were officers after this, such as Admiral Eric Pressman, who felt the treaty was a huge mistake. However, somewhat ironically, it was his protege Will Riker who used the treaty to protect the planet of Coppelius from the Romulan Free State in 2399. This enormously influential event has yet to be depicted in any form on screen, with the current series occurring in periods either too far before or too far after it. This could, perhaps, make this a perfect candidate for a future short trek. Number 4. The fall of the Habitian Republic. The first Habitian Republic was the system of civilization that existed on what would come to be known as Cardassia Prime, thousands of years before the events of the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. These people were polar opposites from the militaristic population that Starfleet would come to know. They were said to be very close to the natural world. They used Jevonite, a rare and beautiful substance in their art and constructs. Gul Madred attempted to tempt Captain Picard with a trip to the Habitian burial grounds wherein he was held prisoner, preying on the man's love of archaeology. The fall of the Habitian people came not from war or battles, but from climate change. This once bountiful resources on the planet dried up and died, succumbing to sandstorms and turning into deserts. What remained of them in the centuries and millennia that followed was eventually plundered and sold, going toward feeding the enormous military budget of the Cardassian Empire. Madred lamented that so much of their history had been lost to the very government he claimed to serve faithfully. Number 3. The decommissioning of the Enterprise A. Star Trek VI The Undiscovered Country deals with the twilight of each of the main crew's careers, front and centre. All of them are due to stand down in the months that follow the events of the film, though the story ends with them still aboard the Enterprise A, heading for the second star to the left and straight on till morning. The order had come in to put back to space dock for decommissioning. Now, while the actual physical breakdown of the ship might be a bit much for the audience to take at that point, the actual ceremony that would surely follow the retirement of arguably the greatest crew of the 23rd century seems to be an essential event in Starfleet history. If the Enterprise A, one of the few lucky ships bearing the name to ever get a chance to retire, were to simply come home and have her crew safely at HQ for the last time, for them to follow with a toast and a tip of the hat to the old girl, that would be a scene that would make the hardest Trekkie cry. Number 2. The foundation of the United Federation of Planets. No, These Are the Voyages does not count. Foundation of the United Federation of Planets is potentially the single most important moment in Star Trek's history, up there with the Battle of Wolf 359, the launching of the original USS Enterprise, and the ending of the Dominion War. Yet, it remains the only one of these options never to have received a proper on-screen appearance. There is a chance that watching a bunch of dignitaries sign some treaties could be slightly dull, to be fair. However, much like the real historical parallels like the establishment of the United Nations, there's enough pomp and ceremony to turn it into a huge affair with all of the attention that it deserves. Enterprise is the only series to touch on it, as the original series Discovery and soon Strange New Worlds are all set roughly 100 years later. If that fabled 5th season of Enterprise ever manages to claw its way into reality, the formation of the greatest alliance that the Alpha Quadrant has ever known should surely be top of the list for stories to explore. Number 1. The Great Diaspora. When Starfleet encountered the Xindi in 2153, there were reptilians, insectoids, arboreals, aquatics, and primates still alive and members of the Council. However, by this time, the avian elements of the Xindi race had become extinct, leaving only their bones as a testament to their existence. By the early 21st century, a continued civil war between the various Xindi factions led to the eventual destruction of Xindus, the homeworld. While the other races were able to escape, the avians had never developed the technology for them to escape their doom. They were trapped on the planet, succumbing to the destruction around them. Over 100 years later, they were still remembered in stories by the survivors of this disaster. As the other races escaped, this became known as the Great Diaspora, spreading the Xindi out throughout the Delphic expanse. They would of course come to be the victims of the time-travelling aliens that encouraged them to attack Earth, though this was eventually rectified thanks to the actions of Jonathan Archer and the NX-01.
Star Trek has had a huge number of guest stars over the years. Many, like Whoopi Goldberg and John Delancey, are incredibly fleshed out characters who often are integral to the plot. Other guest appearances, such as that of Stephen Hawking, are basically just there to gloat over the fact that they could get Stephen Hawking. Regardless of their reason for being there, guest stars will often have their own demands for their characters, either to make them more interesting or simply to make their own lives easier during the production. Some of these demands are fair and end up changing the show for the better, while others are merely self-serving or distract from the plot. This list will be going over some of the most unusual demands from guest stars appearing on Star Trek, and the reasons why the writers chose to go along with them. Whether these ideas were good or not though, it is admirable that the writers were willing to hear out the guest suggestions. With that in mind then, I'm Ellie with TrekCulture, and these are 10 most unusual demands made by Star Trek guest stars. Number 10. John Delancey wanting Q to stay original. John Delancey played the lovable fan favourite Q since the pilot of The Next Generation in 1987, and has a great deal of respect for the character. When John was requested to return as Q once more for Season 2 of Star Trek Picard, he agreed on the condition that his return means something, and not be simply a cheap way to pull in old fans. His exact words during a guest star panel for the Trek Talks telethon were, "I am very concerned about recreating. That has a lot of potential disasters attached to it. Afterwards, he says that the executives agreed to this. This quote is very encouraging to fans looking forward to the upcoming season. Q's story was wrapped up perfectly at the end of The Next Generation, but the plot left it open-ended as to whether or not he would ever face Picard again. Because of this, it's great that John is such an advocate for doing something new with the character, because if Q's just there to say some funny one-liners and teleport people through space and time for no good reason, it will slightly cheapen the impact of the original goodbye we saw of the character in All Good Things, much like his cameos in Deep Space Nine and Voyager did. Number 9. Denise Crosby forcing her character to have better writing. Denise Crosby played the Enterprise D's original Chief Security Officer Tasha Yar in the first few episodes of The Next Generation, before being killed off in an extremely unsatisfying and sudden way in the episode Skin of Evil. In an interview with StarTrek.com, Denise explained that she quit the show because she felt like her character was not given much to do, and that she was mostly used as stage dressing, which was fairly accurate. However, her complaints were not in vain, as she returns in the Season 3 episode Yesterday's Enterprise as another version of Yar from an alternate universe. Eventually, the alternate Yar has a child with a Romulan and gives birth to one of the most interesting characters of The Next Generation, also played by Crosby, the half-human, half-Romulan Seela, who attempts to plunge the Klingon Empire into civil war. In the end, Denise's demands for better writing for her character, while not immediately effective, did eventually lead to Tasha Yar becoming more compelling. Number 8. Stephen Hawking taking jabs at Einstein. Dr. Stephen Hawking is the only person in Star Trek history to play himself in an episode. He appears in the episode Descent as a hologram created by Data in a simulation of a poker match between the greatest minds of human history. Dr. Hawking was one of the world's most inspirational and accomplished physicists, who fundamentally changed our understanding of black holes by applying the properties of quantum mechanics to explain their decay. Einstein, however, who also appears as a hologram, was a vocal opponent to quantum mechanics and referred to it as spooky action at a distance, believing it to be merely a misinterpretation of the data, long before it was solidified in science by people like Hawking. Hawking actually managed to sneak in a joke about this very disagreement. As Einstein tries to call Hawking on his bluff, he says to him, "All the quantum fluctuations in the universe will not change the cards in your hand," to which Hawking responds, "Wrong again, Albert." The whole scene is flavoured by the saltiness of Stephen's gloating. Number 7. Robert Picardo getting his cameo in First Contact. Upon watching Star Trek First Contact, fans of Voyager were delighted to see an appearance of Robert Picardo, who played Voyager's emergency medical hologram, or EMH. He takes over sickbay when all of the medical officers die unexpectedly, and eventually gains sentience. Interestingly, the original script for First Contact didn't include this crossover scene. Robert Picardo said in a 2012 interview that he campaigned heavily behind the scenes for the writers to include his character. Robert reasoned that the flagship of Starfleet, the Enterprise, would surely have all the same medical technology as a lesser ship, Voyager. When asked why the Enterprise's EMH would look exactly the same as Voyager's, he explained that it would make sense that the first generation of a new piece of technology would have the same design on any ship. Presumably, Robert Picardo mostly wanted to have a role in a huge blockbuster movie to help his acting career, but regardless, the cameo works so perfectly in the context of the scene and helps to connect two different Trek shows together in a way that's not at all forced. Number 6. Alice Krige coming into Endgame fresh. Susanna Thompson was originally going to be cast as the Borg Queen in Star Trek First Contact before Alice Krige was ultimately chosen. When Alice wasn't available to return for Voyager, the studio called Susanna in before eventually returning with Alice in the final episode, where she had a very strange philosophy on the character. According to Star Trek magazine issue 169, while filming the Voyager finale Endgame, Krige intentionally chose to limit the ways she prepared for her return to the role, deciding neither to watch her old portrayal nor Thompson's. This was not done out of disrespect for the role at all. As Alice stated, "Whoever had played the role, I would have made the same decision," later explaining, "I thought to see someone else's performance would throw me off course." Somehow her appearance in Endgame was seamless and fit perfectly with Susanna's version from earlier in the series. She managed to get the same robotic, unfeeling evil of the Borg Queen that she gave us in First Contact by limiting her research and trying to come in fresh like she did last time. Perhaps for a character as robotic as the Borg Queen, this is best. Number 5. Iggy Pop being forced to play a calm and collected Vorta. Iggy Pop is believed by many to be a founder of both 70s punk and 90s grunge music. He was most widely acclaimed for being an extremely high-energy stage performer. When producer Ira Stephen Bear, a huge fan of Iggy Pop, asked him to join them on an episode of Deep Space Nine, he was originally unavailable, but when he received a rather serious shoulder injury, he agreed to come on during his recovery, under the agreement that he would not be overworked or forced to be too physical. This circumstance was unfortunate, though obviously not Iggy's fault, and really limited what the writers could do with the character. Here they had one of the most intense performers in punk history, and they couldn't even get him to show a bit of that angst and energy, instead deciding to write him as a calm, nearly emotionless Vorta named Yelgren. All in all, the demands caused by Iggy's injury, while necessary, really detracted from how fun this episode could have been with Iggy at his best. Number 4. Christian Slater securing his role in the undiscovered country. Renowned American actor Christian Slater grew up as a massive Star Trek fan, joking that he would sometimes even shave his eyebrows slightly to give them a Vulcan appearance. He wanted to be on Star Trek, and luckily for him, it just so happened that his mother, Mary Jo Slater, was in charge of the casting for Star Trek The Undiscovered Country. Technically, the demand for Christian to appear in the film did not come from Christian himself, but from his mother, though it's fair to say that he probably suggested it. No one is judging him for this though. It's clear that the majority of Trekkies would sell their soul for a day on the bridge of a starship, though it must have been slightly annoying for all these actors who had worked their whole lives to get to this point, only to have some young guy waltz onto the set just because his mother was in charge of the casting. Number 3. Whoopi Goldberg suggesting her role on The Next Generation. By the time The Next Generation was airing, Whoopi Goldberg was already a household name. When she requested a role in the show, producers thought that she was joking. After all, why would a huge Hollywood celebrity want to be on some weird spin-off sci-fi show with only a small cult following? They ignored her request as a prank. Whoopi remained persistent though, as she grew up watching the original series and adored Star Trek, mostly due to its inclusion of Nichelle Nichols, one of the first black women to be featured regularly on an American television show. She contacted Gene Roddenberry, the show's creator, directly, saying, "I am a Star Trek fan. I was a Star Trek fan long before I was Whoopi Goldberg, and I'm wondering if there's some part I can play in your show." When questioned why she would choose such a lower paying gig than she was able to get elsewhere, Whoopi responded, "I am successful now and I can do what I like." Words to live by. Whoopi also had an entire secret backstory in mind for her character Guinan. She assisted the writers to help Guinan become the most mysterious person on the show. Number 2. Dean Stockwell's fear of makeup. Scott Bakula, who played Captain Archer on Star Trek Enterprise, is perhaps best known for his role in the series Quantum Leap, in which he co-starred with Dean Stockwell. Fans of Quantum Leap were excited when it was announced that Dean would be returning to appear with Bakula one last time in the episode Detained from Enterprise, in which he plays Colonel Grat, a Tandaran military officer in charge of a prison. His facial makeup does little to differentiate him as an alien, as he basically looks like a human with a little weird wrinkle above his eyebrows, but this was intentional. Dean only agreed to appear on the show if he could be assured that he would not have to endure the multi-hour makeup sessions required of actors wearing alien prosthetics. Undoubtedly, he had heard horror stories from actors such as Michael Dorn and Ethan Phillips, who were forced to sit for intense facial makeup almost every day for years. Not to mention having to wake up before everyone else and spend hours sitting in a chair getting it done. Stories like this are enough to scare some actors away from long-term Trek roles. Number 1. The Rock's WWE cross-sponsorship with Voyager. By far, the most ridiculous guest star demands in Star Trek history came from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson during his appearance on the Voyager episode Sunkatse. The Rock came on the show with one goal in mind: promoting his WWE wrestling career. This was slightly before he became the most massive celebrity in the known universe, so at the time, a partnership with a popular sci-fi series was just what he needed to get more viewers on WWE, as well as kickstart his acting career. In fact, the whole episode was part of a celebration event for their network UPN for acquiring the rights to air WWE. The need to include some shoehorned wrestling stories starring The Rock forced the writers into creating what is ultimately one of the most uninspired episodes of Trek history, clearly serving as nothing more than an ad. While it is fun to see The Rock appearing in Voyager as well as performing his famous eyebrow raise, it would have been nice for his character to be a little more advanced than simply The Rock with some stuff on his forehead.